Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. On a blustery night, thunder crackled in the sky, blinding flashes of lightning threatening to rend the heavens. In the present world, a sudden car accident caused Wang Hong's soul to escape his body. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious and powerful force swept him away, transcending the boundaries of time and space, hurtling towards Soul Society. At that time, the captain of Soul Society's 13th Division, Genryūsai Shigekuni Yamamoto, an old man with the reputation of Soul Society's strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, was strolling leisurely in the suburbs of Rukia with his vice-captain Kyōka Suigetsu. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was dressed in a white hunting robe embroidered with delicate black flame patterns, with a wide belt around his waist, on which hung his iconic Zanpakuto, Region Jaka. His long snow-white beard was neatly tied under his chin, and his eyes were deep and majestic, as if he could see through everything in the world. Although the years have left deep marks on his face, the powerful aura emanating from his bones is still intimidating. Kyōka Suigetsu also has an upright posture, and his black haori makes him look very capable, and his eyes reveal his respect and loyalty to the captain-in-chief. Just as the two were moving forward, a strange light descended from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust in the grass not far away. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he instantly noticed something unusual. He exchanged a glance with Kyōka Suigetsu, and then quickly ran towards the place where the light fell. When I got closer, I saw a baby in swaddling clothes lying in the grass. His little face was flushed red, and he was waving his fists and crying at the top of his lungs. This baby was none other than Wang Hong, who had traveled through time. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni leaned forward slightly, carefully examining the baby before him. The baby's eyes were clear, yet revealed a subtle agility that belied its age, as if they held countless secrets. Yamamoto's heart was moved, remembering his advanced age. As captain of the 13th Division, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Soul Society, yet he had yet to find a suitable successor. The appearance of this baby now seemed like a divine providence. Suigetsu, this child, perhaps this is a chance bestowed upon me by God. I intend to adopt him and pass on my life's learning to him, so that he can inherit my legacy and protect this Soul Society. What are your thoughts? Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni turned to look at Kyōka Suigetsu, his voice low but with unquestionable firmness. His two disciples, Kurako Shunsui, had bad personalities, and Jaishur Yukatake was in poor health. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni had no intention of relying on them at all. Kyōka Suigetsu was momentarily taken aback, then knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and saluted. Captain, if you have this idea, it must have been carefully considered. I believe that, with your vision, this child will become a great man in the future. I am willing to fully assist you in nurturing him. Yamamoto nodded slightly, with a hint of relief in his eyes. He bent down and gently picked up Wang Hong. His movements were surprisingly gentle, as if he was afraid of disturbing the little baby. Wang Hong's crying gradually stopped, and he blinked his eyes and looked at the majestic old man in front of him. His little hand unconsciously grabbed a strand of Yamamoto's long beard, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little guy is not shy at all. Your voice is so loud. From now on, let's call you Yamamoto Hong. Just like that, Wang Hong, no, Yamamoto Hong started a new life in Soul Society, became the adopted son of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, lived in the first team dormitory, and grew up healthily under the careful care of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni and a group of team members. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Hong is already 5 years old. He has accepted the fact that he traveled through time. Although he has a strong background, he is unwilling to do so, because after the 1,000-year bloody war, even a strong person like Yamamoto Genryūsai will die, let alone him. Alas, I wonder when I can start practicing Zanpakuto. The sunlight shone through the window lattice onto Yamamoto Hong's little face. He woke up slowly, only to feel a roar in his head. Then, a mechanical and cold voice sounded in his ears, "The strongest skill system has been activated. The host can draw a skill every 5 years. The first lottery begins, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yamamoto Hong widened his eyes, feeling surprised and happy. Before he could think about it, a huge virtual roulette appeared in front of him, with all kinds of mysterious and powerful skill icons flashing on it. The light was dazzling and dazzling. As the roulette wheel spun rapidly, Yamamoto Hong's heartbeat also accelerated. After a moment, the roulette wheel slowly stopped, a strong light flashed, and a skill information appeared in Yamamoto Hong's mind. 6 King's Spear. This is a skill that can highly compress one's own power and instantly release super destructive power. The attack is in the shape of a gun and can penetrate all defenses. Once hit, the enemy's spirit will suffer severe damage and fall into a short state of paralysis and weakness. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 5 years old. Ryutsu, not in the mainstream. White hits, senior officer. Kid, not up to par. Beheading technique, not good enough. Shunpo, not up to standard. Skill, 6 King's Spear. Yamamoto Hong was full of excitement and couldn't wait to try out this new skill. At this time, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was instructing the team members to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. In the courtyard, a group of team members dressed in neat uniforms were sweating profusely. The wooden swords in their hands flashed coldly in the sun, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound, showing their solid basic skills. Yamamoto Hong trotted all the way to the courtyard. Seeing Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, his face flushed red and he shouted excitedly, "Dad, I saw your bone 2 days ago, and then I created a powerful white hits." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded, "Oh? What white hits did my son create? Show them to me quickly." Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated his mind to mobilize the Ryutsu in his body. In an instant, a faint light appeared around him, and the Ryutsu began to gather like surging waves. The surrounding team members noticed something was wrong and stopped what they were doing, looking at him in surprise. Yamamoto Hong suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "6 King's Spear." As the shout fell, the air in front of Yamamoto Hong seemed to be torn apart. In an instant, the invisible Ryutsu spear of 6 paths suddenly appeared in front of him, like transparent lightning tearing through the air. Visible ripples and buzzing sounds appeared in the space around the spear. Yamamoto Hong shook his arms, and the spear of 6 paths was like an angry dragon out of the sea, rushing straight towards a huge rock like a hill at the end of the courtyard. Boom! A loud noise made everyone's eardrums hurt. The moment the huge rock touched the 6 King's Spear, it was like paper and was easily pierced through. The huge rock exploded with a loud bang, and the broken stones flew everywhere and the dust flew all over the sky. A flash of shock flashed across Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's eyes. He knew full well the terrifying power contained in this seemingly simple strike. At Yamamoto Hong's young age, he was capable of creating such powerful white hits. Given time, it was likely that no one in Soul Society would be able to contend with him. This white hits is so domineering. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni muttered to himself, his eyes showing both joy for Yamamoto Hong's talent and a faint worry about the future. He knew very well that people with great power were often prone to disaster. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of Soul Society, there were actually undercurrents and the forces of various parties were intricate and complex. Now that Yamamoto Hong had shown such amazing talent too early, it would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. The team members were also stunned. They looked at Yamamoto Hong with eyes full of awe and envy. In their eyes, Yamamoto Hong's attack had surpassed the results of their years of hard training, as if it had opened a door to a whole new realm of white hits. Young master's talent is truly astonishing. We have practiced hard for decades, but we are still not as good as the young master's casual attack. A team member couldn't help but sigh. Yes, with the captain's careful guidance, and the young master's heaven-defying talent, our first squad will surely become even stronger in the future, and we will have more guarantees in protecting Soul Society. Another team member echoed. Yamamoto Hong's face flushed slightly, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He ran over to Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni and looked up at his father, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dad, I'm awesome, right? I'm going to learn even more powerful skills and protect Soul Society with you. Genryūsai Shigakuni Yamamoto gently stroked Yamamoto Hong's head, a pleased smile on his face. My son is indeed incredibly powerful. However, you must remember that with great power comes great responsibility. This Soul Society may appear stable, but in reality, it is fraught with danger. You must not become arrogant in the future and must use this power for the right purpose. Yamamoto Hong nodded vigorously, his eyes firm. Don't worry, I remember it. From that day on, under the guidance of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, Yamamoto Hong continued to tap his potential and explore the mysteries of system skills. The astonishing talent he displayed, like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, gradually stirred up waves within Soul Society. Various factions began to take notice of this suddenly rising young man, some with awe, some with hidden jealousy. A turbulent period surrounding Yamamoto Hong quietly began. Chapter 2. Yamamoto Hong is now 10 years old. For the past 5 years, he has diligently trained, rising at the crack of dawn. Thanks to the generous guidance of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, his Ryutsu, slashing techniques, and Kid have steadily advanced to the level of a regular Shinigami. Yet, attention remains within Yamamoto Hong, aware that the 1,000-year bloody war will sooner or later cast a pall over this world. Only by constantly growing stronger can he protect the people he cherishes and the peace of Soul Society. One day, Yamamoto Hong was secluded in the First Division's training room. The walls were silent, except for his steady breathing. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice in his mind echoed again, "Host, the 5-year skill draw begins. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yamamoto Hong's spirits perked up, his gaze fixed on the giant Minos Grande virtual roulette wheel that appeared before him. The skill icons on it glowed brilliantly, as if competing to display their power. The roulette wheel spun, and Yamamoto Hong's heartbeat quickened. A moment later, the roulette wheel slowed down, and a flash of bright light flashed, and the information about the skill flooded into his mind. Vajra Dragon's stronghold shattering, this was one of Serena's dragon-slaying magics in fairy tale. Once cast, it could gather the rock-solid power of the diamond dragon, materializing it into a shimmering golden dragon scale shield surrounding the body. Not only could it resist powerful attacks and reflect enemy damage, but it could also instantly concentrate the shield's power into a single point, erupting into countless golden dragon scale blades that rained down upon the opponent like a hurricane, crushing everything in its path. Back then, amidst a fierce melee, Serena faced the onslaught of several top-tier enemy warriors, remaining unfazed, calmly responding with the fortress-shattering power of the Diamond Dragon. The Golden Dragon Scale Shield, like a fortress of steel, repelled all incoming attacks, throwing the attackers into disarray. Then, the swift, piercing dragon scale blades erupted like a raging wave, instantly piercing the enemy's defenses and turning the tide of battle. This domineering move has been etched in the minds of the world. Yamamoto Hong was filled with shock, with the fiery light flashing in his eyes. He was eager to integrate this powerful skill. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, following the guidance of the system, allowing the Ryutsu in his body to blend with the new skill. In an instant, the Ryutsu in the training room surged, and with Yamamoto Hong as the center, golden light slowly bloomed. In the depths of the light, a majestic Vajra dragon was vaguely visible, and its low dragon roar shocked the walls. Yamamoto Hong was completely unaware of these undercurrents and immersed himself in the practice of his skills. 2 days passed, and the sounds of Ryutsu and golden light flashing could often be heard from the practice room. Yamamoto Hong's figure moved nimbly in the light. Every attempt made him more in tune with this skill. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 10 years old. Ryutsu normal. White hits, ordinary captain. Kid, ordinary. Slashing technique, normal. Shunpo, not up to standard. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Strong City Breaking. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, I didn't expect to draw another white hits skill. It would be great if I could draw a slashing technique skill. Yamamoto Hong shook his head and walked out of the practice room. Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Zongguo saw Yamamoto Hong coming out and asked, after 2 days in the practice room, have you gained anything? Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, as expected, nothing can be hidden from Dad. I suddenly had an idea and created a white hits move. Oh? What's your name? Yamamoto Hong's talent is making Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Shigakuni more and more satisfied. You know, Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Shigakuni is a grandmaster of all kinds of punches and tricks, and he also created 2 white hits moves, 1 bone and 2 bone. His adopted son actually began to imitate him, which made Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Shigakuni very happy. The Diamond Dragon's strong city is broken. Can it be used against the enemy? No problem, you can show it to me anytime, Dad. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. He nodded slightly, then turned to Chijiro Sasakaibe and said, Sasakaibe, go pick an ordinary Shinigami from the first division and let Honger demonstrate his new moves. Chijiro Sasakaibe took his orders and left. A short time later, he returned with a sturdy, ordinary Shinigami. This ordinary Shinigami, named Suzuki, was a diligent and hard-working member of the first division. Upon hearing that he would be sparring with Yamamoto Hong, he felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. He knew that although Yamamoto Hong was young, he was famous for his own creation of white hits. Today he had the opportunity to learn from him, and maybe he could learn something from him. Suzuki took a deep breath, stepped forward, and saluted respectfully to Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and Yamamoto Hong, Captain, Master Hong. Yamamoto Hong also politely returned the greeting, his eyes revealing confidence and friendliness. The two slowly moved to the center of the training ground and stood facing each other. All around the training ground, the members of the first squad who had heard the news gradually gathered around, not wanting to miss this exciting duel. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle from the sidelines, his eyes steady and sharp, not missing any details, while Chijiro Sasakaibe stood upright beside the captain, his eyes focused. Brother Suzuki, please give me some advice. Yamamoto said loudly. Master Hong, you are too polite. Please give me your guidance. Suzuki responded, and at the same time, he tightened his grip on the sealed state in his hand, and Ryutsu slowly surged, taking a defensive posture. Yamamoto Hong spread his legs slightly apart, bent his knees, and placed his fists at his waist. A faint golden light shone around him, clearly activating the power of Vajra Dragon's stronghold shattering. Instantly, Ryutsu spread out like ripples, centered around him. Suzuki saw that Yamamoto Hong's Ryutsu was not weaker than his own, so he did not dare to be careless. He shouted softly and took the initiative to attack. He used Shunpo and his body flashed, and he pounced on Yamamoto Hong as fast as a cheetah. The sealed state in his hand made a whistling sound, and he slashed out a sharp Ryutsu blade horizontally. Yamamoto Hong was not in a hurry, his eyes were determined. When the blade approached, he suddenly dodged to the side and easily avoided the attack. At the same time, he gathered power in his right fist, and golden light instantly condensed on his fist, turning into a layer of fine golden dragon scales, as if his fist was covered with a layer of indestructible armor. Suzuki's attack missed, and he immediately adjusted his body shape, and chopped it off vertically with his backhand, the blade even more fierce. Yamamoto Hong tapped his feet lightly, performed a skillful shunpo, and disappeared from the spot in an instant, avoiding the attack again. This continuous dodging made Suzuki more and more nervous. He realized that the boy in front of him was no ordinary person, and his speed and reaction ability were far beyond his imagination. Just when Suzuki's attack slowed down, Yamamoto Hong seized the opportunity and shouted, "Watch out, the King Kong Dragon's strong city is broken." He rushed towards Suzuki with lightning speed and an indomitable momentum. His right fist was wrapped with golden dragon scales and powerful Ryutsu, like a golden meteor. Suzuki had no time to dodge, and could only grit his teeth and hold his sealed position to block. In an instant, Yamamoto Hong's fist collided with Suzuki's blade, making a deafening sound. A golden light instantly blazed, and a Ryutsu storm raged around the two of them, rustling the clothes of the surrounding team members. The power contained in Yamamoto Hong's punch was terrifying. The rock-hard power of the Diamond Dragon poured out through his fist like a raging wave. Suzuki only felt a huge force like a tidal wave coming from the blade. His arm instantly became numb, his knuckles cracked, and blood splattered. Then, he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily on the edge of the training ground. The sealed sword in his hand, under the impact of this powerful force, broke into two pieces with a crack, and half of the blade fell weakly to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The arena fell silent for a moment, everyone stunned by this astonishing scene. A moment later, thunderous applause erupted. "Wow! Is this Master Hong's new move? It's so powerful!" With just one punch, he knocked Suzuki out of his defense and even broke his sealed state. His power is incredible. Yamamoto Hong stood with his fists clenched, breathing slightly, a victorious smile on his face. He turned to look at Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, his eyes full of expectation for praise. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's face was also filled with satisfaction. He slowly walked forward and patted Yamamoto Hong on the shoulder. "Honger, well done. This move is incredibly powerful. It's truly remarkable that you've come up with a new move in just 5 years. However, don't be too proud. The art of battle is endless. Remember, your opponent will continue to grow stronger." "I know, Dad. Also, you're too biased towards white hits. The 4 major Shinigami skills are Slash, Punch, and Ghost. If you want to be a grandmaster in everything, you can't just rely on white hits. Do you understand?" "I understand, Dad." Yamamoto Hong's fame quickly spread throughout the Soul Society. At that time, the Soul Society seemed calm, but in fact, there were undercurrents. Yamamoto Hong, this rising star, had already fallen into the sights of various forces. Deep within the jingling court, the elders of Central 46 sat in a meeting. When they spoke of Yamamoto Hong, their expressions varied. Some expressed concern, "This child is growing too rapidly. He might become a variable in the future. Does he need to be checked and balanced?" Others shook their heads and retorted, "Captain Yamamoto has carefully nurtured him, and this kid is dedicated to protecting Soul Society. Now is the time to use him, and he shouldn't be tied down too early." The 46th chamber debated for a long time but never reached a conclusion. However, the seeds of hidden worries had been quietly planted, and some captains of the Godi I-13 also had different thoughts. Byakuya Kukaki, captain of the 6th Division, upon hearing of Yamamoto Hong's deeds, remained calm on the surface, but he secretly thought to himself, at such a young age, he has achieved such accomplishments, creating powerful white hits. He should not be underestimated. We will have to observe his words and deeds in the future to see if he can live up to this reputation. Kenpeki Onuwacho, the captain of the 11th Division, grinned and said, "It's just a little kid." Sui-Feng, the captain of the 2nd Squad, snorted, a move that has never been put into actual combat is just a toy. Aizen Koyusuke, captain of the 5th Division, said with a smile, "It's a good talent, but I don't know how far it can go." Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, said with a smile, "It seems that if the old man Shan has trained a good successor, he will not focus on me in the future." Chapter 3. Time flies, and Yamamoto Hong is already 20 years old, and he has become more and more heroic. His white hair is as white as snow, dancing lightly in the wind. His sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes reveal determination and courage. His body is tall and slender, and his every move exudes a fierce aura. The Death Tyrant suit made him look even more austere, and the specially made feather-knitted hat draped over his shoulders and the eye-catching word King on his back seemed to announce his extraordinary path. It sparkled in the sunlight, attracting everyone's attention. During the past 10 years, Seoul society has been undergoing many changes, and undercurrents have never stopped. Yamamoto Hong has kept in mind the teachings of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and practiced day and night, striving to make up for his shortcomings in slashing technique, kid, and shunpo. Now, his slashing techniques and kid have reached the level of a high-ranking officer. With each swing, Ryutsu surges through the blade like a raging wave, tearing space apart wherever it passes. Kid's chanting is deep and powerful, his concentrated cursed energy capable of unleashing a storm of spiritual power, blinding the enemy. Shunpo, though still a low-ranking officer, grants him a ghostly presence, allowing him to move with ease across the battlefield, covering distances of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Today was the time for the lottery again. As the turntable slowly came to a stop, a strong light flashed, and skill information poured into his mind. Underworld-style sword-drawing technique Abyss Underworld Black Refining Slash, which was Suzaku's signature skill in Fairy Tail. Once it was performed, the sky and the earth changed color. In past actual combat, Suzaku had made great achievements with this move. Even the moon dragon Selene among the 5 divine dragons was defeated by this move when she was in human form. This move carries the power of decay from the underworld. Anyone it touches will have their flesh and blood rot and their bones reduced to dust. Before they can even scream, they will be completely annihilated. Even an A-rank wizard will be as vulnerable as paper under this blow, dissipating one after another, leaving only a dead silence. Even the defenses of those powerful S-level wizards who were wrapped in thick magic shields were instantly shattered like thin ice under the impact of the underworld black refining slash, and then eroded by the black power and turned into ashes. After receiving the information about the skill, Yamamoto Hong was shocked and his eyes were full of fiery light. He couldn't wait to try it out. Yamamoto Hong drew out his sealed state. The moment he drew his sword, a gloomy chill from the underworld burst out. With Yamamoto Hong as the center, the surrounding space seemed to be dragged into an endless abyss, and dark matter surged and entangled like ink. He closed his eyes and concentrated, following the system's instructions, slowly mobilizing his Ryutsu, attempting to harmonize with this powerful skill from the other world. For a moment, a fierce wind howled around him, and a dark aura loomed, as if the power of the underworld was testing and blending with his spiritual power. As time passed, as the dark power was gradually tamed, Yamamoto Hong opened his eyes. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 20 years old. Ryutsu, Senior Officer. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Senior Officer. Slashing Technique, Elite Captain. Shunpo, Low-ranking Official. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon's Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash. Paradise Lost is a skill that Yamamoto Hong drew when he was 15 years old. It is the physical technique used by the fallen form of Lusman, one of the 7 great demon kings in Digimon. This move is a destructive physical technique that uses a flurry of blows to send the enemy flying high into the air, then pins the enemy's limbs and knocks them to the ground. At the forefront of the Digimon, Lusman, having absorbed the data of Monarchman and Lord Nightman, evolved into its corrupted form and used Paradise Lost to easily defeat Caesar Greymon and Magna Geruruman. Suddenly, Chijur Sasakaibe appeared behind Yamamoto Hong. Chijur Sasakaibe was wearing a neat Shinigami uniform and a sword at his waist. His eyes moved over Yamamoto Hong, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Master Hong, your strength has improved again." Chijur Sasakaibe raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone full of emotion. Yamamoto Hong sheathed his sword, looked at Sasakaibe, and asked, "Uncle Sasakaibe, why did you come here so suddenly?" Chijur Sasakaibe's expression froze as he spoke gravely. "The Inuyasuri of Rukonga 78 have been attacked by Jillian-sized Minos Grandes, and the situation is critical. 20 Jillian-sized Minos Grandes are wreaking havoc. The 11th Division sent 30 members, but they were incredibly ferocious. 10 have already been killed, and the rest are gravely wounded. The situation is critical. Lord Yamamoto Genryūsai intends to use this opportunity to test your strength and has ordered you to provide support immediately." In the source world set in Shinigami, the human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo are a 3-in-1 unified world. All creatures in the world are immortal. Because there is no cycle of life and death, this world is stagnant and will never change. The Su species is an alien that breaks this balance. It will continuously devour living beings and also devour fellow Su. The more it devours, the more it evolves, until the entire world is eaten up by it and it eventually turns into a giant piece of meat that fills the entire space. Since the instinct of the hollows is to eat non-stop in order to evolve, they still occasionally wander into the human world to steal food from the Soul Society. Hollows have developed their own social system over the years, divided into ordinary hollows and Minos Grande. Minos Grande is a powerful entity formed by hundreds of ordinary hollows. Only powerful Shinigami can destroy Minos Grande. Minos Grande are divided into 3 levels, namely: the lower level Minos Grande Jillian has a huge black body and a white mask, and has hundreds of hollow Ryutsu. Most Jillians have no intelligence and independent consciousness, and can only obey the orders of Adjuchas and Vastad. Although Jillian is only a low-level Minos Grande, they all evolved from an ordinary hollow that devoured more than 100 hollows. Ordinary Shinigami are no match for them. Even a low-level officer may not be able to escape from a Minos Grande of Jillian's level. To deal with a Minos Grande of Jillian's level, one must at least be a high-level officer. Yamamoto Hong's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle's, and he nodded without hesitation. "Without further delay, Uncle Sasakaibe, let's go." The 2 men moved as fast as lightning and arrived at the Inuyasuri land of Rukonga 78 within half an hour. As soon as they approached, they could hear deafening roars, the sound of blades clashing, and the screams of dying people. 20 huge Jillians were seen, lying like a hill in the ruins, emitting a disgusting Ryutsu. Each Jillian has a ferocious appearance. Its pale skull is like a huge bowl-shaped container, and green ghost fire is burning in the empty eye sockets. Its jaws are wide and full of sharp teeth, as if it can swallow and melt everything in an instant. The torn clothes of the 11th Squadron members are hung on its huge claws, which look particularly terrifying under the sunlight. At this time, the remaining members of the 11th Division have been forced into a desperate situation. They are covered in blood and ragged clothes, but they still hold the Zanpakuto tightly in their hands and resist stubbornly. But facing Jillian's powerful offensive, their resistance became increasingly weak, their steps staggered, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Jillian suddenly swung his strong arms, bringing up a whistling black Ryutsu wind, and slapped it towards a team member who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The team member had no way to avoid it and could only watch death coming. At this critical moment, Yamamoto Hong appeared like a ghost. Before he could stabilize his body, the sealed state in his hand had already been unsheathed. A cold light wrapped in the power of the underworld flashed and collided with Jillian's claws, making a deafening sound. Jillian's arm fell to the ground and he let out a miserable cry. Yamamoto Hong did not stop, but stepped forward and flew to his neck, swung a knife, and in an instant, Jillian's head was chopped off and his body turned into spirit particles and dissipated. The remaining 19 Jillians saw their companion die tragically in an instant, and they howled to the sky, with waves of sound, and rushed towards the Yamamoto flood with the force of a tidal wave. "You've come just in time. Let's try out the sword moves I just created." Sasakaibe was stunned when he heard what Yamamoto Hong said. Although Yamamoto Hong had created 3 white hits moves over the years, he was also very good at variations in other areas of killing ghosts, but he didn't expect that he would create a sword move. Yamamoto Hong's expression remained stern, his posture erect as a pine tree as he unhurriedly sheathed his sword. He took a deep breath, a dark light swirling in his eyes, as if absorbing the endless depths of the underworld. Ryutsu surged wildly within him, like a volcano about to erupt, resonating and blending with the sinister power of the dark refining slash. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword. Underworld sword drawing technique Abyss Underworld Black Refining Slash. Yamamoto roared, his voice like a bell, shaking the air around him. I saw a black light that seemed to come from the underworld exploded in an instant, turning into a black sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth. In the sword energy, the power of decay meandered like black lightning, and the space was distorted by it, making a sizzling sound. This power, with Yamamoto Hong as the center, swept towards the 19 Jillians in a fan shape, and the speed was as fast as a ghost. The Jillians in the front were unable to dodge and were instantly touched by the black sword energy. In an instant, their seemingly indestructible black bodies began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and black lines crawled all over their white masks, as if eroded by a curse from the underworld. Immediately afterwards, the bones began to crackle under the force of decay and turned into powder. The huge body collapsed and disappeared into nothingness, without even being able to scream. The Jillians behind them were terrified by this and tried to turn and flee, but the range of the dark refining slash's sword energy was too vast for them to escape easily. The black force followed them like a shadow, continuing to advance. Wherever it passed, there was a dead silence. The Jillians' Ryutsu were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before this terrifying force, completely crushed. In just a moment, all 19 Jillians were killed by this move. Yamamoto Hong put away his sword and stood up with a look of relief on his face. He turned to look at the stunned Sasakaibe and the surviving members of the 11th Division and said, "The crisis has been resolved. Is everyone okay?" Sasakaibe was the first to come back to his senses, his eyes filled with wonder and admiration. "Master Hong's sword is truly terrifying." The surviving team members also struggled to stand up, looking at Yamamoto Hong with eyes full of awe and gratitude. Although they were seriously injured, they still forced themselves to salute. "Thank you, Master Hong, for saving our lives." Yamamoto Hong waved his hand slightly and said humbly, "We are all from Godai 13, so there is no need to be polite. The most important thing is to treat the wounded first." After that, he quickly stepped forward, checked everyone's injuries, and assisted in dealing with post-war matters. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, and a powerful Ryutsu descended without warning, like a sudden gust of wind, blowing away the smell of blood and gunpowder in the air. Everyone felt a heavy pressure like a mountain pressing down on them, their breathing stopped and their steps staggered involuntarily. Chapter 4. Yamamoto Hong's eyes instantly became as sharp as a falcon, and he looked vigilantly at the place where Ryutsu emerged. The sealed state in his hand trembled slightly, as if he felt the breath of a powerful opponent, and emitted bursts of buzzing. Sasakaibe also had a solemn expression, his body tense, and he had already grasped the sword at his waist, ready to strike. Sasakaibe said, "Master Hong, be careful, this Ryutsu should be an Adjuchas level Minos Grande. Intermediate Minos Grande Adjuchas, after Jillian evolved into Adjuchas, became a form covered with white armor, and gained independent consciousness and the authority to drive Jillian. However, the Adjuchas level Minos Grande still needs to continue to devour spirits to evolve, and continue to involute until it becomes a vasto lord. Under the gaze of everyone, a black shadow flashed out like a ghost. The figure was almost the same as that of a normal person. His white robe rustled and danced in the wind, exuding a bone-chilling chill. If it weren't for the hole on his forehead, he would look like a normal person. The Adjuchas level Minos Grande must be dealt with by a captain-level Shinigami. Chijur Sasakaibe looked at Yamamoto Hong. Although Yamamoto Hong was very strong, Chijur Sasakaibe felt that he would not be able to deal with a Minos Grande of this level. I haven't used Bankai in 2000 years. I don't know if I can kill this Adjuchas. Don't think that Chijur Sasakaibe is weak just because he is the vice-captain of the first team. Chijur Sasakaibe, who has followed Yamamoto Genryūsai for more than 2000 years, has already reached the captain level in terms of strength. Chijur Sasakaibe's Bankai Wang Hong Yanling Ligong releases the Zanpakutetsu Ryutsu into the air, causing electrons in the air to condense. The sky becomes overcast, and a magnificent oval of lightning appears, resembling a canopy for a noble. 11 bolts of lightning then appear, descending from the sky to strike the enemy. This is the only known Zanpakut besides Harinmaru who can control the weather. 2000 years ago, Chijur Sasakaibe first used Bankai in a flashback when he was sparring with Yamamoto Genryūsai Ashigakuni, leaving a scar on the forehead of Yamamoto Genryūsai Ashigakuni, who was known as the Soul Society's strongest Shinigami for 1000 years. Just as Chijur Sasakaibe was about to draw his Zanpakut, he saw Yamamoto Hong walking forward. Chijur Sasakaibe quickly shouted, "Master Hong, retreat quickly. This is a Minos Grande of the Adjuchas level. You are no match for him. Uncle Sasakaibe, don't worry, let me play with him. Hollows of this level are rare." Chijur Sasakaibe really wanted to stop Yamamoto Hong, but he knew that once his young master made a decision, it would not be so easy to change it. He could only be ready to Bankai at any time and provide timely support when Yamamoto Hong was in danger. At the same time, he reported to Yamamoto Unohana Shigakuni and asked Yamamoto Unohana Shigakuni to arrange people to support him. Yamamoto Hong looked at the void in the sky and asked, "Su, my name is Yamamoto Hong. Can you introduce yourself?" Su slowly landed in front of Yamamoto Hong and said, "Tianyulita, remember this name. This is the name of the person who took your life." As it finished speaking, Ryutsu climbed up again. With it as the center, the air around it seemed to be compressed, and layers of ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The sand and stones on the ground were suspended uncontrollably and spun wildly around it. Yamamoto Hong secretly estimated the opponent's strength. Ryutsu was much stronger than those Jillians just now. He was afraid that a tough battle was inevitable. Even though Ryutsu was no match for his opponent, Yamamoto Hong had a wall hanging on him and powerful skills that could make up for it. Although the battle between Shinigami and Hollow was Ryutsu's battle, this statement did not work for Yamamoto Hong, who had a wall hanging on him. Yamamoto Hong stepped forward and said loudly, "Then you should also remember my name. The strong city of King Kong Dragon is broken." Ryutsu surged in Yamamoto Hong's body, and in an instant, a tremendous force surged out of his body, and scales shining with a cold and hard metallic luster appeared on Yamamoto Hong's fists. Each scale seemed like an indestructible shield, making the golden light surrounding Yamamoto Hong's fists even more demonstrative of his endless power. With the blessing of this power, Yamamoto Hong felt that his body was instantly strengthened to the ultimate level. His muscles were tense, veins bulged, and every inch of his skin seemed to be infused with the toughness of steel. Every move he made was filled with the strength to split mountains and split rocks. Yamamoto Hong's fists were wrapped in metallic luster and tremendous power, and he blasted towards Tianyulita like a meteor chasing the moon. Seeing this, Tianyulita was not in a hurry. He flashed and instantly turned into a black shadow and moved to the side. Yamamoto Hong's fist slammed heavily on the ground. There was a loud boom sound, sand and stones flew everywhere, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Cracks spread around like a spider web. "Humph, a guy who relies solely on brute force. Tianyulita snorted coldly, then waved his hands. A black Ryotsu gathered in his palms and turned into several black tentacles in the blink of an eye. With a whistling sound, it wrapped around Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, he neither avoided nor gave way. With his arms crossed, those shield-like scales collided with the black tentacles, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Each scale was under tremendous pressure, but he managed to keep the tentacles out. The golden light and the black Ryotsu intertwined and collided with each other, and there was a stalemate for a while. Chijiro Sasakaibe was watching the battle closely from the side, holding the Zanpakuto that was about to be Bankai in his hand. As long as Yamamoto Hong was at a slight disadvantage, he would not hesitate to help. But at this moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His young master's body was so strong that he could withstand the attack of the Adjuchas level Minos Grande. Yamamoto Hong, however, refused to defend himself. With a roar, he swung his arms, sending the black tentacles flying. Then, exerting force with his feet, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, his fists charging towards Tianyulita's face with unstoppable momentum. Tianyulita, feeling the force of the gust, felt a chill in his heart, and quickly raised his arms to block it. With a muffled thud, Yamamoto Hong's fists slammed into Tianyulita's arms, forcing the creature back several steps, leaving deep footprints beneath its feet. Damn it! Tianyulita was enraged. A light flashed from the hollow in his forehead, and an even more powerful Ryotsu surged out. He opened his mouth, and a black beam of Ryotsu shot towards Yamamoto Hong like lightning. With no time to dodge, Yamamoto Hong could only shield himself with his fists. The metal scales shone brightly, attempting to block the astonishing beam. The beam struck the scales, emitting a dazzling light. Yamamoto Hong felt a sharp pain in his arms, and his body flew backward uncontrollably, falling heavily to the ground. Master Hong! Chijiro Sasakaibe cried out in surprise and was about to rush forward, but he saw Yamamoto Hong standing up with a somersault, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes became more determined. This level of strength can't hurt me. After saying that, Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath, and the Ryotsu in his body surged wildly again. The scales seemed to be nourished, becoming thicker and harder, and the light became more dazzling. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was sitting in the captain's office of the 1st Division in Seireitei, reviewing documents. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. A Shinigami hurried in, knelt on one knee, and reported in a panic, "Captain-in-Chief, Vice-Captain Sasakaibe has sent a message. An Adjuchas class Minos Grande has appeared, and Master Hong is engaged in a fierce battle with him." The documents in Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's hand turned into powder in an instant. He stood up suddenly, and Ryotsu around him erupted uncontrollably. The tables and chairs in the room creaked, as if they could not withstand this tremendous pressure. What? Yamamoto's eyes widened with anger, the rage in his eyes seemed to be substantial and could burn everything to ashes. Didn't those guys in the 12th Division only say that there was Jillian? How did Adjuchas suddenly appear and put Hong in such danger? Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's Ryotsu was so powerful that for a moment the Shinigami who came to report couldn't even breathe. Not to mention an ordinary Shinigami, even a high-ranking officer was the same. Seeing the look on his subordinate's face, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, quickly calmed down, and said in a deep voice, "Go, quickly pass on my order for Chun Shui and Sui-Feng to go to support immediately." The recovered subordinates took the order and left. Not long after, Kurako Shunsui and Sui-Feng hurried over. Kurako Shunsui still looked lazy, but his eyes were solemn. Sui-Feng stood tall with a stern look in his eyes, his hands on the Zanpakuto at his waist, ready to attack at any time. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni glanced at the two of them and said in a low but undeniable voice, "The situation is critical. Hong is fighting hard against the Adjuchas. I order you two to rescue him quickly. Don't let me down." Kyōka Suigetsu bowed slightly, his smile still lingering, but his words were firm. Don't worry, old man Shan, I won't let my junior fellow apprentice be in danger. Sui-Feng also nodded and replied briefly and forcefully, as you wish. Kyōka Suigetsu and Sui-Feng turned and hurried off. Along the way, Kyōka Suigetsu's expression gradually shifted from laziness to focus and seriousness. He turned to Sui-Feng and said, Captain Sui-Feng, you're fast. When we get to the battlefield, take Hong away first, and leave the Adjuchas to me. Sui-Feng's eyes were cold, and he said briefly, Okay, be careful, I don't want to go back and save you. Don't worry, a mere Adjuchas is no match for me. At the same time, on the battlefield, Yamamoto Hong stood up again, his whole body burning with fighting spirit. He wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, stared at Tianyulita, and prepared to face a more fierce attack. Kyōka Suigetsu and Sui-Feng who set out from Seireitei were rushing over at full speed. Chapter 5. Yamamoto Hong's eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. He knew that Tianyulita, who was an Adjuchas level Minos Grande, was extremely difficult to deal with, but with his powerful skill system, he was not afraid. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong's body was shining with golden light, and the city-breaking power of the King Kong dragon once again strengthened his fists. Every scale exuded a metallic luster, as if telling of its indestructible nature. Tianyulita had just been repelled by Yamamoto Hong and was filled with anger. He roared, and the hole on his forehead flashed with a strange light, and he attacked again. It was seen dancing with both hands, and the black Ryotsu surged out like a tide, instantly transforming into several thick black tentacles, carrying the breath of death, and rolling towards Yamamoto Hong madly. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were firm, and his feet were firmly on the ground, like a towering mountain. Even though the black tentacles came at him like a hurricane, he was not moved at all. Just as the tentacles were about to touch him, he suddenly dodged the attack with ghostly speed using his skilled shunpo. Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Hong seized the opportunity when Tianyulita attacked and launched a counterattack. He shouted loudly, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Tianyulita like a cannonball. His fists were wrapped with tremendous power and golden light, as fast as when Lucci in Pirates launched the Six Kings Spear. His arms vibrated rapidly, and the air seemed to be filled with dense explosions. Every vibration contained a powerful force. Six Kings Spear. As Yamamoto Hong roared, in an instant, the invisible Ryotsu spear of 6 paths burst out from in front of his fists. The spear light was like transparent lightning, and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The Six Kings Spear stabbed towards Tianyulita's body with the momentum of destroying everything. During the battle just now, Tianyulita had always thought that Yamamoto Hong was just a small Shinigami with some brute force, but he did not expect that he had such a terrifying killing move. It couldn't dodge, and the 6-path spears pierced its body. Instantly, Tianyulita screamed in agony, and 6 massive bloody holes appeared on its body. Black Ryotsu gushed out like a fountain, and the powerful impact sent its body flying backwards, slamming heavily onto the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. This? How is this possible? Tianyulita roared in disbelief. It could never have imagined that it would be hurt so badly by a young Shinigami. However, the terrifying thing about Adjuchas Minos Grande was its high-speed regeneration ability. Black Ryotsu surged wildly at the wounds on Tianyulita's body. The parts pierced by the Six Kings Spear began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones grew again and the torn muscles recovered quickly. Before long, the injuries on its body were almost healed. When Yamamoto Hong saw this scene, his brows frowned slightly, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He knew that this battle was far from over. Tianyulita will definitely launch a more fierce attack after recovering from his injuries, but he is not afraid at all. Yamamoto Hong clenched his fists and the Ryotsu on his body rose again. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and stared at Tianyulita, who had regained his fighting strength and exuded a dangerous aura. He felt no fear in his heart, but instead felt an even more intense fighting spirit. Under the stimulation of Ryutsu, his clothes fluttered like a flag declaring war. Come again! Yamamoto Hong let out a low roar, and shot out like an arrow, charging towards Tianyulita. His speed was so fast that spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, and the air was torn apart by his momentum, making a sharp whistling sound. Tianyulita saw that Yamamoto Hong attacked again without any retreat, and the anger in his heart became more and more violent. He was not willing to be outdone. The hollow light on his forehead became brighter, and the black Ryutsu rolled out like a volcanic eruption, instantly wrapping him up, turning into a black stream of light, and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with each other. In an instant, the impact of their mutual power set off a violent energy storm, which spread out in all directions with them as the center. Wherever it went, sand and gravel flew, and even the ground was forcibly shaved off a layer. Yamamoto Hong completely ignored the raging energy turbulence, his eyes locked on Tianyulita, and swung his fists, sending out golden light and shadows. Each punch carried 1,000 pounds of force, pouring down on Tianyulita like a rainstorm. Tianyulita resisted with black Ryutsu tentacles. Those tentacles were like agile lion majesty, winding and shuttling in the air, constantly dissolving Yamamoto Hong's offensive. But Yamamoto Hong's attacks became more and more fierce. He spotted an opening, suddenly turned sideways to avoid a sweeping tentacle, then jumped high and kicked his legs rapidly in the air. Golden light flashed beside his legs, and each kick broke the air, making a dull explosion. Try this! Paradise lost! Yamamoto Hong roared angrily. At this moment, his figure seemed to be integrated with some mysterious and powerful force. His fists began to dance dazzlingly, so fast that people could not keep up. Every swing was wrapped in surging Ryutsu, drawing golden arcs in the air. Tianyulita felt nothing but a blur before his eyes, unable to mount any effective defense before being struck by the violent, torrential blow. His body involuntarily followed the trajectory of Yamamoto Hong's fist, slowly soaring upwards. His black Ryutsu repeatedly disintegrated and reformed under the impact, and he let out a painful roar. Yamamoto Hong did not stop at all. As Tianyulita rose higher, his eyes became more cold and focused. Suddenly, Yamamoto Hong kicked Tianyulita's chin with a high kick, kicking Tianyule into the air and turning 360 degrees. Then Yamamoto Hong instantly appeared behind the rapidly rising Tianyulita, grabbed Tianyule's feet with both hands, and stepped on Tianyule's hands with his feet. Get down! Yamamoto shouted loudly, and with a sudden, forceful jerk, Tianyulita's body plummeted from the sky like a kite with its string cut. Its eyes were filled with fear and resentment, and it struggled desperately to break free, but it was all in vain. The ground collapsed under the impact of Tianyulita's high-speed fall, stirring up a cloud of dust. A huge, deep pit instantly formed. Tianyulita's body slammed heavily into the bottom of the pit, cracking the hard ground and sending rubble flying. Lying in the pit, he struggled to rise for a moment, clearly severely injured. Yamamoto Hong landed steadily on the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Tianyulita in the pit. Ryutsu was still surging around him. He knew that although this attack was powerful, it was not enough to completely defeat Tianyulita, who possessed the ability of high-speed regeneration. Sure enough, not long after, Tianyulita stood up staggeringly, its body covered with dust and gravel, and the black Ryutsu in the wound surged wildly again, starting to repair the damaged part. It raised its head and looked at Yamamoto Hong with eyes full of hatred and determination to kill. You damned Shinigami, I'll make you pay today! Tianyulita roared, and the sound made the surrounding air buzz. Regardless of the injuries on his body that had not yet fully healed, he pounced on Yamamoto Hong again. Yamamoto Hong looked at Tianyulita, who was rushing towards him again, and slowly pulled out the sealed state. In an instant, a gloomy chill from the underworld burst out from his body. The air around him seemed to be frozen in an instant, the temperature dropped sharply, and a thick layer of frost began to condense on the ground. Wisps of black mist spread out from around his body, as if dragging the entire world into an endless dark abyss. Underworld-style sword drawing technique Abyss Underworld Black Refining Slash. The sealed state in Yamamoto Hong's hand burst out with a black light that seemed to come from the underworld. This light quickly spread and expanded, turning into a black sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth. Within the sword energy, the power of decay meandered like black lightning, making a sizzling sound. The space was distorted beyond recognition by this force, as if it could not withstand this terrifying pressure, and emitted bursts of mournful cries. This black sword energy, with Yamamoto Hong as the center, swept towards Tianyulita in a fan shape. Feeling this deadly threat, Tianyu was filled with fear. He gathered his Ryutsu into a powerful Zero and hit the sword energy, trying to resist this terrifying blow. However, the power of the underworld black refining slash was not something that Zero could contend with. The black sword energy instantly annihilated Zero and hit Tianyulita. The moment it touched his body, Tianyulita's body surface began to rot rapidly. Its white armor was covered in black lines, as if it had been eroded by countless black insects. Then, under the force of decay, its bones crackled and turned to dust. Tianyulita struggled in pain and tried to use high-speed regeneration to recover, but the black sword energy followed him like a shadow, constantly penetrating deeper into his body. Its body began to gradually dissipate from its limbs. First, its arms turned into nothingness, then its legs, and finally its entire body was turned into powder under this powerful force, without even having time to scream. Yamamoto Hong sheathed his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Though fatigue wore over his face, his eyes held a look of determination and relief. This battle had been incredibly difficult. Without his powerful skill system, he would have struggled to defeat this Adjuchas class Minos Grande. Chapter 6. At this time, Kurako Shunsui and Sui-Feng, who had already arrived, looked at the mess in front of them and Yamamoto Hong standing on the edge of the deep pit, and were filled with shock. They had arrived a minute ago, but seeing that Yamamoto Hong's lost paradise had the upper hand, they did not plan to provide support. However, they did not expect that Yamamoto Hong's sword could actually kill Adjuchas with high-speed regeneration. Chur Sasakaibe saw Kurako Shunsui and Sui-Feng and greeted them. Yamamoto Hong also noticed them at this time. Before he could greet them, Kurako Shunsui smiled and said, "Junior brother, that was a good move just now. Is it a new move you invented?" Yamamoto Hong smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's a new slashing technique I invented, the Dark World Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Dark World Black Refining Slash. Without this technique, I might not be able to defeat this hollow who can only use high-speed regeneration. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. It seems we came here for nothing." Sui-Feng also said, "Your own white hits are pretty good. What was that move just now called? And your hands just now were covered with scales, how come they disappeared? That move just now is called Paradise Lost. As for the scales on my hands, they're also my own creation, white hits. Diamond Dragon's stronghold shattering uses the scales formed by Ryutsu to strengthen my fists." Sui-Feng listened and thought to himself, as expected of a child raised under the captain's guidance, he's so talented, his reputation is well deserved. By the way, Kurako-san, didn't they say Jillian was the only one here? Why did an Adjuchas suddenly appear? Kurako Shunsui pinched his chin and said, "I'm also confused. Logically speaking, the information from the Technology Development Bureau shouldn't be wrong. The Technology Development Bureau is a department under the jurisdiction of the 12th Division. It is responsible for the development and research of new technologies and new spiritual tools. The Artificial Corpse and the Jihun Mara were both developed by this bureau. Although all members exude a strange aura, they are all quite intelligent, and many male team members come to them for their extraordinary spiritual tool development abilities. The Technology Development Bureau is divided into the Communications Technology Research Division and the Spirit Wave Measurement Research Division. The Spirit Wave Measurement Research Division monitors Soul Society at all times to see if there is any virtual intrusion, and then reports to the superiors. Yamamoto Hong knew that, logically speaking, the Technology Development Bureau could not have made a mistake, and there was only one reason for that, and that was Aizen Kusuk. Aizen Suk is known as the most powerful boss in the early days of Shinigami. More than 20 years ago, more than 100 years before the story begins, Aizen Suk, who was the vice-captain of the 5th Division at the time, used hundreds of souls with Shinigami powers to create an incomplete Hagyaku in order to seek power beyond the limits of Shinigami. When Aizen discovered that even if he poured hundreds of Shinigami-powered souls into the Hagyaku, it still could not satisfy the Hagyaku's needs, and learned that the Hagyaku created by Urahara was also in an incomplete state, he planned to take the Hagyaku created by Urahara for himself and pour it into the Hagyaku he created. In order to find out the whereabouts of Hagyaku, Aizen Suk ordered Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru Jin to work secretly to frame Hirako Shinji and his group and make them trigger the hollow. Then, using the 46th chamber, the captains of the 12th Division, Urahara Kisuk and Tessite Tsukabishi, who came to rescue them, became hollow experimenters, and these two people and Hirako Shinji and his group were sentenced to death by the 46th chamber. But later, Shihao and Yoruichi broke into the trial venue to rescue Urahara and his group and helped them escape to the real world. This allowed Urahara and others to hide in the real world for the next 100 years to study how to remove the hollow. Hirako Shinji and others also acted in the real world as visored. Later, Aizen Kusuk took over Hirako Shinji's position and succeeded him as the captain of the 5th Division. It seems that Aizen Kusuk wants to test my strength to see if I can ruin his plan. It seems that I should think of a way to contact Aizen Kusuk and let him perform Kyōka Suigetsu. This way, he will not pay attention to me. Kyōka Suigetsu's ability is too perverted. How can I avoid it? Although I know that touching the blade can avoid it, Aizen Kusuk will not let me touch the blade when he performs Kyōka Suigetsu. Aizen Kusuk's Zanpakut Kyōka Suigetsu is an illusion-type Zanpakut. Its characteristic is that as long as the enemy sees Kyōka Suigetsu's Shikai once, they will be completely hypnotized from that moment on. After that, every time Kyōka Suigetsu is released, they will fall into complete hypnosis. Even if they know they are hypnotized, they cannot escape. If the opponent cannot see or has not seen the moment when Kyōka Suigetsu is released, hypnosis cannot take effect, so a blind person will not be affected. The only way to avoid Kyōka Suigetsu's ability is to touch the blade of Kyōka Suigetsu before activating complete hypnosis. Are you going to blind yourself? Just as Yamamoto Hong was brainstorming, Kurako Shunsui interrupted him, "Junior brother, we should go back. Old man Shan is very worried about you. After this battle, you should rest for a while." Yamamoto Hong scratched his head and said, "That's right, let's go back first. Vice Captain Sasakaibe, please take care of these wounded. The 4th Division will be here soon. Captain Sui-Feng and I will take our junior brother back to see Old Man Shan first." After saying that, Yamamoto Hong, Kurako Shunsui, and Sui-Feng left here first. After returning to Seireitei, Yamamoto Hong felt a little tired and went home to rest. As for Sui-Feng, he also returned to the 2nd Division. Only Kurako Shunsui went to the captain's office of the 1st Division to report the battle situation to Yamamoto Yu and Ryuzai Shigakuni. Kurako Shunsui entered the 1st Division captain's office. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing him enter, he quickly stepped forward and asked with a burning gaze, "Shunsui, how is Hong-er? That Adjuchas?" Kurako Shunsui quickly saluted and said with a smile, "Old man Shan, don't worry. Junior brother is fine. Not only is he unharmed, he even killed the Adjuchas with his own sword technique, the Dark World style sword drawing technique, Abyss, Dark World Black Refining Slash." "What? Hong-er created his own sword moves? What exactly happened? Give me a detailed report." "Here's what happened." Kyōka Suigetsu told Yamamoto what he had seen and heard. Yamamoto was stunned at first, but then his eyes flashed with disbelief and surprise. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out with this sudden joy. His hands trembled with excitement, and his voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. "Are you serious? Honger, he is so amazing." As he spoke, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni slowly walked to the chair and sat down, as if trying to calm himself down, but the uncontrollable smile on his lips and the sparkling eyes revealed his inner excitement at the moment. "How could I lie to you? Junior brother's strength is far beyond our imagination." When he swung that sword, the Adjuchas was completely helpless under such terrifying power. Not to mention the Adjuchas, even I, before I had Shikai, didn't dare to break it with force. Kyōka Suigetsu described it vividly, trying to recreate the shocking scene at that time. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly, his eyes filled with relief and pride. "Great, that's great. I knew it was the right decision to adopt him. This child is incredibly talented and hardworking. In time, he'll definitely become the guardian of Soul Society. I was worried about not being able to find a suitable successor, but it seems I was worrying too much." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni recalled the way Yamamoto Hong was a child, waving his little fists hard to learn white hits, and wielding a wooden sword to learn slashing techniques. At that time, he showed talent and perseverance far beyond ordinary people. Over the years, watching him grow step by step, every progress made him feel very gratified, and today's battle proved that his potential is unlimited. With Honger here, Soul Society has a promising future. All my hard work over the years has finally paid off. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni murmured to himself, his eyes full of longing for the future. He seemed to have seen the scene of Yamamoto Hong leading Godi I-13 to protect Soul Society and resist all external enemies. Under the protection of Yamamoto Hong, Soul Society will usher in long-term peace and tranquility. After Sui-Feng returned to the 2nd Division, he sat at his desk, reflecting on Yamamoto Hong's performance in battle, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. "That guy's white hits is really good. I'll go ask him for advice someday, and let him see my Shun Hong." Sui-Feng said softly, his lips curled slightly. On the other side, Yamamoto Hong returned to the 1st Squadron dormitory, washed up simply, and then lay down on the bed. Although his body was tired, his mind was extremely clear. He kept thinking about the battle with Adjuchas and Aizen Kusuk. He knew very well that Aizen Kusuk was an extremely dangerous person, and he must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. "System, besides the lottery every 5 years, do you have no other functions?" Although Yamamoto Hong asked questions to the system, he did not expect the system to answer. This system was just a machine that could only operate but not answer. Yamamoto Hong had to explore all its functions by himself. But unexpectedly, just as Yamamoto Hong finished speaking, the system's voice popped up in his mind: "Host, defeat the original character and gain a random skill." Yamamoto Hong was stunned when he heard the system's answer. He then slapped himself to see if he was dreaming. After discovering that he was not dreaming, he immediately began to question the system non-stop. Unfortunately, except for the first question, Yamamoto Hong received an answer, and the rest fell on deaf ears. Chapter 7. The next morning, the sun shone like silk threads on the blue stone pavement of Seireitei, covering this solemn Shinigami residence with a layer of golden gauze. Yamamoto Hong stayed awake all night, thinking over and over again about Aizen and the new features of the system. He only took a short nap at dawn. At this moment, he decided to go out for a walk to relax his tense nerves. Yamamoto Hong, dressed in a black samurai uniform, the sealed state at his waist gleaming with a cool sheen in the sunlight, strolled steadily through the corridors of Seireitei. On either side of the corridor, sakura trees swayed in the wind, their petals falling like snow, adding a touch of poetry to the tranquil atmosphere. However, Yamamoto Hong's mind was not on this beautiful scenery at all. His eyes were deep and solemn, as if he was thinking about something important. Just as Yamamoto Hong was immersed in his own thoughts, a figure flashed like a ghost and landed steadily not far in front of him. Yamamoto Hong looked up and saw Sui-Feng wearing the uniform of the captain of the second squad. The tight black outfit made her figure look even more agile. Her neat short hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes showed determination and confidence. Yamamoto Hong, the captain wants to talk to you about something. Sui-Feng's voice was crisp and decisive, breaking the silence around him. Yamamoto Hong was slightly stunned, then recovered and asked with a smile, "Captain Sui-Feng, what do you want to talk to me about?" Sui-Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He said, "I watched your battle with Adjuchas yesterday. This captain is very interested in your white hits and would like to have a sparring match with you." Yamamoto Hong said, "Captain Sui-Feng, I don't even know Shikai, how can I spar with you?" Sui-Feng said, "I don't use Zanpakuto, I rely on white hits and shunpo." "Okay, then I'll play with Captain Sui-Feng today. Come with me." Yamamoto Hong just wanted to try out what the system said yesterday, that by defeating the characters in the original work, he could obtain random skills. As long as Sui-Feng did not use Zanpakuto, Yamamoto Hong was confident that he would not lose. Soon the two of them arrived at the second squad's training ground. Yamamoto Hong looked at Sui-Feng standing opposite him and said with a smile, "Captain Sui-Feng, please give me your guidance." Sui-Feng didn't waste any words. She flashed and activated Shunpo in an instant. She turned into a black afterimage and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong like a gust of wind. Her speed was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch her. In the blink of an eye, Sui-Feng came in front of Yamamoto Hong. Her right fist was wrapped in a sharp wind and slammed into Yamamoto Hong's face like a cannonball. Yamamoto Hong was shocked. He had never expected Sui-Feng to start a fight so quickly, and to launch such a fierce attack right from the start. In his haste, he had no time to dodge and could only instinctively raise his arms to block. With a dull bang, Sui-Feng's fist hit Yamamoto Hong's arm heavily. The powerful impact made Yamamoto Hong's arm numb, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. "Humph, I realized yesterday that your white hits and slashing techniques are very powerful, but your speed is too slow. I can defeat you with pure speed." Sui-Feng succeeded in her first strike, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she launched another attack. Her body moved like lightning, circling Yamamoto Hong at high speed, and her punches and kicks rained down on him like raindrops. Each punch and kick was accompanied by a whistling sound, and contained a powerful force that was impossible to defend against. Yamamoto Hong secretly groaned in his heart. He knew very well that his shunpo was really rubbish and the imbalance in this subject was really serious. Under such a fierce attack from Sui-Feng, he could only defend himself. But he did not panic. He quickly calmed down and began to look for flaws in Sui-Feng's attack. At the same time, he activated the Ryutsu in his body and prepared to use his skills. The Diamond Dragon's strong city is broken. Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly, and the Ryutsu in his body surged like a raging tide, instantly gathering to various parts of his body. In an instant, scales shining with a cold and hard metallic luster appeared on his body surface, wrapping his body tightly. Each scale was like an indestructible shield, emitting golden light and demonstrating endless power. When Sui-Feng saw Yamamoto Hong suddenly perform this move, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she did not retreat because of this. Instead, the fighting spirit in her eyes became stronger. She tapped her feet lightly and launched Shunpo again, rushing towards Yamamoto Hong at a faster speed. This time, her attack was more fierce, and her target was directly aimed at Yamamoto Hong's chest. Just in time. Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly and stopped defending blindly. Instead, he took the initiative to fight back. With his strengthened body, he endured Sui-Feng's attack. At the same time, he found the right moment and threw a punch. This punch was wrapped in tremendous power and golden light and blasted towards Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng was slightly startled when she saw this. She knew the power of this punch should not be underestimated, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Yamamoto Hong's attack. However, Yamamoto Hong did not stop there. He immediately threw another punch, which was faster and more powerful, chasing towards Sui-Feng like a cannonball. Sui-Feng dodged Yamamoto Hong's punch again. Yamamoto Hong punched him one after another. Sui-Feng kept dodging and also attacked Yamamoto Hong during the period. Just when Sui-Feng kicked Yamamoto Hong on the head, Yamamoto Hong reached out and grabbed Sui-Feng's foot. Sui-Feng was secretly in trouble. Yamamoto Hong punched Sui-Feng in the stomach. Sui-Feng had no choice but to block with his hands. With a loud bang, Yamamoto Hong's fist hit Sui-Feng's arm heavily. The powerful impact made Sui-Feng's arm numb and knocked Sui-Feng back more than 10 meters. Sui-Feng steadied himself, secretly surprised that the boy in front of him could actually fight back under such a fierce attack. Yamamoto Hong would not let go of this hard-won opportunity. He knew very well that Sui-Feng was very powerful. If he did not press on and pursue her, once she recovered, the situation would become even more difficult. Captain Sui-Feng, try the first white hits I created, the Six Kings Spear. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly, like a surging river gathering in his fists. The next second, the invisible Ryutsu spear of 6 paths suddenly appeared in front of him. This Six Kings Spear, with its indomitable momentum, rushed straight towards Sui-Feng like an angry dragon out of the sea. Sui-Feng did not dare to be careless at all. She increased her Ryutsu to the limit and turned into a black afterimage, dodging and moving rapidly between the spear beams. However, the Six Kings Spear was extremely fast and had a wide range. Although Sui-Feng dodged most of the spear beams with her superb shunpo, one spear beam still grazed her left arm, instantly leaving a deep wound and splashing blood. Damn it! Sui-Feng gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he decided to use the instant coaxing skill that he had not yet fully mastered. Shunhong is a combat technique that is a fusion of white hits and kid. The user's back and shoulders will be wrapped in highly concentrated compressed kid, and through the explosion, the kid will become one with their own limbs to fight. Boy, you're not the only one in Soul Society who can create new white hits. Today, I'll show you my Sui-Feng's Shunhong. Sui-Feng unleashed a powerful Ryutsu, the highly concentrated kid slowly merging into her back. Her body emitted a faint white light, and the swallowtail braid behind her head floated up under the influence of the Ryutsu. The clothes on her back were blasted apart by the powerful kid, and several tiny streams of kid energy burst out from her back in an irregular pattern, hitting the ground and creating small craters. Is this Captain Sui-Feng's move? It looks pretty powerful. To see if you're strong or not, use your body to test it. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang, Sui-Feng's figure shot out like a cannonball, and his speed was several times faster than before. Yamamoto Hong only felt a flash before his eyes, and Sui-Feng's figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, a fierce gust of wind hit him from behind. Yamamoto Hong thought to himself that something was wrong and turned around quickly, but before he could make an effective defense, Sui-Feng had already appeared in front of him. His right fist was wrapped in terrifying power, like a sledgehammer, smashing hard into Yamamoto Hong's chest. Yamamoto Hong had no time to dodge and could only hurriedly use Ryutsu to try to block the fatal blow. With a loud bang, Yamamoto Hong was struck by lightning and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He slid on the ground for dozens of meters before he came to a stop. His clothes were torn on his chest, revealing a bruise, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yamamoto Hong stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he ignited an even more intense fighting spirit. Sui-Feng saw Yamamoto Hong's expression and laughed. It seemed that this young man was not bad. Maybe the two of them could work together to develop white hits to a new level. In the captain's office of the First Division, Yamamoto Unohana Shigakuni was processing documents when he suddenly felt the Ryutsu of Sui-Feng and Yamamoto Hong and stopped writing. Chujuro Sakai, who was standing by, also sensed this and quickly said, "Captain, I'll go and stop him." Master Hong doesn't even know Shikai, how could he possibly? No need for that. They're just competing in white hits, and by the way, they're asking Sui-Feng to help Honger make up for his Shunpo shortcomings. Honger's Shunpo is still at the level of a low-ranking officer. Yamamoto interrupted Chujuro Sakai. He himself felt that Yamamoto Hong was a bit biased in his studies. Now that Sui-Feng and Yamamoto Hong were sparring with each other, it would allow Yamamoto Hong to recognize his own shortcomings. Yamamoto was so happy that he couldn't wait to stop it. Chapter 8. In the second squad's training ground, after Sui-Feng activated the instantaneous roar, his speed had reached a terrifying level that was almost difficult for Yamamoto Hong to catch. Sui-Feng's figure was as fast as lightning, quickly shuttling around Yamamoto Hong. Every flash was accompanied by a fierce attack, and the wind from his fists was whistling, pouring towards Yamamoto Hong like a storm. Yamamoto Hong could only passively take the beating, his Shunpo seemingly powerless under Sui-Feng's high-speed attacks. Every time he tried to counterattack, he only managed to strike back empty-handed. Sui-Feng's figure was like a ghost, always quickly moving between his attacks, followed by a new and even more fierce attack. "Humph, boy, now you know the difference," Sui-Feng shouted loudly while attacking. There was confidence and joy in her voice. After activating the instant roar, she seemed to be in absolute control of the rhythm of the battle. Yamamoto Hong gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, but his eyes became more and more determined. At this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. He could only rely on instinct and use the six-path spear again and again in the gaps between Sui-Feng's attacks. The invisible Ryutsu spear of six paths was like an angry dragon out of the sea, stabbing towards Sui-Feng. Seeing this, Sui-Feng was forced to temporarily halt her attack, using even greater agility to dodge the Six Kings Spear's sharp edge. She had already experienced the Six Kings Spear's power, and dared not be careless in the slightest. Even so, as she dodged, the spear's light still grazed the corners of her clothes, leaving tiny tears. "This kid is really tenacious." Sui-Feng secretly marveled in her heart, and at the same time, her competitive spirit was aroused even more. She tapped her feet lightly and launched Shunpo again. Her speed was even faster than before, and she rushed towards Yamamoto Hong like a white lightning. Yamamoto Hong only felt his eyes flash before Sui-Feng was already in front of him, his right fist wrapped in terrifying power, smashing straight into his face. The punch was too fast and too powerful. Yamamoto Hong had no time to dodge, and could only subconsciously raise his arm to block it. With a loud bang, Yamamoto Hong felt an overwhelming force surge from his arm, his entire body like being struck by lightning. His arm went numb instantly, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. He arced through the air and landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. "No, if this goes on, I will definitely lose." Yamamoto Hong was extremely anxious. He knew that he had to come up with a way to deal with Sui-Feng's attack, otherwise the battle would be over soon. At this moment, Sui-Feng launched another attack. Her figure flashed in front of Yamamoto Hong like a ghost, and she raised her left leg high and kicked towards Yamamoto Hong's chest. At the critical moment, Yamamoto Hong had a flash of inspiration and a bold idea emerged. He no longer tried to dodge, but faced Sui-Feng's attack, forcibly activated the Ryutsu in his body, and prepared to use Paradise Lost. Sui-Feng was slightly surprised to see that Yamamoto Hong did not dodge or evade, but her attack momentum did not weaken at all. She kicked Yamamoto Hong's chest with her left leg with great force. However, at this moment, Yamamoto Hong grabbed Sui-Feng's legs, and at the same time, his hands began to dance dazzlingly, so fast that it was difficult to keep up with the pace. Every swing was wrapped in surging Ryutsu, drawing golden arcs in the air. Paradise Lost. Sui-Feng only felt a flash before her eyes, and she had no time to make an effective defense before she was hit by the violent attack. Her body involuntarily followed the trajectory of Yamamoto Hong's fist and slowly flew upwards. Ryutsu kept disintegrating and reorganizing under the impact, and she let out a painful roar. Yamamoto Hong did not stop at all. As Sui-Feng rose higher, his eyes became more cold and focused. Suddenly, Yamamoto Hong kicked Sui-Feng on the chin with a high kick, kicking Sui-Feng into the air and turning 360 degrees. Then Yamamoto Hong instantly appeared behind the rapidly rising Sui-Feng, grabbed Sui-Feng's feet with both hands, and stepped on Sui-Feng's hands with his feet. "Get down!" Yamamoto shouted loudly and pulled his body downwards with great force. Sui-Feng's body was like a kite with a broken string, falling from a high altitude at an extremely fast speed. Her eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. She struggled desperately to break free, but everything was in vain. The ground collapsed under the impact of Sui-Feng's high-speed fall, stirring up a cloud of dust. A huge, deep crater instantly formed. Sui-Feng's body slammed heavily into the bottom of the crater, cracking the hard ground and sending rubble flying. She lay in the crater, unable to rise for a moment, clearly severely injured. Yamamoto Hong landed steadily on the edge of the pit, looking down at Sui-Feng inside. Ryutsu was still surging around him. His face was tired, but his eyes were full of victory. Sui-Feng is not Minos Grande, she does not have high-speed regeneration. The attack just now caused her to suffer heavy damage. She did not expect that she would lose to a little devil. But Sui-Feng was not one to refuse defeat. She said, "I lost this time." At the same time Sui-Feng admitted defeat, information about a new skill came to Yamamoto Hong's head, Shuchuaki, a move of Sojiro Sita in Rurouni Kenshin. He was bullied at home when he was young. The endurance and leg strength he developed when he was forced to carry rice combined with his light physique allowed him to accelerate to the maximum speed in a short period of time during an attack. This super speed, which is so fast that even the human eye cannot catch it, is called shrinking the earth. Sojiro Sita used Shikuka to assassinate the high-ranking government official Okubo in a running carriage, and he also combined Shikuka with the heavenly sword to create the super-fast sword-drawing technique Shuntensha. Its speed is comparable to the flying sword Ryu's unique skill Tenso Ryusen, and its power is slightly inferior. However, in the work, its power can be said to be second only to Tenso Ryusen's sword-drawing technique. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 20 years old. Ryutsu, Senior Officer. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Senior Officer. Slashing Technique, Elite Captain. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain. Skills, Six Kings Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth. Shrinking the Earth instantly turned Yamamoto Hong's Shunpo from a low-level officer into an ordinary captain. Yamamoto Hong closed his eyes and adapted to this new skill. Sui-Feng stood up and saw Yamamoto Hong's expression, so he didn't want to disturb him. After a while, Yamamoto Hong opened his eyes again. "Captain Sui-Feng, I'm sorry. During our sparring session just now, I was inspired and created a new move." Sui-Feng's eyes suddenly widened. She had never imagined that Yamamoto Hong was such a freak who could even create new moves because of fighting. Sui-Feng coughed twice and said, "Yamamoto Hong, I have a request." "What request?" "I want to work with you to develop white hits. With your talent and my experience, I believe that white hits will be brought to a new level by us." If a man makes a request to Yamamoto Hong may not agree, but if a woman, especially a beautiful woman, makes a request to Yamamoto Hong has no way to refuse, especially Sui-Feng's appearance, which is very consistent with Yamamoto Hong's aesthetic. Sui-Feng saw that Yamamoto Hong did not answer, and thought that Yamamoto Hong was going to refuse, so he quickly said, "Think about it carefully, this is something that will benefit Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong looked at Sui-Feng's sincere eyes and said slowly, Captain Sui-Feng, I've been very happy to work with you. White hits is a very broad and profound field. If I can explore it together with you, we will surely open up new horizons. After a pause, he looked at Sui-Feng with gentle eyes and continued, actually, during our recent fight, I not only admired your accomplishments in white hits, but I was also fascinated by the courage and perseverance you displayed in battle. Every attack, every flash of your agility, seemed to hold a unique charm that drew me in to explore further. Sui-Feng blushed slightly, turned his head away, and said, Stop talking nonsense, it's just polite talk. But since we've decided to cooperate, we have to take it seriously from now on. Yamamoto Hong smiled gently. Don't worry, Captain Sui-Feng. I will certainly give it my all. I simply hope that during this collaboration, I can have more opportunities to appreciate your brilliance. I also hope that my humble skills can contribute to our shared exploration. Perhaps, on this journey to greater heights of white hits, we can also explore more unique landscapes together. Sui-Feng's heart moved, as if he understood the deeper meaning of Yamamoto Hong's words, but he couldn't respond directly. He just coughed lightly and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. First, tell me what are your preliminary thoughts on the development of white hits? Seeing that Sui-Feng was trying to change the subject, Yamamoto Hong did not go into details and instead discussed the matter seriously with Sui-Feng. However, the implicit feelings in his heart had already quietly spread in this martial arts training ground as the two of them talked. In the days that followed, Sui-Feng and Yamamoto Hong plunged into the in-depth development of white hits. The martial arts training ground became their most frequented place, and every day from dawn to dusk, the two could be seen discussing. Sui-Feng's white hits are fierce and swift, emphasizing the efficiency of a one-hit kill, and his moves are filled with the stealth and decisiveness unique to the second division. Yamamoto Hong relies on his solid basic skills and memory from years of watching anime to help Sui-Feng create new moves one after another. Yamamoto Hong helped Sui-Feng analyze the force points, focus points, and flaws of each movement. Sometimes he deliberately touched Sui-Feng's hands, long legs and waist, causing Sui-Feng to beat him frequently, but Yamamoto Hong never got tired of it. Chapter 9. Time flies, and another decade has passed. Today, Yamamoto Hong, Ryutsu, has risen to the level of a regular captain, and has made a name for himself among the Shinigami of Soul Society, gaining a great reputation. The relationship with Sui-Feng has become more and more mature with the nourishment of time. Although the two have not crossed that final boundary, the intimacy between them has already surpassed that of ordinary lovers. But in front of others, Sui-Feng is still as cold as ice, but Yamamoto Hong can always capture the deep affection that belongs to him from her subtle and unintentional actions. On this day, Yamamoto Hong was practicing diligently in the First Division's exclusive training room as usual. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of his steady and rhythmic Ryutsu movements lingering in the air. Suddenly, the familiar cold, mechanical voice in my mind resounded, Host, the 5-yearly skill lottery has begun. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yamamoto Hong's heart trembled, and he instantly woke up from his deep state of cultivation. He stared intently at the giant Minos Grande virtual roulette that slowly emerged in front of him. The skill icons on the roulette wheel shine brightly, each one seems to contain a tremendous force that can destroy the world. They compete with each other and release a heart-pounding aura. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and Yamamoto Hong's heartbeat also accelerated sharply, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. After a while, the roulette wheel slowed down. A blinding flash of light flashed, and a new skill information flooded into his mind like a torrent magic light cannon, a signature move from Piccolo's Dragon Ball universe. To use it, one placed 2 fingers of their right hand on their forehead, drawing energy from Ryutsu. When the Ryutsu is condensed enough to produce powerful killing power, the right hand suddenly stretches forward, and a super strong energy beam surrounded by spiral Ryutsu can be shot out from between two fingers. It is worth mentioning that the longer the charging time, the more amazing the power contained in this energy beam. Yamamoto Hong's heart was filled with shock and surprise, with excitement glittering in his eyes. He knew very well the power of this skill. If he could master it, it would undoubtedly become his trump card in battle. At that moment, he immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, following the guidance of the system, and tried his best to make the Ryutsu in his body deeply integrated with the new skills. Ryutsu surged like a raging storm in the entire training room, and with Yamamoto Hong as the center, a layer of strange light slowly bloomed. Deep in the light, there seemed to be a mysterious and powerful force quietly surging, and faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger roars seemed to echo in it. After Yamamoto Hong completely integrated his skills, he decided to find an uninhabited place to experience the power of the magic light cannon for himself. He left the first team directly and rushed towards a remote valley on the edge of Soul Society. Along the way, Yamamoto Hong kept simulating the scenes of using skills in his mind, thinking about how to bring its power to the ultimate. After arriving at the valley, Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, and gently placed two fingers on his forehead. In an instant, the majestic Ryutsu gathered towards his fingers like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. As the Ryutsu continued to condense, wisps of spiral light began to flash between his fingers. Yamamoto Hong was concentrating, keenly feeling the rise of Ryutsu. He knew very well that he had to go all out in this attack in order to truly test the power limit of the demonic light-killing cannon. A minute later, as the Ryutsu gathered more and more, the air around them seemed to be distorted by this powerful force, making a sizzling sound. Yamamoto Hong saw the opportunity. Yamamoto Hong suddenly stretched out his right hand and shouted, "Demon-penetrating light-killing cannon!" A super-strong energy beam surrounded by a spiral Ryutsu was like a dazzling meteor, shooting towards the depths of the valley with the force of thunder. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the valley. Wherever the energy beam passed, the space seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, leaving distorted traces. The huge rocks and trees in the valley were instantly turned into powder by this powerful force, and the dust raised by them covered the sky and the sun. Yamamoto Hong looked at the doomsday-like scene in front of him, feeling both excited and emotional. He knew that he had taken another solid step towards his goal of protecting Soul Society. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of success, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from the distance, and Yamamoto Hong turned his head vigilantly. Sui-Feng had appeared at the entrance of the valley without him noticing, staring at him with a complicated expression. Yamamoto was slightly taken aback, then smiled brightly and walked towards Sui-Feng. "Why are you here?" Sui-Feng snorted and turned his head away. "Hey, I just happened to be passing by and noticed that the Ryutsu fluctuations here were unusually strong, so I came to see what was going on. I didn't expect you to come up with such a weird move." Looking at Sui-Feng's arrogant expression, Yamamoto Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This isn't just a weird move, this is an extremely powerful kid. It will be very effective in future battles." Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 30 years old. Ryutsu, Ordinary Captain. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Elite Captain. Slashing Technique, Elite Captain. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Technique, Demonic Light Killing Cannon. Flash Time is a skill that Yamamoto Hong drew when he was 25 years old. It is also a skill in Dragon Ball, and it is the ability of Hit, the number 1 killer in the 6th universe in Dragon Ball. The so-called flash time power is to jump time, not to control time or pause time. It is similar to the principle of a time machine. Using a time machine to travel through the past and future, no matter how long you stay in the past or future, you can return to the original time. The flash time power works on the same principle, and can jump 0.1 to 0.5 seconds, which is 0.1 to 0.5 seconds in the future, and you can use this time to attack the enemy. Although 0.1 to 0.5 seconds is a very short time, for a fast master, it is enough to kill the enemy many times. Hit became the #1 killer in the 6th universe by relying on the flash time technique, and he claimed that he had never failed in his work. Sui-Feng learned 5 years ago that Yamamoto Hong created a kid who could jump through time. Now Yamamoto Hong has created another kid with powerful attack power. It has to be said that Yamamoto Hong's talent is really hundreds of times stronger than that of the captain Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni. At least at this age, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni is definitely not as strong as Yamamoto Hong. Sui-Feng said, although your new kid has strong attack power, it should take time for this kid to charge up, right? Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, that's right. The longer you charge, the stronger the attack power. If I charge for 10 hours, maybe even Shikai's father won't be able to withstand my magic light killing cannon. But have you ever thought about who will give you time to gather your strength during the battle? When Yamamoto Hong heard Sui-Feng's words, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. The excitement in his heart disappeared instantly. The joy he originally felt at the power of his new skills was now replaced by deep worry. Yes, his Ryutsu is only at the level of an ordinary captain. If the magic light cannon is not charged, the lethality is really limited. However, the charging time of this skill is too long. In the ever-changing battle, time is calculated in seconds. Especially against an opponent as powerful and meticulous as Aizen, why would he need a minute to charge up his energy? Yamamoto Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that the skill he drew this time was really just a useless skill that looked powerful but had no practical value? He looked at the mess in the valley left by the skill, feeling unwilling. He had wasted a precious chance to draw a lottery, but the skill he got might be useless. This was hard for Yamamoto Hong to accept. However, Yamamoto Hong was not one to give up easily. He gritted his teeth and paced back and forth in the valley, racking his brains for a solution. He knew that in the world of Shinigami, where the strong are respected, every bit of strength was crucial, and he could not give up this skill just because of the current predicament. An hour passed, and Yamamoto Hong's eyes gradually became firm. He turned to look at Sui-Feng and said, perhaps this skill is not useless. I just need to find the right time and method to use it. Sui-Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Humph, I hope you are not just talking about it. If you can really unleash its power, it will be considered your ability. Sui-Feng, I'm going back. As soon as the words fell, Yamamoto Hong disappeared directly in front of Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng snorted, this dog man, he didn't even invite me to have tea and ran away directly. Yamamoto Hong came to the captain's office of the first team. When Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni saw his adopted son, he stopped what he was doing and asked, is Hong okay? Dad, I just created another kid, named Demonic Light Cannon. When Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni heard that Yamamoto Hong had created a new kid, there was no other change in his eyes except a hint of admiration. The person who knows Yamamoto Hong's strength best among Seireitei is Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni. After Yamamoto Hong created the time-jumping flash time power, Yamamoto Genryūsai was shocked for a whole year. Now, basically nothing that happens will shock him. After listening to Yamamoto Hong's words, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni took a sip of the teacup in front of him and said, Honger, the demonic light cannon is indeed a good kid. As for the weakness of the charging time, in my opinion, as long as you improve your Ryutsu, you will be fine. Although you have developed well in all aspects, your Ryutsu is improving too slowly. If your Ryutsu is half as good as mine, the power of the demonic light cannon charged for half a second will be 10 times stronger than your current Ryutsu that takes an hour to charge. Chapter 10. After hearing what Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni said, Yamamoto Hong was struck by lightning and suddenly realized that the battle between Shinigami was ultimately a contest of Ryutsu. When Yamamoto Hong was a senior officer in Ryutsu, he relied on his skills to kill Adjuchas of the corresponding captain level. Since then, he has been a little arrogant, focusing only on his own skills, but ignoring the most fundamental element of Ryutsu. Aizen Kyōsuk once said a wise saying that the battle between Shinigami is actually a battle between Ryutsu, and the ability of Zanpakuto will be ineffective when crushed by Ryutsu. Sui-Feng's Zanpakuto Shikai Suzumibaki has the ability to kill with 2 hits. As long as it hits the same place twice, the person hit will die. During the Battle of Karakura Town, Sui-Feng's 2-hit kill was ignored by Aizen Kyōsuk. Let's talk about another person, that is Meguruma Kensei, a powerful combat unit in Shinigami. His Zanpakuto Danchifeng is a wind-type Zanpakuto. After Shikai, the blade will blow out a strong wind. When swung, the trail of the blade in the wind will turn into a gossamer-like green blade, which will disintegrate the enemies that come into contact with the blade. At the same time, the blade will blow out a strong wind when the target is hit and explode. It is a very powerful Zanpakuto. Bankai Iron Fist Broken Wind is even more powerful. It can infuse the explosive power of Shikai into the fist. Moreover, while hitting the enemy, the explosive power will be infinitely poured into the enemy's body, causing explosive damage to the enemy's body and blasting the hit opponent away. However, Meguruma Kensei, who possesses such a powerful Zanpakuto, has a really bad record and basically loses against famous characters. After much difficulty, they defeated Pepavaka Brad, whose holy letter was L and served under the Invisible Empire's Stern Cross Knights. This was only achieved by relying on Kuratsuka Mayuri, who had used drugs to break the zombie puppetization, and Torabashi RJR, who had also been transformed into a zombie puppet. It can be seen that it is not Zanpakuto's problem, but Meguruma Kensei is too rubbish. After Meguruma Kensei Bankai, he can only suppress Wonder Wraith for a short time, but Yamamoto Yu and Ryuzai Shigakuni can instantly destroy Wonder Wraith, who has put all his talent points in strength and fire extinguishing ability with a double bone. If Yamamoto uses Duan Difeng, it would not be a problem for Yamamoto to kill one of his personal guards with one punch. The explosive power of the double bones and the Ryutsu explosion damage brought by Iron Fist Duanfeng will make it absolutely unstoppable in close combat. Yamamoto Hong said, "Dad, I understand. I will now concentrate on studying Zanpakuto and improve my Ryutsu." Yamamoto nodded and said, "Go ahead. Dad believes in your talent." Yamamoto Hong returned to his training room with a firm belief. The room was filled with a quiet and ancient atmosphere. He slowly sat cross-legged, placed his sealed body across his knees, closed his eyes, and began sword meditation. In this silence, Yamamoto Hong tried hard to put aside all distractions and poured all his mental energy into communicating with Zanpakuto. He tried to sense the spiritual wisdom hidden in the blade, as if to penetrate the cold steel and touch the depths of its soul. However, as time passed, all he heard was dead silence, without a single wave or sound, as if his Zanpakuto was a lifeless piece of iron. But Yamamoto Hong was not discouraged. He persisted in sword zen day after day. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the training room, he was already in the state. When night fell, the moonlight shone through the window onto his resolute face, and he was still immersed in it. As time went on, he could feel his Ryutsu quietly rising, a subtle but real change, like a trickle of water gathering into a river. But even so, he still didn't know the name of his Zanpakuto. One day 5 years later, after a long sword meditation session, Yamamoto Hong opened his eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. He stared at the Zanpakuto in his hand and muttered to himself, "Why are you unwilling to respond to me? Am I not trying hard enough, or am I using the wrong method?" Although Yamamoto Hong was confused at this time, he also understood that Ryutsu's improvement was not achieved overnight, and the same was true for communication with Zanpakuto. The person who created and built all Zanpakuto is the sword god Nime Yaoyu, who single-handedly built the prototype sealed state of all Zanpakuto. Nime Yaoyu mentioned that all the more than 6,000 members of the Godi I-13 were temporarily loaned out their sealed state swords during their intern years and were officially awarded the nameless Zanpakuto upon joining the corps. All Shinigami lived and slept with this sealed state, and through accumulated training, they wrote the essence of their souls into the sealed state, creating their own Zanpakuto. From the moment the Zanpakuto forged by Nime Yaohyo was handed over to Shinigami, the real name-calling monk Ichibei Hisub knew the names of all the Zanpakuto. This means that Ichibei Hisub possessed all of Zanpakuto's true power from the very beginning, while most Shinigami never knew their own Zanpakuto's true name throughout their lives. For example, Abarai Renji only knew the name of the baboon king Zabimaru, so he could only achieve half Bankai. Only after learning the name of Zabimaru from Ichibei Hisub was he able to unlock full Bankai. Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself, "Should I go to Squad 0 to find that monk?" After saying this, Yamamoto Hong immediately abandoned this idea. You know, the Zero Squad is all in the Soul King Palace, and without Wang Jian, they can't join at all. Besides, not to mention whether Ichibei Hisub would tell him, he couldn't even get past Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni. Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni would not let him go to the Soul King Palace. At this moment, the familiar cold mechanical voice in Yamamoto Hong's mind suddenly rang out again, "Host, the 5-year skill lottery begins. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "Time flies so fast. I can't believe it's been 5 years. Yamamoto Hong looked at the roulette wheel that started out spinning very fast and then slowly slowed down, knowing that he would have a new skill and would become stronger. A blinding flash of light passed by, and brand new skill information poured into his mind like a torrent. 9-headed dragon flash was created in the process of teaching Rurouni Kenshin's Hiten sword style, and it was a sword move used for experiments. The 9 basic sword fighting slashing directions include Tangzu, straight chop at the head, Kazaya, cut diagonally downward from right to left, Nikasaya, cut diagonally downward from left to right, Zuoji, left horizontal cut, Yuji, right horizontal cut, Zuokiashang, cut diagonally from left to upper right, Yukiashang, cut diagonally from right to upper left, Nifeng, from bottom to top, and Tusi, stab at the throat. These 9 slashing attacks are performed with the incredible speed of Fishin Yujian Liu, leaving the opponent in a position where they cannot defend or dodge. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 35 years old. Ryutsu, ordinary captain. White hits, elite captain. Kid, elite captain. Slashing technique, 100 years captain. Shunpo, ordinary captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Technique, Demonic Light Killing Cannon, 9-Headed Dragon Flash. After acquiring the new skill 9-Headed Dragon Flash, Yamamoto Hong was filled with joy and anticipation for his own strength improvement. However, during these 5 years of training, he was completely immersed in communicating with Zanpakuto and never left the house. However, Sui-Feng's image would often appear in his mind. Now, with his new skills, he suddenly had a strong desire to go see Sui-Feng. Yamamoto Hong adjusted his clothes and walked towards the second team with steady steps. The second division's base, as always, exuded a solemn atmosphere. The guards stood tall and straight with alert eyes. After stating his purpose, Yamamoto Hong walked straight towards Sui-Feng's captain's office. When he stepped into the room, Sui-Feng was working on some matters at her desk. Without even looking up at the footsteps, she said coldly, "Who is this gentleman who has the time to visit my second division?" Yamamoto Hong was slightly stunned, then a gentle smile appeared on his face. He said, "Sui-Feng, long time no see. I hope you are well. I have been practicing for the past 5 years and have neglected you. Don't mind. Sui-Feng finally raised his head, his eyes piercing Yamamoto Hong with a mocking smile. Hey, training? You still remember me, your old friend? For 5 years, there was no news, and now that you're done training, you remember me. Yamamoto Hong scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm so sorry, I can't get away from this critical moment of cultivation. I've been thinking about you the whole time, so you see, I came to see you as soon as I finished. Sui-Feng snorted softly, stood up, and crossed his arms. Humph, you sound better than singing. Your time is very precious, young master. I dare not waste your time. Besides, I am busy with the affairs of the second division. How can I have the time to entertain you? Yamamoto Hong hurriedly stepped forward and said sincerely, Sui-Feng, I know I was wrong. I've ignored you for the past 5 years. Just give me a chance to make amends. Go out for a walk with me and we can have a good chat. Sui-Feng stared at Yamamoto Hong for a long moment, as if trying to gauge his sincerity. Finally, he said, All right, I'll just give you a favor. But I have to be frank, don't expect me to forgive you easily. Yamamoto Hong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, then walked out of the house with Sui-Feng. The two walked side by side in the corridor. At first, the atmosphere was a bit depressing, so Yamamoto Hong repeated the love words in his mind to Sui-Feng, which made Sui-Feng's expression better. Just as their condition improved, they heard a burst of heroic laughter. Chapter 11. Yamamoto Hong and Sui-Feng looked forward and found that it was the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpeki Oni, who was followed by several members of the 11th Division. Look at this face, the hair on his face is messy and disorganized, just like the stiff hair on a wild boar, with no aesthetic appeal at all. His wide-open eyes reveal a sense of savagery, just like the look of an angry wild boar. And with its broad nose, thick lips, and jagged teeth, it looks just like an ugly wild boar. Looking at his sturdy figure and the way he walked, he looked like a wild boar charging recklessly, with no elegance or grace. The captain's haori on him was normally good, but it looked out of place on him, as if a wild boar was wearing human clothes, funny and ridiculous. Overall, he is simply a wild boar spirit. He has a scary appearance but is actually full of stupidity and barbarism. When Kenpeki Yanchinj saw Yamamoto Hong and Sui-Feng, a hint of jealousy and disdain flashed in his wild boar-like eyes. He deliberately raised his voice and said in a strange voice, Hey, isn't this our famous young genius Yamamoto Hong? Why are you hanging out with a woman today? Don't you have any other skills besides pleasing women? You are such a good-looking but useless loser. Sui-Feng was furious. UBD, say that again if you dare. Yamamoto Hong placed his hand on Sui-Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, Sui-Feng, don't pay attention to this wild boar. He just became the captain of the 11th Division by luck. As we all know, the 11th Division advocates martial virtues and has the strongest spirit of bravery among all the divisions. Most of the Zanpakuto members are direct attack type Zanpakuto. They are a fierce team responsible for the first line of attack and represent the most elite professional combat team of Seoul society. The captain of the 11th Division is different from the captains of other divisions. The captain of the 11th Division can inherit the position by killing the previous captain. The captain of the 11th Division is named Kenpeki, which means the strongest swordsman in Seoul society. However, there are 2 generations of Kenpeki who did not ascend to the position by killing their predecessors. One is the second generation Kenpeki. Because the first generation Kenpeki Unohana Yachiryu, now known as Unohana Retsu, went to the 4th Division and then inherited the position of Kenpeki. There is also the 9th generation Kenpeki Gosuk Kenpeki, who served as the vice-captain of the 7th generation Kenpeki, Kurayashiki Kenpeki. On his deathbed, Kurayashiki Kenpeki entrusted the young Kenpeki to Zaraki Fudia, who had defeated him, and he became the vice-captain of the 8th generation Kenpeki Zaraki Kenpeki. However, 2 years later, Kenpeki Zaraki was imprisoned for rebelling against Central 46. Not long after, the vice-captain was promoted to captain, becoming the 9th Kenpeki, and was killed by the Rukonga warrior Oni Yanchinj not long after. Although Yamamoto Hong had never seen Kenpeki Gosuk, he estimated that he had just reached the strength of an ordinary captain, otherwise he would not have been killed by this wild boar. Yamamoto Hong saw at a glance that there was nothing special about this wild boar except that Ryutsu was similar to himself. No wonder Hirako Shinji once said in the original work, "Why let such a fool be the captain?" Kenpeki Oni Ionja was so angry at being mocked by Yamamoto Hong that his face turned red and his messy hair seemed to stand up. He took a step forward, and the Ryutsu in his body was suddenly released. A strong sense of oppression came over him, and the team members behind him unconsciously took a few steps back. Kenpeki Oni Yanjo's eyes widened in anger as he roared, "How dare you humiliate me like this, little brat! Today I'll let you know what true strength is." He showed no intention of backing down. He met Kenpeki's gaze fearlessly and sneered, "What? Are you angry about hearing the truth? With your meager Ryutsu, you think you can scare me? You're just relying on your captain status to show off your power. If we're talking about your true abilities, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Kenpeki Kiyomizu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He suddenly pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist, and with a roar, a sharp sword energy whistled towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, and he quickly dodged to the side. The blade brushed past the edge of his clothes and cut a deep crack in the wall beside him. Yamamoto Hong sneered and said, "You were the one who started it. Don't blame me if you die." Yamamoto Hong sneered and, instead of unsheathing his Zanpakut like a normal person, held it in his hand, blade and sheath intact. Just as Kenpeki's blade passed him, his feet drove into the ground like nails. Then, Yamamoto Hong stomped his feet hard, vanishing from the spot like a ghost, performing the shrinking the earth technique. The superb movement technique of shrinking the earth allowed Yamamoto Hong's figure to turn into a shadow, traveling through space at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to catch. His figure flashed quickly around Kenpeki Yanchinj, bringing up gusts of wind. Kenpeki Yanchinj opened his eyes wide like a wild boar and turned his head frantically, trying to catch Yamamoto Hong's trail, but the phantom-like figure made his gaze chase in vain. Every time Yamamoto Hong's figure flashed, it was accompanied by a sharp sound of the air being torn apart at an extremely fast speed, as if the space was trembling slightly at this astonishing speed. Kenpeki Oni Ionja widened his ferocious eyes like a wild boar and turned his head frantically, trying to track Yamamoto Hong. "Humph, what's the point of hiding?" Kenpeki of Oni Yanchinj roared, and he instinctively swung the Zanpakut in his hand in the direction where Yamamoto Hong might appear, bringing up a series of sharp sword winds, but all this was in vain. Yamamoto Hong's shrinking technique was extremely exquisite, and he could always avoid his disorganized attacks just in time. Every time Kenpeki of Uniyaki missed his attack, he became even angrier. His messy hair stood up in rage, like a completely enraged wild boar. A hint of panic gradually emerged in Kenpeki Kiyomi's eyes, and his face, which had originally turned red with anger, was now distorted with fear. Just when Kenpeki Kiyomizu was getting a little impatient, Yamamoto Hong seized the opportunity and instantly appeared on the left side behind Kenpeki Kiyomizu. Yamamoto Hong tightly grasped the sheathed Zanpakut with both hands and exerted force, nine-headed dragon flash. Yamamoto Hong saw the Zanpakut in his scabbard dancing at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, it seemed as if 9 giant dragons condensed from pure momentum roared out from the scabbard. The first giant dragon, with its head held high and its whiskers flying, carried an overwhelming momentum as it charged straight at Kenpeki of Uniyaki Castle from behind. Its dragon head opened its bloody mouth as if to devour everything. The second dragon was like a nimble swimming dragon, light and unpredictable. It cleverly bypassed Kenpeki's hasty defensive actions and attacked his neck like a shadow. The dragon's tail swept past, bringing up a sharp sound of wind. The third giant dragon swooped down from above, its scales flashing with a sharp cold light, like a falling meteor. Its target was Kenpeki Uni Yanjo's right arm, trying to bite off his knife-holding hand in one fell swoop, leaving him powerless to resist. The fourth dragon slid rapidly along the ground, like a sharp blade, piercing Kenpeki's lower body, trying to crush his legs. The fifth giant dragon fell vertically from above Kenpeki's head. The dragon's body was thick and strong, and it felt very oppressive. It smashed towards Kenpeki's head like a mountain. The sixth dragon circled from the side and advanced in a strange arc. Its eyes flashed with a faint light, as if it was looking for a flaw in Kenpeki's defense of Union Castle, and when it found the right moment, it would strike like lightning and kill. The seventh dragon rushed towards Kenpeki's chest, its whole body emitting a fiery red light, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. The eighth dragon transformed into a slender spirit shadow and shot towards Kenpeki's throat like a sharp arrow. The dragon was extremely fast and approached in the blink of an eye. Its sharp dragon head flashed with a deadly light. The ninth dragon suddenly appeared at the last moment. It attacked Kenpeki's spine at an incredible angle and speed. If it hit, it would completely disable him. 9 giant dragons surrounded Kenpeki from different directions and angles with overwhelming force, as if they wanted to completely wipe out all vitality of Kenpeki. Kenpeki Oni Ionja felt an unprecedented crisis. He wanted to swing his sword to block, but Yamamoto Hong's attack was too fast, so fast that his body had no time to react. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by 9 muffled sounds, the tip of the scabbard accurately hit 9 parts of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki. The roaring power of 9 giant dragons directly knocked Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki away. His huge body, like a kite with a broken string, slammed heavily on the wall dozens of meters away. The whole person was embedded in the wall, and the wall cracked instantly, and dust flew. Blood gushed out of Kenpeki Kiyomi's mouth, and there were hideous wounds all over his body. His clothes were torn to shreds, and the zanpakut that he had originally held in his hand had flown away to who knows where. Kenpeki struggled to climb out of the wall, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. You dare! He was about to speak when another mouthful of blood spurted out. Holding the sheathed zanpakut, Yamamoto Hong walked towards Kenpeki Kiyomizu step by step. Each step was steady and powerful, like a heavy hammer hitting Kenpeki Kiyomizu's heart. With your strength, you are worthy of being called the strongest swordsman in Soul Society? You are nothing but a fool with nothing in appearance. Yamamoto Hong's voice was icy cold, like the biting wind in winter. Chapter 12. Before Inigonjo Kenpeki could say anything, Yamamoto Hong, his eyes filled with disdain, spoke again. How dare you, a wild boar like you, challenge me? The title of Soul Society's strongest swordsman is nothing but blasphemy. You were just lucky enough to kill the mediocre Gosuk Kenpeki. You simply don't have the strength to be called the captain of the 11th Division. Yamamoto Hong said a lot. You should know that the 9th generation's Gosuk Kenpeki and the 10th generation's Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki are the weakest Kenpeki, not to mention other Kenpeki. Just talking about 7th generation Kuryashiki Kenpeki, hundreds of years ago, he first defeated 6th generation Kenpeki in a duel and became the 7th generation Kenpeki, and was extremely popular among the Godai 13. He also killed the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande alone, and once participated in the test of Bankai's power in the Danga. He was warned by Central 46 that Bankai is not allowed near Seireitei under any circumstances, and at the same time received an invitation from the Zero Squad. Its zanpakut is called Hungry Pleasure Corridor. When Shikai is cast, the zanpakut can be transformed into dozens of monsters. Each monster is a sphere with a bloody mouth and will defend an attack according to the master's orders. The ability of Bankai is even more exaggerated. When Bankai is used, a huge mouth several times the size of Karakura town will appear on the ground. Everything except Koyashiki Kenpeki will be swallowed, bitten, and torn apart by it, and even Koyashiki Kenpeki himself cannot control this power. However, Kenpeki Kurayashiki said that he could not stand the lonely and boring guard work, and believed that as a Kenpeki he should stay in the 11th squad, so he refused the recruitment of the 0 squad. Not to mention the 8th generation Zaraki Kenpeki from over 100 years ago, who defeated the previous 7th generation Kenpeki, Cross Yashiki Kenpeki. His Bankai ability is to merge his own spirit particles into the spirit particles of non-living matter and thereby control the matter. If it is merged with space, it can monitor, eavesdrop, perceive, and dominate everything in this space. If Kenpeki Kiyomizu met these two people, he probably wouldn't even need to draw his sword. He could just use Kid to kill them. Kenpeki opened his mouth but could no longer speak. The anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear and unwillingness. Sui-Feng, who was standing by, watched as Yamamoto Hong beat Kenpeki so cleanly and efficiently and seriously injured him. He walked up to her and said softly, "Okay, let's not argue with this kind of person. Let's go." Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly, put away the sheathed Zanpakut, turned around and left with Sui-Feng, leaving only Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki and his frightened teammates standing there for a long time, unable to recover. A man smiled in the dark. He had neat short brown hair that fell neatly in front of his forehead, with a few strands of hair scattered randomly, adding a touch of casualness to his look. His face was fair and well-defined, and beneath his sword-like brows lay a pair of brown eyes as deep as the abyss. His gentle gaze seemed to be able to tolerate everything, making it easy for people to let down their guard. He was wearing a standard Shinigami uniform. The black clothes were tight and slim-fitting, outlining his tall figure. The white haori with 5 characters written on the back fluttered in the wind, adding a touch of casualness to his movements. The red belt is prominently tied around his waist, which not only highlights his slender waist, but also symbolizes his status as captain. Standing there, he looks like a gentle and humble captain, but in fact he hides endless darkness and ambition that is difficult to see through. This person was none other than Aizen Koyusuke, the captain of the 5th division. Aizen Koyusuke smiled and said, as expected of a child raised by the captain-in-chief, he doesn't even know Shikai, yet he managed to severely injure the captain of the 11th division with just one move of his scabbard. Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th division, asked, "Do we need to deal with him, Master Aizen?" Tosen Kaname is instantly recognizable, with a healthy brown complexion that looks as if it has been carefully sculpted by time and experience. His purple hair, first tied into short dreadlocks, looks neat and tidy without losing his personality. Because he is blind, he always wears goggles. The goggles seem to be his unique window to communicate with the world, isolating him from the outside world, but also hiding the stories and secrets deep in his heart. Aizen Koyusuke shook his head and said, "He's the Captain General's adopted son. If we kill him now, it will be detrimental to our plan. Besides, he hasn't reached the point where he can threaten us. He's not a Shikai. He only has ordinary captain-level Ryutsu. Even if he invents more powerful Kid, white hits, or slashing techniques, he won't be able to unleash the power of those moves. In the final analysis, a Shinigami's battle is a Ryutsu's battle. Even if another 100 years pass, he won't be a threat to me." Time passed quickly. Originally, Yamamoto Hong should be punished for severely injuring the captain without reason. However, he had an adoptive father who was the captain general. Who would dare to punish him even if he killed Kenpeki, let alone severely injuring him? A man with short black hair kept shouting at the front door of the 46th office building, "Let me see the adults in 46th office. Yamamoto Hong severely injured our captain. Don't you have any other options?" This person is Maki Ichinos, the 3rd seat of the 11th division. He is tall and straight, with a lean yet agile build, demonstrating the competence and agility that a Shinigami should have. A large wisp of hair hung in the middle of his face, adding a sense of unruliness to him. His gaze was sharp and determined, and there seemed to be a burning flame hidden in his brown eyes, which represented the persistence and pursuit of faith. Ichinomaki trusts and admires Inigawa Kenpeiga very much. In the original work, because Zaraki Kenpeiga killed Inigawa Kenpeiga, he felt that his beliefs could no longer be understood, and he also resented Zaraki Kenpeiga, so he became a fugitive Shinigami. Because he had the same ambition as the leader of Bavant, Kurigami, he joined Bavant. The color of his Ryutsu is colorful. Zanpakuto Nijigashumi is a light type and kid type Zanpakuto. After Shikai, he can use the reflection of light to create illusions. In most cases, he uses light shot at his body to reflect it back, making him invisible to the enemy. One of the guards saw Ichinomaki coming over to argue again and pushed him away, saying, "Third seat Ichinos, we've already given you enough respect. Don't make things difficult for us. You know what kind of person your captain is. It's already a good thing that young Master Hong didn't kill him. Don't keep arguing and upset the adults in room 46. Not only will you lose your third seat, but you'll even lose your life." Ichinomaki was extremely annoyed after hearing what the guards said, but he didn't dare to take action. Although these guards were just ordinary Shinigami, they were the watchdogs of room 46. If he beat them, the people in room 46 would get angry, and he, an insignificant third seat, would disappear. But he was unwilling to just go back like this. Ichinomaki thought that it was clearly Yamamoto Hong's fault, so why shouldn't he be punished? Suddenly, Maki Ichinos thought of a rule of Seireitei, which was to challenge Yamamoto Hong. As long as he killed him fairly in the ring, he could avenge the captain and avoid any trouble himself. As for Yamamoto Hong's strength, it was not even within Ichinomaki's thinking. He learned from the witnesses that Iniganjo Kenpeiga lost to Yamamoto Hong without even releasing Zanpakuto. Therefore, Ichinomaki believes that as long as his captain's Zanpakuto is released, Yamamoto Hong will not be a match for the captain at all. 3 days later, Ichinomaki came to the first team with his challenge letter. Yamamoto Hong was not practicing today and was drinking tea. He heard someone wanted to see him, so he asked someone to bring him in. After arriving at Yamamoto Hong's lounge, Ichinomaki took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and handed the letter of challenge to Yamamoto Hong. He spoke word by word, "Yamamoto Hong, this is a letter of challenge. 1 month from now, on the ring, I will seek justice for the captain." Yamamoto Hong looked at the challenge letter handed to him, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he sneered, his eyes full of disdain, "Are you mentally ill? Kenpeiga Kiyomizu is looking for trouble and took the initiative to attack me. What? Just because he is not as skilled as me, you want to avenge him? Who does he think he is? Is he worth risking your life for?" Ichinomaki was trembling with anger, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He retorted loudly, "Don't be disrespectful to the captain. Even though the captain lost to you, it was because he was careless and underestimated his opponent. If you hadn't used some unconventional tactics, how could you have been his opponent?" Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Hong threw back his head and burst into laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the First Division's courtyard, sounding particularly harsh. He then shot a glare at Ichinomaki like lightning. "Unorthodox methods? How ridiculous! Do you think there's any difference between methods on the battlefield? If you're not strong enough, don't make excuses. Your captain is only captain in name, but not in reality. He can't even block my sword moves, and yet he claims to be the strongest swordsman in Seoul society. It's a complete joke." Ichinomaki clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be so arrogant. In a month, I will make you pay for your words and actions. I admit that the captain may be lacking in some aspects, but his dedication to the 11th Division and his care for our team members are beyond your comprehension. I cannot bear to see him being humiliated by you like this." Yamamoto Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger in his eyes. "Then go ahead, but I advise you to think carefully. Challenging me is not a wise move. Don't end up like your captain, who was beaten to pieces by me and lost all his dignity. Ichinomaki took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said, I've made up my mind. Let's see who wins in the ring. I hope you won't be a coward when the time comes. After saying that, Ichinomaki slammed the letter of challenge to the ground, turned around and left without looking back. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ichinomaki's departing back, a sneer on his face. You presumptuous fellow, I'll let you know the consequences of becoming my enemy. By the way, let's see what new skills I can gain by killing this character from the original novel. Then he kicked the challenge letter on the ground and walked into the house without looking back, leaving the challenge letter fluttering in the wind. Chapter 13. After Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni learned that Ichinomaki had issued a challenge to Yamamoto Hong, he immediately summoned Yamamoto Hong to the captain's office of the 1st Squadron. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni sat in the main seat, staring at Yamamoto Hong with a sharp gaze, his expression showing concern and worry. Honger, I heard that Ichinomaki has challenged you. Do you know that his Zanpakuto ability is second to none among the senior officers? Even an ordinary captain could be killed by him if he's not careful. Are you confident you can win this battle? Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's voice was low and powerful, revealing his deep concern for Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong raised his head slightly, his eyes firm and confident, and said without hesitation, Dad, don't worry, I am absolutely sure I can defeat him. Although Ichinomaki is somewhat powerful, my training over the years has not been in vain. Whether it is white hits, kid, or slashing technique, I have made great progress. How can I be afraid of him? Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes, but his worry had not completely dissipated. Having said that, you must not take it lightly. This battle is not only about your reputation, but also about the face of the 1st Division and even the entire Seoul society. You must not be careless because of underestimating the enemy. Dad, I understand. I will do my best to let everyone know the consequences of challenging me. Yamamoto Hong clenched his fists, his tone firm, and exuded an unquestionable aura. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni looked at Yamamoto Hong's resolute face, nodded secretly in his heart, said no more, waved his hand, signaling Yamamoto Hong to step down and let him go back to prepare well. Time flies, and a month goes by in a flash. On this day, the training ground of Godai 13 was surrounded by people, and Shinigami from all sides rushed there just to witness this highly anticipated battle. The arena is located in the center of the martial arts field. It is built of hard spiritual rock, 50 meters long and wide. There are protective barriers around it to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting innocent people. The surface of the arena is engraved with complex runes, flashing with mysterious light, as if telling the glory and tragedy of countless battles in the past. The captains of Godai 13, along with their vice-captains, arrived at the scene early and took their seats in the VIP seats. The captain of the 1st Division, Genryūsai Shigekuni Yamamoto, sat at the head of the group. He was dressed in a white hunting robe and had a serious expression. His eyes revealed his expectation for Yamamoto Hong. Honger, in this battle, you must let everyone see your strength. Sui-Feng, the captain of the 2nd squad, was wearing a tight black team uniform and looked heroic. She looked at Yamamoto Hong with both worry and trust in her eyes. That guy will not let me down, right? Although Ichinomaki is tricky, Yamamoto Hong should be able to handle him with his ability. But don't let anything go wrong. Sui-Feng frowned slightly and clenched her hands unconsciously. The captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, had silver hair and a faint smile on his lips. He leaned lazily in his chair, his eyes fixed on Yamamoto Hong and Ichinomaki, thinking to himself, this battle is quite interesting. I wonder if this Yamamoto Hong can bring some surprises. Unohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division, had a gentle face but a sharp gaze. Yamamoto Hong is incredibly talented, but I'm not sure if he can fully unleash his abilities in actual combat. Ichino's Maki's Zanpakuto ability is uncanny. The outcome of this battle is unpredictable. The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, had a smile on his face and a calm expression, as if everything was under his control. Yamamoto Hong, let me see how capable you are. Even if you win this battle, what can it matter? In my eyes, you are always just a small character. He sneered in his heart, his eyes wandering over Yamamoto Hong. Byakuya Kukaki, captain of the 6th Division, wore a black haori, his face expressionless and his eyes stern. Although Yamamoto Hong isn't a Shikai, his ability to possess such prowess is truly remarkable. Ichino's Maki's courage in challenging him is commendable, but I'm afraid the outcome is already predetermined. He raised his head slightly, his gaze cold and composed. The captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijen, was a burly man with a serious face. Yamamoto Hongomoto is the adopted son of Mr. Liazai, and his strength must be extraordinary. Ichino's Maki's move may be a bit overestimating his own abilities, but the battle has not yet begun, and everything is possible. Komamura Seijen's eyes revealed his anticipation for the battle. Kurako Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division, had a cigarette between his lips and a playful smile on his face. Oh my, this battle looks like it's going to be exciting. Who will come out on top, junior brother or Ichino's Maki? I'm really looking forward to it. Captain Tosen Kaname of the 9th Division wore goggles and a calm expression. Although Lord Aizen said that Yamamoto Hong is not to be feared, this battle may reveal his potential. Ichino's Maki, I hope you can put some pressure on Yamamoto Hong and let us see his limits. The captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, had a serious face and sharp eyes. Yamamoto Hong's strength should not be underestimated. It will not be easy for Ichino's Maki to defeat him. However, this is also a good opportunity to test Yamamoto Hong and see if he is as powerful as the rumors say. He stared at the ring, ready to witness this fierce battle. The captain of the 11th Division, Kenpeki Inigawa, is tall and bearded. His eyes reveal his trust in Maki Ichino's. Ichino's, don't let me down. You will definitely win with your Zanpakuto. If you lose, I will not let you go. He is rubbing his hands, eager to see the battle begin. Captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, had a sinister smile on his face, with a strange light in his eyes. This battle may allow me to discover something interesting. The moves invented by Yamamoto Hong may bring new inspiration to my research. He rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. The captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake, had a smile on his face, but a hint of worry in his eyes. I have watched my junior brother grow up. I hope he can win this battle safely. However, I am afraid that Ichino's Maki will kill him. Alas, I just hope everything goes well. He frowned slightly and prayed silently for Yamamoto Hong in his heart. At this time, Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki were already standing on the ring, staring at each other. Ichino's Maki's eyes were firm, with the fire of revenge burning in them, staring at Yamamoto Hong, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yamamoto Hong, on the other hand, looked relaxed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a hint of disdain. He looked at his opponent quietly, waiting for the battle to begin. Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain of the first team, who was in charge of the refereeing, looked at Yamamoto Hong and asked, Master Hong, are you ready? Yamamoto Hong made an okay gesture and said with a smile, it's already prepared and can be done anytime. Chijiro Sasakaibe looked at Ichino's Maki and asked, Ichino-san, what about you? Ichino's Maki said, Vice-Captain Sasakaibe, I'm ready. Start. Following Chijiro Sasakaibe's command, Ichino's Maki immediately drew out Zanpakuto and slashed at Yamamoto Hong, who easily dodged it. Is this all you can do? You still dare to challenge me? You are simply overestimating yourself. Yamamoto Hong raised his lips with a sarcastic smile, his eyes full of contempt. Ichinosumaki's eyes widened in anger, and he swung his Zanpakuto, wielding a sharp Ryutsu, at Yamamoto Hong like a hurricane. Each blow carried a simmering sense of rage and resentment, the whistling sound of the wind like a cry for revenge. However, Yamamoto Hong was agile and dodged easily like a ghost. Each dodge was just right, as if he was strolling in the garden. "I think you are not here to fight, but to perform a farce for me." Yamamoto Hong dodged and spoke leisurely, his words piercing Ichinosumaki like needles. Ichinosmaki's face flushed red at the taunt, and his attacks became more frantic. Ryutsu wreaked havoc on the ring, and the runic lights around him flickered violently. But Yamamoto Hong remained calm, dodging left and right, and continued to tease, "Are you trying to blow my own trumpet? With your limited strength, you still dare to challenge me? It's really laughable." Everyone in the audience saw it clearly. Yamamoto Hong's strength clearly crushed Ichinosumaki. The captain of the first team, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, nodded slightly, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Sui-Feng's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he snorted softly, "This guy is still playing around." The smile in Ichimaru-jin's eyes grew even brighter, and he whispered to himself, "This Yamamoto Hong is quite interesting." As Ichinosumaki listened to the whispers coming from all around, he felt ashamed and angry. The Zanpakuto in his hand shone brightly, and a powerful Ryutsu slammed towards Yamamoto Hong swiftly. This attack concentrated all his strength at the moment, as if to completely crush Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong saw the Ryutsu slash, which condensed the full force of Ichinosumaki, coming at him like a tiger, but he showed no fear at all. He clenched his fists and struck out, Six Kings Spear. The six-path spear light appeared out of thin air, and rushed straight towards the Ryutsu slash in a strange and sharp trajectory. Boom! The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. The Ryutsu raged, and the entire arena shook violently. The light on the protective barrier flickered, as if it would shatter at any time. Under the impact of the Six Kings Spear, Maki Ichino's Ryutsu slash was instantly shattered like foam. Not only that, after the Six Kings Spear shattered the Ryutsu slash, the remaining force did not dissipate, and it rushed straight towards Maki Ichino's with terrifying power. Maki Ichino's could not dodge and was hit hard by this remaining force. He flew backward uncontrollably like a kite with its string cut, slamming hard against the edge of the ring, sending up a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground in front of him red. He struggled to get up, but it felt like every bone in his body was falling apart, and every movement was excruciatingly painful. Seeing this, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni frowned slightly. Although there was worry in his eyes, he was more of a recognition of Yamamoto Hong's strength. Sui-Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but praise, "This guy has become stronger again." The lazy smile on Ichimaru-jin's face disappeared, replaced by a solemn look, and he murmured in a low voice, "It seems that this Yamamoto Hong is stronger than I thought." Chapter 14. Ichinosumaki was unwilling to be defeated. He endured the severe pain all over his body and stood up shakily. His eyes were burning with the fire of unyielding. He tightly grasped the Zanpakuto in his hand and shouted loudly, "Shine! Nijigashumi!" Following Ichinosmaki's roar, Zanpakuto Nijigashumi burst into a dazzling light, which spread out in all directions like a tide. Shining rays of light, Nijigashumi! Maki Ichinos shouted again, and his Ryutsu erupted like a volcano, and his speed and strength were greatly improved in an instant. He was surrounded by light, and countless rays of light madly absorbed his own Ryutsu, gradually gathering into a ball of light that was dazzling to the ultimate. This ball of light seemed to have the power to devour everything, eliminating and devouring all the shadows around it. The devoured light was highly compressed and then disappeared, leaving only a dazzling light. Ichinosumaki used the reflection of light to make the light released by Nijigashumi hit himself and then reflect out. In an instant, the entire ring seemed to be filled with countless mirrors, and the enemy could not tell where his true body was. At the same time, these lights continued to reflect and gather in the air around Yamamoto Hong, gradually creating a special space belonging to Ichino's Maki. Being in this space, Yamamoto Hong immediately felt a strange breath. The light around him seemed to have life, constantly twisting and changing, as if inducing him to make wrong judgments. Suddenly, shining blades of light shot towards Yamamoto Hong from all directions at extremely fast speeds and tricky angles. Yamamoto Hong shouted, "The Diamond Dragon's strong city is broken." A layer of golden dragon scales instantly covered Yamamoto Hong's body. Each dragon scale was shining with a mysterious light, as if indestructible. The light blade hit the dragon scales, making a series of ding-dang-dang sounds and splashing golden sparks, but it could not cause any substantial damage to Yamamoto Hong. However, Ichino's Maki was not discouraged. He knew that in order to defeat Yamamoto Hong, he had to break through Yamamoto Hong's defense, so Maki Ichino's concentrated his mind and controlled the light in the space, making them gather more closely together, trying to increase the power of the light blade. As the light continued to gather, the light blade became thicker and its power increased exponentially. A new round of attacks began again, and thick light blades smashed towards Yamamoto Hong like raindrops. This time, the pressure on the shield increased significantly, the dragon scales began to tremble slightly, and the light became a little dim. Yamamoto Hong's face was solemn. He felt unprecedented pressure, but there was no intention of retreat in his eyes. "Humph, is this all you can do?" Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly, although he seemed calm on the surface. But he didn't dare to slack off in his heart. He knew very well that this move of Ichino's Maki was not so easy to crack, and he had to find the flaw as soon as possible. In the original work, the way to break Ichino's Maki's Zanpakuto is to cover it with a stronger Ryutsu, but after Shikai, Ichino's Maki's Ryutsu is similar to Yamamoto Hong's, so Yamamoto Hong can't use this trick. Under the constant attack, Yamamoto Hong began to carefully observe the flow pattern of light in this special space. He found that although the light seemed chaotic, but in fact, there is a certain pattern surrounding the position of Maki Ichino's. As long as the source of this pattern is found, perhaps we can crack this space. At this moment, Ichino's Maki took advantage of the moment when Yamamoto Hong was distracted and launched a more violent attack. He increased his Ryutsu to the limit, causing the light in the space to change again. Originally it was just a light blade attack, but now the light began to condense into illusory figures around Yamamoto Hong. These figures held sharp blades and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong frantically. The attacks of these illusory figures were extremely fierce, and each blow carried great power. Under this round of attacks, a crack finally appeared on the dragon scales of the King Kong dragon. The crack quickly spread like a spider web. Yamamoto Hong secretly said in his heart that something was wrong. Yamamoto Hong decided to take the initiative. He concentrated all his Ryutsu, ready to give Ichino's Maki a heavy blow. Taking advantage of the gap between the illusory figure's attacks, Yamamoto Hong aimed in the direction of Ichino's Maki, suddenly broke through the restraints of the shield, and flew towards Ichino's Maki like a golden meteor. Ichino's Maki didn't expect that Yamamoto Hong would dare to take the initiative to attack, and was caught off guard for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and controlled the light in the space, trying to stop Yamamoto Hong's attack. However, Yamamoto Hong had already made a desperate move at this moment. His speed was so fast that the blocking lights could not stop him at all. Just as Yamamoto Hong was about to approach Ichino's Maki, a glint of determination flashed in Ichino's Maki's eyes. He once again activated the ability of Zanpakuto, allowing all the light in the space to gather in front of him, forming an indestructible wall of light. Yamamoto Hong didn't hesitate at all. He concentrated his Ryutsu into his fist and smashed it hard against the wall of light. There was a loud bang. The wall of light collided with Yamamoto Hong's fist, and a powerful energy wave erupted. This wave was like a hurricane, stirring up the air around the entire ring into chaos. Under this powerful impact, Maki Ichino's special space was finally shattered, and the light dissipated instantly. Yamamoto Hong's attack also successfully broke Maki Ichino's defense and knocked him out again. Ichino's Maki fell heavily to the ground. Yamamoto Hong stood there, breathing heavily. Looking at the fallen Ichino's Maki, he said to himself, "This kid, after taking this move, he probably won't be able to stand up again." Ichino's Maki struggled to stand up again with the help of Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Hong frowned slightly, looked at him, and asked, "Why, do you still want to fight?" Ichino's Maki smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. His voice was a little hoarse and tired as he admitted directly, "I lost, Yamamoto Hong, I am indeed not your opponent." After that, he slowly turned his gaze in the direction of Onigenjo Kenpeki. At this time, information about a new skill came to Yamamoto Hong's head, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, one of Serena's dragon-slaying magics in fairy tale. This is a light-attributed dragon-slaying magic that can guide the power of light, creating light to launch attacks during battle. It has the power of the sun that makes darkness nowhere to hide, is immune to light-attributed attacks, and can absorb light energy to restore magic power and physical strength, as well as enhance strength. Releases a field of holy light to purify and neutralize all negative forces, causing severe damage to those with dark, shadow and other attribute powers. At this time, Yamamoto Hong understood why he did not receive the skill reward when he defeated Kenpeki Oni Yanchinj a month ago, because he did not admit defeat in person. At this time, Maki Ichino's turned his gaze in the direction of Kenpeki Onigawa. "Sorry, Captain, I lost." Maki Ichino's voice was full of guilt and self-blame. When Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki heard this, he was furious. A fierce light flashed in his eyes and he shouted loudly, "Go to hell, you waste!" His voice was like a loud bell, echoing in the martial arts field, making everyone's eardrums hurt. When Ichino's Maki heard his captain's angry curse, his body trembled slightly, and a trace of pain and despair flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head, as if he was under tremendous pressure. "Captain, even though I lost this battle, I won't give up. I will become stronger, and one day, I will show you my strength." Ichino's Maki shouted, clenching the Zanpakuto in his hand. His voice was still weak, but full of determination. Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki said, "You useless thing, hurry up and commit suicide, otherwise Lao Zi will do it himself and kill you, a piece of trash." Ichino's Maki wanted to say something, but the furious Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki had already lost his mind. His eyes were red and he roared, "Smash him, Mengtun Meru!" Instantly, a mighty Ryotsu erupted with him as the center, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was instantly liberated, transforming into a giant ghost fork stick, wrapped with strands of red Ryotsu, emitting a chilling aura. The ghost fork stick is, as its name suggests, supported by a wooden stick, with 4 rows of forks at equal intervals fixed on the head, and 3 forks arranged in an orderly manner in each row. This stick is somewhat similar to a mace in shape, but has sharper spikes than the mace. The reason why it is called the ghost fork stick is that it is very difficult to defend against the enemy, and it attacks almost in all directions without any dead angles, so it is also considered the ghost-fearing weapon among cold weapons. The fork-shaped thorns on the top of the ghost fork stick are slightly curved and can be used for hooking or stabbing. They are more harmful than simple stabbing and increase the area of damage once stabbed. Therefore, everyone is afraid of this kind of cold weapon. If it pierces the enemy's body, the enemy will bleed profusely. The hook-shaped fork will expand the enemy's wound or even tear it open, but this also requires the enemy to be stabbed. The ghost fork stick is relatively light compared to many large weapons, so it is not difficult to pick up. However, it would be wrong to think that anyone can use it easily. What the user needs is dexterity. Without saying a word, Kenpeki Kiyomizu raised Mengtun Wan high and smashed it hard at Ichino's Maki, who was already unable to move. The speed was so fast and the power was so great that it seemed to smash the entire arena to pieces. At this critical moment, a golden figure rushed over like lightning. Yamamoto Hong pulled out his sealed state and arrived in time, using the sealed state in his hand to easily block the fatal blow of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeiki. Chapter 15. There was a loud clang sound, like the collision of a huge bell. The powerful impact force spread out from the two people as the center, and set off a gust of wind, making the clothes of everyone present rustle. Kenpeiki Kiyomi's eyes widened as he stared at Yamamoto Hong and roared, "Yamamoto Hong, what do you mean? Are you trying to stop me from disposing of this waste?" Yamamoto Hong said, "As a captain, it is not good for you to want to kill your colleagues." Kenpeiki Onionja snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph, he lost so miserably, how can he have the dignity to continue living? In the 11th division, only the strong have the right to survive." Ichino's Maki looked at Yamamoto Hong and said, "Yamamoto Hong, I lost. According to the rules, I don't deserve to live. Let the captain kill me." When Maki Ichino saw that his captain wanted to kill him, his faith completely collapsed. Otherwise, even if he couldn't fight back, he could rely on Zanpakute's ability to dodge. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "You have a strong fighting spirit. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is losing the courage to stand up again. If you have this fighting spirit, you should not die here." Yamamoto Hong I swung his sword vigorously, directly forcing Kenpeiki to retreat. Yamamoto Hong I pointed at Kenpeiki and said, "If you want to fight, fight me." Kenpeiki Kiyomizu looked at Shigekuni Yamamoto, who nodded. Chijiro Sasakai immediately took the disabled Maki Ichinos away, and the battle between Kenpeiki Kiyomizu and Hong Yamamoto was about to begin. Kenpeiki Kiyomizu held the liberated Mengtun Mara tightly in his hand, and Ryutsu surged wildly around his body, like a completely enraged beast, emitting bursts of low roars. His ferocious eyes like a wild boar stared at Yamamoto Hong, and the burning anger in them seemed to be able to burn everything in front of him. "Yamamoto Hong, today I will make you pay a heavy price for the previous humiliation." After that, he swung the Mengtun wand violently, bringing up a whistling wind, and smashed it towards Yamamoto Hong. The force of this attack was incredible. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a sizzling sound. The ground around the ring also trembled slightly due to the powerful impact. Yamamoto Hong remained calm, his eyes gleaming with confidence and resolve. Facing Kenpeiki's frenzied attack, he remained unhurried, his feet firmly planted on the ground, like a towering mountain, unshaken by the raging wind and rain. Just as the Mengtun Wan was about to hit him, Yamamoto Hong dodged the fatal blow with a superb technique. His figure was as elusive as a ghost, and he instantly appeared behind and to the left of Kenpeiki, the sealed state in his hand gleaming with a cold luster in the sunlight. "Humph, you think you can hurt me? That's just wishful thinking." "Nine-headed dragon flash," Yamamoto Hong said coldly, his tone full of disdain. Then, Yamamoto Hong clenched the sealed state with both hands, exerted force suddenly, and unleashed a powerful nine-headed dragon flash. In an instant, it seemed as if 9 giant dragons condensed from pure momentum roared out from his blade. This time, the 9-headed dragon flash is no longer a simple siege by 9 giant dragons from different directions like last time. Yamamoto Hong incorporates his exquisite control of Ryutsu into it, making each slash carry a unique rhythm and power. With the first strike, Yamamoto Hong's sealed state was lifted diagonally upwards, and Ryutsu surged along the blade like a surging tide, transforming into a winding and circling dragon of light in the air. The light dragon bared its fangs and claws, opened its mouth wide, and bit towards Kenpeiki of Oniyaki's wrist, aiming to make him let go of the Mengtun Wan in his hand and lose the advantage of his weapon. The light dragon was extremely fast and arrived in front of Kenpeiki Kiyomizu almost instantly, bringing with it a gust of fierce wind that blew Kenpeiki Kiyomizu's hair to one side. The second attack followed immediately. Yamamoto Hong turned his body and slashed down from top to bottom in a sealed state. The dragon shadow condensed by Ryutsu pressed towards Kenpeiki's shoulders like a mountain. The blow was so powerful that it seemed to split Kenpeika's shoulder in half. Kenpeika felt the powerful pressure and instinctively wanted to dodge, but found that his body was restrained by the residual power of the first blow and his movements became slow. For the third strike, Yamamoto Hong turned sideways and swept out in a sealed state. Ryutsu shuttled like a dragon and went straight to the waist and abdomen of Kenpeika Kiyomizu. The dragon shadow flashed with a cold light and was astonishingly fast. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be distorted. Kenpeika Kiyomizu quickly raised Mengtunwan to resist, but Lunjing's power was beyond his imagination. Mengtunwan was shaken out of his hand and rolled several times on the ground. For the fourth attack, Yamamoto Hong jumped high, stabbed downward in a sealed state, and Ryutsu dived like a dragon, aiming at the chest of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika. Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika had lost his weapon at this time and could only use his arms to block. The dragon shadow hit his arm with a dull thud, and his arm was instantly broken. He was also blown away by the impact, drawing an arc in the air. In the fifth attack, Yamamoto Hong flipped in the air, and the sealed state was lifted from the bottom up. The dragon shadow formed by Ryutsu was like a nimble fish, attacking the chin of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika. Just as Kenpeika Kiyomizu was about to land, he was hit by the sudden attack, his jaw was dislocated, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The sixth attack, after Yamamoto Hong landed, he rushed towards Kenpeika Kiyomizu in a flash, and stabbed him quickly in a sealed state. 3 Ryutsu dragon shadows stabbed towards Kenpeika Kiyomizu's throat, heart, and abdomen like lightning. Kenpeika Kiyomizu was seriously injured at this time and had no ability to dodge. He could only watch the dragon shadows approaching. In the seventh strike, Yamamoto Hong switched the sealed state to his left hand, rotated his body, and smashed the back of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika with the back of the knife. Ryutsu swept across like a dragon's tail, knocking him directly to the ground. Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. For the eighth blow, Yamamoto Hong jumped up again, raised his sealed state above his head, and chopped down fiercely. Ryutsu turned into a giant dragon and roared as it slashed towards Kenpeika's legs. Kenpeika tried to struggle to get up, but was hit again by this blow, breaking his legs and screaming in pain. The ninth blow, Yamamoto Hong landed in front of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika, the tip of the sealed state knife lightly touched his forehead, and a weak but powerful Ryutsu dragon shadow slowly drilled into his head. This blow seemed gentle, but it made Oni Yanchinj Kenpeika's eyes lose focus instantly, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. In just a moment, Kenpeika Kiyomizu was severely injured by Yamamoto Hong's 9-headed dragon flash and lay on the ground, his life or death unknown. Yamamoto Hong sheathed his sword with a calm expression, as if the fierce battle he had just experienced was just an ordinary drill for him. Sui-Feng smiled and said, "This 9-headed dragon flash is even stronger than the one a month ago." Kurako Shunsui smiled and said, "Oh my, you are indeed my junior brother. You are much better than I used to be." Ichino's Maki saw Yamamoto Hong's powerful Kamui and muttered to himself, "Is this the true power of Yamamoto Hong? He didn't even unleash his Zanpakuto, but he defeated the captain with just his slashing technique." Chijiro Sasakaibe, standing by, said with a smile, "Don't think that just because Master Hong hasn't unleashed Zanpakuto, he's weak. The white hits, Kid, Zanpakuto, and shrinking the earth techniques he created are all powerful moves. Someone like Kenpeika Oni, who's barely qualified to step into the captain's rank, isn't worthy of Master Hong unleashing his most powerful Zanpakuto." Upon hearing this, Ichino's Maki felt a wave of sadness. The captain, who he had once believed to be so powerful, was now in such a state of disgrace, even admitting his own inferiority. He suddenly felt that the beliefs he had always held on to were ridiculous. Maki Ichinos looked at Kenpeika Inigamo lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, and then looked at Hong Yamamoto who looked calm, and felt mixed emotions. Once upon a time, he had immense trust and admiration for Kenpeika Oni Ionja, thinking that although the captain had a rough appearance, he was known as the strongest swordsman in Seoul society and must have extraordinary qualities. He was willing to work for him and fight for the honor of the 11th Division. But now, the scenes before him completely shattered his faith. He recalled the scene when he challenged Yamamoto Hong. At that time, he blindly thought that Yamamoto Hong defeated the captain just by luck, but he never thought that Yamamoto Hong's true strength was so terrifying. The nine-headed dragon flash that Yamamoto Hong just performed, the control of Ryutsu as if it were his own arm, and the fierce and desperate attack, every move seemed to be engraved in his mind. In comparison, Kenpeki Uniyaki was like a clumsy and reckless man in front of Yamamoto Hong, with brute force but no skills at all. Maki Ichinos was filled with regret. He regretted that he had overestimated his own abilities and that he had wrongly trusted his captain. Yamamoto Hong clearly had the ability to kill him in the ring, but he didn't do it. He even tried to stop Kenpeki Inigawa from killing him. This strength, tolerance, and kindness formed a sharp contrast with the stupidity, weakness and cruelty of Kenpeki Kiyomizu. He began to reflect on whether the goal he had been striving for was wrong from the beginning. At this moment, Kenpeki Kiyomizu stood up again, his body covered with wounds. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds, staining his clothes red. Kenpeki Uniyanshinji looked at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes no longer filled with anger and disdain, but with deep shock and unwillingness. I didn't expect you to be so strong. My Shikai can't beat you at all. Kenpeki Kiyomi's voice was hoarse and revealed a sense of powerlessness, but at this moment Yamamoto Hong had no time to pay attention to him, but instead heard the voice in his head. Chapter 16. Obtain a new skill, True Dragon. This is a move from the Wumingshan Fengliu Qinglong series in Ghost Eye Mad Knife. The protagonist Ghost Eye Mad Knife usually divides this move into two moves. Jiaolong, condensing the moisture in the air into a sharp blade, it attacks the enemy like a ferocious dragon, causing damage from the inside out. In simple terms, it fuses sword energy with moisture, cuts through the opponent and then enters the wound, chopping the opponent into several pieces from the inside out. It is also very convenient to use, and can be used for close attack or long-range attack through sword wind. Mirage, by utilizing the flow of the atmosphere to manipulate the blood disorder in the opponent's body, the opponent will have hallucinations, and eventually the opponent's blood will gush out from the inside out. The combination of the true Jiaolong is the power of Jiaolong and Mirage, further enhancing the attack effect. Yamamoto Hong didn't expect that the battle was not over yet, and his opponent had just said the word lose, but he actually comprehended a new skill, and this skill could be divided into two moves. So, does this mean that after fighting with Shikai's guy, we should make him admit defeat first, and then fight with Bankai's guy, so as to fix the bug? Just when Yamamoto Hong was thinking about how to exploit the bug to obtain more skills, Oni Yanshinji Kenpeki let out a thunderous roar, Bankai! Menja de Tunwan! In an instant, a powerful and violent Ryutsu erupted wildly with him as the center. The Ryutsu was like a surging tide, sweeping around with a terrifying sense of oppression. The air seemed to be boiled by the Ryutsu, making a sizzling sound, and the space was slightly distorted, as if it could not withstand the impact of such a powerful force. Kenpeki Oniyansha, who was lying on the ground seriously injured, slowly stood up. His appearance changed dramatically. He was wearing a grey boar head mask with sharp and ferocious fangs on the mask, as if he could tear everything apart at any time. The deer hair draped around his waist danced wildly in the wind, adding a bit of wildness. The bare hair at his feet also swayed freely in the breeze of Ryutsu, making him look even more burly. The ghost fork stick in his hand has turned into a huge stick similar to a wild boar's tooth. The surface is flashing with a strange dark red light and flowing with strands of Ryutsu, as if it has life. At this moment, he is like a terrifying monster crawling out of the abyss of hell, exuding endless murderous aura. Kenpeki Oni's eyes flashed with madness behind his mask. He stared at Yamamoto Hong and growled, "Yamamoto Hong, that was just a warm-up. Now, it's time for the real battle." After saying that, Kenpeki of Oni Ionja suddenly swung the huge boar-tooth club in his hand, creating a gust of wind and smashing it towards Yamamoto Hong. The power contained in this attack was even more terrifying than before. Wherever it passed, the ground was scoured by the strong wind pressure, leaving deep grooves, scattering gravel and filling the sky with dust. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were stern, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. He knew very well that the Ryutsu of the Oni Yanshinji Kenpeki in front of him had greatly increased after Bankai, and this would be an unprecedented tough battle. But he had no fear in his heart. Instead, he felt a strong fighting spirit. He quickly used the shrinking the earth technique, and his body flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding the attack of Oni Yanshinji Kenpeki. At the same time, he activated the Ryutsu in his body, preparing to launch a counterattack. Yamamoto Hong's figure flashed like a ghost, and he once again used his clever body skills to avoid Kenpeki's powerful attack. As soon as Yamamoto Hong's feet landed on the ground, his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle, and he used his signature skill, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, without hesitation. In an instant, 9 giant dragons formed by pure momentum roared out from his sword. Every time this 9-headed dragon flash was performed, it carried Yamamoto Hong's understanding of battle and desire for victory. This time, it incorporated all the strength he stimulated when facing a strong enemy. The first giant dragon, with the momentum of a tidal wave, rushed straight towards Kenpeki's throat. The second giant dragon, like a nimble shadow, attacked his chest swiftly. The third giant dragon circled from the side, trying to bite off his arm. The 9 giant dragons surrounded Kenpeki from different directions and angles with the momentum of a tidal wave. Everyone thought that this blow would cause Kenpeki Kiyomi to fall to the ground seriously injured again, but a shocking scene happened the next second. Kenpeki Kiyomizu actually stood firmly in place. The powerful force of the 9-headed dragon flash hit him, but the scene of blood and flesh flying as everyone expected did not occur. Not only was he not injured, but he actually laughed arrogantly. Yamamoto Hong, do you think your 9-headed dragon flash can defeat me again? How naive! I'm in Bankai mode now. After Bankai, I'm invincible. Even Gosok Kenpeki died under my Bankai. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were stern. He never expected that this extremely powerful 9-headed dragon flash could be resolved by Kenpeki Yanshinji in such a strange way. Yamamoto Hong suddenly discovered that the ring under Kenpeki Yanshinji's feet seemed to be madly kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The hard spiritual stone blocks made a cracking sound and kept cracking. The cracks spread at an alarming speed, like a huge spider web, covering the entire ring. Kenpeki Kiyomizu didn't care about the chaotic scene at all. He raised the Menja Debutan again and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong. His figure was barely visible in the flying dust, and his mad aura seemed to crush Yamamoto Hong directly. Die! Kenpeki of Inigonjo roared, his voice echoing in the martial arts arena, making everyone's eardrums hurt. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that he must not panic at this moment and must deal with it calmly. Yamamoto Hong dodged Kenpeki's attacks flexibly while using the 6 King's Spear to attack Kenpeki. At the same time, Yamamoto Hong kept his eyes fixed on Kenpeki, not missing any of his subtle movements, trying to find flaws in them. During the repeated attacks, Yamamoto Hong found that every time he attacked Kenpeki Yanshinji, the ring made of spiritual rocks under Kenpeki's feet would collapse. Yamamoto Hong made a tentative attack, and only some small pieces of stone slabs broke. Then when Yamamoto Hong used the 6 King's Spear to attack, large pieces of stone slabs also began to break and collapse, but the 6 King's Spear had no splashing effect. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Hong understood the ability of Oni Yanshinji Kenpeki. Yamamoto Hong suddenly distanced himself from Kenpeki Kiyomizu and said, I thought your defense had hardened, but I didn't expect you to be able to deflect the attack. Oni Yanshinji Kenpeki said with a smile, even if you know, so what? Ha 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 ha. Yamamoto Hong, what can you do to me? Kenpeki of Oni Ionja laughed wildly, waving the huge boar-tusk club in his hand wantonly, causing gusts of wind and making the dust around him fly even more wildly. Kenpeki Oniyanjo's face, which was covered with a wild boar mask, was filled with pride and arrogance, as if the whole world was under his control. The captains who were watching the game naturally knew the abilities of Kenpeki Bankai of Oni Yanchinj, but it was Yamamoto Hong who saw him for the first time and quickly realized that his eyesight was indeed quite good. Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, "Although your ability is great, there is a limit to how far you can divert attacks. If I launch an attack that exceeds your limit, you won't be able to divert it at all. You damned brat, don't underestimate me. I'm the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpeki Oni Yanchinj. My Bankai is invincible." Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, "Let me show you the new kid I created when I was fighting Ichinos just now. It's the Shining Dragon's Radiant Stone Heaven." Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly, and in an instant, an extremely dazzling light burst out on the ring, and the light seemed to have gathered the power of the sun. Several times more dazzling than the midday sun, the strong light surged and spread in all directions like a tide, instantly filling the entire training ground, causing everyone present to subconsciously squint their eyes and raise their hands to block out the light. This light is not only incredibly bright, but also contains a powerful purifying power. Under the illumination of the light, the murderous aura emanating from Kenpeki of Oni Ionja quickly dissipated like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. At this moment, under the purification of the holy light field, Kenpeki of Oni Ionja began to tremble slightly, as if every inch of his skin was enduring the stinging pain of a baptism. Kenpeki Kiyomizu was blinded by the sudden bright light. In panic, he could only rely on his instincts to wildly swing the Menja Debuton Meru in his hand and smash it around him. The huge stick created gusts of wind that blew dust and gravel everywhere, but this was just his panicked struggle. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Yamamoto Hong looked solemn. He stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and placed them on his forehead, and began to fully charge the magic light-killing cannon. Yamamoto Hong closed his eyes tightly and concentrated all his energy. The Ryutsu in his body gathered towards his fingers like a turbulent river. As the Ryutsu continued to condense, spiral rays of light began to flicker between his fingers, growing brighter and brighter. The air around him seemed to be twisted by this powerful force, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong exuded a resolute aura. He knew the importance of this attack, which was the key to defeating Kenpeki of Oniganjo. Everyone in the audience was staring at the ring nervously in complete silence. Everyone could feel the tension and oppression in the atmosphere at the moment. Sui-Feng clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering for Yamamoto Hong in his heart. The other captains also watched intently, wanting to see Yamamoto Hong's fatal move. Finally, Yamamoto Hong felt that the power of the demonic light cannon had reached the level he expected. Yamamoto Hong dispersed the enveloping light, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Demonic light cannon!" I saw a super strong energy beam surrounded by spiral ryutsu like a dazzling meteor, shooting towards Kenpeki of Oniganjo with the force of thunder. Chapter 17. The extremely powerful energy beam from the demonic light-killing cannon, which was wrapped in spiral ryutsu, hit Kenpeki Kiyomizu like a bright meteor. In an instant, the light flashed and the entire training ground was filled with this strong light. Everyone subconsciously squinted their eyes. When the light dimmed slightly, everyone was shocked to find that Kenpeki Kiyomizu was only slightly shaken and had only some superficial injuries on his body. The injuries caused by the demonic light cannon were minimal. Kenpeki was panting heavily, a look of disdain on his face. He opened his mouth and was about to mock Yamamoto Hong, but he only saw Yamamoto Hong's eyes stern, and he shouted, "Flash time cone!" In an instant, time seemed to be subtly distorted, and Yamamoto Hong jumped 0.1 seconds. This 0.1 second is almost negligible in the eyes of ordinary people, but for a duel between masters, it is enough to change the situation. In this short but extremely crucial 0.1 second, Yamamoto Hong's body was as fast as lightning, and he displayed the extremely powerful nine-headed dragon flash. He held the sealed state tightly with both hands, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly, and his whole momentum reached its peak. The nine-headed dragon flash was activated, and 9 giant dragons formed by pure momentum roared out from his sword. The first giant dragon, with the momentum of splitting mountains and splitting rocks, rushed straight to Kenpeiki's right hand. Its head was raised high, its whiskers were flying, and its mouth was wide open, as if it wanted to bite Kenpeiki's right arm directly off. The powerful Ryutsu fluctuations made the surrounding air emit a buzzing sound. The second dragon, like a nimble spirit, swiftly attacked Kenpeiki's left foot, moving at a speed so fast it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Its tail swept past, creating a sharp gust of wind, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be ripped into tiny cracks. The other 7 dragons also surrounded Kenpeiki of Uniyaki Castle from different directions and angles with overwhelming force. Some dragons circled from the side, trying to tear his defense, some dragons swooped down from above, giving a strong sense of oppression, and some dragons slid along the ground, piercing his lower body. Kenpeiki Yanchinj only felt a flash before his eyes and had no time to react. His brain was still at the moment of preparing to mock Yamamoto Hong, but his body was already in desperate situation. He tried to divert the attack, but it was too late. Not to mention that he had just been hit by the demonic light cannon and had consumed a lot of physical strength. Simply from the perspective of time, he was already too late. With 2 muffled puff sounds, the first dragon accurately bit Kenpeiki's right hand. The powerful force directly bit off his right arm at the shoulder. The broken arm flew out like a piece of dead wood with splattered blood. The second dragon also successfully hit his left foot, pulling it off from the ankle. Kenpeiki's left leg lost support and he fell to one side. Ah! Kenpeiki Oni Yanchinj let out a shrill scream, his voice full of pain and unwillingness. He knelt on one knee, and covered the wound on his right arm tightly with his only remaining left hand. Blood kept flowing out from between his fingers, dripping onto the ground, instantly dyeing the ring red. Kenpeiki Oni Yanchinj's eyes were full of fear and shock. He could not imagine how Yamamoto Hong hurt him. When the people in the audience saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. The captain of the first team, Genryūsai Shigakuni Yamamoto, nodded slightly, with a hint of relief in his eyes. The captain of the second team, Sui-Feng, clenched her fists and secretly cheered for Yamamoto Hong in her heart. She always knew that Yamamoto Hong was very powerful, but she did not expect that he could display such exquisite coordination at such a critical moment and successfully inflict heavy damage on Kenpeiki of Oni Yanchinj. The captains of the other divisions also showed surprise. 5th Division Captain Aizen frowned slightly, a hint of subtle interest flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that Yamamoto Hong was just a junior with some talent and was not to be feared, but now it seems that Yamamoto Hong's growth rate is far beyond his imagination. The members of the 11th Division all looked pale. They could never have imagined that their captain, who was always known for his strength, would be beaten like this by Yamamoto Hong. Kenpeiki gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain, and looked up at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes full of resentment. Yamamoto Hong, how dare you do this to me? Yamamoto Hong had a calm expression, holding a sealed state, and looked coldly at Kenpeiki Kiyomizu. You asked for this. From the moment you attempted to kill Ichino's Maki, you should have expected this to happen. Kenpeiki roared in anger and tried to stand up again to continue fighting Yamamoto Hong. However, as soon as he exerted force, he fell heavily to the ground due to his severe injuries. His body was shaking continuously, and blood gathered in a pool around him. At this time, he no longer had the arrogance he had before, and he looked miserable. Yamamoto Hong slowly walked towards Kenpeiki Yanchinj, his steps steady and powerful. Kenpeiki Yanchinj had not admitted defeat yet, and he had not received the reward yet, so how could he let Kenpeiki Yanchinj go? When Kenpeiki saw Yamamoto Hong coming towards him again, he was very scared and shouted, I admit defeat, Captain, I have already lost, please make him stop. Hearing Kenpeki Oni's cry of surrender, Yamamoto Hong stopped, raised his head slightly, and looked coldly at the man who had been so arrogant just now but was now begging for mercy in a desperate situation. Off stage, the captains' hearts were filled with silent mockery. First Division Captain Genryūsai Ishigakuni Yamamoto stroked his beard, the elation in his eyes fading, replaced by a hint of contempt. This devil Yanchinge Kenpeki usually relies on his brute force to act arrogantly in jingling court and cause a lot of trouble. Now that he has met a tough guy, he looks so cowardly, which is really ridiculous. All his former prestige has been thrown to the sky, which is really a disgrace to the name of captain. The second squad captain Sui-Feng raised a disdainful arc at the corner of her mouth. She had always disliked the arrogant look of Kenpeki of Oni Yanchinge, but at this moment she felt happy. Humph, this guy always likes to look down on others, thinking that his Bankai is invincible. Now look what happened, he was beaten by Yamamoto Hong without being able to fight back. Let's see how he can show off in front of everyone in the future. This is the price of arrogance, and the retribution comes so quickly. The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen still looked calm, but his slightly narrowed eyes were full of sarcasm. Kenpeki Kiyomizu, a reckless man who only knows how to use force and has no tactical strategy, also wants to dominate the Godi I-13 where there are so many strong people. He is really a frog in the well and does not know his place. The members of Division 11 hung their heads, their faces etched with shame. Their revered captain, now a stray dog, collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Their reverence for Kenpeki Inagashiro crumbled in that moment. The captains of the other divisions, some shaking their heads and chuckling, others watching with cold eyes, all internally mocking Kenpeki. At this moment, Chijiro Sasakaibe stepped onto the ring in a flash. He first bowed respectfully to Yamamoto Hong, then said loudly, "Master Hong, this battle is over. You are the well-deserved winner." After saying that, he glanced at Kenpeki Kiyomi with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, Kenpeki Kiyomi felt even more hatred in his heart, but he was helpless and could only collapse on the ground, letting the blood spread. The captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, came on stage and used Kidō to save Kenpeki Oni Yanchinge. Unohana Retsu was the first-generation Kenpeki. Although she also wanted to kill Kenpeki Oni Yanchinge who had disgraced the name of Kenpeki, she was now the captain of the 4th Division and could not stand by and watch him die. Yamamoto Hong said to Chijiro Sasakaibe, "Uncle Sasakaibe, I'm a little tired. I'm leaving now." Then Yamamoto Hong's figure flashed and left the ring, and soon appeared in his own training room. He had just defeated Kenpeki Oni Yanchinge and obtained new skills, which made him very excited, but he didn't want to show it in front of everyone, so he could only make an excuse to run back. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 35 years old. Ryutsu, ordinary captain. White hits, elite captain. Kid, captain of the century. Slashing technique, 100 years captain. Shunpo, ordinary captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Strong City Breaking, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Power, Magical Light Killing Cannon, 9-Headed Dragon Flash, Flashing Dragons Radiant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High Position Additional. High Attachment, from Fairy Tale, it is a magic often used by Aaron Bells Arian, the founder of attachment magic and dragon slayer magic. Due to the different worlds, it has now been transformed into Shinigami's Kid. High-level additional magic is magic that can add any magic to any person or object. This magic is not used to attack directly, but to add magic to objects or humans. This magic requires huge magic power, so people with low magic power cannot learn it. Due to the different worlds, it now relies on Ryutsu to cast. High-level attachments are very powerful skills no matter in which world. For example, attaching a berserker can increase the strength of ordinary soldiers several times, but the person being attached will lose his original consciousness and go berserk. Attaching a personality to an object will give it memories, allow it to take on a human appearance, and enable it to use human skills. You can attach a personality to a person and let that person have the memories you implanted. For example, if there is a beautiful woman who has murdered her father, you can directly attach a personality to her and make her fall in love with you and be unable to stop. Moreover, high-bit attachment can not only be attached, but also separated. For example, the memory you don't want can be separated directly. Yamamoto Hong laughed heartily. That's a pretty good skill. With this skill, I don't even need to worry about Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. Even if I've seen his Shikai, so what? I can just use high-level attachment to detach the memory, or detach my eyes while watching it and go blind for a few minutes. Chapter 18. 3 months later, while Yamamoto Hong was training, Chijiro Sasakaibe appeared in his training room. Yamamoto Hong asked, "Uncle Sasakaibe, what's going on?" Chijiro Sasakaibe said, "Master Hong, Ichino's Maki wants to see you. Are you going to challenge him again? I showed him mercy last time, so let him in." Ichino's Maki walked into the training room, and when he saw Yamamoto Hong, he knelt down with a plop without any hesitation. Yamamoto Hong was surprised by this sudden action, frowned slightly, and looked at him with confusion. "Ichinos, what are you doing?" Yamamoto Hong asked in confusion. Ichino's Maki remained unmoved. He raised his head, his eyes filled with determination and admiration. "Master Hong, I beg you to take me in and let me follow you." Yamamoto Hong was increasingly puzzled. "Aren't you devoted to Kenpeki? You even challenged me for him before, so why do you suddenly want to follow me now? You should know that in the original work, Ichino's Maki defected because of the death of Kenpeki Inigawa, and even followed Bavant to destroy Soul Society." A trace of pain and regret flashed in Ichino's Maki's eyes. "I once blindly trusted and admired Kenpeki Kiyomizu, believing him to be as powerful as the rumors said, and a captain worthy of my fighting for. But after witnessing your battle with him, especially the scene where you used the Shining Dragon's glowing stone heaven, I finally understood what true strength is. I have to thank you, Zanpakuto, for giving me inspiration. No, my Najigashumi is trash compared to your Shining Dragon's glowing stone celestial." Ichino's Maki paused for a moment, as if immersed in the shocking scene. That dazzling light contained the power to purify everything. Under its illumination, the murderous aura of Kenpeki Kiyomizu instantly dissipated. At that moment, I saw hope and the strength and grace of a truly powerful person. Compared to you, Kenpeki Kiyomizu is nothing more than a reckless man with brute force. I mistakenly trusted him and lost my way. I reflected for a long time and found how ridiculous my previous beliefs were. I did so much for him, even defecting, but when I was defeated, he wanted to kill me without mercy. It was you who stopped him at the critical moment and saved my life. You are not only powerful, but also kind-hearted. From then on, I made up my mind that if I have the chance, I must follow you, learn your skills, and become a true strong man like you." Ichino's Maki's voice trembled slightly, and his words were full of sincerity. Yamamoto Hong listened quietly, feeling a little sympathetic towards Ichino's Maki's experience and a little surprised at his transformation, but that didn't mean Yamamoto Hong wanted to take him in. Yamamoto Hong asked, "Let me ask you a question first." "Hi. Godai 13, what are the responsibilities of each squadron?" "Master Hong, among the Godai 13, Squad 1 is the headquarters, responsible for issuing Central 46 notices and holding regular meetings. Squad 2 is responsible for assassinations and secret infiltration missions. Squad 3 is the support team, supporting the other squads except Squad 4 when needed. Squad 4 is the medical team, responsible for emergency treatment and daily medical work. Squad 5 is the rescue team, responsible for rescuing Shinigami and apprentice Shinigami. who get into trouble in the real world. Squad 6 is the exclusive team for the nobility, responsible for protecting the interests of the Soul Society nobility. Squad 7 is the inner court guard, responsible for assisting and protecting Squad 1 and Central 46. 46. Squad 8 is the intelligence team, responsible for collecting and organizing intelligence. Squad 9 is the prison team, responsible for torture and imprisoning ordinary prisoners. Squad 10 is the patrol and security team, responsible for maintaining security within the jingling court. Squad 11 is the combat force, responsible for the frontline offensive. Squad 12 is the combat support team, responsible for providing supplies during combat. Squad 13 is the purification team, the main force for purifying the hollows, and is responsible for stationing in the real world. Then let me ask you, how do you join the first division? I'm sorry, I don't know that. Chur Sasakai began to speak. Division 1 is different from the other divisions. It does not directly recruit members of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Instead, it selects outstanding talents from the other 12 divisions, assesses them, and then allows them to join. Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "You understand, if you want to follow me, you should join the first team first." Ichino's Maki said yes, and then left to prepare to join the first team. 5 years passed in a flash. Just a short distance underground from the terrifying bipolar execution platform, there is a secret base unknown to the world. This place seems like a rock kill left over from ancient times. The space is extremely empty. As far as the eye can see, there are bare rocks and dry loess, which are rough and have the vicissitudes of time. In this desolate scene, a hot spring pool seems out of place. The water in the pool is like a clear mirror, so clear that you can see through the scattered stones at the bottom. Even the tiny wisps of sand floating in the air were visible, and the rising hot air seemed to have cast a layer of misty gauze over this cold underground world, adding a dreamlike charm to it. The hot spring pool is surrounded by walls carefully built with smooth stones, which are cool and warm to the touch, forming a sharp contrast with the boiling hot water in the pool. When the body slowly immerses itself in the hot spring, it seems as if all the pores in the body open up instantly, fully absorbing the warm energy. Tensed muscles gradually relaxed, and the accumulated fatigue seemed to dissipate along with the wisps of heat. Even more amazingly, for those with spiritual powers, soaking in this hot spring could actually help restore their spiritual power. Every minute and every second, it seems that strands of spiritual power seep into the skin from the water, quietly nourishing the exhausted spiritual veins, allowing people to improve their strength quietly while resting. At this time, Yamamoto Hong was soaking comfortably in the hot spring pool, with only the part above his broad shoulders exposed, a few strands of wet hair clinging to his forehead, and he looked relaxed and contented, as if the troubles in the outside world had nothing to do with him at all. Beside the hot spring pool, a set of exquisite tableware is neatly placed on a flat stone. The white porcelain plates are filled with all kinds of tempting foods, including fresh sashimi with clear textures, gleaming under the light. There are also soft and glutinous sushi with plump rice grains and fresh side dishes. Beside, a pot of sake stood quietly, the wine swaying slightly in the pot, exuding a mellow aroma. Yamamoto Hong occasionally raised his hand, poured himself a glass, sipped it slowly, and enjoyed the tranquility and satisfaction of the moment. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "This place is really nice. No wonder Shihao and Yoruichi and Uraharakisuk like to come here so often. This place is the secret base of Shihao and Yoruichi and Uraharakisuk in the original work, and it is also the place where Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji trained Bankai." It took Yamamoto Hong almost 4 years to find this place. Yamamoto Hong exhaled, held the wine jug, and slowly poured another glass of sake. The sake rippled in the glass, as if hiding endless thoughts. Yamamoto Hong put the sake into his mouth and let the spicy liquid flow into his throat. At this moment, without any warning, the familiar and heart-wrenching cold mechanical sound suddenly rang out in Yamamoto Hong's mind again. The 5-year skill lottery begins. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. This voice was like a sharp lightning, instantly cutting through his chaotic thoughts immersed in the aroma of wine. Absorption spell, the ability of hard-armored Fran Marth, a member of the 9 demon gates of the Dark Guild Hades in Fairy Tail, can absorb the soul of any creature and magic. After absorption, the appearance will be slightly changed and the ability to use the opponent's ability will be achieved. After absorbing the soul of Hades, the leader of the Devil's Heart, he possessed all of his magic power and magic. He can absorb the opponent's magic, copy its magic and make it ineffective. Due to the different worlds, it has been transformed into being able to absorb any living creature and Ryutsu, Kid, Zanpakuto abilities, and elements. After Yamamoto Hong obtained the new skill of absorption spell, the joy in his heart surged like a surging tide. His eyes flashed with excitement, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and his face was filled with an irrepressible smile. Yamamoto Hong, who was originally soaking in the hot spring pool comfortably, could no longer sit still. He stood up directly from the hot spring, splashing a lot of water. Yamamoto Hong began to think of various uses of this skill in his mind. The absorption spell can absorb Ryutsu, Kid and Zanpakuto abilities. This is simply a heaven-defying skill. Yamamoto Hong thought excitedly. In future battles, when facing enemy attacks, I will not only be able to dodge and defend, but I will also be able to absorb them directly and use them for my own benefit, even rendering the opponent's abilities ineffective. This will significantly increase my combat effectiveness. Even Dad's Regen Jaka, I can absorb it to strengthen myself. Ha 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 ha, I am invincible now. Just when Yamamoto Hong was excited, a black cat appeared silently in front of him. The black cat had a sturdy body and its fur was shiny black, like the finest silk. A pair of golden eyes sparkled mysteriously in the darkness, revealing a bit of cunning and sharpness, as if they could see through everything. Its pointed ears stand upright and tremble gently from time to time, as if capturing the subtle movements around it. Its tail is long and thin, like a nimble whip, swinging gracefully. The black cat raised its head slightly and said in a slightly teasing tone, "Boy, is it okay for you to be so openly on someone else's territory?" Its voice had a hint of laziness, but it also contained a majesty that should not be underestimated. It was obviously dissatisfied with Yamamoto Hong's appearance in this place. Chapter 19. The black cat that caught Yamamoto Hong's eyes looked ordinary, but in fact it had an extraordinary origin. It was transformed from the famous flash goddess Seireitei Yoruichi of Soul Society. Seireitei Yoruichi, the former captain of Godei 13's 2nd Division, shoulders the heavy responsibility of protecting the peace of Soul Society. The 2nd Division has always been known for its covert operations and elite forces. Under Yoruichi's leadership, it has become a force that the enemy fears. Not only that, she also serves as the former commander-in-chief of the Secret Mobile Force and the commander of the 1st Squad of the Criminal Army, in charge of the mysterious and powerful force of the Secret Mobile Force. Whether it is carrying out special missions or responding to sudden crises, she can dispatch them in an appropriate manner, defending the order of Soul Society with absolute leadership and extraordinary strength. Even more noble is that she was born into the Seireitei family, one of the 4 noble families of Soul Society. As the 20th second-generation head of this family, she has received rigorous training and been influenced by the family's glory since childhood, and her strength is unfathomable. More than 30 years ago, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi, then the head of the Kid clan, fought alongside Hirako Shinji and others, but were sentenced to death by the Central 46 controlled by Aizen Kusuke. In this life-or-death situation, Seireitei Yoruichi burst into the solemn courtroom like a flash of black lightning. Her nimble figure, her determined gaze, and her fearlessness in the face of the heavy guards, she flashed and swiftly broke through the obstacles, successfully rescuing Urahara, Tessai, Hirako Shinji, and others. Central 46 was furious and determined that Seireitei Yoruichi had helped a serious criminal escape. They brazenly expelled her from Godei 13 and the secret mobile team, as if to erase all her past achievements. But Shihoran Yoruichi is not someone who would be bound by such a predicament. On the surface, she seems to have defected from the Soul Society, but in fact, her protective heart has never changed. Especially after learning that Aizen Kusuk's conspiracy was becoming more rampant, in order to deal with this great threat, she often went alone, taking huge risks, and often secretly returned to Soul Society from the human world to inquire about the news. In the corner of Soul Society, there is an extremely secret base. This is where she stays and is an important stronghold for her confrontation. However, things are unpredictable. I didn't expect that after only a few years of not having set foot here, this originally extremely hidden base was discovered. The person who made the discovery made Shihoran Yoruichi frown slightly. He was the famous genius of Soul Society, Yamamoto Hong, the adopted son of the captain Yamamoto Motoyasu Shigekuni and the strongest second generation of Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong looked up and saw the black cat that Shihoran Yoruichi had transformed into. Although he knew that this was Shihoran Yoruichi, he pretended not to know. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "This is a strange thing, a cat can actually talk. I'll take you to Kuratsuka Mayuri for research. Maybe they can find out something." Yamamoto Hong's words made Shihoran Yoruichi feel a little creepy. You know, Kuratsuka Mayuri is a pervert. In the early years, Kuratsuka Mayuri was a prisoner imprisoned in a maggot nest. Because of Urahara Kisuk's appreciation and recognition, he invited Kuratsuka Mayuri to become the third seat of the Upper 12th Division and Deputy Director of the First Generation Technology Development Bureau. He is a guy who likes dissection and transformation. Even the current Vice Captain of the 12th Division, Neon Mu, was created by Kuratsuka Mayuri using the essence of the artificial soul and artificial corpse. God knows how many Rukonga souls he sacrificed for this achievement. The relationship between Yamamoto Hong and Kuratsuka Mayuri should be pretty good. Since the battle 5 years ago, Yamamoto Hong often went to the captains to build good relationships, trying to get the word loose from them, but unfortunately no one said it. But it was not without results. Yamamoto Hong often went to Kuratsuka Mayuri's 12th Division and asked Kuratsuka Mayuri to make strange things for him. As for Kuratsuka Mayuri, facing Yamamoto Hong's strange requests, he was not annoyed but very excited. In order to help Yamamoto Hong make special wine bottles that can store large amounts of fine wine, he plunged into the laboratory for a day and a night. Shihoran Yoruichi said, "Boy, are you sure you can catch me?" Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, "Just try it and you'll know." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong reached out and grabbed Shihoran Yoruichi. Although Shihoran Yoruichi had turned into a cat, she was very fast. He dodged Yamamoto Hong's hand that was about to grab him. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong's eyes instantly sharpened, and the playful look on his face faded, replaced by seriousness and concentration. Shihoran Yoruichi, who had transformed into a black cat, saw this and a hint of vigilance flashed in his golden eyes. He made a low purring sound in his throat, as if warning Yamamoto Hong. Then, it flashed, cast Shunpo, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The black cat was extremely fast, leaving only a trace of afterimages in the dim secret base. The breeze it brought blew on the surface of the hot spring pool, causing ripples. Yamamoto Hong's mouth curled up slightly, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. What a fast Shunpo! But it's not that easy to dodge me. Yamamoto Hong used the technique of shrinking the earth, and he shuttled through the base like a ghost. The shrinking the earth turned Yamamoto Hong's figure into an afterimage, and his speed was no less than Shihoran Yoruichi's Shunpo. His figure flashed quickly around the black cat, and every movement was accompanied by a sharp sound of the air being torn apart at a rapid speed. For a moment, only 2 afterimages were seen in the secret base, crossing back and forth, sometimes colliding, sometimes separating. The fight between Yamamoto Hong and Shihoran Yoruichi caused the surrounding rocks to tremble slightly. Some small stones fell from the top of the cave and into the hot spring pool, splashing small water flowers. As time went on, Shihao and Yoruichi gradually fell behind. Although her shunpo had reached the level of a top captain, her cat form greatly limited her performance. Visible spiritual fluctuations were seen all over the black cat's body, and the light spread out like ripples on water. The air became tense in an instant, as if ignited gunpowder. The cat's body began to expand and stretch at a strange yet inexplicably rhythmic speed. Its soft black hair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, falling off and dispersing, turning into tiny specks of light. The cat ears quickly retracted and merged into the sides of the new head. A flexible cat tail drew an arc in the air and then disappeared. In the hazy halo of the spirit particle, the outline of the human figure became clearer and clearer. When the light faded, a tall, heroic woman stood there. Her waist-length purple ponytail flowed freely, like a piece of purple silk dancing in the night sky. A few strands of hair playfully fell beside her wheat-colored cheeks, making her eyes shine like stars. Shihao and Yoruichi was naked, with exquisite curves, and exuded a wild and untamed power and beauty. However, she didn't care about her embarrassment, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "I thought it was a cat transformed into a spirit, but it turned out to be a human. I've read about you in books. You are Shihao and Yoruichi who defected from Soul Society, right?" Shihao and Yoruichi said, "Young man, you are still young and don't understand many things. The steps you just took should be your invention of shrinking the earth. You are indeed a genius, but you are not good enough to fight against me, Flash Goddess Yoruichi." "Really? Then let's play some more." Less than a second after Yamamoto Hong finished speaking, Shihao and Yoruichi appeared behind him and said in his ear, "Now you should know how to respect your predecessors." The warm breath sprayed on Yamamoto Hong's ears, with an unquestionable sense of oppression. However, Yamamoto Hong was not at all flustered. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said to himself, "Shihao and Yoruichi, you voluntarily offered yourself to me, so you can't blame me for absorbing the spell." In an instant, Yamamoto Hong launched an absorption spell, and a strange light appeared around him. The light was like Uzumaki, emitting a powerful suction force. This light was not dazzling, but carried a deep and profound feeling, as if it could swallow everything in it. Shihao and Yoruichi suddenly felt her body lighten. An invisible force was frantically draining her physical and spiritual strength. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. As a former top Shinigami, she had never thought that she would encounter such a strange ability. Shihao and Yoruichi tried to break free, and she pushed hard with her feet, trying to jump back, but the suction force followed her like a shadow, sticking to her tightly. Yamamoto Hong was concentrating, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He could feel that the absorption spell was continuously transforming the physical strength in Shihao and Yoruichi's body into his own power. Every bit of physical strength that flowed in made his Ryutsu surge more and more, as if there was a warm current running around in his body. He could clearly feel Shihao and Yoruichi's spiritual power, which was now merging into his body bit by bit. Shihao and Yoruichi gritted his teeth, opened his palm, and intended to use Kid to try to resist. The king, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, spread their wings and fly high. The one who bears the name of humanity, truth and moderation, stands only with claws on the wall of dreams that know no sin, had S33 blue fire falls. A ball of blue flame ignited from Shihao and Yoruichi's hand and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong. The flame was so hot that it made the surrounding air sizzle. But Yamamoto Hong did not dodge or evade. The moment the flame touched his body, it was swallowed up by the light of the absorbing spell, without even a trace of spark left. Instead, it provided more energy for the absorbing spell. How could this be? Shihao and Yoruichi murmured in a low voice, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. She activated Shunpo again, trying to use her speed to break free from the restraints, but the strange light always enveloped her. No matter how she moved, she could not escape. Her body gradually became heavy, her legs began to weaken, and every breath became difficult. Chapter 20. Yamamoto Hong was immersed in the fusion of spiritual power and physical strength. He could feel his muscles becoming tighter and spiritual power constantly gathering in his body. As the absorption continued, Shihoran Yoruichi's spiritual and physical strength rapidly depleted, fatigue began to appear in her eyes, and her movements became sluggish. Her once agile form now became clumsy. She tried to gather her spiritual energy for a final fight, but as soon as it gathered, it was torn apart by the suction force. "What kind of monster are you?" Shihoran Yoruichi gasped, a hint of resentment in her voice. Yamamoto Hong did not respond. He focused on absorbing the spell until Shihoran Yoruichi's physical strength was completely absorbed. Shihoran Yoruichi collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with powerlessness. She looked at Yamamoto Hong with mixed feelings. The power and means displayed by this young man made her realize that she was very scared. Yamamoto Hong slowly turned around and looked at Shihoran Yoruichi, who was lying on the ground. He felt very proud. He knew that this confrontation was just a small episode in his growth and there would be more powerful enemies waiting for him in the future. The emergence of the absorption spell gave him greater strength and more possibilities. He squatted down, looked at Shihoran Yoruichi and said with a smile, "When you defected from Soul Society, you were just a fugitive. Now you are just my prisoner. You came to me voluntarily, so you can't blame me. Are you going to send me to room 46? No, it would be a waste to send it to room 46. I've been holding it in for years." In his previous life, Wang Hong was a person who liked to go in and out of high-end clubs. After coming to Soul Society, in order to survive, he pretended to be a genius and practiced non-stop every day because he was afraid of the coming of the 1,000-year blood war. Now that he has the absorption spell, he doesn't need to practice hard. If he wants to become stronger, he can just find an excuse to go to the real world and absorb the void in the real world. Although most of the virtual beings in the world are ordinary virtual beings, even a fly leg is still meat, and you can slowly accumulate them into a large amount. But that's all in the future. Right now, Yamamoto Hong needs to indulge himself. After all, Shihoran Yoruichi has offered himself to him, and he doesn't want to miss it. Yamamoto Hong pounced directly on Shihoran Yoruichi. For a whole day and night, Yamamoto Hong unlocked many postures. Shihoran Yoruichi also went from cursing at the beginning, to not caring, and finally enjoying it. A day passed quickly. Yamamoto Hong looked at Shihoran Yoruichi, who had rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Yoruichi. Let me help you." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hongxian used high-position attachment to implant a personality in Shihoran Yoruichi's mind, making Shihoran Yoruichi unable to resist himself, and then returned 70% of Shihoran Yoruichi's physical strength and spiritual power to him. The spiritual energy absorbed yesterday has already brought Yamamoto Hong's Ryutsu to the elite captain level. Now it is harmless for him to return the spiritual energy to Shihoran Yoruichi. After all, spiritual energy recovers very quickly in Soul Society, not to mention that he is still soaking in the hot springs. Shihoran Yoruichi, who had recovered his spiritual and physical strength, stood up from the pool and stared at Yamamoto Hong with murderous eyes. This damn man took away his virginity. Yamamoto Hong coughed a few times and said, "Yoruichi baby, don't look at me like you want to eat me alive. Why bother? I just used the additional kid, which added a personality that you can never resist me. Even if I kill you, you can't do it. A hole, you despicable guy actually resorted to such despicable means. Even if you did such a cruel thing to me, you can't control me. I, Shihoran Yoruichi, will never let you push me around. I have no intention of controlling you or capturing you. I just like you as a person. You can leave now. Next time, we'll study other positions. I've already made this place my training room, and no one else will come in." When Shihoran Yoruichi heard Yamamoto Hong's shameless words, anger rose in his heart and he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. She gritted her teeth, wondering what the hell this BD thought this place was. Did he think he was going to a club for some fun? He just came and went without saying anything, and he was full of foul language. He treated her, Shihoran Yoruichi, like a toy to be played with at will. This was intolerable. She secretly swore that she would return the humiliation she had suffered today with double the amount. After Shihoran Yoruichi left, Yamamoto Hong looked at his personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 45 years old. Ryutsu, Elite Captain. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Captain of the Century. Slashing Technique, 100 Years Captain. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Hades Black Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Technique, Demonic Light Killing Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Flashing Dragon's Radiant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High Position Attachment, Absorbing Spell, Mirror Shisui. When Mingjing Shisui was unlocking positions with Shihoran Yoruichi yesterday, she was asked if she admitted defeat. Shihoran Yoruichi said the word surrender directly. Shisui, from Nura, the greatest showdown, it's a move used by the Nura clan to let the enemy know they're in front of them but can't see them. Nura defeated the assassin of Shikoku's 88 Demons Night Parade with just this one technique. Since Nura is an illusion-type monster, all of his moves are derived from the principle of the moon reflected in water. They seem fake, yet real, making it impossible to distinguish. Just like the moon reflected in water, the reflection seems real, but it is fake. Yamamoto Hong's mouth curled up unconsciously with a hint of pride. In his mind, this Mingjing Shisui was simply Aizen Kyōka Suigetsu's nemesis. Aizen Kyōka can just cast Mingjing Shisui and close his eyes when Kyōka Suigetsu is used in front of him, without having to use high position attachment to separate his eyes. Yamamoto Hong couldn't wait to find an opportunity to try out the actual effect of this move, so he frequently patrolled in Seireitei, with a look of eagerness and provocation in his eyes, as if he was expecting Aizen Kyōka to show up so that he could try out his Mingjing Shisui. The other Shinigami noticed something was wrong with Yamamoto Hong and cast doubtful glances at him, unaware that he had such a bold plan in mind to deal with Aizen. Yamamoto Hong searched everywhere in Seireitei for Aizen Kyōka, but the search was fruitless. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly met Shiba Ichishin, the captain of the 10th Squad, in a quiet corridor corner. Shiba Yuxin is tall and strong, with a strong aura. He has short black hair with neat hair and the strands of hair hanging naturally in front of his forehead, showing a casual look. His eyebrows were thick and slightly raised, his eyes were sharp and bright, and his dark brown eyes seemed to see through everything. They were serious but gentle, and firm when he looked at others, showing his maturity and stability. His nose was tall and straight, and his lips were firm, and when he pursed his lips, he exuded a sense of determination. Dressed in a black shivako suit, with the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind, the cross on his white haori is eye-catching, and he wears a zanpakut on his waist. His every move reveals the majesty and composure of the captain of the 10th Division. Isshin Shiba is not only the captain of the 10th Division, but also the head of the Shiba family branch house, and the father of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in the original work. According to the original work, 40 years later, one day when Shiba Isshin was the captain of Godei 13th Division, Shiba Isshin submitted a report through Hitsuga Ichware. Upon learning that a series of cases of Shinigami residing in the real world being attacked and killed by unknown persons have occurred in the real world city of Naraki, in fact, Aizen Suke's plan to use modified hollows to use Shinigami residing in the real world as experimental subjects in order to find the hiding place of the Visored, he decides to go to the real world alone to investigate because of the high danger of this mission. In Naraki City, Shiba Isshin encountered the extremely powerful Kyohaku. During the battle, he was attacked from behind by Aizen Kusuke and others who suddenly appeared, and was seriously injured. As a result, he could not use Bankai, and was at a disadvantage in the battle with Kyohaku. At this time, the Quincy Kurosaki Masaki appeared and defeated Kyohaku. However, just as Kyohaku was about to self-destruct, Shiba Ishin saved Kurosaki Masaki, but was injured in the explosion. Kurosaki Masaki went to personally heal Shiba Ishin's injuries, and the two met each other because of this opportunity. Later, Kurosaki Masaki's body showed signs of hollowing because she had been attacked by Hyaku. At this time, Unohana Retsu appeared in front of Shiba Ishin and explained that he had a method to save Kurosaki Masaki's life, but this technology would require a strong power enough to suppress her hollow for life until her death. In order to save Kurosaki Masaki's life and to be able to maintain his human identity and live in the real world, Shiba chose to enter Kisuke's specially made artificial body. However, the price of being unable to use the power of Shinigami is that he becomes a being between Shinigami and humans, establishing a soul connection with the hollow power in Kurosaki Masaki's body, and successfully saving Masaki from the fate of self-destruction caused by the continuous erosion of the hollow. With the medical skills he learned at the Spiritual Arts Academy and the assistance of Unohana Retsu, Shiba Ishin, who lost the power of the Shinigami, was able to stay in the real world and opened a small clinic called Kurosaki Clinic to make a living. After becoming a college student, Kurosaki Masaki often went to Shiba Ishin's clinic to play with him. Ishin lied that he had lost his Shinigami power because he was exiled by the Soul Society. For Shiba Ishin, Kurosaki Masaki is like the sun, attracting everything around her, and he is happily surrounded by her. Gradually, the two got married. Shiba Ishin changed her name to Kurosaki Ishin, and later gave birth to 3 children, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Xiaoli. Shiba Yuxin smiled and said, "Isn't this Hong? Looking at you, is there anything wrong?" Chapter 21. Yamamoto Hong said, "Oh, it's Captain Shiba. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Shiba Yuxin put his hand on Yamamoto Hong's shoulder. Although Shiba Yuxin didn't know what Yamamoto Hong wanted to do, he could see that Yamamoto Hong must be thinking about something bad in his mind. Yamamoto Hong looked at Shiba Yuxin and said coldly, "Captain Shiba, what do you want to do?" Shiba Yuxin smiled and said, "Hong, don't be so cold. I want to fight you. After all, you defeated Captain Gui Yanshin's sword moves before, which shocked me. I've always wanted to break it." Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, "Captain Shiba, you dare to say such things? Aren't you afraid of death?" Shiba laughed heartily. He could see that the young and successful Yamamoto Hong was a little bit arrogant. The disdainful look on his face seemed as if he looked down upon everyone. It is true that Yamamoto Hong now has the elite captain level Ryutsu, curse absorption, and 2 new skills, mirror Shisui. He is not afraid of any Shinigami except Aizen Koyusuke and Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni. As for the Zero Squad? Squad Zero is a royal secret service and will not appear unless something major happens. In the original work, the Invisible Empire's first invasion of Seireitei caused great losses to Godei 13. After the Invisible Empire's army retreated, the Zero Squad arrived in Seireitei to rebuild Godei 13 in accordance with the Soul King's order, bringing Kurosaki Ichigo, the broken Tensa Zangetsu, and the severely injured Byakuya Kukaki, Abarai Renji, and Rukia Kukaki to the Soul King's palace. Therefore, as long as Yamamoto Shigakuni is not dead and Seireitei has not suffered any serious damage, the people from the Zero Squad will not appear. During this period, Yamamoto Hong, who is the adopted son of Yamamoto Shigakuni, is the strongest second generation and the 3rd most powerful person in Seireitei, in his own opinion. So when faced with Shiba Ishin's request for a sparring match, Yamamoto Hong couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Shiba Ishin's strength was indeed quite good. When fighting against Aizen Koyusuke in the first form of Hagyaku mode, he injured Aizen Koyusuke many times and at one point pushed the exhausted Aizen Koyusuke to the limit of his Shinigami. However, after Aizen Koyusuke evolved to the second form, he directly defeated the combined forces of Shiba Ishin, Yura Harakisuke, and Chihaoran Yoruichi. Shiba smiled and said to Yamamoto Hong, "Hong, at your age, with your current strength, you are indeed very strong, but you should not underestimate everyone, you are so stupid." Shiba Yuxin slowly raised his right hand, and spiritual power began to gather at the tip of his middle finger. The spiritual power was like a faint spark at first, but it expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a faint blue light. The surrounding space was slightly distorted by this powerful spiritual power, as if a huge rock was thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. The Diamond Dragon's strong city is broken. When Yamamoto Hong saw that Shiba was determined to use the ghost bullet, he immediately used the Diamond Dragon's strong city breaking technique. After all, it was not easy for Yamamoto Hong to use spells to absorb the energy in front of everyone. The dragon scales of the King Kong dragon quickly wrapped around Yamamoto Hong's entire body. At this moment, Shiba Yuxin released the condensed spiritual power by flicking his forehead. A huge shock wave as solid as a substance rushed towards Yamamoto Hong with a whistling sound of wind. The shock wave collided with Yamamoto Hong's forehead, which was strengthened by the King Kong dragon's shattered fortress, making a deafening roar. The air waves generated by the explosion swept around like a typhoon, blowing the surrounding gravel and dust into the sky. However, Shiba Ishin's ghost bullet was too powerful. Even though Yamamoto Hong used Diamond Dragon's strong city breaking to strengthen his body, he was still hit by the powerful impact of the attack, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Yamamoto crashed heavily into a mountain in the distance. The whole mountain shook violently due to the violent impact, rocks rolled down, and a large amount of dust was raised. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Yamamoto Hong was seen with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The next second, Shiba Yuxin appeared in front of Yamamoto Hong and said with a smile, "How are my white hits?" Yamamoto Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't blame me if you want to die, flash time cone." Yamamoto Hong activated the flash time power and jumped for 0.1 seconds. In this short and critical moment, his body was as fast as lightning, his hands clenched into fists quickly, and he used the Six Kings Spear. The invisible Ryutsu Spear of Six Paths was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, carrying the momentum of destroying everything, and stabbed towards Shiba Ishin swiftly. Shiba Ishin's originally confident smile froze in an instant. He did not expect that Yamamoto Hong could launch a counterattack in such a short time, and the attack was so fierce. The spear struck Shiba Yuxin, and several blood marks instantly appeared on his chest and shoulders. The blood seeped out and dyed his Death Tyrant suit red. But Shiba Ishin was incredibly powerful after all. He endured the pain and laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, no wonder you were able to defeat Kenpeki Oni Anju. You actually have such a skill. Then let's decide the outcome with our slashing technique." With that, Shiba drew his Zanpakuto without hesitation, the blade flashing with a cold light as a powerful Ryutsu erupted from him. Yamamoto Hong was not to be outdone. With a stern look in his eyes, he also pulled out the sealed state. Ryutsu surged wildly around his body. The two looked at each other, and the next second they rushed towards each other like an arrow. The flashes of swords and sabers intertwined, and the crisp sound of sharp blades clashing echoed in the air. Every slash was accompanied by a powerful Ryutsu, and the space seemed to be torn apart wherever it passed. Shiba Ishin was agile and his slashing skills were fierce and powerful. Each of his strikes contained a tremendous force, and he attacked Yamamoto Hong like a violent storm. Yamamoto Hong relied on his flexible body and superb fighting skills to cleverly avoid Shiba Ishin's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Dragon. Yamamoto Hong seized a flaw in Shiba Ishin and used the true dragon among dragons. He waved the sealed state in his hand, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into sharp blades. These blades, wrapped in Ryutsu, attacked Shiba Ishin like a ferocious dragon. The dragon moved with an unstoppable momentum and at an extremely fast speed. Shiba was unable to dodge and one of the sharp blades cut straight into his left arm. The sharp blade cut into Shiba Ishin's arm, and blood gushed out instantly, staining his black death tyrant suit with a glaring red. Shiba Yuxin frowned slightly, but at this moment he smiled, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes, and said, "It seems that without some real skills, I really can't underestimate you. Then let me show you, my Shikai." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiba Ishin suddenly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and shouted loudly, "Burn, Injetsu!" In an instant, a tremendous amount of Ryutsu erupted from him, surging wildly around Zanpakuto. The Ryutsu condensed on the blade was like a ball of volcanic magma about to erupt, hot and violent. As Ryutsu continued to gather, a raging flame ignited on the blade of Injetsu. The flame was a dazzling orange-red and extremely hot, burning the surrounding air with a sizzling sound, as if it would be ignited at any time. The simple patterns engraved on the Injetsu's guard shone with a mysterious light under the reflection of the flames, and the two tassels at the end of the handle also fluttered freely under the dancing flames. Shiba brandished the flaming Injetsu wholeheartedly and attacked Yamamoto Hong. With every swing, large flames flew out from the blade, like a roaring fire beast, rushing towards Yamamoto Hong. These flames can not only burn the enemy, but also explode the moment they come into contact with objects, with great power. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong's eyes were stern, and he didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he was facing Shiba Ishin's true strength and he had to give it his all. Yamamoto Hong quickly used the technique of shrinking the earth, and his figure shuttled through the flames like a ghost, avoiding the flame attacks. At the same time, he kept looking for the flaws in Shiba's attack, preparing to launch a counterattack again. Shiba said to himself, "Want to wait for me to reveal my flaws? Then I'll show them to you." Then Shiba Ishin deliberately revealed a flaw. When Yamamoto Hong saw Shiba Ishin's flaw, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he launched the nine-headed dragon flash without hesitation. Nine-headed dragon flash! Yamamoto Hong clenched the sealed state with both hands, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly. The whole person's momentum instantly climbed to the peak. In an instant, it seemed as if 9 giant dragons condensed by pure momentum roared out from his sword. The first giant dragon came with overwhelming momentum, with its head held high, its whiskers flying, its mouth wide open, and carrying rolling Ryutsu, it rushed straight towards Shiba Ishin's throat like a cannonball. The second dragon was like a nimble shadow, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. It spun around from Shiba Ishin's left side, aiming for his chest. The third giant dragon swooped down from above, its scales flashing with a sharp cold light, like a falling meteor, and attacked Shiba's right arm, which was holding the knife, swiftly, trying to bite off his arm in one fell swoop, making him lose his weapon advantage. The fourth dragon slid rapidly along the ground, like a sharp blade, piercing Shiba Yuxin's lower body, trying to crush his legs. The fifth giant dragon fell vertically from above Shiba Yuxin's head. The dragon's body was thick and strong, and it gave a strong sense of oppression. It smashed towards his head like a mountain. The sixth dragon circled from the right, moving forward in a strange arc, its eyes flashing with a faint light, looking for the flaws in Shiba's defense, and when the moment was right, it would strike like lightning and kill. The seventh dragon rushed towards Shiba Ishin's chest. The eighth dragon transformed into a slender spirit shadow and shot towards Shiba Yuxin's throat like a sharp arrow. The dragon was incredibly fast and approached in the blink of an eye. The ninth dragon suddenly appeared at the last moment, and attacked Shiba Ishin's spine at an incredible angle and speed. If it hit, it would completely disable him from moving. Chapter 22. 9 giant dragons surrounded Shiba from different directions and angles with overwhelming force, as if they wanted to completely wipe out all his vitality. This powerful attack made the Ryutsu of the two and the Shinigami who came to watch the fight gasp in shock. They had a new understanding of Yamamoto Hong's strength. Kurako Shunsui smiled and said, "Junior brother's nine-headed dragon flash is getting stronger and stronger. How does Captain Shiba plan to deal with it?" Standing next to Kurako Shunsui, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Nanao Ise, was frightened by the powerful slash and said, "Captain, if you were Captain Shiba, what would you do when facing this nine-headed dragon flash?" Kurako Shunsui smiled, pulled his hat with his hand, and said, "I can dodge it easily. After all, Kaiten Kaikotsu has a dodging ability." Sui-Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. "Shiba Ishin, you would never have guessed it, Hong's slashing technique is very powerful. Although he still can't Shikai, he is not someone you can deal with easily." Omadame Rekiyo, the second squad's vice-captain, scratched his head with a look of simple shock on his face. He exclaimed, "Wow, this is Master Hong's nine-headed dragon flash. The power is simply astonishing. 9 dragons attacking together, who can withstand it? It's a good thing I'm not the one facing Master Hong." Unohana Retsu smiled, but a solemn look etched in her eyes. She spoke slowly, "This boy is incredibly talented. Given time, his attainments in the art of slashing will likely be unmatched. I wonder if between him and that child from back then, who will be able to grant me the ultimate enjoyment?" Byakuya Kokaki remained expressionless, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He thought to himself, Yamamoto Hong's strength is indeed worthy of attention. The nine-headed dragon flash's attack method is unique and fierce, and can instantly pose a fatal threat to the enemy. It seems that the younger generation of Soul Society has gained another powerful figure that cannot be ignored. Amidst the size of the crowd, Yamamoto Hong launched an attack towards Shiba Yuxin. However, Shiba Yuxin was well prepared for this. After all, he had deliberately revealed the flaw just now to Yamamoto Hong. Shiba Ishin's eyes were calm and determined. The moment Yamamoto Hong's attack came, Shiba Ishin responded quickly. When the first dragon attacked, he slightly turned his body, and the injetsu in his hand flashed like a flash of lightning, accurately slashing at the dragon's head. The burning flames of injetsu collided with the dragon's ryutsu, making a loud boom sound. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The next moment, a strong wind blew up, and the attack of the first dragon was successfully blocked. The dragon's shadow instantly dissipated and turned into spirit particles floating in the air. When the second dragon attacked from the left, Shiba Yuxin stepped lightly and retreated like a ghost, while the knife in his hand spun rapidly, forming a flame barrier. The dragon's tail swept across the flame barrier, making a ding-dang-dang sound, like metal colliding. The flame barrier swayed slightly under the attack of the dragon's tail, but was never broken through. The power of the dragon's tail was gradually dissipated by the flame barrier and eventually dissipated into nothingness. Facing the third dragon swooping down from above, Shiba Yuxin did not choose to dodge. Instead, he took a step forward to meet the dragon's attack, raised the injetsu in his hand high, and then slashed it down fiercely. This sword contained his powerful ryutsu and firm will. The flames spread downwards with the sword and collided with the dragon's body. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky. After being hit by the knife, the dragon let out a painful roar. Its huge body struggled in the air for a few times before turning into spirit particles and dissipating. The fourth dragon came close to the ground. Shiba Yuxin quickly raised his left leg and kicked the dragon. His foot was burning with flames. The moment he collided with the dragon, the flames quickly spread to the dragon, wrapping it up. The dragon struggled desperately in the flames, but was soon swallowed by the flames and turned into a ball of ashes. As the fifth dragon pressed down from above, Shiba focused on holding the injetsu horizontally above his head, resisting with all his might as the dragon's body slammed heavily against the blade. The immense force caused Shiba Ishin's arms to tremble slightly, but he gritted his teeth and managed to withstand the blow. The flames and the dragon's ryutsu blended together, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield. The sixth dragon attacked from the right side. Shiba was very sensitive to its movement. He turned around quickly and thrust the injutsu in his hand out like a snake, accurately piercing the dragon's eye. The giant dragon twisted its body in pain, its spiritual power surging wildly, but soon it lost its ability to attack because its eyes were stabbed, and gradually dissipated. When the seventh dragon rushed over, Shiba took a deep breath and poured all his Ryutsu into injutsu. The flames on the blade instantly became more vigorous. He swung the sword and slashed at the dragon fiercely. The flames collided with the dragon's red light, making a deafening explosion, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by this powerful force. Even the Shinigami who were watching the battle had to retreat to avoid the impact, and the dragon was eventually reduced to nothing under the attack of flames. The eighth dragon shot towards Shiba Ishin's throat like a sharp arrow. He lowered his head slightly to avoid the dragon's frontal attack, and at the same time quickly raised the injutsu in his hand. The dragon's body was lifted up by the blade, and after spinning a few times in the air, Shiba Yuxin swung it and threw it far away, where it dissipated in mid-air. The ninth dragon attacked Shiba Ishin's spine. Feeling the attack from behind, he quickly took a step forward, then turned around and smashed the dragon hard with the back of his knife. After the dragon was hit by the back of the knife, its body was instantly twisted and deformed, and then with a bang, it turned into spirit particles and dissipated into the air. After Shiba Yuxin cracked the nine-headed dragon flash, he didn't press on. Instead, he looked at Yamamoto Hong with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Yes, your nine-headed dragon flash is indeed powerful, but it's not enough to defeat me," he said, his voice full of confidence. Yamamoto Hong was filled with shock as he watched his powerful nine-headed dragon flash being broken one by Shiba Ishin. He never expected that Shiba Ishin could handle his attacks so easily. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with reluctance. "Don't be too proud too soon, this is just the beginning." Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly like a raging tide. The sealed state in his hand trembled slightly, as if it also felt the powerful force that was about to erupt from its owner. "True dragon!" Yamamoto shouted loudly, his voice resounding around like a bell, carrying endless majesty and momentum. Yamamoto Hong swung the sealed state forward violently, and the moisture in the air was instantly attracted and condensed by the powerful Ryutsu, and in the blink of an eye it turned into countless sharp blades. Wrapped in Ryutsu, these sharp blades flashed with cold light, like ferocious dragons, attacking Shiba Yuxin swiftly. The dragon took the brunt of the attack and rushed towards Shiba Yuxin's chest at an astonishing speed. Its body was agile, like a silver lightning. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sizzling sound. This dragon was not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. It carried an overwhelming force, and seemed to be able to penetrate Shiba's heart directly. Immediately afterwards, several more dragons meandered up from different directions, and one dragon coiled around Shiba Yuxin's legs, twisting its body flexibly. The blade-like body tried to crush Shiba Yuxin's legs, making him unable to move. The other dragon went straight to Shiba Yuxin's throat. The fierce momentum made people shudder. While these dragons were attacking, Yamamoto Hong also skillfully used Ryutsu to allow the moisture in the air to continuously replenish the power of the dragons, making their power continue to increase. Those dragons seemed to have life, tumbling wildly in the air, tightly surrounding Shiba Yuxin. Shiba Yuxin saw such a ferocious attack, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew very well how powerful this move was and did not dare to be careless at all. He swiftly swung the burning injutsu, the flames on the blade acting as an indestructible shield, trying to block the dragon's attack. When the first dragon collided with the flame, there was a deafening explosion. The power of the flame and the dragon collided with each other, generating a strong airflow that blew the surrounding Shinigami back. But the dragon's power was too strong. Although the flames temporarily blocked its advance, they could not completely repel it. The dragon struggled in the flames and continued to advance. The other dragons also engaged in a fierce battle with Shiba Yuxin. Although the dragon that was wrapped around his legs was burned by the flames, it relied on its tenacious strength to break through the defense of the flames. A deep wound was cut on Shiba Yuxin's leg, and blood gushed out instantly. The dragon rushing towards his throat forced Shiba Yuxin to dodge sideways. If he was not careful, he would be hit in the vitals. Seeing that certain results were achieved, Yamamoto Hong's fighting spirit became even stronger, and he continued to control the dragon. Making their attacks more fierce and more precise, under his control, the dragons cooperated with each other to form a tight attack network, putting Shiba Yuxin in trouble. However, Shiba Ishin quickly adjusted himself and began to fight back. The injutsu in his hand danced faster and faster, and the flames became more intense, neutralizing the dragon's attacks again and again. On the battlefield, the light of dragons and flames intertwined, and the fluctuations of Ryutsu were like surging waves, one after another, making everyone present feel the intensity and cruelty of this battle. The figures of Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Ishin appeared and disappeared in the light, and their every move touched everyone's heartstrings. Chapter 23. The battle between Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Ishin had lasted for more than 10 minutes. At this time, Yamamoto Hong's clothes were torn and burned by flames in many places, revealing his charred skin. Blood continued to seep out of the wounds, dripping down his body to the ground, staining the land red. His hair was also a little messy, with a few strands soaked with sweat and sticking to his cheeks in a mess. The muscles in his arms and legs were trembling due to multiple impacts, and every movement was accompanied by piercing pain, but his eyes remained firm, staring at Shiba Ishin. On the other hand, Shiba Ishin suffered almost no substantial damage except for a few minor injuries caused by Yamamoto Hong's attack. His death hatred suit was still neatly arranged, only stained with some blood splashed by Yamamoto Hong. At this moment, Shiba Yuxin was holding the burning injutsu, watching Yamamoto Hong's every move with a hint of appreciation and vigilance in his eyes. "Hong, you're very strong at your age, but you're still no match for me. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you can look down on anyone. You're so strong at such a young age, but your character training isn't good enough. You still need to work harder." Shiba Ishin spoke, his voice a little breathy but still confident. Yamamoto Hong knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, and blood continued to ooze from the wounds on his body, staining his death tyrant suit red. "Humph, don't think you can defeat me like this." Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly, his eyes full of worry. "I'm afraid that my junior brother is having a hard time." Captain Shiba's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Ise Nanao echoed from the side. "Yes, although Master Hong put up a strong resistance, the gap seems to be getting more and more obvious." Sui-Feng stared at the battlefield, his hands unconsciously clenched, and whispered, "Yamamoto Hong, don't fall down like this, show your true ability." Omadame Rekiyo scratched his head, looking anxious. "Master Hong, come on." Unohana Retsu shook her head slightly, but there was a hint of hope in her eyes. This child's potential has not yet been fully stimulated. Maybe there will be a turning point. Byakuya Kokaki's face was expressionless, but his eyes showed a hint of concern. "Let's see how he responds." Shiba looked at Yamamoto Hong with a glint of admiration in his eyes. "This battle is almost over." As he spoke, Shiba focused on raising his Ryutsu to ultimate, the flames on his injutsu burning even more fiercely, the temperature rising dramatically, and the air around them seemed to be on fire. Shiba Ishin's eyes sternly raised his Ryutsu to ultimate, the flames on his injutsu burned even more fiercely, the temperature rising sharply, and the air around them seemed to be on fire. He suddenly stretched out his hand, wiped his own blood on the edge of his lips, and then opened his mouth wide, and a large range of flames spurted out of his mouth. The flames were like a raging sea of fire, sweeping towards Yamamoto Hong with the momentum of destroying everything. The flames quickly attached to Zanpakute's blade, making injutsu look like a burning fire dragon, emitting a terrifying high temperature. "Taste this, burn!" Shiba roared in anger. The flames instantly enveloped Yamamoto Hong, and the raging fire licked his body, making a sizzling sound. Yamamoto Hong's clothes were instantly ignited, and his skin began to be burned by the flames, emitting a burnt smell. Everyone gasped when they saw this. Sui-Feng clenched his hands unconsciously, his eyes full of worry. Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly, his face full of anxiety. Unohana Retsu's eyes were calm. However, just when everyone thought that Yamamoto Hong was about to be defeated, a shocking scene happened. Surrounded by flames, Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with determination, and he launched the absorption spell without hesitation. I saw a layer of strange light all around him. The light was like uzumaki, emitting a strong suction force. The moment the flame came into contact with the light, it was devoured madly. Not only that, as the flame was absorbed, Yamamoto Hongneng could clearly feel that his spiritual power was recovering rapidly and his physical strength was gradually increasing. The fatigue and pain brought by the battle just now were gradually dissipating at this moment. The onlookers were all stunned. They only saw Yamamoto Hong surrounded by flames, and then the flames disappeared inexplicably. They had no idea that Yamamoto Hong had used an absorption spell, and thought he had used some strange kid to deal with the powerful burning. What kind of kid is this? It can dissolve the burning attack so easily. Ise Nanao opened her mouth in surprise. It seems that Yamamoto Hong still has many tricks that we don't know about. Byakuya Kokaki narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes became more solemn. Shiba was also shocked by the scene before him. He never expected that Yamamoto Hong could dissolve his powerful move so easily. But he quickly calmed down, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. For a strong person, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the desire to fight will be. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Let's continue. Shiba waved the burning injutsu and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong again. Yamamoto Hong was full of spiritual power at this moment. He clenched the sealed state, his body was as fast as lightning, and he used the shrinking earth technique to instantly appear in front of Shiba Yuxin. The sealed state in his hand carried a sharp momentum and stabbed towards Shiba Yuxin's throat. Shiba Yuxin quickly held up the injutsu to block, and the two swords collided with each other, making a crisp metallic collision sound. The powerful Ryutsu wave spread out from the two of them, making the clothes of the surrounding Shinigami rustle. Yamamoto Hong missed the first blow and immediately changed his attack method. He turned around suddenly and hit Shiba Ishin's head with the handle of the knife. Shiba Ishin dodged sideways and at the same time swept Yamamoto Hong's waist with the blade of injutsu. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong quickly jumped back and avoided the attack. The two fought back and forth, the battle became more and more intense, swords flashed and Ryutsu overflowed, the entire battlefield was in chaos due to the aftermath of the battle between the two. Each attack contained a powerful force, and the space seemed to tremble slightly wherever it passed. The onlookers stared at the battlefield intently, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Yamamoto Hong and Shiba exchanged blows, the battle intensifying. Swords clashed, Ryutsu emanated, and the entire battlefield was roiled by the aftermath of their clash. Each strike was packed with immense force, shaking the very space beneath it. The spectators stared intently at the battlefield, fearing to miss a single moment. However, as the battle continued, Yamamoto Hong gradually felt overwhelmed. Although he had absorbed the burning spell before and restored his spiritual power and physical strength, the long period of high-intensity fighting still caused his spiritual power to gradually run out. His movements began to become slow and his breathing became heavier. Every time he resisted Shiba's attacks, he had to spend a lot of energy. Yamamoto Hong knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. He looked at Shiba Ishin, a glint of determination in his eyes, and shouted, "Captain Shiba, it seems we can only decide the outcome with one move." Shiba was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded, "Okay. I want to see what other tricks you have." Yamamoto Hong slowly raised his right hand, placed two fingers lightly on his forehead, and began to fully charge the magic light-killing cannon. He closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy. The little spiritual power left in Yamamoto Hong's body gathered towards his fingers like a turbulent river, and continued to condense as Ryutsu continued to do so. Spiral rays of light began to flicker between his fingers, growing brighter and brighter. The air around him seemed to be twisted by this powerful force, making a sizzling sound. At the same time, Yamamoto Hong activated the high position attachment and added the berserker magic to himself. In an instant, his eyes became more fierce, his muscles tensed, his strength burst out, and his whole aura was elevated to a higher level. Just when the magic light-killing cannon was about to be fully charged, Yamamoto Hong activated the flash time power and jumped 0.5 seconds. In this short but extremely critical 0.5 seconds, his body was as fast as lightning, rushing towards Shiba Yuxin, with the magic light-killing cannon in his hand ready to go. Shiba watched Yamamoto Hong's series of moves with a shudder of fear. He could sense the immense power contained in Yamamoto Hong's attack and dared not let his guard down. He quickly raised his Ryutsu to ultimate, and the Injutsu in his hand burned even more fiercely, forming a solid defensive barrier in front of him. Demon Light-Killing Cannon! Yamamoto Hong roared, and shot the super-strong energy beam surrounded by spiral Ryutsu in his hand towards Shiba with thunderous force. Shiba Ishin stared at the energy beam with wide eyes, waving the Injutsu in his hand frantically, trying to block the terrifying attack. The flames and energy beams collided with each other, making a deafening explosion. The powerful energy waves spread in all directions like a surging tide. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this force. The onlookers' Shinigami retreated one after another, their faces full of horror. As the light faded, Shiba was seen kneeling on one knee. His death trousers were damaged in many places, his hair was a little messy, and a trace of blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of shock. He had not expected the power of Yamamoto Hong's move to be so strong. Even though he tried his best to resist, he was still injured. Yamamoto Hong wasn't in much better shape. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale as paper, his breath weak. The previous move had almost exhausted all his strength, and at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to get up. Shiba focused on Yamamoto Hong, then slowly stood up with a pleased smile on his face. "Hong, you are indeed a worthy opponent. I am very happy with this battle." Chapter 24. Yamamoto Hong heard Shiba Ishin's words and said with a smile, "Just now I just consumed your spiritual power. This is the last move." Yamamoto Hong sheathed his sword, his aura suddenly changing, the chilling chill from the underworld surging once more. He shouted, "Underworld-style sword drawing technique, Abyss, Underworld Black Refining Slash." A black light that seemed to come from the netherworld suddenly exploded and turned into a black sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth. Within the sword energy, the power of decay meandered like black lightning. The space was distorted by it and made a sizzling sound. It swept towards Shiba Yuxin with an overwhelming force. Shiba Yuxin saw this and his eyes instantly became serious. He knew very well the horror of this move and did not dare to slack off. He immediately raised Ryutsu to the limit, and the Injutsu in his hand burst out with an even more dazzling flame. The flame was like a living thing, madly wrapping around Ryutsu. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Then, Shiba Ishin swung his sword fiercely, and a huge crescent-shaped Ryutsu slash wrapped in flames, Crescent Moon Sky Strike, with rolling heat waves and tremendous power, rushed towards Yamamoto Hong's black sword energy. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo, Shiba Ishin's Getsuga Tenko mixes Ryutsu with flames, making it even more powerful. Wherever it passes, the air seems to be ignited, making a crackling sound. Two terrifying forces collided fiercely in mid-air. In an instant, a flash of light filled the entire battlefield. Everyone instinctively squinted their eyes and raised their hands to shield themselves from the impact. Powerful energy waves spread outward like a surging tide, tearing the ground into cracks wherever they passed, blasting the surrounding rocks into dust, and sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. The impact of the Ryutsu caused the onlookers to stagger and retreat, with some of the weaker ones even being thrown to the ground. In this fierce collision, Yamamoto Hong's Hades-style sword-drawing technique, Abyss, Hades' black refining slash, showed amazing destructive power. The black sword energy seemed to have endless devouring power, and it broke Shiba Yuxin's crescent moon sky attack bit by bit. The black power was like a ferocious beast, gnawing at the flaming Ryutsu slash crazily. Under the impact of this power, the light of Shiba Yuxin's crescent moon sky strike gradually dimmed and finally dissipated completely. After breaking Yuiot Yen Chong, the black sword energy continued to attack Shiba Yuxin rapidly without losing its momentum. Shiba Yuxin's face changed drastically. He never expected that the crescent moon sky strike that he had used all his strength could be broken so easily. At this moment, facing the fierce black sword energy, he had no time to make any other defense. Just when the black sword energy was about to hit Shiba Yuxin, a white figure suddenly appeared. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni appeared between them like a ghost, his expression dignified, his eyes filled with unquestionable determination. He raised his hand and gently waved it, and a powerful Ryutsu surged from his palm, transforming into a golden curtain of light. This golden light curtain seems soft, but it contains endless power. It instantly dispersed Yamamoto Hong's black sword energy. The moment the black sword energy came into contact with the golden light curtain, it made a sizzling sound, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and quickly dissipated into nothingness. When Yamamoto Hong saw Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni suddenly appear, his eyes were full of shock and confusion. His body trembled slightly due to the backlash of power, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Dad, why are you stopping me?" Yamamoto Hong asked loudly, with a hint of anger and unwillingness in his voice. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni turned around, looked at Yamamoto Hong sternly, and said, "Honger, you're too impulsive. This fight was meant to be a sparring match, how could you be so ruthless? If Captain Shiba were really injured, how would I explain this to Central 46? And how would I explain this to the entire Soul Society?" Although Yamamoto Hong was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only suppress his anger temporarily when he saw the serious expression on Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni's face. Yamamoto Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I just want to prove my strength." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni shook his head slightly, his tone softened, and said, "Honger, you are indeed very strong now, but true strength is not just about strength in terms of physical strength, but also about mental maturity. You must learn to control your strength and not act on impulse. If I hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would be disastrous." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni said to Shiba Ishin, "Captain Shiba, I apologize for what happened today. I've spoiled this kid, so I hope you don't mind." Shiba smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Captain, you're too serious. Unexpected events are inevitable during a sparring match, but I won't take it personally. Besides, I've benefited greatly from sparring with a junior like Hong. This kid's strength is truly astonishing. Given time, he'll surely become a pillar of Soul Society. Today's sparring match has shown me his potential, but he's still young and a bit impulsive." At this moment, the Shinigami who were watching saw Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni appear and stop the fight, and they all gathered around. Kurako Shunsui walked over to Yamamoto Hong with a worried look on his face, helped Yamamoto Hong up, and said, "Junior brother, are you okay? Don't be so impulsive next time. If something really happens, we will all be worried." Yamamoto Hong shook his head weakly, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Sui-Feng looked at Yamamoto Hong, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "Hong, are you okay?" Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Yamamoto said, "Honger, although you are very powerful now, you must learn to be humble. I hope you can understand from today's battle that there are always people better than you." Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly. He knew that what Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni said was right. After this battle, he also realized his own shortcomings. He was indeed too proud and complacent before. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni looked at Yamamoto Hong, sighed slightly, and said, "Honger, remember, the peace of soul society needs our joint protection, but the way to protect it is not by fighting blindly. You must learn to find a balance between strength and reason. Only in this way can you truly shoulder the responsibility of protecting soul society." Yamamoto Hong nodded heavily and said, "Dad, I understand. I will work hard to cultivate, not only to improve my strength, but also to cultivate my character." Shiba Yuxin also scratched his head and said, "But Hong, you are really strong, especially that last sword move. Without Bankai, I am no match for you. I lose this battle." When Shiba Ishin said that he lost, the voice he heard not long ago appeared in Yamamoto Hong's mind, "Dragon Slayer Secret Art Kai Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, this is the skill of Fairy Tail's Natsu in Thunder Dragon mode, and it is an enhanced version of Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade." In the battle with Kidō, the former second-generation president of Fairy Tail, Natsu received Laxus's lightning magic and converted it into his own power, entering the Thunder Dragon mode. With the help of the flame blade formed by the Fire Dragon's flame in the right hand, and the Thunder blade formed by the Thunder Dragon's thunder in the left hand, they merge into a whirlwind of dual attributes during the rotation, forming a huge whirlwind of fire that tears the target apart. It has powerful attack power and destructive power. He once used this move to completely knock down Hades, the leader of the Devil's Heart Guild. After this battle, Yamamoto Hong deeply realized the shortcomings of his own strength. Although he gained new skills, it did not mean that he was invincible. Just like although Mingjing Shisui can restrain Aizen Koyusuk's Kyōka Suigetsu, Aizen Koyusuk does not rely solely on Kyōka Suigetsu. Shinigami's fighting style is to cut, punch, and walk except for Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni who has practiced it to the maximum level. Aizen Kusuk also does the same. Aizen Koyusuk was able to catch the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo's Tensa Zangetsu with one finger, knocking out a fellow captain-level warrior in one blow. High-level Kid was able to defeat Komamura Seijin in seconds without even having to chant, demonstrating his terrifying strength. In addition, Aizen Koyusuk's Ryutsu is several times that of other captains, and he can overwhelm the 6th Blade Grimjo with just Ryutsu. After undergoing the transformation of Soul Combination Exchange, Aizen Koyusuk Ryutsu can easily destroy the Jutsu in Danga, and can also make people unable to perceive his power and die on the spot because they cannot withstand his power. During the 1000-Year Blood War, he suppressed the scattered flow of Soul King power with Ryutsu alone, and was recognized by the Invisible Empire as one of the 5 special combat forces because of Ryutsu. So even if I can use Shisui to restrain Aizen Koyusuk, it doesn't mean I can defeat Aizen Koyusuk. Back in the secret base, soaking in the hot springs, Yamamoto Hong sighed and said, "I have to say, there are so many people who hang around in this world. If I didn't have this skill system, I might not even be able to be an ordinary captain." At this moment, Chjur Sakib's voice came from outside, "Master Hong, can I come in?" "Sure, come in, Uncle Sasakib." Soon, Chjur Sasakib came in with Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki knelt on one knee and said, "Master Hong, I have joined the 1st Division. Please allow me to follow you." Yamamoto Hong said, "I just got scolded by my dad today, and I lost to the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin. Are you sure you still want to follow me?" Ichino's Maki said, "Yes, following Master Hong is my unwavering pursuit." "Okay, then you can stay." Hi. Chapter 25. 15 years have passed since the battle with Shiba Ishin, and in these 10 years Yamamoto Hong has gained nothing except 2 new skills. Although Ryutsu has improved a lot, he has never reached the level of a top captain, let alone a century-old captain, which is a very long distance away. Moreover, Zanpakuta Tetshikai and Yamamoto Hong have not made any progress, which makes Yamamoto Hong feel that it is because he has a system that he cannot awaken Zanpakuto. Now it's time for the lottery again. Yamamoto Hong was soaking in the hot spring and drinking sake, waiting for the lottery to come. Soon a familiar voice appeared. The 5-yearly skill lottery begins. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. After the voice disappeared, it was replaced by the skill information Fairy's Radiance, one of the 3 major magics of the Fairy Tail Guild, Super Obliteration Magic, a super magic that collects and condenses the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The merciless light that will never allow the enemy to survive can destroy all enemies. After use, it forms a huge halo that tightly strangles the enemy and finally punishes them. Chant, Gather. River of light that guides the fairies. Shine. To destroy the minions of evil. The light of the fairies. In the anime, when Kana was testing her magic power during the Grand Magic Tournament, first generation Mavis lent this super magic to Kana briefly because she wanted to win the competition. This time, Kana fully demonstrated the power of fairy glory and blew up the magic crystal meter beyond the maximum value of 9,999, thus winning first place. Of course, the power of this super magic is far more than the magic crystal ball that exploded during the Great Magic Tournament, but that thing has a limited upper limit. A wizard of Kana's level can explode the magic crystal ball. If first generation Mavis or third generation Makaro fused it, it would probably be easy to blow up a Saint 10. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 60 years old. Ryutsu, Elite Captain. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Captain of the Century. Slashing Technique, 100 Years Captain. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style sword drawing technique, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Technique, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorbing Incantation, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Glory. The great illusion of the universe comes from Saint Seiya. It is the greatest secret of Garuda Aikos, one of the 3 giants of the underworld. It is so powerful that it can even kill the Gold Saints. An extremely domineering move, a space-based attack skill with overwhelming power. A huge illusion of a demon's eye can be seen in the background. After throwing the enemy into an independent space, it manipulates space fluctuations to attack the enemy. In the Hades chapter, Aikos used this move for the first time against Kanan. If Radamanthys did not stop Aikos, the great illusion of the universe could kill Kanan, and its power was far greater than Radamanthys' maximum alert. Tensou Ryusen is the secret of the Hiten Mitsura Gairyu in Rurouni Kenshin. It is a super speed sword drawing technique that is faster than divine speed. It is the true meaning of Tensou Ryusen, and it is also a move that can break the 9-headed Ryusen. It can attack faster than any opponent. It can also perform a 2-stage attack that leaves no room for maneuver. The first attack releases a stream of air, creating a vacuum in front of it that sucks the opponent in, and then uses the centrifugal force of the rotation to perform the second attack. Hikoshi Juro once said that even if the opponent avoided the dragon's fangs, his body would be freed by the gust of wind and then torn to pieces by the dragon's claws. While Yamamoto Hong was comprehending his new skills, Ichino's Maki came in with food, placed it next to Yamamoto Hong, knelt on one knee and said, "Master Hong, it's time for you to eat." Yamamoto Hong nodded, picked up a piece of sushi and started eating, then said, "Maki, you have followed me for 15 years, and I haven't taught you anything. Do you think I am a little stingy?" Ichino's Maki quickly said, "Absolutely not. Young Master Hong doesn't teach me, which means I haven't reached young Master Hong's standards." Ha 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 ha. After laughing loudly, Yamamoto Hong looked at Ichino's Maki who was kneeling on one knee, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Maki, then today, I will teach you the nine-headed dragon flash and the demonic light-killing cannon. Upon hearing this, Ichino's Maki's body trembled violently, his head suddenly raised from its lowered position, his eyes wide with disbelief and ecstasy. Master Hong, are you serious? His voice trembled slightly, and he stuttered with excitement. Of course it's true. Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly. This nine-headed dragon flash, I used it to defeat Kenpeki of Inigamijo that day. This move uses incredible speed to simultaneously unleash a fatal strike in 9 directions, leaving the opponent completely defenseless. And the demonic light-killing cannon, the longer it is charged, the more powerful it becomes. It is an extremely powerful kid. Learning them will greatly benefit your strength. Ichino's Maki's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his chest heaved violently. Being able to learn the unique skills to defeat Kenpeki of Iniganjo was something he had never dared to dream of. Kenpeki Kiyomizu was once a strong man in his heart. Although his belief collapsed later, the powerful strength displayed by Yamamoto Hong in that battle, especially the power of the nine-headed dragon flash, had long been deeply imprinted in his heart. Now, he actually had the opportunity to learn such a magical skill. The excitement in his heart was like a surging tide, almost drowning him. Master Hong, Maki. Maki is very grateful. Maki Ichino's eyes were slightly red, and his voice was full of gratitude and determination. Maki will live up to your expectations, practice hard, and never let your teachings down. As he said this, Ichino's Maki kowtowed heavily. Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly, stretched out his finger and lightly tapped Ichino's Maki's forehead, activating the high-level additional memory. In an instant, Ichino's Maki felt a large amount of information flooding into his mind, which was the use and practice methods of nine-headed dragon flash and demonic light-killing cannon. Maki Ichino's closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on receiving this precious knowledge. Sometimes a look of surprise appeared on his face, and sometimes he frowned slightly as he understood the key points. After a moment, Ichino's Maki slowly opened his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. Master Hong, I feel it. I will definitely be able to learn these 2 skills. Ichino's Maki clenched his fists, as if he had already seen a future in which his strength would greatly increase. Well, these 2 skills are not easy to master. You need to practice them carefully. Nine-headed dragon flash requires extremely high control of speed and strength. You must constantly temper your body and Ryutsu to unleash its true power. The demonic light-killing cannon requires you to practice charging patiently and grasp the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow unexpectedly in battle. Yamamoto Hong warned seriously. Yes, Master Hong. Ichino's Maki responded respectfully, his eyes full of piety. From then on, Ichino's Maki devoted himself to training. He got up before dawn every day and practiced the nine-headed dragon flash movements repeatedly in an open space in the secret base. At first, his movements were a little stiff and his speed was far from what was required, but he was not discouraged at all. He swung his sword again and again, doing his best each time. When practicing the demonic light cannon, he was even more meticulous, from the initial gathering of spiritual power, to controlling the Ryutsu to form a spiral of light, and then to finding the right moment to shoot the energy beam. Maki Ichino's kept trying and improving. Although he encountered many difficulties in the process of training, his spiritual energy was greatly consumed and his body was exhausted, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Yamamoto Hong felt very pleased when he saw Ichino's Maki practicing hard. He would occasionally give guidance from the side, point out Ichino's Maki's shortcomings, and help him improve faster. Under the careful guidance of Yamamoto Hong, Ichino's Maki's strength gradually improved, and his mastery of the 2 skills became more and more proficient. As time went by, Ichino's Maki's understanding of the nine-headed dragon flash and the demonic light-killing cannon became more and more profound. There was a bit more confidence and calmness in his eyes, and the confusion and hesitation he had in the past had long disappeared. At this moment, he has only one belief in his heart, that is to keep getting stronger and follow Yamamoto Hong. 3 months passed in a flash, and the secret base was still hidden in that mysterious corner underground. The misty hot spring steam rose, as if covering the space with a veil. As usual, Ichino's Maki was concentrating on practicing the 9-headed dragon flash in the base. His posture was agile and he swung the wooden sword in his hand with great vigor. Every slash was carried out with an indomitable momentum. Although his clothes were soaked with sweat, it did not affect his concentration at all. At this moment, a black cat quietly sneaked into the secret base. It had a slender figure and its black fur gleamed faintly in the dim light. It was Shihaoran Yoruichi. She nimbly jumped over several boulders and hid in a shadow. Her eyes fell on Ichino's Maki, who was practicing his moves, watching how hard he was trying. Shihaoran Yoruichi whispered to herself, "This Maki Ichino's is a good guy, but it's a pity that he followed that BD Yamamoto Hong." A complex look flashed in her eyes, which showed both appreciation for Maki Ichino's potential and deep hatred for Yamamoto Hong. Ever since she was humiliated by Yamamoto Hong at the secret base last time, Shihaoran Yoruichi has been burning with anger and has been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. But now her status in Seoul society is a defector, and Yamamoto Hong has the support of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni behind him, and she has been given a personality and cannot take action against Yamamoto Hong. She had no way out, otherwise it would not be difficult for Shihaoran Yoruichi, the former chief of the Sing army and the former commander-in-chief of the secret mobile forces, to assassinate Yamamoto Hong. Chapter 26. Shihaoran Yoruichi's eyes wandered around the base and soon found Yamamoto Hong, who was relaxing by the hot spring, and saw his leisurely appearance. Shihaoran Yoruichi's eyes instantly turned fierce, and hatred surged in her heart like a tide. She thought of the humiliation she had suffered, and her claws clenched unconsciously, her nails digging into her palms, but she felt no pain at all. "Yamamoto Hong, one day, I will make you pay the price." Shihaoran Yoruichi swore secretly in his heart. Shihaoran Yoruichi took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She knew very well that Yamamoto Hong was quite powerful, especially with that strange absorption spell. So Shihaoran Yoruichi decided to observe Yamamoto Hong's condition first, so she carefully went around to the other side of the hot spring, trying not to make any noise, and kept her eyes on Yamamoto Hong's every move. Yamamoto Hong is soaking comfortably in the hot spring at this moment. He closes his eyes, enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, his thoughts drifting in his mind. In recent times, although his strength has improved, he still has no progress in Zanpakuchikai, which makes him a little worried. Yamamoto Hong suddenly sensed Shihaoran Yoruichi's presence and sneered in his heart, but remained expressionless. He turned to Ichino's Maki, who was concentrating on practicing, and said, "Maki, I'm ready to start practicing. You should go out first and don't let anyone disturb me." Upon hearing this, Ichino's Maki immediately stopped what he was doing, responded respectfully, put away his wooden sword, turned around and walked towards the exit. After Ichino's Maki disappeared into the passage, Yamamoto Hong raised a playful smile and said loudly, "Why don't you come out yet? Do you want me to catch you like last time?" Yamamoto Hong's voice echoed in the secret base with an irresistible majesty. When Shihaoran Yoruichi, who was hiding in the dark, heard this, her heart was shocked and her eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. She never thought that even though she was so careful, she was still discovered by Yamamoto Hong. How did he detect me? Is my hiding skill getting worse? Shihaoran Yoruichi was filled with doubts and resentment, his body unconsciously tensed up. At this time, Ichino's Maki had just walked to the exit. When he heard what Yamamoto Hong said, he stopped and looked back in the direction of the hot spring with a puzzled look on his face, secretly wondering what had happened. Ichino's Maki hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't help asking, "Master Hong, what happened? Do you need my help?" Yamamoto Hong didn't answer directly, but smiled and shouted to Ichino's Maki, "Maki, this is a little game between me and an old friend. You go out and guard it first, and don't let anyone get close. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a very exciting performance later." Although Ichino's Maki was full of curiosity, he knew Yamamoto Hong's temper very well, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just responded and stood guard at the exit, observing his surroundings vigilantly. Seeing that Ichino's Maki had left, Yamamoto Hong raised his voice again and said in the direction where Shihao and Yoruichi was hiding, "Yoruichi, don't hide. We had a very pleasant communication last time. Don't you want to deepen our understanding this time?" Shihao and Yoruichi gritted her teeth, feeling angry and anxious, but she knew that showing up now would be disadvantageous to her, so she continued to lurk in the shadows, trying to find a chance to leave. Yamamoto Hong seemed to see through her thoughts and said slowly, "How long do you think you can hide? My patience is limited. If you come out now, we can have a good chat. If you wait until I find you, it won't be so easy." There was a hint of threat in Yamamoto Hong's tone, but he seemed to be deliberately teasing Shihao and Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi was extremely conflicted. On the one hand, she was afraid of Yamamoto Hong, but on the other hand, she didn't want to show weakness. Just as she was hesitating, Yamamoto Hong suddenly stood up and stepped out of the hot spring. Steam was rising from his body, and Ryutsu was surging slightly. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." As he said this, he pretended to walk towards Shihao and Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi was about to leave when she saw this, but the next second Yamamoto Hong, who had used the technique of shrinking the earth, appeared behind her, grabbed Shihao and Yoruichi's tail with his hand, and used the spell absorption. Not long after, Shihao and Yoruichi's spiritual and physical strength were absorbed and he turned back into human form. Seeing that Shihao and Yoruichi was the same as himself, Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "This is what we call meeting each other frankly. Yoruichi baby, it's been a long time since we last met. I missed you so much." Shihao and Yoruichi spitted out a mouthful of disgust and said, "Don't think I don't know that you are pursuing Sui-Feng so blatantly." Although Shihao and Yoruichi has not been to Soul Society for 15 years, she also has her own intelligence channels. When she learned that Yamamoto Hong was pursuing Sui-Feng, she was so angry that she tore the information into pieces. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Yoruichi baby, are you jealous? But you're really cute when you're angry. Let's talk about it again." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong grabbed Shihao and Yoruichi's hand and pulled her directly into the hot spring, starting a new round of communication. Shihao and Yoruichi had been absorbed by the spell, sucking away a lot of her spiritual power and physical strength. Coupled with the additional personality she had previously acquired, she could not resist Yamamoto Hong at all. He could only let Yamamoto take advantage of him, but Shihao and Yoruichi was just like before, cursing at the beginning, then not caring, and finally enjoying it. A day passed quickly. Yamamoto Hong, who was soaking in the hot spring, pressed Shihao and Yoruichi's head with his right hand, and suddenly heard the voice of Ichino's Maki. "Master Hong, Kong Gaia Sangsheng wants to see you for something." Yamamoto Hong directly pushed Shihao and Yoruichi's head into the hot spring and said, "Then bring Uncle Okiya in." Okage third seat refers to Okage Gen's hero, the third seat of the first division. He has followed Yamamoto Shigekuni for hundreds of years and is also Yamamoto Shigekuni's confidant. His own strength has reached the level of an ordinary captain. When the Invisible Empire first invaded Soul Society, he was ordered by Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni to stay in the 1st Squadron's barracks as the third seat of the 1st Squadron and take charge of the 1st Squadron's affairs. He survived unscathed when Habich raided the 1st Division's barracks. After Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was killed, Kurako Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division, succeeded him as Captain General and Captain of the 1st Division. He was later appointed as Vice-Captain of the 1st Division along with Ise Nanao by Kurako Shunsui, and was in charge of the affairs of the 1st Division. He is the backbone of the team, using his rich experience and calm mind to silently contribute to the team and the entire Godi I-13. Soon, Ichino's Maki walked in with an old-looking man. The man was thin but his back was straight, and it seemed that time had not bent his spine. His neatly slicked back hair highlights his competence. Among his grey hair, only the right side is still black. The interweaving of black and white seems to tell of his long experience and extraordinary past. His face is full of vicissitudes of life. The years have carved deep and shallow wrinkles on his face. Each wrinkle is like a story, revealing the ups and downs of the past. He has a pair of deep black eyes, which often reveal the sharp insight into the world and the gentleness that comes from years of experience. He calmly examines everything around him, and it seems that nothing can escape his eyes. His beard was neatly trimmed and spread along the contour of his chin, adding a sense of maturity and stability to him and making him look more majestic. He was dressed in a black Shiba costume, the corners of which swayed gently with his movements, and the handle of the Zanpakuto sword at his waist was exposed, complementing his overall image. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Uncle Kongaya, I haven't seen you for a long time. How come you have time to come here today?" Okuga Genryūsai said, "Master Hong, a strong man from the Rukonga Zaraki district is going to challenge Kenpeki of Inagamicho. The captain wants to see if you want to go and watch the fight." Yamamoto Hong waved his left hand and said, "Forget it, there's nothing to see. If Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki is killed, it proves that Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki is indeed a rubbish idiot. If the challenger is killed, it proves that he is even more useless than this idiot." Okuga Genryūsai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go report to the captain." "Thank you, Uncle Okiya. Maki, please help me see Uncle Okiya off. By the way, if you want to watch the game, then go with Uncle Okiya." Ichino's Maki said, "Hey, I'll go watch the match with the 3 Okiya members first, and then report the results to you." Then Ichino's Maki and Okuga Genryūsai left. The moment their figures disappeared, Yamamoto Hong released his hand that was holding Shihoran Yoruichi's head. Shihoran Yoruichi's head shot up from the hot spring in an instant, and she coughed and cursed intermittently, "Ahem, you, cough, 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 UBD, I must, cough, cough, kill you." Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "Yoruichi baby, why did your voice suddenly become so hoarse? How dare you say that, cough cough cough." Yamamoto Hong patted Shihoran Yoruichi on the back to help her relax, and then said, "Okay Yoruichi baby, don't be angry. I didn't know that Uncle Okiya would come here so suddenly. Don't be angry." Shihoran Yoruichi knocked Yamamoto Hong's hand away and asked, "Why don't you go to the challenge? Don't you want to know who is challenging Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki?" Yamamoto Hong waved his hand and said, "I don't want to know at all. Challenging the captain of the 11th Division proves that you are a man. I have no interest in men. It's better for me to stay here with you." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong's hands started to move in a disorderly manner again, but Shihoran Yoruichi ignored him. Instead, he felt that Yamamoto Hong's words were fake, and maybe Yamamoto Hong knew something. Chapter 27. In fact, Shihoran Yoruichi was right. Yamamoto Hong already knew who the challenger was and who would be the winner of this battle. The challenger from the Zaraki district of Rukonga is Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki was born in the Zaraki district of Rukonga 80, which is the most unsightly area in northern Rukonga with the worst security. He was originally a nameless civilian, but later he simply used Zaraki as his surname. He has shown an unusual warlike nature since his youth. By chance, he obtained a sealed state from a grassroots Shinigami who died in the line of duty. However, he gradually became tired of fighting because he could not find anyone worthy of being his opponent. When Unohana Retsu, captain of the 11th Division of the First Generation, and her men arrived at the outskirts of Rukonga in search of a skilled general, they were met with a mountain of corpses of Rukonga civilians, killed by Kenpeki. Unohana Retsu wanted to go forward to take a closer look, but was stabbed below the collarbone by Zaraki Kenpeki, who suddenly appeared. The two sides then engaged in a fierce battle on the spot, and finally Zaraki Kenpeki was stabbed on the left face by the opponent with a knife. Leaving behind indelible scars, he experienced the fear and joy of battle for the first time in this decisive battle, and thus began to hold a respectful attitude towards Unohana Retsu. However, Zaraki Kenpeki was afraid that losing such an enemy would take away the fun of the battle, so in order to match Unohana Retsu's strength, he subconsciously weakened himself to the same level as the enemy. On the day Zaraki Kenpeki joined Godi 13, he fought a decisive battle with Kenpeki Onueiji, the then captain of the 11th Division, and killed him with one sword to become the captain. Yamamoto Hong, who already knew the outcome of the original novel, had no interest in watching this kind of one-hit kill. What if Shihoran Yoruichi ran away as soon as he left? You know, the last time he saw Shihoran Yoruichi was 15 years ago. If Shihoran Yoruichi ran away now, wouldn't he still have to endure it for more than 10 years? His image outside is so good, it's impossible for him to find women casually. Besides, Yamamoto and Ryūsai Shigekuni would not allow it. As for Sui-Feng, although the two have done everything, there has been no progress on the last step until now, because Sui-Feng said that he is very traditional and is not allowed to do such things before getting married. Ichino's Maki and Okagegen's hero quickly came to the edge of the ring. At this moment, the ring stood in the center of an open field. It was made up of huge spiritual stone blocks. Each rock had a cold luster, as if telling the story of the countless fierce battles it had experienced. The edge of the ring was engraved with complex runes. These runes flashed with mysterious light, like an invisible shield that could not only prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading and harming the people around. At the four corners of the arena, there stands a thick stone pillar, on which are carved lifelike patterns of mythical beasts. They are of different shapes and majestic, as if guarding this battle world. At the top of the stone pillar, a faint blue flame is burning. The flame sways in the breeze but never goes out, adding a mysterious and solemn atmosphere to the entire arena. The stage was already full of people. Shinigami from various teams gathered here, talking and looking forward to this challenge. Above the ring, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni and Unohana Retsu sat on chairs. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's eyes were deep and calm, and his signature Zanpakuto Rijinjaka had turned into a crutch and was placed in front of him. Unohana Retsu had a gentle smile on her face, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. As a first-generation Kenpeki, she had a unique love and keen perception for fighting. What's more, the challenger this time was a child who had pleased her before, which made her even more interested. Okagegen's hero brought Ichino's Maki to Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, saluted respectfully, and said, "Captain, I have conveyed the news to Master Hong," but he expressed no interest in the battle and did not wish to come and watch. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni nodded slightly, his expression calm. He sighed softly and said, "This kid is used to being spontaneous. If he doesn't want to come, then he won't come. He has his own ideas and judgment now. Let's just watch this battle." Ichino's Maki's gaze fell on the ring and he said, "I heard that this challenger is from the Rukonga Zaraki district. He must be a powerful character. I wonder if that guy Kenpeki Kiyomizu can win." Okagegen's hero said, "Kenpeki Inagami may not be the strongest, but he's certainly no ordinary fighter. However, this challenger from the Zaraki district has the courage to challenge the captain of the 11th Division. He must have some strengths. Let's see how this battle unfolds." Just as they were talking, two figures slowly appeared on the ring, Kenpeki Kiyomizu and the challenger from the Zaraki district. The challenger was tall and strong, with messy long hair scattered everywhere. There was a hideous scar on his face that extended from his forehead to his cheek, adding a bit of ferocity to him. His eyes burned with a desire for battle, a fiery and pure desire, as if fighting was the whole meaning of his life. He had a strange Zanpakuto on his waist. The guard of the Zanpakuto was a three-dimensional polygon, the blade was slightly uneven, and the handle was wrapped with white cloth. Ichinomaki said, "Is this person's zanpakuto already Shikai?" Okagegen's hero shook his head and said, "This man will not release zanpakuto." According to him, he found this sword next to a dead Shinigami when he was a teenager, and it has been like this since he found it. Ichinomaki was very surprised after hearing this. A person who had not even liberated zanpakuto actually wanted to challenge the captain of the 11th Division. Was he seeking death? As Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's deep and majestic voice shouted, "Begin!" Ryutsu suddenly erupted around a Niganjo Kenpeki, and he whipped out his zanpakuto, shouting, "Smash him, Mengtunwan!" In an instant, the zanpakuto in Kenpeki's hand transformed into a huge ghost fork stick, wrapped with strands of red Ryutsu, emitting a terrifying aura. A Niganjo Kenpeki opened his eyes as wide as a wild boar's and stared at Zaraki Kenpeki fiercely, as if he wanted to tear the other person apart with his eyes. However, Zaraki Kenpeki simply pulled out his knife slowly and stood there, motionless. His messy long hair fluttered in the breeze, and the hideous scar on his face looked even more terrifying. Then, Zaraki Kenpeki raised his lips into an uninhibited smile, and pulled open his clothes, revealing his strong chest. His muscles were as hard as steel, and were covered with old scars of varying depths, each of which seemed to tell of a fierce battle in the past. Zaraki Kenpeki looked at a Niganjo Kenpeki provocatively and laughed loudly, "Come on, I'll let you attack first." When Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki heard this, he was furious and the anger in his heart was ignited. He felt that Zaraki Kenpeki was openly looking down on him and it was a great humiliation to him. In his opinion, as the captain of the 11th Division, he was the strongest swordsman in Seoul society. Even if he lost to Yamamoto Hong, he was not someone that a nobody could easily challenge. "Damn you! How dare you look down on me like that?" Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki roared, tightly gripping Mengtunwan with both hands, raised it high, and smashed it hard at Zaraki Kenpeki. This attack contained all his anger and strength. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a sizzling sound. Even the ground around the ring trembled slightly due to the powerful impact, raising a cloud of dust. Zaraki Kenpeki still stood there, without any intention of dodging. His eyes were very firm, staring closely at every move of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki, and the unruly smile on the corner of his mouth never changed. When Kenpeki of a Niganjo was about to hit him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and his muscles tensed up instantly. Bang! Mengtunmaru hit Zaraki Kenpeki's chest heavily, making a dull thud. The sound echoed in the training ground, making everyone's eardrums hurt. However, a shocking scene happened. Zaraki Kenpeki did not move at all, as if the full-strength attack from Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki was just tickling him. Even Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki himself widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He never expected that his full-strength attack after Shikai could not even break Zaraki Kenpeki's defense. At this time, the place on Zaraki Kenpeki's body where he was hit by Mengtunmaru only had a faint red mark, which soon disappeared. He looked at Kenpeki Oni, his smile growing even more unbridled. "Is that all you have? It's not even close. The title of captain of the 11th Division is so impressive, but is this all you have left?" Zaraki Kenpeki's voice was full of mockery, which reached the ears of Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki, making him feel extremely angry and humiliated. Kiyomizu Kenpeki roared, swung Mengtunwan again, and attacked Zaraki Kenpeki frantically. His attacks were as dense as a storm, and each blow was accompanied by powerful Ryutsu, trying to defeat Zaraki Kenpeki completely. However, no matter how he attacked, Zaraki Kenpeki just stood there, occasionally slightly turning sideways or raising his hands to block, but he never revealed the slightest flaw. It seemed that Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki's attacks did not cause any substantial damage to him at all. Everyone in the audience was stunned by this scene and took a deep breath. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he knew that this Zaraki from the Rukonga Zaraki district was strong, he didn't expect him to be so strong. This was beyond his expectations. Unohana Retsu leaned forward slightly, her eyes flashing with excitement. She hadn't seen this child for a long time, and the child's current performance made her even happier. She really wanted to have another exciting, life and death fight with this child. Chapter 28. Ichino's Maki and Okage Genryūsai also widened their eyes. Ichino's Maki muttered to himself, "Who the hell is this guy? He's so powerful." Okage Genryūsai looked solemn. At the beginning, most people thought that Kenpeki Inigamijo would win, but judging from the current situation, the outcome of this battle might be beyond most people's expectations. In the secret base far away, although Yamamoto Hong did not see the battle with his own eyes, he felt the influence of Kenpeki Ryutsu of Iniganjo and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing an expected smile. When Oni Ionja Kenpeki saw that his frantic attacks after Shikai had no effect on Zaraki Kenpeki, the anger and resentment in his heart surged like a raging tide. Kenpeki knew that if he didn't use even greater strength, he would be defeated today and become the laughing stock of everyone. So, he let out a thunderous roar, Bankai. Menja debuted on Meru. Instantly, a massive and violent Ryutsu erupted from Kenpeki, the nemesis of Iniganjo Castle. Like a black tide of rage, it swept in all directions with a chilling sense of oppression. The air seemed to be boiled by this Ryutsu, making a sizzling sound, and the space was slightly distorted, as if it could not withstand the impact of such a powerful force. The arena, which was already filled with tension due to the battle, was now even more turbulent due to this Ryutsu. The people in the audience felt their breathing stagnate, and their bodies seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. They involuntarily retreated backwards. Some weaker Shinigami even knelt on one knee, their faces full of horror. Kenpeki's appearance had also undergone a startling transformation. He wore a grey boar head mask, its fangs sharp and ferocious, as if ready to tear through anything. A deer hair draped around his waist danced wildly in the wind, adding a touch of wildness. The bear fur at his feet also swayed freely in the breeze, making him look even more burly. The ghost fork stick in his hand has turned into a huge stick similar to a wild boar's tooth. The surface is flashing with a strange dark red light and flowing with strands of Ryutsu, as if it has life. At this moment, Kenpeki of Inigami Castle looked like a terrifying monster that had just crawled out of the abyss of hell, emitting endless murderous aura. Behind the mask, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki's eyes flashed with madness. He stared at Zaraki Kenpeki and let out a low growl. "Now, the real battle begins. You ignorant fellow, prepare to die." After saying that, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki suddenly swung the huge boar-tusk club in his hand, causing a gust of wind and smashing it towards Zaraki Kenpeki. The power contained in this attack was even more terrifying than before. Wherever it passed, the ground was scoured by the strong wind pressure, leaving deep grooves, scattering gravel and filling the sky with dust. Zaraki Kenpeki's originally wanton smile became even more wanton, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This powerful Ryutsu finally aroused his real interest. The desire for battle deep in his heart burned like a raging fire. At the moment when Oni Ionja Kenpeki's attack was about to fall, Zaraki Kenpeki suddenly raised the strange Zanpakuto in his hand, and a faint glow appeared on the blade. Bang! The huge boar-tusk club collided with Zanpakuto, making a deafening sound. The powerful impact force spread outward from the two people, setting off a violent energy storm. The protective barrier around the ring trembled violently under the impact of this force, and the runes flickered, as if they would shatter at any time. This attack from Iniganjo Kenpeki carried the terrifying power of Bankai, but Zaraki Kenpeki blocked it steadily. His feet were deeply embedded in the ground, but he never took a step back. Zaraki Kenpeki's lips curled up into an even more unruly smile, and he laughed loudly. "This is quite interesting. Come on, let me see what else you can do." His voice was full of confidence and provocation, which sounded particularly harsh in this tense battlefield. At this moment, he was no longer the seemingly careless challenger, but a strong man who truly longed for and enjoyed fighting. Seeing his attack blocked again, Kenpeiki's anger grew stronger. He swung his fierce-toothed ox-bone pill again and launched an even more frantic attack. Every swing brought up a black Ryotsu storm, and the huge stick drew strange arcs in the air, and the space seemed to be distorted wherever it went. Zaraki Kenpeiki blocked Oni Yanchinj Kenpeiki's attacks again and again. Everyone in the audience was attracted by this fierce battle. Their eyes were fixed on the ring and they began to discuss the battle situation. Before Bankai, Zaraki Kenpeiki took all of Inigamijo Kenpeiki's attacks, but they didn't hurt Zaraki Kenpeiki at all. Now after Bankai, Zaraki Kenpeiki could only raise his sword to block. Now everyone can see that it is only a matter of time before Kenpeiki Kiyomizu is defeated. As time went on, Zaraki Kenpeiki in the ring began to get bored and said, "If you have any strong moves, use them. I'm starting to get bored." When Iniganjo Kenpeiki heard what Zaraki Kenpeiki said, the anger in his heart suddenly burned even more fiercely. The muscles on his face were twisted with anger, and his wild boar-like eyes almost spewed fire. But he also knew in his heart that the man in front of him from the Rukonga Zaraki district was ridiculously strong, and his attacks could not cause any substantial damage to him. He tightly grasped the Menjidatunwan in his hand, his joints turned white from the force, the veins on his arms bulged, and his body trembled slightly with anger and unwillingness. After a moment of stalemate, he suddenly jumped back, creating some distance between himself and Zaraki Kenpeiki. Iniganjo Kenpeiki said, "Even if my attacks can't hurt you, you can't hurt me either. My Bankai can deflect attacks, and you'll just tire yourself out. Zaraki, why don't we just call this a draw and I'll make you the vice-captain of the 11th Division?" There was a hint of panic and unwillingness in Kenpeiki Kiyomi's voice, which echoed in the empty arena, with the sense of giving up. When Oni Yanchinj Kenpeiki suggested that Zaraki Kenpeiki be the vice-captain to tie the match, there was silence in the audience, as if everyone was so shocked by Oni Yanchinj Kenpeiki's sudden words that their minds went blank. After a brief silence, a strong burst of dissatisfaction and accusations broke out from the crowd. "Shameless! So shameless! As a captain, you actually say such words!" A young Shinigami flushed, waved his fists angrily, and shouted loudly. "Yes, a captain should have the dignity and backbone of a captain. Even when facing a powerful enemy that he cannot defeat, he should not be so cowardly as to beg for mercy. That's right, that's not what a captain would say. It's a disgrace to the 11th Division. In Seoul society, the strong are respected. Strength is important, but dignity and backbone are equally valued." Kenpeiki Oni Yanjo's move undoubtedly broke everyone's inherent perception of Kenpeiki Oni Yanja. Even Yamamoto, who was sitting on the chair, was a little annoyed. What a shame for the captain. If I had known that he would challenge Gosuke, I would have killed him. Unohana Retsu also said, "Yes, it is a shame for the name Kenpeiki to be held by such a person. Unohana Retsu is the first generation Kenpeiki, and she takes this title very seriously." After hearing what Oni Yanchinj, the contemporary Kenpeiki, said, if Zaraki Kenpeiki had not been on the stage, she would have picked up her sword and stabbed Oni Yanchinj. Maki Ichinos stood beside Genshiro Okuga, his face turning pale and blue. His heart was in turmoil at the moment. Once upon a time, Kenpeiki Inigawa was his idol, the goal he tried hard to follow and strive for. He once firmly believed in the strength of Kenpeiki Kiyomizu, and was even willing to become an enemy of Yamamoto Hong for him, but now, this man actually said such cowardly words in the battle. "I was such an idiot before." Ichinos Maki muttered to himself, his voice full of self-mockery and regret. He remembered that he had blindly challenged Yamamoto Hong for the sake of Kenpeiki. How stupid and ridiculous he was at that time. He placed all his faith and future on such a person, but never really saw his true nature. Why didn't I see him clearly earlier? Ichinos Maki clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he didn't feel the pain at all. Even though Maki Ichinos followed Hong Yamamoto later, he just thought that Kenpei Kigenjo had a problem with his character, and his opinion of his strength did not change much. As for Kenpei Kigenjo losing to Hong Yamamoto, Maki Ichinos simply thought that Hong Yamamoto was too strong. However, he did not expect that Kenpei Inigawa would be so cowardly. His former faith collapsed, leaving Maki Ichinos at a loss for a moment. Okuga Genryūsai looked at Ichinos Maki from the side and sighed slightly. He patted Ichinos Maki on the shoulder and said softly, "The past is the past. People always have to look forward. The appearance of Zaraki may bring new changes to the 11th division." Ichinos Maki nodded slightly, but the bitterness in his heart was hard to dissipate. He looked at Zaraki Kenpei on the ring, and a hint of gratitude gradually appeared in his eyes. He was grateful to Zaraki Kenpei for letting him see clearly that Oni Yanshinji Kenpei was a cowardly man who was afraid of death. Just as everyone was discussing this, Zaraki Kenpei's unruly laughter suddenly echoed in the martial arts field. His laughter, like a heavy hammer, struck everyone's heart. Just now, when Zaraki Kenpei heard what Oni Yanshinji Kenpei said, he was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. The smile was unruly and crazy, as if he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Zaraki Kenpei laughed and said, "This is a fun trick, let's see if you can deflect my attack." Chapter 29. Zaraki Kenpei slowly raised his head, and the aura around him suddenly changed. A majestic and violent golden Ryutsu burst out from his body. This Ryutsu was like a roaring golden tide, sweeping towards the surroundings with a terrifying sense of oppression. This Ryutsu was several times more powerful than the Ryutsu used by Kenpei Bankai at Oniganjo Castle. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted by an invisible giant hand. The air made a sizzling sound, as if it was bearing a heavy burden and groaning in pain. Cracks began to appear on the ground around the ring. With Zaraki Kenpei as the center, the cracks spread rapidly in all directions like a spider web. Each crack was as thick as an arm and bottomless, as if the earth was torn open by this force. The rune light at the edge of the ring dimmed instantly under the impact of this Ryutsu, and the protective barrier also trembled violently, making a buzzing sound, as if it would break at any time. The crowd in the audience felt a crushing pressure like a mountain, their breathing becoming difficult. Their bodies felt as if they were being strangled by an invisible giant hand, forcing them to retreat involuntarily. Some weaker Shinigami were directly thrown to the ground by this Ryutsu, spitting blood. And those Shinigami who were stronger also had solemn expressions and their eyes were filled with shock. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni was well aware of the horror of Ryutsu and said to himself, "I wonder if this kid will be as obedient as Honger." Unohana Retsu leaned forward slightly, the excitement in her eyes growing brighter and brighter, her hands unconsciously clenched the armrests of the chair, her body trembling slightly with excitement. The powerful Ryutsu displayed by Zaraki Kenpei was almost igniting her desire to fight. The clothes on Zaraki Kenpei were torn apart by the impact of Ryutsu, and turned into countless pieces flying in the air. The muscles on his sturdy chest were tense, and every muscle was full of strength. The crisscrossing scars looked even more hideous under the reflection of the golden Ryutsu, like twisted centipedes. His hair also flew wildly due to the effect of Ryutsu, like burning black flames dancing against the backdrop of golden light. At this moment, he was like a demon descending to the world, emitting endless terrifying aura. Zaraki Kenpei slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the faint light on the blade became stronger and stronger, gradually gathering into a dazzling golden light. The light seemed to have life, constantly twisting and swirling, emitting a mysterious and powerful force. Zaraki Kenpei's arm muscles instantly bulged like small hills. With a sudden swing of his arm, Zanpakuto slashed towards Kenpei of Oniganjo with an unstoppable momentum. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. The blade cut through the air, making a whoosh sound, as if the air was cut in half by this knife. At the moment the blade was swung, a huge golden sword energy gushed out from the blade. This sword energy was more than one person thick and several meters long, rushing towards Kenpeki of Gyanchinj. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a golden crack appeared. A strange light flickered in the crack, as if leading to an endless mysterious abyss. The surrounding air was compressed by the sword energy, forming visible golden ripples that spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples went, the stones on the ground were lifted up and turned into powder that floated in the air. The stone pillars surrounding the arena also cracked under the impact of this force, and the dark blue flames burning on the top were extinguished instantly. The entire arena was shrouded in this terrifying force, as if it was in the end of the world. When Kenpeki Oni Ionja saw this terrifying knife, he was horrified and the confidence on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless fear. His eyes widened as he used Bankai to deflect the attack, but the sword energy was too powerful and his Bankai ability was completely useless. Moreover, that Ryutsu had been suppressing him. Under the influence of this Ryutsu, his body began to tremble slightly, and his feet sank into the ground, unable to move at all. Now, Kenpeki Oni Ionja could only watch the sword energy rushing towards him. No. This is impossible. Kenpeki Oni Ionja let out a desperate roar, his voice filled with fear and unwillingness. The golden sword energy instantly hit Kenpeki of Oniyaki Castle, making a deafening noise. The noise was like a landslide, shaking the entire Soul Society slightly. The moment the sword energy hit Kenpeki, a strong light burst out from around his body. The light was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire training ground. Immediately afterwards, a powerful energy wave spread out from him in all directions. This wave was even more terrifying than the previous Ryutsu, and it completely destroyed the protective barrier around the ring. The broken runes turned into starlight floating in the air, and the fragments of the protective barrier were blown everywhere, like sharp blades, flying towards the surrounding Shinigami. The people in the audience used their spiritual power to resist. For a moment, all kinds of spiritual power flashed, and shouts and exclamations came one after another. Under the impact of the sword energy, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki's body instantly turned into powder and floated in the air. His face still maintained the fear and confusion before death, his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe until his death that he would be killed by Zaraki Kenpeki's sword. The entire training ground fell into dead silence, and everyone was stunned by this astonishing scene. The Shinigami watching the fight stared wide-eyed at the dust flying across the ring, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, a burst of discussion erupted from the audience. How is this possible? Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki was killed with a single strike. Who the hell is this Zaraki? His strength is too terrifying. It's unbelievable. The captain of the 11th division died just like that. Yamamoto nodded in recognition of Zaraki Kenpeki, while Unohana Retsu smiled slightly, the excitement in his eyes growing stronger. In the secret base far away, Yamamoto Hong felt this powerful Ryutsu fluctuation, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Zaraki Kenpeki slowly put down the Zanpakuta in his hand, and the light on the blade gradually dissipated. He looked at the place where Inigonjo Kenpeki disappeared, and the smile on his face was still uninhibited. Humph, you said you could divert attacks, but that's all. As long as my attack is stronger than your diversion ability, you won't be able to divert it. He said softly, with a hint of disdain in his voice. At this moment, the entire training ground was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The Shinigami looked at Zaraki Kenpeki with eyes filled with awe and fear. This man from the Rukonga Zaraki district had proven his strength with his strength. Soul Society's Bankai represented captain-level strength, and he, a man who didn't even know Shikai, killed Bankai and became captain, thus breaking the traditional understanding of Soul Society's assessment of strength. Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni stood up and his eyes fell on Zaraki Kenpeki. His expression was calm. Is your name Zaraki? From today on, you are the captain of the 11th Division and the 11th Kenpeki. Your name from today on is Zaraki Kenpeiki. Zaraki Kenpeiki looked up at Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, his eyes showing no fear at all. Haha, the 11th division is a combat division? Interesting. I will let everyone in the 11th division know what real combat is. Zaraki Kenpeiki laughed and said this, his voice full of confidence and pride. When the Shinigami in the audience heard Zaraki Kenpeiki's words, they couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts. They knew that from this moment on, Zaraki Kenpeiki would become a powerful force for Godei 13, and Godei 13 would become more powerful because of his existence. Maki Ichinos and Genshiro Okaga stood in the audience, their faces filled with shock. Maki Ichinos' eyes showed off for Zaraki Kenpeiki's powerful strength. Kenpeiki Zaraki, this Zaraki Kenpeiki will probably be a very powerful person in the future, right? Ichinos Maki asked softly. Okaga Genshiro nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Zaraki Kenpeiki, his expression solemn, his strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 5 among the captains. Ichinos Maki said in shock, that's impossible. Is he stronger than Master Hong? Ichinos Maki once asked Yamamoto Hong which captains among the 13 captains of Godei 13 Yamamoto Hong was not confident of winning. At that time, Yamamoto Hong mentioned at least 6 names. Okuya Genshiro shook his head and said, I don't know about that, but I guess even if young Master Hong fights him, it will be a fierce battle. Ichinos Maki clenched his fists and said, I don't believe this guy can beat Master Hong. Master Hong, like him, can't unleash Zanpakuto, but compared to this guy who only uses brute force, Master Hong's white hits, shunpo, kid, and slashing techniques can crush him. At this time, Yamamoto Hong was fighting fiercely with Shihao and Yoruichi. If he knew about the conversation between Ichinos Maki and Okuga Genshiro, he would definitely be dismissive. What a lunatic! Go fight Zaraki Kenpeiki. That guy is a real fighting madman. Unless you can kill him in one move, he will just fight like a cockroach and become stronger and stronger, gradually unlocking the seal of his own power. Look at Tosen Kaname in the Soul Society arc, Espadas Neutra in the Arrancar arc, and Unohana Retsu in the 1000-Year Blood War. Aren't they all like this? They had the advantage at the beginning but didn't kill, and were killed by Zaraki Kenpeiki in the end. Of course, Unohana Retsu doesn't count, as she was trying to kill Zaraki Kenpeiki while healing him, and ultimately willingly died at the hands of Zaraki Kenpeiki. Chapter 30. After Zaraki Kenpeiki became the captain, although Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni had taught him his swordsmanship skills, Zaraki Kenpeiki gave up the idea of continuing to practice after only one day. This also made Yamamoto shake his head and say that Kukaki cannot be carved. Although Zaraki Kenpeiki is unruly, the number of casualties in the 11th division has gradually decreased since he became the captain of the 11th division. It's not because Zaraki Kenpeiki can save people, but because when he receives the combat order and rushes to the scene, he is the first one to go. This made the soldiers of the 11th division increasingly identify with this powerful captain. Less than 2 years later, Madarame Ikeku, who had challenged Zaraki Kenpeiki and then surrendered to him, and Ayasukawa Yumichika joined the 11th division, with Madarame Ikeku taking the 3rd seat and Ayasukawa Yumichika the 5th seat. As for Yamamoto Hong, Shihao and Yoruichi left Soul Society before Zaraki Kenpeiki's captain inauguration ceremony, so Yamamoto Hong also attended Zaraki Kenpeiki's captain inauguration ceremony. At Zaraki Kenpeiki's captain inauguration ceremony, Aizen Koyusuke said, to liven things up, let's show everyone his Shikai. Aizen currently tells everyone that his Shikai Kyōka Suigetsu is to disrupt the enemy by reflecting the mist and water, causing them to kill each other. When Aizen Koyusuke used Kyōka Suigetsu, Yamamoto Hong immediately used Mingjing Shisui to create a substitute. To be more safe, he also used high position attachment to temporarily separate his eyes. With this double insurance, Yamamoto Hong did not get hit by Aizen Koyusuke's Kyōka Suigetsu. Afterwards, Yamamoto Hong patted his chest and was glad that he was lucky enough to be a wall hanging. Another thing to be thankful for is that Shorin Yoruichi came to Soul Society more and more frequently. He came once 10 years after Zaraki Kenpeiga became the captain and stayed with Yamamoto Hong for 10 days and 10 nights. Then 5 years later, Shorin Yoruichi came again, and again 3 years after that, and again 2 years ago, and again a year ago. During these 21 years, Yamamoto Hong's Ryutsu was almost reaching the top captain level, and his relationship with Shorin Yoruichi was getting better and better. Now Shorin Yoruichi regarded Yamamoto Hong as his own man. The original hatred has gradually disappeared. When the two meet now, Shorin Yoruichi is even more impatient than Yamamoto Hong. He does what he needs to do first and then chats. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 81 years old. Ryutsu, Elite Captain. White Hits, Elite Captain. Kid, Captain of the Century. Slashing Technique, 100 Years Captain. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style Sword Drawing Technique, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Technique, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Flashing Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorbing Incantation, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Great Illusion of the Universe, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, Delete All, Fang Zero, Fire Spirit, Reverse. Uzumaki. The new skills that were drawn by Yamamoto Hong during the past 21 years have all been deleted. The skills from Digimon Leo Megaman, once used, the part that touches the sword in Yamamoto Hong's hand is not cut off but eliminated. Fang Thrust Zero Style, Sato Ichi's greatest secret technique from Rurouni Kenshin. At a very close distance, without any other assistance, the Fang Thrust is performed entirely by the power of the upper body. Sato Ichi used this move to kill Yuanuma Yuzui, one of the 10 swordsmen, despite having injured both feet. Fire Spirit, also from Rurouni Kenshin, is the true greatest secret of the strongest boss Shishio. It uses sword energy combined with flames to form a huge tornado-like airflow, instantly engulfing the opponent. Unfortunately, he encountered the sky-soaring dragon flash which could create a vacuum, and this move was scrapped before it could take effect. Otherwise, Shishio Shinji would have been able to kill Kenshin Himura. Twist Uzumaki, the 6th move of water breathing from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, also called water breathing land type Twist Uzumaki, a sword form that can be used in places where there is no foothold and in an unstable place. By violently twisting, powerful Uzumaki is generated, which will turn into a sharp and huge blade, cutting everything around it. While soaking in the hot springs and drinking sake, Yamamoto Hong lamented, "Why are all the skills I've drawn in the past 20 years slashing techniques, but my slashing techniques haven't been upgraded yet? I'm still the captain of the Centennial team. Can't the system show me a percentage?" Just as Yamamoto Hong was sighing, the system's prompt sounded in his mind without warning: the host's special intentions have been detected. To meet the host's needs, the system is about to start a comprehensive upgrade process. This upgrade is expected to take 4 years, and all functions will be suspended during the upgrade. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Hong froze on the spot. He couldn't use the system's functions for 4 years. What would happen if he defeated his opponent within these 4 years? At this moment, Ichino's Maki appeared behind Yamamoto Hong. He knelt on one knee and said, "Master Hong, Captain Shiba has been missing for a year. The Captain General has decided that Hitsuga Ichware, the 3rd seat of the 10th Division, will take the captain's examination." A year ago, Shiba Ishin went to the human world and disappeared shortly after returning. Yamamoto Hong knew that it was because Kurosaki Masaki was attacked by Hollow, causing her body to show signs of hollowing. In order to save Kurosaki's life, Shiba chose to establish a soul connection with the hollow power in Kurosaki's body, successfully saving Kurosaki from the fate of being continuously eroded by the hollow and self-destructing. Yamamoto Hong turned to look at Ichino's Maki and said, "Maki, do you want to be the captain?" Ichino's Maki has followed Yamamoto Hong for 36 years. Yamamoto Hong taught him 4 skills in total: Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Sky-Soaring Dragon Flash, Demonic Light Killing Cannon, and Lost Paradise, although he does not have Bankai yet. However, Ichino's Maki, who has mastered the 4 major skills, has been reborn. Now he has the strength of an ordinary captain. Although not very strong, he is at least as strong as Kensei Yaguruma. Although Hitsugayichware practiced Bankai, his current immature Bankai was only 6.5 carts, less than 7 carts of punches, and he was no match for Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki shook his head and said, "Master Hong, I don't want to be the captain." "Why? Are you afraid that you can't defeat Hitsugayichware, who has mastered Bankai? In fact, he is weaker than you. Don't take Bankai too seriously. You see, unlike Zaraki, I can't unleash Zanpakuto. But Inigonjo Kenpeki, a guy who can master Bankai, is no match for us." Ichino's Maki shook his head and said, "No, I'm not worried about my own strength. Ever since Master Hong taught me the art of slashing, kid, and white hits, I know that my strength has been transformed." "Then why don't you want to be the captain? You know, being the captain of Godai 13 is something that many people dream of." Ichino's Maki looked up with a determined gaze, staring directly at Yamamoto Hong. He said sincerely, "Master Hong, I don't want to be captain because in my heart, you are like a guiding light. Just like Vice Captain Sasakaibe is loyal to the Captain General, I am the same way to you. By your side, I can continue to learn and grow, and witness your strength. This is what I have always dreamed of. Being a powerful captain may bring me glory, but that is not what I truly want. I just want to be by Master Hong's side forever, even if it means just being a small guard." He paused slightly, clenched his fists, and continued, "Over the years, you taught me kid, white hits, and slashing techniques, allowing me to grow from a person who blindly followed others to a Shinigami capable of protecting my own beliefs. I am grateful for everything you have given me. I have no way to repay this kindness, and I can only express my loyalty by following you for a lifetime. As long as you don't despise me, I will follow you until the end of my life, and I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Yamamoto Hong was filled with emotion after hearing what Ichino's Maki said. He raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder, praising him, "Maki, your loyalty is rare. It is my honor to have you by my side." Yamamoto Hong shook his head slightly, a trace of regret in his eyes. "Thinking back, you actually challenged me for a fool like Kenpeki. I thought you were foolish then. Now it seems that you were just too loyal to the wrong person." Yamamoto Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in memory. "Kenpeki, the ghost of Yanchinch, is just a facade, arrogant and cowardly. He's not worth your life. Fortunately, you now see the truth and have found the right direction." He looked at Ichino's Maki, his eyes filled with relief. "From now on, just follow me with peace of mind. As long as I, Yamamoto Hong, am here, Ichino's Maki will be here." After hearing what Yamamoto Hong said, Ichino's Maki was very moved. He originally thought that his status in Yamamoto Hong's mind was very low, even though Yamamoto Hong taught him skills. However, except for high position attachment, spell absorption, and mirror shisui, Yamamoto Hong taught all other skills to the team members of the first division. However, only Yamamoto Shigakuni, Chijur Sasakaibe, Okaga Genshur, and Ichino's Maki learned them. And except for Yamamoto, the remaining 3 of them only learned 5 moves from Sasakaibe. Of course, when he taught them, he did not use high position attachments like he did when teaching Ichino's Maki. Instead, Yamamoto Hong demonstrated directly and let them learn by watching him perform. Of course, except for the strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Yu and Liazai Shigakuni, no one can learn all of Yamamoto Hong's powerful skills. But Ichinomaki never expected that Yamamoto Hong would not only forgive his past mistakes, but also value his loyalty so much. Ichinomaki's eyes welled up, and he said with a choked voice, "Master Hong, I have no way of repaying you for your words. Back then, I was ignorant and offended you, but you forgave me and taught me so carefully. From now on, no matter what danger we encounter, I will rush to the front and never let you come to any harm. I will use my whole life to repay your kindness." Chapter 31. Since no one competed with Hitsugaichware for the position of captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaichware simply performed Bankai in front of the 6 captains and successfully became the captain of the 10th Division. Hitsugaichware became the captain at such a young age, which naturally made some people unhappy. One of them was a woman with long wavy orange hair, a black mole on her lip, sexy clothes, a necklace with a silver ring on her chest, and huge breasts. She was very unhappy. She is Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th Division. When Shiba Yuxin was the captain, she was already the vice-captain. Logically speaking, she should be the best candidate to take over as captain. But she knew her own business, she was still confused about Bankai, while Hitsugaichware had already started practicing Bankai when he was the 3rd seat. Shiba Ishin often hugs Hitsugaichware and says, "Chware is worthy of being the future captain. He is so reliable." In fact, what Matsumoto Rangiku was unhappy about was not that Hitsugaichware became the captain, but that Hitsugaichware was the person she had watched grow up. Now she felt unhappy at the thought of calling this kid who always called her Matsumoto sister the captain. Moreover, this kid loved to control her drinking, and now that he became the captain, it must be even more excessive. So from the day Hitsugaichware became the captain, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately collected all his wine at an incredible speed. After attending Hitsugaichware's captain inauguration ceremony, Yamamoto Hong and Ichinomaki wandered around Seireitei boredly. Because he was tired of soaking in hot springs every day, Yamamoto Hong simply walked around. As for why he didn't go to find Sui-Feng, since Shiba Yuxin was missing, Sui-Feng, who is now the captain of the 2nd team, the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile team, and the commander of the criminal army, is very busy. Yamamoto and Liuzai Shigakuni issued an order to find the person alive or the body dead. Sui-Feng sent many people to search everywhere this year, and some of these people disappeared inexplicably. Actually they were taken by Aizen Kusuk for experiments. As a result, Sui-Feng spent the year either sending people to investigate the increasing number of missing persons cases or writing reports in the office. He had no time to deal with Yamamoto Hong. As Yamamoto Hong was walking, he met Matsumoto Rangiku. Seeing Matsumoto Rangiku's huge and raised breasts with his own eyes, Yamamoto Hong began to envy Ichimaru Jin. Matsumoto Rangiku saw Yamamoto Hong and Ichinos and greeted them directly, "Aren't these Master Hong and Ichinos? Long time no see." Ichinomaki nodded, and Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Yes, it's been a long time. I remember the last time we met was when I was fighting with Captain Shiba, and you were watching from a distance." "Oh, I didn't expect Master Hong to still remember a small character like me. I am always deeply impressed by beauties, especially great beauties." "Thank you for the compliment, Master Hong." Ichinomaki said, "Matsumoto, I thought you would be the next captain of the 10th Division, but I didn't expect you to be a brat." Matsumoto Rangiku said helplessly, "I want to, but I don't have any clue about Bankai, so how can I be the captain?" In fact, Yamamoto Hong knew very well the reason why Matsumoto Rangiku could not Bankai. When Matsumoto Rangiku was very young, Aizen Kusuk took away part of Matsumoto Rangiku's soul, which was a part of the fingertip left by the Soul King in the Soul Society. Matsumoto Rangiku, who lost part of his soul, was almost dead. If Ichimaru Jin had not shared his soul with Matsumoto Rangiku, he would have died long ago. This is why Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakut Hanko and Ichimaru Jin's shins are somewhat similar, and it is precisely because of this that the senior Matsumoto Ranjaku has never been able to open Bankai. It was because of this incident that Ichimarujin decided to become a Shinigami in order to avenge Matsumoto Ranjaku and take back what was taken away from Matsumoto Ranjaku. He joined Godi I-13 to approach and assassinate Aizen Kusuke. After the original work, Ichimarujin lurked beside Aizen Kusuke for over 100 years. During the Battle of Karakura Town, Ichimarujin finally succeeded in a sneak attack on Aizen Kusuke and almost killed him. Just as he was trying to destroy the Hagyaku that fell from Aizen Kusuke was resurrected because of his re-evolution. The resurrected Aizen Kusuke came to Ichimarujin, injured him, and tore off his arm that wanted to take back the Hagyaku, and finally pierced his chest with Zanpakuto. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had completed the final Getsuga Sky Strike, arrived at the scene. Ichimarujin looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a determined look in his eyes, and entrusted his hope of defeating Aizen Kusuke to Kurosaki Ichigo. He then breathed his last and died peacefully in Matsumoto Ranjaku's arms. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Hong suddenly wanted to change the couple. After all, Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku were the ones that Yamamoto Hong felt very sad about when he watched the anime back then. Moreover, there are two captains of the 3rd Division who are characters that Yamamoto Hong values very much, namely Ichimarujin and Amagai Shusuke. As for Torabashi RJR, who served decades ago and decades later, Yamamoto Hong thinks that he is a waste just like Meguruma Kensei. No, Torabashi RJR might be a bit stronger than Meguruma Kensei, or something like Rokuguruma Hankensei, but there's no denying the fact that he's trash. During the time when Ichimarujin and Amagai Shusuke served as captains, they completely crushed Torabashi RJR. Needless to say, Ichimarujin was so powerful that 10 Torabashi RJR could not compare to 1 Ichimarujin. As for Amagai Shusuke, not to mention his strength, just his ability to train soldiers and command is not comparable to Torabashi RJR at all. During the 1,000 years of bloody war, the 3rd Division was known to have suffered the heaviest casualties. If Amagai Shusuke had been in command, the result would definitely not have been like this. Just as Yamamoto Hong was brainstorming, Matsumoto Ranjaku's voice interrupted him. "Master Hong, do you and Ichinos want to go for a drink with me?" Yamamoto Hong smiled and shook his head. "Next time, I have something to do now." "Ichinos, do you want to go drink with Ranjaku? If you don't want to go to the training ground, the secret base, first. I'll be back later." Ichinos Maki said, "I don't want to drink, Master Hong, I'm going back to training first." Yamamoto Hong thought to himself, "It's a good thing you didn't go. If you had gone and something happened, Ichimarujin would definitely use shins to hunt you down. You two are such a killjoy." As soon as Matsumoto Ranjaku finished speaking, Yamamoto Hong and Ichinos Maki disappeared, and Ichinos Maki returned to the secret base to continue honing his skills. Yamamoto Hong came to the squadron's barracks and told the soldier guarding the door that he wanted to find Ichimarujin. The soldier then took him directly to Ichimarujin's office. Yamamoto Hong stepped into Ichimarujin's office. The interior was simple yet stylish. The sunlight shone through the window onto the ground, casting a golden glow. Ichimarujin was sitting behind his desk. When he saw Yamamoto Hong come in, the smile on his face became even wider. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, but it also revealed a hint of unpredictable cunning. He was tall and slender, and the white death tyrant suit he wore only accentuated his tall stature. His silver hair fell softly on either side of his face, with a few strands casually draped across his forehead, adding a touch of laziness to his demeanor. His eyes were narrow and bright, and his dark blue eyes were like a deep cold pool, with undercurrents surging beneath the calm, as if hiding countless secrets. Under the high nose bridge, his thin lips are slightly raised, and the iconic smile at the corner of his mouth never disappears. It is difficult to guess what he is thinking. After the soldiers left, he raised his head slightly, leaned back in his chair, looked at Yamamoto Hong, and asked with a smile, "Hey, Isn't this Yamamoto Hong? What brings you here? What do you want to talk to me about? He spoke in a relaxed and casual tone, as if Yamamoto Hong's arrival was a very common thing, but there was a hint of curiosity in his seemingly nonchalant eyes. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ichimaru-jin and said directly without beating around the bush, "Captain Ichimaru, I came here today to talk to you about Matsumoto Ranjaku." When Ichimaru-jin heard Matsumoto Ranjaku's name, the smile on his face froze slightly, but it quickly returned to normal, except that there was a bit more seriousness in his eyes. "Oh? What happened to Ranjaku?" Ichimaru-jin sat up straight, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at Yamamoto Hong with interest and asked. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "I think Matsumoto Ranjaku is very beautiful and suits my taste, so I want to develop her into a lover. I know that Captain Ichimaru and her are childhood sweethearts, so I want to ask about the relationship between Captain Ichimaru and her." Ichimaru-jin heard what Yamamoto Hong said, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He continued in a casual tone, "I have nothing to do with her, but aren't you afraid that Captain Sui-Feng will find out? With Captain Sui-Feng's personality, you are likely to be beaten to death." Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Captain Ichimaru has filtered it. I can naturally deal with Sui-Feng. Even if I can't, the worst that can happen is that I can let Ranjaku be my secret lover. I can use her when I need her, and when I don't, I can let her go. But I have to say, Captain Ichimaru, you have no vision at all. You didn't even take out such a big weapon of hers." After hearing what Yamamoto Hong said, Ichimaru-jin became more and more angry. Although he smiled on the surface, he had already placed his hand on his Zanpakuto. As soon as Yamamoto Hong said anything else, he pulled out his Zanpakuto and let Yamamoto Hong know how fast his shins was and how long it could stretch. Seeing Ichimaru-jin's expression, Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "You look so funny, angry, but trying to appear smiling on the surface. As I expected, Ichimaru-jin, you like Ranjaku." Chapter 32. When Ichimaru-jin heard what Yamamoto Hong said, his face flushed a little, but it disappeared in the next second, and he said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with her." Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, "Captain Ichimaru, I've already learned all your information." Ichimaru-jin was born in the extremely poor area of Rukonga. He is a childhood sweetheart of Matsumoto Ranjaku. He has possessed superhuman talent since he was young. He entered the Shin Spiritual Arts Academy with Matsumoto Ranjaku and graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in just 1 year and entered Godi 13. He is known as a child prodigy. Ichimaru-jin tilted his head and looked at Yamamoto Hong, curious about what he would say next. Yamamoto Hong continued, "You have possessed superhuman talent since you were a child, but you have never thought about becoming a Shinigami. After reading the files, I found out that the year you and Matsumoto Ranjaku entered the Shino Spiritual Academy, no, it should be said that the month before, Matsumoto Ranjaku almost died due to unknown reasons. In other words, it was because of Matsumoto Ranjaku that you wanted to become a Shinigami. So I boldly speculate that the person who hurt Matsumoto Ranjaku is in Seireitei, and a high-ranking figure. You joined the 5th Division right after graduation and became the 3rd seat. Although not many people know, I know that it was Aizen Kusuke, the vice-captain of the 5th Division at the time, who recommended you. You followed Aizen Kusuke as soon as you entered Godi 13. I have 2 guesses. One is that you have always admired Aizen, and the other is that the person who hurt Ranjaku was Aizen." Ichimaru-jin suddenly said, "Shut up." But Yamamoto Hong ignored him and continued, "I think it's the latter. Your target is too obvious, but you didn't kill Aizen. I guess you are no match for him, so you want to go undercover, gain his trust, find his flaws, and then strike. I told you to shut up, did you hear me?" Ichimaru-jin stood up directly. He was furious when his secret was exposed. His powerful riot soul locked onto Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong felt the power of Ichimaru Genryūsai. Yamamoto Hong thought to himself, as expected, he is the most talented person in Seoul society. He joined Godi 13 for only 100 years, but Ryutsu has already reached the level of a 100-year captain. No wonder he almost killed Aizen Kusuke in the original story. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Captain Ichimaru. I just said that to test you, but I came to you with sincerity." Ichimaru-jin stared at Yamamoto Hong and said, "It's useless. Not only you, but even Captain Yamamoto is no match for that man. Although he may not be able to defeat Captain Yamamoto in a head-on battle, his Zanpakuto ability is too unstoppable. I originally had some hope for you, but now you have lost your advantage." "You mean, Aizen Koyusuke's true ability of Zanpakuto isn't what he said?" "Yes, his ability is complete hypnosis. Once you see it, you'll never be able to get rid of it. You saw his Shikai last time." "Really? Then take a look at one of my kid abilities, Mirror Shisui." Yamamoto Hong in front of Ichimaru-jin disappeared as he spoke, and was replaced by a hand that patted Ichimaru-jin's shoulder. "This is the kid I invented, the Mirror Shisui, which can create a stand. At that time, I had no interest in going there, so I created a stand." Ichimaru-jin looked at Yamamoto Hong in shock. He didn't expect that Yamamoto Hong had such a magical kid ability. He had originally planned to die together with Aizen Kusuke because of his unsolvable Zanpakuto ability, but at this moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Yamamoto Hong is extremely talented and has extremely powerful strength. As long as Yamamoto Hong is given time to grow, the two of them can work together and perhaps they can really kill Aizen Kusuke. Ichimaru-jin took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly said, "Yamamoto Hong, your kid truly opened my eyes. Since you possess such abilities, I will no longer conceal them. Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu is far more powerful than it appears. He claims to be able to disrupt his enemies and cause them to destroy each other through the random reflections of mist and water, but in reality, it is complete hypnosis. Anyone who witnesses his Shikai once will be forever hypnotic, powerless to resist. Over the years, I have been lurking beside him, searching for a way to crack this ability, but to no avail." Yamamoto Hong pretended to be shocked, his eyes widening. "How could that be? This Aizen is truly terrifying. No wonder you've been so hesitant to act rashly." In fact, Yamamoto Hong knew Aizen Kusuke's abilities best, but at this moment he still cooperated and pretended to be surprised. Ichimaru-jin nodded slightly and continued, "Aizen is very ambitious. He has been secretly conducting various experiments over the years. Hirako Shinji and his team's Hollow was orchestrated by him. Moreover, he is creating a treasure called Gyaku in an attempt to gain power beyond the boundaries of Shinigami. As for his other purposes, they are still unknown." Yamamoto Hong frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Ichimaru, I understand. Now is not a good time to deal with Aizen. You have to continue to lurk around him. If you have any information, pass it to me as soon as possible." Ichimaru-jin looked at Yamamoto Hong, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Are you really sure? Aizen Kusuke is not that easy to deal with. He is meticulous and powerful. He also has a powerful and loyal subordinate by his side." "Who is it?" "Captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Kaname, is blind, so he can't be hit by Kyōka Suigetsu. Don't think that Tosen Kaname is weak because he was defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki. In fact, Tosen Kaname lost to Zaraki Kenpeki because Zaraki Kenpeki was too strong. 100 years before the story begins, Tosen Kaname was already able to kill Meguruma Kensei and 3 other officers in seconds. Judging from this, he must be at least as powerful as 12 Gokurun Kensei. In the Arrancar arc, Tosen Kaname easily cut off Grimmjow's right hand. Grimmjow was able to catch Bankai Ichigo's sword with his bare hands, but Tosen Kaname's sword broke through his steel skin. However, Tosen Kaname was eventually killed by the plot. In the Battle of Karakura Town, his normal state was not inferior to Komamura Seijin. He entered the final form with the second hollow, but was cut in the throat by Hisagishua from behind. Moreover, considering that Tosen Kaname hollow could beat Komamura Seijin and almost blinded Hirako Shinji, it seems that Tosen Kaname at that time must have been at least 20 karaoke players. However, Yamamoto Hong felt that Tosen Kaname was a bit pitiful. He was indeed a righteous person, but he became evil because of the death of his best friend Tsuneyashiro Udamaro. Udamasa Tsuneyashiro was born in Rukonga and was originally a close friend of Tosen Kaname. Later, one of the 5 noble families, the Tsuneyashiro family, took a fancy to his physique containing Soul King fragments and regarded him as an experimental subject. Therefore, the top leaders of the Tsuneyashiro family ordered Udamasa Tsuneyashiro to marry him back home to facilitate experiments. But later he was killed by Tsuneyashiro Tokinada while advising him, and his relic, Zanpakutsuzumushi, was taken away by Tosen Kaname. Because Tsuneyashiro Tokinada was not convicted of a serious crime due to his noble status, he deceived and played tricks on Tsuneyashiro Utaira's friend Tosen Kaname afterwards, which was an important reason why Tosen Kaname hated Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, Tosen Kaname is also a pitiful person, but this is not a reason for him to help the evildoers. Master Hong, Aizen now thinks you've been struck by Kyōka Suigetsu and is no longer paying attention to you. However, you still have to be careful not to reveal any flaws. Don't worry, I'll be careful. You should also be careful around Aizen. If there's any movement, notify me immediately. We'll keep in touch at all times. When the time is right, we'll subdue Aizen in one fell swoop. The two discussed in detail some methods and codes of transmitting information to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Ichimaru-jin knew very well how dangerous these things were, but for Matsumoto Ranjaku, he had already lost his life. While Yamamoto Hong was discussing with Ichimaru-jin, Aizen Koyusuke was discussing Shiba Ishin's affairs with Tosen Kaname in his secret laboratory. Tosen Kaname suggested, Lord Aizen, the current Shiba Ishin has lost his Shinigami powers. I think it would be best to kill him. Aizen Koyuja waved his hand and said, yes, there's no need to do that. Shiba Ishin is no longer a threat to us. Besides, I think he'll bring us some fun things. What does Aizen-sama mean? Kurosaki Masaki is a Quincy. After being bitten by a hollow, she developed a hollow phenomenon on her body. Shiba Ishin is a Shinigami. What kind of offspring do you think these two people with 3 powers will produce? Is Lord Aizen planning to wait for their offspring to be born and then use them for Hagyaku's experiments? No, I've almost finished the Hagyaku experiment. The only thing left is the Hagyaku in Urahara Kisuke's hand. However, I want to do another experiment, which is the experiment of breaking through the boundaries perfectly. Lord Aizen, I don't understand. Yes, you should know that Hagyaku is a treasure that can break boundaries. However, after so many years of experiments, you should also be able to see that the hollow created by Hagyaku is not perfect. New technology must be needed to perfectly break through the 2 boundaries. The offspring of Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki is the best candidate because his power is innate. He was born with the power of Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy in his body. He is the perfect experimental subject. Then, Lord Aizen, you want to capture him after their offspring is born. Yes, you're mistaken again. There's no point in capturing him. I plan to let him grow on his own. When he's strong enough to fight me, I'll kill him and allow Hagyaku to absorb the most powerful ingredients. With that, I believe I can become a being that surpasses the Soul King. Congratulations, Master Aizen. On this day, Yamamoto Hong and Ichimaru-jin, Aizen Kusuke and Tosen each conspired to do something. Chapter 33. 4 years have passed since Yamamoto Hong last conspired with Ichimaru-jin, and during these 4 years Yamamoto Hong has not practiced at all. Because Yamamoto Hong knew that his talent was just like that. Without the help of the system, there was no point in practicing. He had already mastered those skills. As for Ryutsu, there was no rush. He was not a wall hanger like Zaraki Kenpeki or Kurosaki Ichigo. Rather than improving Ryutsu through training, it's better to hope that you can draw some powerful skills during the lottery and become stronger overnight. Suddenly, the familiar cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind, "System upgrade complete, reward lottery draw." At the same time, the 5-year lottery period has expired. You can draw twice in a row. The lottery begins. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Soon, information about 2 skills appeared in Yamamoto Hong's mind: Hell Dragon Break, the ultimate move of Murakumoya from Inuyasha. Using the death energy of Hell to condense into a dragon shape to attack the enemy, it can generate a powerful black and purple hurricane with more destructive power than Tessaga's explosion. Ultra Ego, Vegeta's transformation form from Dragon Ball Ultra, is a combat form that uses self-indulgence and damage in battle to enhance strength, allowing the user to withstand more damage while gaining amazing combat abilities, but comes with extremely high risks. Ultra Ego is the form that Vegeta reaches after learning destruction. It is named in order to fight against Ultra Instinct. To obtain this form, one must accept the training of the God of Destruction. However, this form can only be used if the user is in the right mindset to perform their duties, and Vegeta briefly described this form during his battle with Granola as being the polar opposite of Ultra Instinct, allowing the user to use destructive abilities while in this form. When using Ultra Ego, as the fighting spirit increases, the user's strength will increase infinitely through instinct, and can absorb pain and transform it into strength. When using Ultra Ego, the user becomes more powerful than before and gains the ability to fully utilize destruction, where the user's ki transforms into an opaque flame that can destroy enemy attacks on contact. In contrast to Angel's Ultra Ego, which draws on the principle of conquering the self, Ultra Ego seems to capitalize on a severe self-indulgence in combat. Ultra Instinct allows the user to increase their efficiency and power in their continuous dodging and counterattacks, while Ultra Ego allows the user's overall strength to increase as they take more damage and delve deeper into their desire to fight. One must be careful when using Ultra Ego and not be completely controlled by their own desire to fight, as this may increase their strength to astonishing levels, but they may also suffer unnecessary damage while losing their desire to fight. Unlike Ultra Ego, which requires a very high state of mind from the user, Ultra Ego can be used at will after achieving it. Unlike Goku's Ultra Ego, Vegeta has even been shown to be able to transform while his body is severely damaged and his energy is depleted. The Ultra Ego transformation resembles a Super Saiyan 3, with the user's brow ridge lowered, their eyebrows disappearing, and their hair turning purple, Tyrian purple, to be exact. The corners of the eyes gain magenta irises, while retaining visible black pupils. Additionally, the user's muscle mass appears to increase slightly and become more defined. Additionally, the Ultra Ego user also gains a fiery purple aura that swirls around their body. Personal template: Yamamoto Hong, 85 years old. Ryutsu, Elite Captain, 78%. White Hits, Elite Captain, 65%. Kid, Centennial Captain, 13%. Slashing Technique, 100 Years Captain, 46%. Shunpo, Ordinary Captain, 95%. Skills: 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon's Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Great Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, All Delete, Fang Turning Zero, Fireborn Spirit, Twist Uzumaki, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego. Use when Ryutsu is upgraded to Top Captain, White Hits is upgraded to Top Captain, Shunpo is upgraded to Elite Captain, Kid, and slashing techniques become twice as powerful. After Yamamoto Hong obtained Ultra Ego, his inner excitement was like a volcano about to erupt. He could no longer suppress it and burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the secret base, carrying with it an unconcealable joy and arrogance. Ichino's Maki, who was practicing outside, was startled when he heard the laughter. He thought something big had happened, so he quickly stopped what he was doing and ran towards the direction of the sound. When he saw Yamamoto Hong's face full of excitement and a strange light flashing in his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. He asked cautiously, "Master Hong, what's wrong with you? Did something good happen?" Yamamoto Hong pulled Ichino's Maki over and said with a look of pride, "Maki, I've developed a brand new combat form. It's even more powerful than Sui-Feng's Shunhong." When Ichino's Maki heard this, his eyes widened instantly, his face full of shock. The scene of Sui-Feng performing Shunhong more than 10 years ago involuntarily emerged in his mind. That was when the members of the covered mobile team encountered 50 Jillian class Minos Grande. At that time, after asking for help, the members were ready to sacrifice themselves. At this moment, Sui-Feng rushed into the enemy camp like a black lightning. After activating the instantaneous roar, her back and shoulders were wrapped in highly concentrated compressed kid, and a faint white light emanated from her body. The swallowtail pigtail behind her head floated high under the effect of Ryutsu, and the clothes on her back were blown apart by the powerful kid. Several tiny kid energies burst out from her back irregularly, hitting the ground and creating small craters. In that minute, Sui-Feng's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling back and forth among the Minos Grande. Every time he flashed, he was accompanied by a fierce attack. The wind of the sword whistled, and wherever he went, the Minos Grande fell one after another. Her speed was so fast that the Minos Grandes had no time to react, and her powerful strength directly tore their bodies apart. 50 Jillian level Minos Grandes were like paper under Sui-Feng's instant attack and were all killed in just 1 minute. In that battle, Sui-Feng's Shunhong showed its terrifying killing power, and made Ichino's Maki deeply realize its strength. Since then, he has always been in awe of Sui-Feng's Shunhong. But now, Yamamoto Hong actually said that the combat form he developed is even more powerful than Sui-Feng's Shunhong, which made Ichino's Maki a little dazed for a moment. He stood there, his brain working rapidly, trying to understand the meaning of Yamamoto Hong's words. If Shunhong is an amazingly powerful move in Soul Society, then what kind of terrifying existence would be a combat form that is even stronger than Shunhong? Ichino's Maki's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, but more of anticipation. He looked at Yamamoto Hong and stammered, "Hong. Master Hong, are you telling the truth? Captain Sui-Feng's Shunhong is already so powerful, and your new combat form?" Yamamoto Hong patted Ichino's Maki on the shoulder and said confidently, "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? This ultra ego is not simple. It can improve my strength in all aspects, you see." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong's aura suddenly changed, and Ryutsu surged wildly like a raging tide. Opaque flame-like auras ignited around his body, his hair turned a mysterious purple, his brow ridges lowered, his eyebrows disappeared, and the magenta irises at the corners of his eyes were particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong seemed to have transformed into a god of destruction, exuding a terrifying aura, and could destroy all life with a wave of his hand. Ichino's Maki looked at Yamamoto Hong in front of him, and the shock in his heart reached its peak. He could clearly feel the suffocatingly powerful force from Yamamoto Hong, a force that far exceeded the limits of his previous knowledge. "Master Hong, you are so awesome. With this ultra ego, who else in Soul Society can be your opponent?" Ichino's Maki's eyes were full of admiration. Yamamoto Hong released his transformation, waved his hand, and said, "Don't say that. This world is huge, and there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although I am very strong now, it doesn't mean I am invincible. No, with the ultra ego you just performed, you're already at the top of the pack. Haha, apart from anything else, there are two people right now who I am no match for. One is my father, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, and the other is my senior brother, the captain of the 8th Division, Kyōka Suigetsu. Maki Ichinos recalled the impression of Kyōka Suigetsu in his mind. He could not see that Kyōka Suigetsu was very strong. He always thought that he was just an ordinary lecherous and greedy uncle. Yamamoto Hong saw the expression on Ichinos Maki's face and laughed. You know, Kyōka Suigetsu inherited the position of Captain General after Yamamoto Shigekuni died. From this point, it can be seen that he is a capable person. Not to mention that his Zanpakuto is a rule-based one. When fighting against Stark, who ranked first among the Espada, he only used Shikai's third move, Yangui, to defeat him, and it seemed very easy. In the Thousand-Year Blood War arc, Kyōka Suigetsu activated his Bankai when he was fighting against Lijibaro, the captain of Waiwaka's personal guard, the Quincy who was originally given the power of holy words by Waiwaka, and who called himself Waiwaka's greatest masterpiece and the man closest to God. After Bankai, Kyōka Suigetsu has a terrifying Ryutsu that makes people shudder. The scenery within a certain range around him will become slightly dim. The moves can be divided into several scenes, and the damage caused by each scene can be accumulated. So far, Suigetsu has only demonstrated 4 moves, which are extremely powerful. Since this Bankai has a wider range than Shikai and is too powerful, it may even affect others, so Kyōka Suigetsu will not use this Bankai unless it is a critical moment. Chapter 34. Ichinos Maki wanted to say something, but Yamamoto Hong asked, Maki, what's going on in Seireitei recently? I've been depressed for a long time. Ichinos Maki quickly gathered his thoughts and said, Master Hong, there's something going on recently. There's a girl who just graduated from the Shin Spiritual Academy. She's from Rukia and was adopted as a sister by Byakuya Kukaki. She joined the Kukaki family. This matter has spread quite widely in Seireitei, and everyone is talking about it. When Yamamoto Hong heard this, he thought to himself that this girl must be Rukia Kukaki. It seemed that the story was getting closer and closer to the original plot. He said, Oh? That's true. It sounds interesting. Let's go and see this girl. With that, Yamamoto Hong stood up and prepared to leave the secret base. Ichinos Maki hurriedly caught up, asking as he walked, Master Hong, why are you suddenly so interested in this girl? Is it because she was suddenly recognized as Byakuya Kukaki's adopted sister? Yamamoto Hong glanced at Ichinos Maki and said, Maki, you don't understand. This Byakuya Kukaki has always been arrogant. The person who can be recognized as his adopted sister must be extraordinary. And Rukia was born in a different family, but she was able to enter the Kukaki family. There might be a story behind it. Did she join the 6th Division? Let's go and take a look. We might find something interesting. No, she joined the 13th Division. But, Master Hong, wouldn't it be too abrupt for us to go there like this? Ichinos Maki said with some concern. What are you afraid of? With my identity, what's wrong with me meeting the Kukaki family and the new members of the 13th Division? Besides, senior brother Jushiro is a good guy and can be easily dealt with. Yamamoto Hong said confidently. Yamamoto Hong and Ichinos Maki soon arrived at the 13th Division barracks. As soon as they stepped in, they could feel the quiet and peaceful atmosphere here, which was completely different from the seriousness and tension of other divisions. There are green trees all around, and the breeze makes the leaves rustle, as if telling the story of the years. Yamamoto Hong spotted Jaishur Yukatake at first sight. Jaishur Yukatake was wearing a neat Shinigami outfit, with his signature long white hair cascading down behind him, a few strands of hair falling on either side of his cheeks, making his face look even thinner. His face was slightly pale, revealing a morbid beauty. From time to time, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed gently. The coughing sound was particularly clear in this quiet environment, which made people worry about his physical condition. But even so, Yukate's eyes remained gentle and firm, revealing a reassuring power. Yamamoto Hong stepped forward and bowed respectfully, "Brother Jushiro, long time no see." Yukate responded with a smile, his voice a little weak but still kind, "Hong, how come you have time to come to my 13th division today?" Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "I heard that there is a newcomer from Rukonga in the team, and Byakuya Kokaki has adopted her as his adopted sister. I am very curious and want to come and take a look." Yukate nodded slightly, but didn't ask any more questions. He just gently instructed the team member beside him, "Go and call Rukia Kokaki." The team members took the order and left. About 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Everyone looked and saw the 13th Division Vice Captain Shiba Kyan and Rukia Kokaki coming over. The head of the Shiba family, now declined, one of the original 5 nobles of the Shiba Kyan Soul Society, and the former Vice Captain of the 13th Division. A man who replaces the bedridden Captain Yukate and manages the 13th Division, and values his companions above all else. In the original work, his wife was murdered, and he gambled his dignity and vowed revenge, but his body was taken over instead. He was later killed by his junior Rukia Kokaki, who was also present at the time. Before he died, he regained consciousness and apologized and thanked Rukia Kokaki. His departure left an irreparable scar on the 13th Division, especially Rukia Kokaki. Shiba Kyan is tall, with an upright and agile posture, exuding a free and unrestrained aura. He has short black hair with slightly long ends, and a few strands of hair casually sticking out in front of his forehead, making him look particularly smart. His eyes were a deep smoky blue, bright and lively, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, revealing passion and vitality. When he smiled, his eyes curved, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were smiling. His lower eyelashes were long and thick, adding a unique charm. He has a natural mark on his nose and a slightly upturned lip, always wearing a confident smile that makes people feel warm and refreshed. On his left wrist, the Shiba family crest crumbling fallen angel whirlpool is faintly visible, highlighting his status. Rukia Kokaki, walking beside him, was petite, with short hair that reached her ears and a single fringe hanging down her forehead. Her black hair had a healthy sheen. Her deep purple eyes were like mysterious amethysts, clear and bright, full of agility and curiosity, as if hiding countless little secrets. Her fair face looks a little childish, her nose is small and delicate, and her lips are as pink as sakura flowers. When she pouts slightly, she looks even more playful and cute. At this moment, she was wearing a brand new 13th Division uniform, following behind Shiba Kyan a little nervously, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes. 5 minutes ago, Rukia Kokaki was very scared when she learned that Yamamoto Hong wanted to see her. In her mind, Yamamoto Hong was a high-ranking figure, not only the adopted son of Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni. Her own strength is also extremely powerful, and she is well known in the Soul Society. She is just a pawn who has just arrived in the Soul Society from Rukonga. The gap between her and Yamamoto Hong is like the difference between heaven and earth. She really can't think of what Yamamoto Hong wants to find her for. Shiba Kyan noticed Rukia Kokaki's nervousness and fear. He patted Rukia Kokaki's shoulder gently and comforted her, "Rukia, don't be afraid. I'm here." Although Master Hong is a powerful figure, he is not that scary. Rukia Kokaki nodded slightly, but the tension in her eyes still did not dissipate. The two came before Yamamoto Hong and Yukate, who introduced them. "Hong, this is the Shiba Kyan, the head of the Shiba family, and the vice captain of our 13th Division. This is Rukia Kokaki." Shiba Kyan greeted casually, "Hey, Master Hong, it's our first meeting." Rukia was a little nervous, so I came with her. Yamamoto Hong nodded and said with a smile, "Your personality is quite similar to Yuxin's." Rukia Kukaki bowed respectfully to Yamamoto Hong and said, "Hello, Master Hong." Yamamoto Hong looked at the somewhat timid Rukia Kukaki and said gently, "Don't be nervous, I just heard that you are very special, so I wanted to meet you. It is not an ordinary thing for a Rukanga to be recognized as a sister by Byakuya Kukaki and to join the 13th Division." Rukia Kukaki swallowed nervously and stammered, "Sir, I'm nothing special. Everything I have now is thanks to the care of the Kukaki family and Captain Jushiro." Yamamoto Hong looked at her like this and couldn't help but feel amused. He smiled and said, "Don't be so reserved. I'm not going to eat you. I just want to talk to you and understand your situation." Jaishur Yukatake said from the side, "Hong, don't scare Rukia. She has only been in Seireitei for a short time and doesn't know many of the rules yet." Yamamoto Hong rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do I look like someone who would scare people?" Then Yamamoto Hong looked at Rukia Kukaki, "Rukia, did you encounter anything special when you lived in Rukanga?" Rukia Kukaki hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "When I was in Rukanga, I was alone at first. My life was very hard and I often didn't have enough to eat. Because I had strong spiritual power, I wasn't bullied much. Until one day, I accidentally rescued Abarai Renji and the others, and later I became very good friends with them. We lived together like a family. At that time, although life was still difficult, everyone took care of each other, and I felt very warm." When she said this, a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. 10 years passed like this, but eventually, many of our companions drifted away, leaving only Renji and I. We both wanted to live a better life and become stronger, so we decided to go to Seireitei together and enroll in the Spiritual Arts Academy to become Shinigami." She lowered her head slightly, her voice filled with a hint of desolation, but soon raised her head again, hope rekindled in her eyes. "There, I learned a lot and became more determined to become an excellent Shinigami." As she spoke, she glanced at Jaishur Yukatake with gratitude. "I'm really lucky to be able to join the 13th Division and meet Kyanii and everyone else." Yamamoto Hong nodded and asked, "Do you have any difficulties in your cultivation? If so, feel free to tell me. Maybe I can help you." Rukia Kukaki's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. I don't think I'm talented enough. When I was learning Kid and the slashing technique, I always had trouble mastering the technique." Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "It's not that difficult. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. If I'm not here, just go find Maki. Small problems are easy to solve. Maki, you have to help Rukia more." Ichino's Maki nodded quickly, "Yes, Master Hong, Miss Kukaki, if you have any questions in the future, please feel free to come to me." As everyone chatted, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed, and Rukia Kukaki was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She found that Yamamoto Hong was not as scary as she had imagined, but very friendly. Chapter 35. After Yamamoto Hong met Rukia Kukaki, some bad rumors began to spread within Seireitei, such as that Yamamoto Hong was fascinated by Rukia Kukaki. People at the captain and vice-captain level basically thought it was a joke, but there was one person who didn't think so, and that was the second team captain Sui-Feng. After hearing the rumors about Yamamoto Hong and Rukia Kukaki, Sui-Feng was so angry that his eyebrows raised. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and prepared to go and settle the score with Yamamoto Hong. Seeing the situation was not good, Omadame Rekiyo rushed forward to stop her, saying anxiously, "Captain, don't be impulsive. This might just be a misunderstanding, nothing serious. If you go directly to Master Hong like this, what if it really is a misunderstanding? It will end badly." Sui-Feng was filled with rage at the moment, and would not listen to any advice. She glared at Omadame Rekiyo and said sternly, "Misunderstanding? It's all spread outside with details, how can it be a misunderstanding? He, Yamamoto Hong, dares to do such a fickle thing, I will not forgive him." As she spoke, she gripped the knife in her hand tighter, and the blade flashed coldly in the sunlight, as if it would drink blood at any time. Omadame Rekiyo did not back down. He knew Sui-Feng's temper very well. If he let her go, things would only get worse. With a bitter face, he continued to persuade, "Captain, calm down first. We should at least ask young Master Hong what's going on. If we go and accuse him wrongly, you will definitely feel bad." Sui-Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and the anger in her heart subsided a little. She gritted her teeth, put away the knife, and snorted coldly, "Humph, you have some truth in what you said. If he really can't give a reasonable explanation, I'll show you how I'll deal with him." After that, she strode towards Yamamoto Hong's residence, and Omadame Rekiyo trotted behind her. When Sui-Feng arrived at Yamamoto Hong's residence, he saw Yamamoto Hong sitting leisurely on a chair drinking tea. His leisurely look made Sui-Feng's anger flare up again. She said sarcastically, "Oh, Master Hong is living a very comfortable life these days. He even has the leisure to drink tea. It seems that he is in a particularly good mood because he has a new love." Yamamoto Hong was confused by this sudden remark. He put down his teacup, stood up, and looked at Sui-Feng in confusion. "Sui-Feng, what are you talking about? What do you mean by new love or old love? I don't understand." Sui-Feng stepped forward, arms folded across his chest, his face filled with disdain. "Don't play dumb with me here, Yamamoto Hong. It's all over Seireitei now, saying that you're completely besotted with Rukia Kukaki, the newcomer from Rukonga. So, you dare to do it but not admit it." Yamamoto Hong finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but laugh and shook his head helplessly. "Sui-Feng, why do you listen to those rumors? I just heard about Rukia Kukaki and went to see her out of curiosity. There's no way I was obsessed with her." Sui-Feng didn't believe it. Her eyes were full of suspicion and anger. "Hey, that's easy for you to say. You are the young master of the first team, and you go to see a little girl who just joined the team. How can you not have other thoughts? Don't forget, you and I." At this point, Sui-Feng's face flushed slightly, but soon returned to her cold expression. Looking at Sui-Feng like this, Yamamoto Hong felt both adorable and helpless. He walked over, gently took Sui-Feng's hand, and said softly, "Sui-Feng, what is our relationship? Don't you understand? In my heart, you are the most important. It's common for men to have 3 wives and 6 concubines, but you are different with me. You are unique. I went to see Rukia Kukaki purely because I thought she was special. It has nothing to do with fickleness." Sui-Feng wanted to shake off Yamamoto Hong's hand, but she couldn't bear to do so. She said angrily, "You only know how to flatter me. If you were really so innocent, why did you go to see her? And you talked for so long, who knows what you talked about?" Yamamoto Hong pulled Sui-Feng to sit on a chair and patiently explained, "She was born in Rukonga and was adopted as Byakuya Kukaki's sister. This is very strange, so I want to find out. Besides, I, Yamamoto Hong, have always been open and honest in my actions. Even if I want to find another woman, I will do it openly." After listening to Yamamoto Hong's explanation, Sui-Feng's doubts gradually dissipated, but he still felt a little unwilling. "Then can you stay away from her in the future? I don't want to hear these messed up rumors anymore." Yamamoto Hong smiled and nodded, Okay, I promise you, you are just too easy to believe those rumors. We have been together for so long, do you still not trust me?" Sui-Feng rolled his eyes at Yamamoto Hong and said, "Humph, you just know how to make me happy. I'll trust you this time, but if there's a next time, just wait and see." As he said that, he lightly hit Yamamoto Hong, but the anger in his eyes had turned into tenderness. Yamamoto Hong hugged Sui-Feng in his arms and whispered, "Don't worry, there won't be a next time. In this soul society, you are the person I care about the most, and no one can replace you. Those rumors are just made up by some bored people, don't take them to heart. Sui-Feng leaned in Yamamoto Hong's arms, feeling his warmth, and the haze in her heart completely dissipated. She said softly, Yamamoto Hong, remember what you said today. If you dare to lie to me, even if you are the adopted son of Captain Yamamoto, I will not let you go. Yamamoto Hong hugged Sui-Feng tightly and kissed her on the forehead. I promise, I won't do that. If there are any rumors like this again, just come and ask me directly. Don't be so impulsive, okay? Sui-Feng nodded slightly, a blush on her face, and the two of them hugged each other, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Seeing this, Omadame Rekio and Ichinos Maki wisely left the place. Soon Sui-Feng took Omadame Rekio away from Yamamoto Hong's residence and returned to the second team to continue working, while Yamamoto Hong also took Ichinos Maki out for a walk. Walking down the street, Yamamoto Hong said helplessly, rumors are really deadly. Fortunately, my liberal arts degree is good, otherwise Sui-Feng would not have let it go like that. Ichinos Maki said, Master Hong, do you want me to kill those who spread the rumors? No, just leave it like this. It will probably be fine in 2 days. Ichinos Maki looked at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes filled with determination and loyalty, and his tone was unquestionable and resolute. Master Hong, those people dared to frame you like this. It is simply a heinous crime. You possess great strength and noble character. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his face filled with anger and resentment. What right do they have to freely speculate about your behavior and fabricate these disgusting rumors? Because of their nonsense, Captain Sui-Feng has misunderstood you. I simply cannot swallow this. Ichinos Maki became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. I wish I could find those people who spread the rumors right now and kill them. Let them know there's a price to pay for defaming you. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ichinos Maki, patted him on the shoulder and said, Maki, I understand your feelings, but there's no need to make a fuss over such trivial matters. These rumors are just passing clouds and will soon disappear. But, Master Hong, they treated you like this, Ichinos Maki's eyes were red, filled with grievance and anger. Okay, Maki, our goal is to protect Soul Society. Don't be distracted by these trivial matters. Besides, the innocent will be innocent. Time will prove everything. Ichinos Maki gritted his teeth. Although the anger in his heart had not subsided, he nodded seriously, Master Hong, I will listen to you, but if they dare to say anything nonsense again, I will never let them go. In the heart of Maki Ichinos, Yamamoto Hong's position is unshakable. Any slander against Yamamoto Hong is a blasphemy against his beliefs. He is always ready to give everything to maintain Yamamoto Hong's reputation. At this moment, a tall and strong man appeared in front of them. This man had a signature long red hair, each strand standing upright, bold and energetic, like a burning flame in the sun. There was a large area of blue tattooed above his eyebrows, almost covering his entire forehead. Yamamoto Hong was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that there would be someone with tattoos in Soul Society. He looked at Ichinos Maki and asked, Maki, are young and dangerous movies popular in Seireitei lately? Why is there a delinquent with tattoos? Ichinos Maki recalled his memory and said, Master Hong, I don't know this man. He should have just joined Seireitei. The red-haired man said in an arrogant tone, Are you Captain Yamamoto's adopted son? You look like a gigolo. Did you harass Rukia? How dare you slander young Master Hong? You are courting death. The red-haired man said loudly, There is also a lackey, but I am not afraid of you. I hate you noble guys the most. You like to rob the common people the most. Ichinos Maki placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw his sword and cut the red-haired man, but Yamamoto Hong stopped him. Yamamoto Hong felt as if he had seen this red-haired man somewhere before, so he asked, Who are you? The red-haired man said, I am the captain of the 5th Division, Abarai Renji. If you have the guts, you little white face, put aside your background and fight me one-on-one. Ichino's Maki was furious. A Shinigami who was not an ordinary Shinigami dared to insult Yamamoto Hong. He used Shunpo to appear behind Abarai Renji and kicked Abarai Renji more than 10 meters away. Yamamoto Hong sighed, rumors are really harmful. I never thought Abarai Renji had joined the 5th Division. Chapter 36. Abarai Renji, who serves as the vice-captain of Godei 13th Division 6 in the original work, is from the southern Rukonga 78 area and is a childhood sweetheart of Rukia Kukaki. In the Thousand-Year Blood War, he passed the test of Nime Yaoyu and his strength increased greatly, becoming a super captain level Shinigami. Together with his companions, he fought against Waiwaka's army and saved Seoul Society. 10 years later, he married Rukia and they have a daughter, Abarai Berry. Yamamoto Hong knew that Abarai Renji had been in the 11th Division, but he didn't know that Abarai Renji had also been in the 5th Division. After seeing Abarai Renji being easily kicked away by Ichino's Maki, he shook his head. What he called rumors killing people was not because he was worried that something would happen to him, but because he was worried that other people would die. After all, now many things did not require him to do it himself, Ichino's Maki was enough. Yamamoto Hong said to himself, forget about Sui-Feng, this Abarai Renji is also like this, well, then I will fulfill your wish and take Rukia in. Yamamoto Hong saw Ichino's Maki pulling out the Zanpakuto and said, okay Maki, he's just an ordinary soldier. There's no need to kill him. Ichino's Maki nodded somewhat uncomfortably, and after sheathing the knife, he said, hey. Yamamoto Hong said, let's go eat something and then go back to the training place. Yamamoto Hong said this and walked forward, and Ichino's Maki followed Yamamoto Hong. At this moment, Abarai Renji's voice made them stop. You two bastards, are you planning to run away? I haven't lost yet. Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki turned their heads to look. Abarai Renji looked extremely miserable at this moment. There was a lot of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground in front of him red. His eyes were full of pain and unwillingness, and his original arrogance disappeared in an instant. Abarai Renji struggled to get up, but felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart, with piercing pain in every part of his body. It felt like several of his ribs were broken, and breathing became extremely difficult. Every time he took a breath, his chest felt like it was being hit by a heavy hammer, and the pain made his face turn pale. His left arm also hung limply, obviously dislocated, and was shaking weakly. His legs also felt severe pain, as if they were crushed by a 1,000-pound stone. His muscles were twitching and he had no strength at all. Maki Ichino stood there, looking at Abarai Renji coldly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. After training with Yamamoto Hong for many years, Maki Ichino's strength had already reached the elite captain level. If we compare him with Meguro Makensei, the current Ichino's Maki should have 9 carts of fists, which is far more powerful than Abarai Renji, an ordinary soldier who has less than 1 cart of fists. If Ichino's Maki hadn't shown mercy with that kick just now, with his strength, he would have been able to kick Abarai Renji to death on the spot. How dare you be so rude to Master Hong? You're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know your place. You don't even know your own worth. Ichino's Maki's voice was icy cold, like a cold winter wind. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of pride, and a powerful Ryutsu emanated from his body, making the air around him tremble slightly. Yamamoto Hong frowned slightly, looked at Abarai Renji, and said helplessly, forget it, Maki. There's no need to argue with him. Let's go. When Abarai Renji heard what Yamamoto Hong said, his anger flared up again. He ignored the severe pain in his body, struggled to stand up, and staggered towards Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki, still yelling, don't be so complacent, I'm not done with you for today. Seeing this, Ichino's Maki's eyes glared, and he took a step forward, his Ryutsu suddenly increasing, "You still dare to be so stubborn? It seems that kick just now hasn't taught you a lesson." Ichino's Maki clenched his fists slightly, and the joints turned white due to the force. As long as Yamamoto Hong gave the order, he was ready to attack again and teach Abarai Renji a more profound lesson. Yamamoto Hong reached out and stopped Ichino's Maki. Maki, he was just misled by rumors, which is why he acted so impulsively. Abarai Renji didn't appreciate it. He glared at me with bloodshot eyes and said viciously, "Stop pretending. I won't listen to you." Seeing that Abarai Renji was still being stubborn, Ichino's Maki's eyes widened instantly, anger surged in his eyes, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. He drew out the Zanpakuto with a swish, his arm muscles tensed, the blade flashing with a cold light, and with a roar, he slashed at Abarai Renji like a tiger pouncing on its prey. This knife was filled with his loyalty to Yamamoto Hong and his anger towards Abarai Renji's rudeness, and the air was filled with the sharp sound of the blade cutting through the air. Abarai Renji had just struggled to stand up, but before he could stand firm, facing this swift attack, his eyes widened and his face was full of horror. His legs seemed to be nailed down and he couldn't move. He subconsciously tried to block with his hands, but it was in vain. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and he could only watch the shining blade coming towards him at a rapid speed. At this critical moment, a dark figure flashed by, and with a loud clang, sparks flew from the collision of metal. Aizen Kyōka appeared out of nowhere, holding the Zanpakuto, and just in time blocked Ichino's Maki's fatal blow. Aizen Kyōka looked calm, and there was no emotion in his deep eyes. He shook his wrist lightly, and with a clever force, he deflected Ichino's Maki's knife. "Ichino's-kun, how can you be so angry and draw your sword in this Seireitei?" Aizen Kyōka's voice was low and gentle, but it seemed to carry an invisible pressure that made the air around them stagnate. Ichino's Maki gripped the knife tightly, his arms trembling slightly from the effort. He stared fiercely at Aizen and said through gritted teeth, "Captain Aizen, he dared to be so disrespectful to Master Hong, how can I let him go so easily?" Aizen Kyōka adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "This may be a misunderstanding. Please give me some face and let it go. Abarai-kun, why don't you apologize to Master Hong?" Abarai Renji said viciously, "Captain Aizen, this BD Yamamoto Hong wanted to deceive Rukia, how can I apologize to him?" Ichino's Maki was furious, "You are looking for death." As he said that, Maki Ichino's launched another attack, but Aizen Kyōka blocked Maki Ichino's blade. Aizen Kyōka suddenly felt that it was tiring to have a pig teammate, so he should transfer him away after this matter was over. Aizen Kyōka's current strength is considered by everyone to be that of Nanakura Kensei, so he must lower his strength to fight against Ichino's Maki. In less than 10 minutes, Aizen Kyōka's captain's Hayori had 5 cuts on it, while Ichino's Maki's Shinigami had only 1. At this time, a man and a woman ran towards them. The man was thin, tall, and had bright golden hair. The left side of her hair hangs down softly, covering her left eye just right, as if hiding an unknown secret, while the exposed right eye is a clear blue with deep pupils. The woman has a petite figure, skin as white as snow with a faint pink hue, like the petals of peach blossoms just blooming in spring. Her eyes are big and bright, like a clear spring, revealing agility and innocence. The corners of her eyes are slightly raised, and when she smiles, they form a beautiful crescent moon, revealing her great friendliness. Her long brown hair falls softly behind her, with the ends slightly curled, swaying gently with her movements. These two people are Kira Izuru, the future vice-captain of the 3rd Division, and Zo Sentao, the vice-captain of the 5th Division and known as the strongest blood cow in Shinigami. Aizen Kyōka stabbed Hinamori Momo during the rebellion, but Zo Sentao did not die. In the Arrancar arc, Aizen Kyōka used Kyōka Suigetsu to exchange with Hinamori Momo, who was injured and lying on the ground receiving treatment, so that Hinamori Momo was hit by Sui-Feng's 2nd level special move and then hit by Hitsugaya Ichiwara's sword, but she still did not die. Kira and Zo came to Abarai Renji and helped him up. Kira asked, "Renji, are you okay?" Abarai Renji said, "It's a good thing I didn't die." Zo Sentao looked at the embarrassed Abarai Renji and couldn't help but scold, "Renji, you only know how to cause trouble. Look at what you have done, you had to involve Captain Aizen in the fight. How can you be so ignorant?" Abarai Renji lowered his head after hearing this. Although he felt unwilling, he also knew that he had been impulsive this time. He muttered softly, "I'm just worried about Rukia." Seeing the situation was at a stalemate, Aizen Kyōsuk frowned slightly and swung his sword with all his might. This sword seemed ordinary, but it carried a force that should not be underestimated. The wind of the sword whistled towards Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki's eyes glared, and he quickly dodged to the side, mocking arrogantly, "Captain Aizen, is that all you're capable of? Stop trying to be a scapegoat, and let me kill that brat." Aizen Kyōsuk cursed inwardly, "If I wasn't hiding my strength, I would have killed you right now." Ichino's Maki, "UBD, don't be so arrogant. When my plan is completed, you'll see what happens to you. And Abarai Renji, that idiot, is always causing trouble for me." Although Aizen Kyōsuk cursed in his heart, he pretended to be gentle on the surface. "Ichino's-kun, as the captain, I naturally have to protect the safety of the team members. Although Abarai-kun is impulsive, he is also protecting his companions. I hope you can give up for my sake." Aizen Kyōsuk's words were just pretense in Yamamoto Hong's eyes, but in the eyes of the other four people, he was a captain who was willing to stand up for the safety of his teammates. Chapter 37. After hearing what Aizen Kyōsuk said, Abarai Renji was deeply moved. He raised his head and said with admiration, "Captain Aizen, you are so awesome. You always think about us. If it weren't for you just now, I would have." There was a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, and his admiration for Aizen Kyōsuk increased a little more. Zo Sentao also echoed, "Yes, Captain Aizen, you are always so gentle and strong. Renji, don't be so impulsive in the future and don't cause trouble for the captain." She turned to look at Abarai Renji with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Kira Izuru supported Abarai Renji and nodded slightly, "Captain Aizen is right, Abarai, you were indeed reckless this time." There was a hint of worry in Kira Izuru's eyes. After all, the person Abarai Renji provoked was the son of Captain Yamamoto Shigekuni. He was worried that this conflict would bring unnecessary trouble to the 5th Division. Ichino's Maki was still unyielding. He snorted coldly, "Humph, you are the last captain. If you don't get out of my way today, I will kill you." Ichino's Maki began to release his spiritual power. The powerful Ryutsu temporarily overwhelmed Abarai Renji and the other two, making it difficult for them to breathe. Aizen Kyōsuk said to himself, "Are you preparing for Shikai? It seems like we're going to get hurt today." Just as Ichino's Maki was about to Shikai, Yamamoto Hong said, "Maki, stop it. For Captain Aizen's sake, let's forget about it today. Besides, you've already taught him a lesson." Ichino's Maki heard Yamamoto Hong's order and stopped Shikai. "Humph, Master Hong actually said so. Let's let them go today. Abarai Renji, remember this. If you dare to be rude to Master Hong again, I will definitely not show mercy. Captain Aizen, if you dare to stop me next time, I will kill you too." As he spoke, Ichino's Maki put away his Zanpakut, and the Ryutsu around him slowly subsided, but the warning in his eyes was still very obvious. Aizen Kyōsuk nodded slightly. "That's very good. Thank you, Master Hong, for your magnanimity. I hope today's incident will be put behind us. We are all members of Godai 13 and should live in harmony. Abarai-kun, why don't you go and apologize to Master Hong and thank him for his understanding?" He glanced at everyone, his gaze lingering on Ichino's Maki and Abarai Renji for a moment, then he returned to his calm demeanor. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth. Although he was still dissatisfied with Yamamoto Hong in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything more in front of Aizen Koyusuke. He just glared at Yamamoto Hong fiercely. Yamamoto Hong looked at this scene, feeling somewhat helpless. The next second, Abarai Renji said, "Master Hong, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." Yamamoto Hong hummed, and Ichino's Maki said, "Master Hong, if it weren't for your order, I would definitely teach that ignorant guy a lesson. If he dares to offend Master Hong again, I will make him pay the price." Yamamoto Hong said to Ichino's Maki, "Okay Maki, let's go." With that the two of them left. Abarai Renji kept staring at Yamamoto Hong. Aizen Koyusuke looked at Abarai Renji and sighed in his heart that this team member was too impulsive and was really a trouble. He turned to Abarai Renji and said, "Abarai-kun, go back with Kira and Hinamori to heal your wounds. Let's not pursue this matter any further." Abarai Renji listened to Aizen's order and nodded reluctantly, then left with the help of Kira Jinghe and Zou Sentao. Watching their departing figures, Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about his plan in his heart. "This accident cannot affect my big plan. Yamamoto Hong, you also need to be careful and don't interfere with my plan." Aizen Koyusuke was secretly calculating in his mind, but on the surface he still looked gentle. Then he looked in the direction where Yamamoto Hong left. Aizen Koyusuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer. "Yamamoto Hong, we'll see." He tidied up his somewhat messy haori, turned and walked towards the 5th Division barracks. The plan in his heart was like a flame, burning even more vigorously. An hour later, in the 5th Squad barracks, Abarai Renji was receiving treatment. While Zou Sentao was treating his wounds, he kept nagging him, "Renji, don't be so impulsive in the future. If something really happens, we will all be worried." Abarai Renji lowered his head, listening to Zou Sentao's scolding, feeling a little guilty. "I know, Tao, I was too reckless this time, but I am really worried about Rukia. I always feel that Yamamoto Hong has bad intentions." Kira Izuru said from the side, "Renji, no matter what, you shouldn't be so impulsive in Seireitei. Fortunately, Captain Aizen has stepped in to resolve the matter. Next time, I will not cause trouble again." Abarai Renji nodded, "Okay, I understand. I won't do it again next time." Aizen Koyusuke returned to his office, sat on the chair, and fell into deep thought. Yamamoto Hong's strength should not be underestimated, and there is also Ichino's Maki beside him. It seems that I have to be more cautious in the future. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and then he regained his composure and continued to plan his plan. The next day, Yamamoto Hong was soaking in the hot springs in the secret base. Just as he was thinking about something, Ichino's Maki appeared behind him and said, "Master Hong, Rukia Kukaki is here and she wants to see you." Yamamoto Hong heard what Ichino's Maki said and nodded slightly. "Well, let her in, you guard the door and don't let anyone disturb him." Ichino's Maki took the order and left. Soon, he brought Rukia Kukaki to the hot spring. As soon as Rukia Kukaki stepped into the hot spring, she saw Yamamoto Hong who was taking a bath in the hot spring, and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Her eyes wandered around in panic, her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes, and she stammered, "Master! Master Hong, I didn't expect you to be taking a bath. I'm really sorry, I'll leave now." As she said that, she turned around and was about to leave. But just after taking a step, she stopped and bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. She remembered the purpose of her coming here. How could she leave so easily? So she slowly turned around, mustered up the courage to walk in front of Yamamoto Hong, and knelt down with a plop. "Master Hong, please don't hold Renji accountable. He was so worried about me that he acted impulsively. He's not a bad person, he was just misled by rumors. I apologize to you on his behalf, please be magnanimous and forgive him this time." Rukia Kukaki lowered her head, her voice trembling with earnestness. Yamamoto Hong looked at the girl in front of him who was trembling slightly due to nervousness and shame, and suddenly a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly stood up from the hot spring, and the water droplets on his body slid down his strong chest. He casually took the towel beside him and wiped his body, then put on the bathrobe beside him, but his eyes were always on Rukia Kukaki. Rukia, you are a kind-hearted person, but it seems too easy for him to forgive him so easily. Yamamoto Hong deliberately dragged out his voice, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Rukia Kukaki's heart tightened, and she quickly raised her head, her eyes full of anxiety. Master Hong, you can punish him however you want, just don't make it too difficult for him. I'm willing to do anything to make up for his mistakes. Yamamoto Hong found her expression amusing. He approached Rukia Kukaki, leaned down slightly, and gently lifted her chin with his fingers, forcing her to look him in the eye. Anything? Rukia, you have to think it through. Yamamoto Hong's voice was low and charming, with a hint of danger. Rukia Kukaki's face became redder. She could feel the heat coming from Yamamoto Hong's body, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. But Rukia Kukaki still gritted her teeth and nodded firmly, yes, Master Hong, I do. Yamamoto Hong straightened up and laughed heartily. Never mind, for your sake, I won't pursue the matter. However, since you said you're willing to do anything, how about coming over to my place and studying with me? There was a barely perceptible cunning flash in Yamamoto Hong's eyes. Rukia Kukaki was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yamamoto Hong to make such a request. Studying under Yamamoto Hong is what many Shinigami in Seireitei dream of. Originally, he came here to ask Yamamoto Hong to forgive Abarai Renji, but how did it end up being him who benefited? Rukia Kukaki whispered, okay, thank you Master Hong, I will definitely study hard, but Master Hong, what should we learn first? Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, you must start learning from the very basics. Let's learn this first, because one. The next second, Rukia Kukaki's hands and feet were blocked from moving. Then Yamamoto Hong reached out and pressed on Rukia Kukaki's head, using a high position attachment to separate Rukia Kukaki's voice. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, another one that comes to my door automatically, I won't miss it. Then Rukia Kukaki began to experience the darkest hour of her life. After it was over, Rukia Kukaki was vomiting violently, trying to spit out something, and Yamamoto Hong returned Rukia Kukaki's voice to her. Rukia Kukaki burst into tears. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, is it really that serious? I didn't even go in. I just let you practice your mouth. Is it necessary to cry like this? Chapter 38. Rukia Kukaki looked at Yamamoto Hong with tears in her eyes and said, why did you do this to me? Yamamoto Hong said, I'm not interested in you per se, but Abarai Renji, that idiot, actually messed with me for those so-called rumors. To protect my image, I definitely can't argue with him. And you just happened to come to me, how can I not play with you? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell my brother and Captain Sui-Feng? You can tell me later. I forgot to tell you that I have put a seal on your mind. You can't tell anyone about this. If you don't believe me, try it. Rukia Kukaki tried, but found that when she wanted to say this, her throat couldn't make a single sound. Of course, this was Yamamoto Hong using a high-level attachment, attaching a personality in her mind, so even Chihao and Yoruichi couldn't do anything about it, let alone her. Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, now you believe it, right? As long as you are obedient, I will not make things difficult for you. The way to remove this seal is very simple, that is, you truly fall in love with me. Rukia Kukaki said in shame and indignation, this is absolutely impossible. Yamamoto Hong nodded indifferently and said, it's impossible, it's impossible. Anyway, you're not my type. My types are generally those with huge breasts. With a flat face like you, the most I can do is practice my mouth. Rukia Kukaki was furious. This BD Yamamoto Hong had done this to her and was still humiliating her figure. Yamamoto Hong waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go now. By the way, it seems that you are on duty every 3 days, right? Then you don't have to come on the day you are on duty. Come and study when you are not on duty." Rukia Kukaki really wanted to kill Yamamoto Hong, but she knew that she was no match for Yamamoto Hong. Not to mention that she couldn't tell this story now, even if she did, no one would believe it. After all, although Yamamoto Hong's image in Seireitei over the years is that of an arrogant genius, he has a very good character. Even with a beauty like Sui-Feng by his side, he can resist eating and wait until they get married. From that day on, except when she was on duty, Rukia Kukaki went to Yamamoto Hong's secret base almost every day to study under Yamamoto Hong's guidance. Many people in Seireitei envied Rukia Kukaki for being able to receive guidance from Yamamoto Hong. After the second team captain Sui-Feng heard the news, he immediately went to find Yamamoto Hong, but was persuaded by Yamamoto Hong. Then Sui-Feng returned to the second squad dormitory and hung up his vice-captain and beat him up. After that, Yamamoto Hong's life became simple. He would instruct Rukia Kukaki every day, and Shihao and Yoruichi would occasionally come to communicate with Yamamoto Hong. The rest of the time, Yamamoto Hong was either eating delicious food and drinking fine wine, or talking about love with Sui-Feng, and this continued until 10 years later. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Retsu, elite captain, 98%. White hits, top captain, 45%. Kid, captain of the century, 61%. Slashing technique, 100 years captain, 63%. Shunpo, elite captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, 9-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Great Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, Delete All, Fang Turning Zero, Fireborn Spirit, Twist Uzumaki, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego, Use when Ryutsuo is upgraded to Top Captain, White Hits is upgraded to Centennial Captain, Shunpo is upgraded to Top Captain, Kid, and slashing techniques become twice as powerful. Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash. Fistbone Impact, a skill from the Pirate's King, Marine Hero Garp. First, jump into the air and use the fist wrapped in haki to attack downwards. The range is huge and can destroy a large number of buildings and ships. In the Hive battle in Pirate's King, Garp went to Blackbeard's base, Hive Island, to rescue Kobe. After arriving at Hive Island, Garp jumped up and destroyed several small buildings on Hive Island with a fistbone impact. Thunderbolt Flash, from the breathing of lightning in Demon Slayer, its original name was Thunderbolt Flash of Breathing of Lightning Type 1. It involves pouring power into one foot and then releasing it in one breath, like thunder tearing through the air. After approaching the opponent at high speed, it performs a rapid sword slash at a speed that even the demon cannot see clearly, and can cut off the demon's head with one blow. This move requires extremely high explosive power from both feet. It is the most basic move of thunder breathing, but also the most difficult to learn. The skills that Yamamoto Hong has drawn over the years have successfully brought his Shunpo to the elite captain level and also brought his white hits to the top captain level, but he still does not have Shikai. However, Yamamoto Hong has gradually let go of this matter. After all, he has so many skills in his hands, and he also has an ultra ego that can transform. Yamamoto Hong feels that it doesn't matter whether he is Shikai or not. Yamamoto Hong lowered his head and looked at Rukia Kukaki and said, "Rukia, you don't seem to be in good shape today. What's going on?" Rukia Kukaki looked up and said, "Master Hong, I may not be able to come here to study for a while. After 10 years, Rukia Kukaki has slowly let go of her deep hatred for Yamamoto Hong. Although she still feels a little disgusted with Yamamoto Hong, it is just disgust. Yamamoto Hong heard what Rukia Kukaki said and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to regret it?" Rukia Kukaki shook her head and said, "I was assigned a mission to be stationed in the real world." Yamamoto Hong said oh and thought to himself, "It looks like the plot is about to begin. I need to think carefully about what to do next." Rukia Kukaki saw that Yamamoto Hong didn't say anything and thought that Yamamoto Hong was angry, so she didn't say anything either and continued to study hard. 2 hours later, Rukia Kukaki left and Ichino's Maki came in with food. He saw Yamamoto Hong thinking, so he put the food next to Yamamoto Hong and left. Just as Ichino's Maki turned to leave, Yamamoto Hong said, "Maki, from today on, you must keep a close eye on Central 40SIX's every move and report any orders they give to me." Although Ichino's Maki didn't know why Yamamoto Hong gave this order, he still resolutely carried it out. "Hey!" In front of the gate, Rukia Kukaki was wearing the iconic Black Death Tyrant suit. Her figure was light yet a bit cold, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Rukia Kukaki took a deep breath and inserted the Zanpakuta into the cold door. As soon as it touched the door, a chill ran down her arm and into her heart. This was her first greeting from the present world. As spiritual power was slowly injected, the door slowly opened with a dull sound. Behind the door, the wind from the real world rushed in, blowing away the hair on her forehead and also blowing away some of the tension in her heart. Rukia Kukaki stepped over the threshold and entered the alleys of Karakura town. The damp ground reflected the sickly light of the street lamps, moss spread wildly in the corners of the walls, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and rebirth, which was very different from the pure yet monotonous spirit smell of Seoul society. In the distance, a few dog barks seemed particularly abrupt in the silent night, startling a group of birds perched under the eaves. The flapping sound of their wings broke the momentary tranquility. Rukia Kukaki sighed, "Is this the real world? Oh, and the messenger machine shows that there's a hollow attached. I have to go and deal with it quickly." With that, Rukia Kukaki followed the instructions of the messenger god and headed towards the direction where the hollow was. Messenger god machine. A communication device that Shinigami must have when they come to the real world. Its appearance and performance are similar to those of a mobile phone in the real world. It can communicate with the Seoul Society Technology Development Bureau or other messenger machine holders over long distances. It can also detect the movements of hollows, making it easier for Shinigami to find and purify hollows. In addition, the transmission god machine also has the function of recording and changing ringtones. However, if the person on the other end of the communication has their Ryutsu interfered with or blocked due to some factors, the transmission god machine will not be able to receive the signal from the other end. The messenger machine held by Team Zero member Nime Yaoyu is similar to a modern smartphone and also has a camera function. Soon Rukia Kukaki came to a house called Kurosaki Hospital. She flew directly to the second floor and passed through the glass of the real world. There was a boy with orange hair in the room. However, Rukia Kukaki ignored him and took out the messenger machine to check the information of the hollow. At this time, the orange-haired boy said, "Hey, who are you?" Rukia Kukaki ignored him. An ordinary person couldn't see her anyway. The orange-haired boy walked up to Rukia Kukaki and slapped her on the head. Rukia Kukaki was stunned. The orange-haired boy shouted, "Hey, I'm asking you a question, idiot. You came to my house in the middle of the night and pretended not to see me. Who the hell are you? You little brat, can you see me?" Rukia Kukaki looked quite shocked. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it my duty to see you?" the orange-haired boy said arrogantly. After a lengthy explanation, a hollow suddenly attacks Kurosaki Hospital, and Rukia Kukaki is seriously injured and unable to deal with the hollow. So Rukia Kukaki decided to pass on her spiritual power to the orange-haired boy, and the orange-haired boy agreed in order to protect his family. "Give me the knife, Shinigami." "My name is not Shinigami, my name is Rukia Kukaki. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo." The next second, Rukia Kukaki's Zanpakuto pierced Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. With the infusion of this power, Kurosaki Ichigo's body underwent amazing changes. His orange hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and a powerful Ryutsu emanated from his body. The Ryutsu spread outwards like a substance, blowing objects around him flying everywhere. His eyes became sharp and determined, and his ordinary high school student appearance gradually faded, replaced by a Shinigami wearing a death suit and holding a huge Zanpakuto. Chapter 39. Rukia Kukaki originally planned to give half of his Shinigami power to Kurosaki Ichigo to turn him into a Shinigami, but unexpectedly, almost all of his spiritual power was taken away by Kurosaki Ichigo. That night, Urahara Kisuke lent a hand to Rukia Kukaki. In addition to preparing a specially made prosthetic body, he was also responsible for providing clothing and bathroom needs. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom window onto the desks. Kurosaki Ichigo was dozing on his desk when he was suddenly awakened by the teacher's voice. "Classmates, we have a new student joining our class today." The door of the classroom was slowly pushed open, and Rukia Kukaki walked in wearing an ordinary school uniform. She glanced around the classroom, and her eyes finally fell on Kurosaki Ichigo, with a meaningful smile on her lips. "My name is Rukia Kukaki, please take care of me from now on." She introduced herself briefly, then walked straight to the empty seat next to Kurosaki Ichigo and sat down. After class, before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, Rukia Kukaki pulled him to a corner and said sternly, "Kurosaki Ichigo, from now on, you are the acting Shinigami. Since you have taken away my spiritual power, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities." From then on, the nights of Karakura town were no longer peaceful. Whenever a hollow appeared, Rukia Kukaki would guide Ichigo to use the power of Shinigami to fight it. She patiently taught Kurosaki Ichigo how to wield Zanpakuto, how to perform soul burials, and how to help lost souls reach the Soul Society. During these nearly 2 months, Rukia Kukaki lived in Kurosaki Ichigo's house. The two of them spent every day together, hunting down hollows together in the middle of the night and completing soul burials together. Although Kurosaki Ichigo always complains about troubles, he gradually masters the power of Shinigami through battles and establishes a deep bond with Rukia. However, the fact that Rukia Kukaki passed on spiritual power to humans was soon known to Central 46, so Central 46 sent Captain Byakuya Kukaki of the 6th Division and Vice Captain Aburai Renji to the human world to capture Rukia Kukaki. Soon, in a corner of Karakura town, a mysterious gate suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and 2 figures walked out of the gate, Captain Byakuya Kukaki of the 6th Division and his Vice Captain Aburai Renji. When she felt the familiar Ryutsu wave, Rukia Kukaki made a split-second decision. She quickly left a letter for Kurosaki Ichigo and left Kurosaki Ichigo's house without hesitation. At night, when Kurosaki Ichigo returned home, he found a letter left by Rukia on the table. He opened the letter and saw the words on it that looked like an encrypted file. "She is probably leaving. Don't look for her. It's best to find a place to hide to avoid unnecessary trouble." After reading the illegible letter, Kurosaki Ichigo said he would go out to look for Rukia Kukaki and ran away from home. Rukia. Rukia Kukaki was running on the road when she heard someone calling her name. She stopped and turned around to see a figure standing next to a telephone pole. That person was her friend, Aburai Renji. "Renji, is that Aburai Renji?" Rukia Kukaki said, stepping back slightly. "The Soul Society's pursuers are already behind you, but your mind is full of thoughts. It seems that you didn't notice it. It's only been 2 or 3 months, you are too careless. Tell me, Rukia, where is the human who took away your spiritual power?" Aburai Renji asked viciously. "What are you talking about? Even if my body is a prosthetic one, it doesn't mean that my power has been taken away, let alone taken away by humans. Rukia Kukaki was still trying to quibble, hoping to get away with it. Abarai Renji had a look of disappointment on his face. You haven't become an elite Shinigami yet. You finally got adopted by the Kukaki family. It's a waste of time and money, isn't it, Captain Kukaki? Hearing the words Captain Kukaki, Rukia Kukaki was very surprised and took 2 steps forward. Sure enough, she saw the majestic Byakuya Kukaki. Suddenly, Abarai Renji behind him slashed directly at Rukia Kukaki with a knife. Fortunately, Rukia Kukaki reacted in time and rolled over quickly to avoid the attack, but his face was still scratched. Abarai Renji saw Rukia Kukaki dodge the attack and was about to continue his attack, but he sensed an attack coming towards him. He turned sideways and just managed to avoid it, and he also saw that it was a spirit arrow. A figure slowly approached from the darkness in the distance and stopped beside Rukia Kukaki. He was a tall and slender man with silver-rimmed glasses and short, middle-parted, midnight blue hair that covered his ears. Rukia Kukaki said in shock, You are not Ishida Uryu. Ishida Uryu pushed his glasses up, a mocking look on his face. Kukaki classmate, are you okay? I just came back from the convenience store and saw 2 big men with sharp weapons bullying a weak woman. It's really too much. Abarai Renji said unhappily, Boy, you are looking for death. Ishida Uryu said, It's not certain who is looking for death, not to mention I really hate Shinigami. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, Ishida Uryu fell to the ground, his life or death unknown, and Rukia Kukaki knelt beside him and pleaded for Ishida Uryu. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo ran out arrogantly with a big sword. I don't know whether to say he is stupid or ignorant. Rukia Kukaki was scared by him. Abarai Renji was almost shocked when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto, but after the fight, Abarai Renji knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was just a good-looking guy with very poor skills. In the following time, Abarai Renji continued to attack, and Kurosaki Ichigo could only passively parry. Although Kurosaki Ichigo managed to fight back, Abarai Renji still seized the opportunity and hit him hard with a knife. Abarai Renji said with disdain and anger, It's over. You will die and return your power to Rukia. Then Rukia will die in Soul Society. But you are really stupid. Rukia didn't want to get involved, so you sneaked out alone. Why don't you just stay home? Why do you have to chase me here? You think you can change anything? How can a mere half-baked Shinigami possibly be a match for us who are trained in formal arts? Abarai Renji stated the facts calmly, but this only made Kurosaki Ichigo even angrier. Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword while Abarai Renji was speaking. I'm so sorry, you attacked me before I even finished my sentence. I just caught you in a loophole. I wanted to ask you again what you meant by I'm not your opponent. Abarai Renji was furious. Boy, you are looking for death. I will cut you into pieces. Byakuya Kukaki spoke up. Be careful, Renji. According to the secret mobile intelligence, Minos Grande returned to Hueco Mundo because of his attack. Abarai Renji laughed loudly and said, I can't stand it. The quality of the secret mobile team has really declined recently. How could such a person hurt Minos Grande, like him? I don't believe that nonsense. Captain, let me prove it to you. Boy, what's the name of your Zanpakuto? Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused. What's a name? Does every sword have to have a name? I was right indeed. I didn't even need to ask you Zanpakuto's name. It would take me 2,000 years to fight a guy like him on equal terms. Roar, Zabimaru. Abarai Renji's face was full of arrogance. He gently brushed the Zanpakuto in his hand with his palm, and the next second the entire blade turned into a sawtooth-cutting shape. Abarai Renji raised his sword and slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously raised his sword to block it, but he didn't expect that Abarai Renji on the opposite side not only had greatly increased strength, but the sword in his hand also turned strangely. He was unable to block it and was slashed on the shoulder by the serrated blade. Then as the blade shrank, a large wound was cut on the shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo was completely defeated by Abarai Renji. Just when Abarai Renji was about to show off, a strong Ryutsu gushed out of his body and he rushed out suddenly. His speed was completely different from before. Abarai Renji was hit before he could react. Abarai Renji was puzzled. He was wondering why Kurosaki Ichigo's speed became faster and his Ryutsu suddenly became so much stronger. What's wrong? Why have my movements suddenly become so slow? I don't know why, I just feel great. Now I can't feel the pain from the wound. I never thought that I would lose to you. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly seemed to be enjoying it, completely different from his previous timid state. Abarai Renji saw Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and swung the Zabimaru in his hand violently. The blade extended out quickly, like a python that could not be seen, biting Kurosaki Ichigo tightly. But every time Kurosaki Ichigo was able to avoid Zabimaru's attack by a hair's breadth and quickly cut towards Abarai Renji. Although Abarai Renji retracted his knife to block the attack, he was still knocked away. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to defeat Abarai Renji in one fell swoop, the Zanpakuto in his hand broke apart. In the distance, Byakuya Kukiki held the broken section of Zanpakuto in his hand, slowly loosened his grip, letting the blade fall to the ground, and said, "You are really slow." As Byakuya Kukiki spoke, he slightly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Kurosaki Ichigo saw his movement and raised the hilt to prepare for resistance, but he could not see the movement and figure of this Shinigami at all. I just felt a slight warmth in my chest, and heard Byakuya Kukiki's voice in my ears, and then all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away, and I fell forward. Even the movement of falling is so slow. Byakuya Kukiki saw Kurosaki Ichigo fall down and slashed at him again. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo felt his body quickly getting cold, and even felt a little light. Chapter 40. Rukia Kukiki saw Kurosaki Ichigo fall down, shouted and tried to rush over, but Rukia Kukiki was directly caught by Abarai Renji. Rukia Kukiki struggled and said, "Renji, let me go, Ichigo, Ichigo." Abarai Renji said loudly, "Don't be stubborn. This will only increase your guilt. Look clearly, he is already dead. If you go over now, even if you just touch him, your guilt will increase by 20 years. There is no need to increase your guilt for a dead person." Seeing Rukia Kukiki's appearance, Byakuya Kukiki then looked closely at Kurosaki Ichigo and realized that this human was very similar to an old friend, so he said, "So that's how it is. This brat is very similar to him. What do you mean I'm dead? And you look like someone? Don't start chatting casually." Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly reached out and grabbed Byakuya Kukiki's trouser leg. "Let go." Byakuya Kukiki glanced down at Kurosaki Ichigo's hand that was grabbing his trouser leg and said softly. Although his voice was low, it was full of impatience and disgust. "Turn around and talk to me, I can't hear you." Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to raise his head and said, looking at Byakuya Kukiki's back. "Really? It seems you don't want this hand anymore." Byakuya Kukiki suppressed the anger in his heart and slightly tilted his body. Rukia Kukiki suddenly broke free from Abarai Renji's hand, ran to Kurosaki Ichigo, and kicked Kurosaki Ichigo's hand away. She knew that Byakuya Kukiki always did what he said, and Kurosaki Ichigo hated being threatened the most. If she continued, Kurosaki Ichigo would only lose another arm. There's no need to stab him again. Even if we leave him here, he'll die sooner or later. Let's go, big brother. Rukia Kukiki said and turned to leave. Rukia, look at me, hey! Kurosaki Ichigo shouted and prepared to get up and chase. Although he was seriously injured, he didn't want to give up. Don't move. Just try to move. If you dare to catch up with me, I will never forgive you. Since you will die sooner or later, why not linger there for a while longer? Rukia Kukaki stopped, tilted her head, and spoke in a choked tone. Let's go. Even if he survives, he will lose all his power and become an ordinary person. Don't worry about him. Let's go. Byakuya Kukaki said to Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji drew out the Zanpakuto in his hand and stabbed it into the void in front of him. A wooden portal suddenly appeared. The position of his Zanpakuto was exactly in the center of the portal. A purple light emanated from the portal, and 2 black hell butterflies fluttered around. The entire portal slowly opened, and the 3 people walked in. Byakuya Kukaki returns to Soul Society and takes Rukia Kukaki to the Confession Palace and imprisoned her under the guard of the 9th Squad, which serves as the prison squad. Seireitei has 4 places for holding prisoners, one of which is the Confession Palace, which serves as a prison for Shinigami who are about to be executed. The Confession Palace is named because the Soul Society's most extreme execution device, the bipolar, can be seen from a window. The second is the Nest of Ascaris. Soul Society has always had a secret rule that any Shinigami who joins Godei 13 cannot leave the team. However, this secret is unknown to Shinigami below the captain level, so the team members who joined the team with Sarugaki Hiri said they had quit the team, but in fact they were trapped in the Ascaris nest for various reasons. The third one is the most basic detention room, which is used to temporarily detain Shinigami who have committed minor offenses. It is equivalent to a solitary confinement cell. The fourth one is the underground prison under the 1st Squad. There are 8 floors here. The 8th floor is called the Avasai Hell. Those criminals who are extremely vicious but cannot be executed are imprisoned here. In the 5th Division Barracks, Tosen Kaname reported to Aizen Kusuk that Rukia Kukaki had been taken to the Palace of Confessions. Aizen Kusuk adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "It seems that our plan can begin now." Tosen Kaname's hands were shaking with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a full 100 years, from the death of his childhood sweetheart Utamisawa to his rescue by Aizen Kusuk, a full 100 years. "Lord Aizen, what do you want us to do? Just say the word and I will die." Tosen Kaname roared, holding his knife. Ichimaru-jin showed a cold smile like a lion majesty. Although he didn't know what Aizen was going to do, one thing was certain, it was definitely not a good thing. Aizen pushed his glasses up slightly and said slowly, "Central 40SIX's corrupt system has existed long enough. How about we make them disappear today?" Tosen Kaname grew increasingly agitated. "Lord Aizen, I'll go right away." Blood was boiling in Tosen Kaname's body. He could no longer bear it and wanted to kill all the bastards in Central 46. Aizen Koyusuk stopped Tosen Kaname who was about to take action and said, "I will do it myself this time." In the quiet evening, all the sages of Central 46 were discussing how to deal with Rukia Kukaki. Although Rukia Kukaki committed a serious crime, she was a member of the Kukaki family and could not be dealt with casually. At this moment, Aizen Kusuk, Tosen Kaname, and Ichimaru-jin arrived at the gate of Central 46, and the guards hurriedly blocked their way. The guard said coldly, holding the punishment stick, "Captain Aizen, Captain Tosen, Captain Ichimaru, the sages of Central 46 are discussing Rukia Kukaki's punishment. It is not convenient to see you now. Please leave immediately." Although the guards were as weak as ants on the ground compared to the captains, they had Central 46 behind them, so they were fearless. Aizen slowly pulled out his Kyōka Suigetsu and released it immediately. "I'm just here to offer advice. Shatter it." Kyōka Suigetsu. All the guards were in a trance for a moment, and then they all fell to the ground. Aizen Koyusuk looked at Ichimaru-jin, and Ichimaru-jin pulled out the Zanpakuto. "Shoot him, shins." Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto instantly grew longer and slashed at all the guards. In less than 3 seconds, the guards of Central 46 were wiped out. Aizen Koyusuk said, "Yes, you have been waiting for this day for a long time, so go ahead. Jin, you can move freely. Don't leave the next person alive." Tosen Kaname heard what Aizen Koyusuk said, rushed in directly, drew out Zanpakuto, and started killing. Those high-ranking sages had no idea what was happening. The next second, the knife flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. "Tosen, what are you doing? This is a crime of treason. Help! Captain Tosen has gone crazy." The sages of the 46 chambers usually consider themselves superior to others, and even Yamamoto has to give them face, but when facing death, they perform worse than an ordinary Shinigami. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Central 46 had been slaughtered by Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname closed his eyes and felt unprecedented comfort. These damn termites were finally gone, and only the nobles were left. Then he could avenge Ge Kuang. Then, Aizen Koyusuke walked in and activated Kyōka Suigetsu. The sages who had been killed by Tosen Kaname came back to life one by one. Although it was not the first time that Ichimarujin had seen this, he was still scared. But then he remembered that this was not about resurrecting the dead, but about making himself hallucinate and thinking that the dead were resurrected. Is this Kyōka Suigetsu's ability? It's really, really scary. Ichimarujin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Aizen Koyusuke said, "Immediately order that Sergeant Rukia Kukaki of the 13th Division, who has secretly passed the power of the Shinigami to humans, be executed in 1 month by bipolar treatment." In the confession palace, Rukia Kukaki was in a very low mood while waiting for the verdict. She thought that all this was her fault and that she was the one who dragged Ichigo into this dangerous world. Abarai Renji came to the outside of the cell carelessly. Seeing Rukia Kukaki like this, he said, still frowning, "Don't worry, you are a member of the Kukaki family after all. With the captain's help, you will definitely get a reduced sentence." There had always been some tension between Central 46 and the nobles, and to outsiders, a sentence reduction was inevitable. However, Rukia Kukaki was still worried about Ichigo and didn't listen to what Abarai Renji was saying. After a long while, Rukia Kukaki finally said, "I don't think that man would break the family rules just because of me, his adopted sister." Abarai Renji's expression froze instantly. As a subordinate of Byakuya Kukaki, he knew his captain's character too well. Byakuya Kukaki put the honor of the nobles first. This time, Rukia Kukaki had lost the honor of the nobles. It was very likely that Byakuya Kukaki would not plead for Rukia Kukaki because of this incident. At this moment, a messenger walked in and said, "Rukia Kukaki, Central 46 has already handed down your verdict. In 1 month, at Bipolar Hill, you will be executed for your heinous crimes using bipolar weapons." After hearing the verdict, Rukia Kukaki didn't react much, but Abarai Renji was furious and shouted, "Impossible! How could it be the death penalty?" The messenger ignored Abarai Renji and left after delivering the message. Abarai Renji went straight to the 6th Division to find Byakuya Kukaki. The news of Rukia Kukaki's death sentence spread throughout Seireitei overnight, and many people found it strange. Even though Rukia Kukaki was not a biological member of the Kukaki family, she was still a noble. Central 46 was actually willing to take action against a noble this time. Chapter 41. Half a month later, Yamamoto Hong, who was soaking in the hot springs in the secret base, twisted his neck and said, "Maki." In less than 3 seconds, Ichino's Maki knelt on one knee behind Yamamoto Hong. "Master Hong, is there anything you need me to do?" Yamamoto Hong asked, "How is Rukia Kukaki doing now?" Ichino's Maki said, "Master Hong, Rukia Kukaki was sentenced to death by Central 46 2 weeks ago. However, since you have been in seclusion for the past 2 weeks, I did not disturb you." Half a month ago, Yamamoto Hong had a sparring match with Okuga Genryūsai, and then Yamamoto Hong easily made Okuga Genryūsai admit defeat and gained a new skill. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryutsu, Elite Captain, 98%. White Hits, Top Captain, 71%. Kid, Captain of the Century, 63%. Slashing Technique, 100-Year Captain, 63%. Shunpo, Elite Captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon's Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Great Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, All Delete, Fang Turning Zero, Fireborn Spirit, Uzumaki Twist, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego. Use after Ryutsu is upgraded to Top Captain, White Hits is upgraded to Centennial Captain, Shunpo is upgraded to Top Captain, Kid, and slashing techniques become twice as powerful, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King. Flame Dragon King, a move from Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army in Pirates, originally called Burning Dragon Claw Fist. Flame Dragon King is a combination of the Dragon Claw Fist 910 and the power of the Maramara fruit after Sabo ate it. Before using a move, Sabo will first bend the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, then separate the distance between the ring finger and the middle finger, bend the ring finger and the little finger together, and bend the thumb slightly before using the move. The preparatory action is similar to the posture of 3 dragon claws. Then he will add flames to his hands and launch a fierce attack on the enemy. This move directly knocks badgers away. Having acquired new skills, Yamamoto Hong tried to use the Flame Dragon King together with other skills, so he secluded himself for half a month. Unexpectedly missed the arrest of Rukia Kukaki. Yamamoto Hong said, "Then let's go to the Confession Palace." After saying that, Yamamoto Hong took Ichino's Maki out of the secret base and came to the door of the Confession Palace. It was the first time for Yamamoto Hong to come to the Confession Palace, so Yamamoto Hong began to look at the Confession Palace carefully. The giant white tower pierced through the clouds like an upside-down sharp blade. The walls made of murderous stones glowed with an eerie bluish-white color, and every line on them looked like solidified tears. The giant tower was surrounded by a chain-like Ryutsu confinement device, and the lavender light flickered, as if swallowing the wails of the trapped people. The tower gate consisted of 2 metal plates, each 10 feet tall. Ancient sealing runes were engraved on the surface, and turbid mist seeped out from the gaps, carrying a fishy smell mixed with rust and rotting meat. Looking up the spiral staircase, the iron bars of the prison cells were like empty eyes. Faint spiritual fluctuations floated from the direction of the deep prison. Yamamoto Hong knew that it was the breath of Rukia Kukaki. The rope bridge connecting the top of the tower to the bipolar hill swayed in the wind, and the sound of chains clashing mixed with the sobbing wind, like a funeral dirge. The members of the 9th Division guarding the Confession Palace saw Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki and quickly saluted and greeted them. "Greetings, Master Hong and Ichino's, 4 seats." Because Maki Ichino's has become increasingly powerful over the years, he was promoted by Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni to the 4th seat of the first team. Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "I want to meet Rukia Kukaki." The members of the 9th team said, "Hey, Master Hong, please follow me." Then the team members brought Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki to Rukia Kukaki's cell. Rukia Kukaki was stunned when she saw Yamamoto Hong. No one except Abarai Renji had visited her during this period. Yamamoto Hong gave a wink to Ichino's Maki, and Ichino's Maki took the member of the 9th Division away, leaving time for Yamamoto Hong and Rukia Kukaki. Rukia Kukaki said to Yamamoto Hong, "Master Hong, I will be executed soon. If you need anything, I can help you here." Rukia Kukaki, who was wearing a white prison uniform, felt that Yamamoto Hong had come to see her for no other reason than this, and she now had some different feelings towards Yamamoto Hong. After all, she was a person sentenced to death, and now a big shot like Yamamoto Hong was willing to come and see her, so let her do something for this enemy. The prisoners in the confessional all wear white uniforms that cover their entire bodies, preventing them from coming into direct contact with anyone. This is to prevent anyone from obtaining information from the outside world or causing harm to the prisoners by contacting them. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and spoke in a sincere and resolute tone, Rukia, listen to me. Those old guys in Central 46 may seem ruthless, but they actually weigh the pros and cons. My father, Genryūsai Shigakuni Yamamoto, is the captain of Godi I-13 and has a very high prestige. As long as he comes forward, those people will definitely give him some face. Besides, there are other captains like Sui-Feng, Kirikou, and Jushiro. They all have a good relationship with me. I'll persuade them to plead for you together. I have a good chance of success. Yamamoto Hong paused slightly, looking at Rukia Kukaki with a sharp gaze, and continued, think about it. Although your private transmission of spiritual power to humans violated the rules, your original intention was to protect humans, not to harbor any ill intentions. We can inform Central 46 and everyone else about this so that they can see the truth of the matter, rather than just focusing on the letter of the rules. Rukia Kukaki's eyes flashed with hesitation, and she whispered, Master Hong, even if you can convince everyone, it will still cause you trouble. What if Central 46 holds a grudge against you and makes things difficult for you in the future? I really don't want you to fall into such a predicament because of me. Yamamoto Hong smiled softly and waved his hand nonchalantly. Those troubles are nothing to me. I, Yamamoto Hong, haven't relied solely on my father for all these years in the Seireitei. I've carved a niche for myself with my own strength. Why should I be afraid of their troubles? Besides, if I watch you being executed because of this little trouble, how can I survive in Soul Society in the future? How can I face my conscience? Rukia Kukaki felt a surge of emotion as she listened to Yamamoto Hong's words. She never imagined that when she was abandoned by the whole world, Yamamoto Hong would stand up so firmly to help her. Her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. On the one hand, the desire for life burned like a flame in her heart. She didn't want to die yet. She longed to continue living, to see the outside world, to atone for her mistakes, to reunite with Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji, and her former companions. Yamamoto Hong's appearance was like a helping hand reaching out from the darkness, giving her hope of survival. On the other hand, her concern for Yamamoto Hong was a constant presence. She knew all too well the methods of the Central 46, they were known for their ruthlessness and would resort to any means necessary to retaliate if they offended her. If Yamamoto Hong pleaded for her, he would undoubtedly put himself in the spotlight. If, because of her, Yamamoto Hong fell into hardship, or even lost his position and honor within Soul Society, she would never rest in peace, even in death. Rukia Kukaki said jokingly, Master Hong, do you think of me as your woman now? But didn't you say you don't like a flat person like me? Yamamoto Hong said, it's already this time, and you're still talking about these things. Even if you're not my woman, you can still practice your mouth, and you don't seem to be a flat plate anymore. Rukia Kukaki's tears welled up in her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Master Hong, you've been so kind to me. I don't know what to say, but I'm still worried. If my plea doesn't work out, not only will you not be able to save me, but you'll also end up getting yourself into trouble. I really don't dare to take that risk. Yamamoto Hong looked at her tenderly and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Rukia, don't be afraid. Since I dare to do it, I am absolutely sure. You must trust me and believe that I am capable of handling this matter. You just need to wait patiently, and leave the rest to me. Rukia Kukaki bit her lip and remained silent for a long time. She was torn between the desire to live and the worry about Yamamoto Hong. Finally, Rukia Kukaki nodded slightly, and said with a trembling voice, Master Hong, I believe you. However, if it really causes you trouble, you must tell me. I will find a way to make it up even if it costs me my life. Is Master Hong really worthy of my trust? Why is he so nice to me? Rukia Kukaki kept asking herself in her heart. She recalled the days when she studied with Yamamoto Hong. Although Yamamoto Hong seemed a little cynical at times, he was also very kind to her and taught her a powerful kid. He really wanted to help himself from the bottom of his heart. But this trust is not easy to give. After all, it concerns Yamamoto Hong's future. What if her plea fails and Yamamoto Hong is harassed by Central 46? How should she deal with it? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, making Rukia Kukaki painful and confused. It wasn't until Yamamoto Hong gently wiped away her tears and firmly told her to believe in herself that the balance in her heart gradually tilted. She thought to herself, forget it. I'll just trust young Master Hong this time. If he gets into trouble, I'll find a way to help him out even if it means I'll be torn to pieces. This is the only thing I can do for him. Thinking of this, Rukia Kukaki nodded slightly and placed all her hopes on Yamamoto Hong. In this cold palace of confession, she tightly grasped the last bit of warmth and hope. Yamamoto Hong smiled with relief, "Silly girl, just wait for me to rescue you." Then Yamamoto Hong opened the cell door and walked in directly, pressing down Rukia Kukaki's head, and Rukia Kukaki began her movements skillfully. An hour later, Yamamoto Hong walked out of the confession palace with a satisfied look on his face. The scene that came into view was the injured Abarai Renji and Ichinomaki holding a Zanpakuto with a look of disdain on his face. An hour ago, Abarai Renji rushed to the palace of confession with mixed feelings. He was now thinking only of seeing Muriki Rukia. Ever since she was imprisoned here, his heart felt like it was being pierced deeply by countless fine needles, causing him severe pain. He knew very well the dilemma Rukia was facing now. The death sentence was like a sharp blade hanging high in the air, which could fall at any time and cut off her life. He was so worried about her, but he was powerless to do anything. The inner torment made him feel uneasy, so as soon as he had the chance, he couldn't wait to run over. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the confession palace, he was ruthlessly blocked by Ichinomaki. Ichinomaki said in a serious and cold tone, "Master Hong is meeting with Rukia Kukaki, no one is allowed to disturb him." When Abarai Renji heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately became furious. He had been secretly in love with Rukia Kukaki for a long time and had suppressed this feeling in his heart for too long. Confession. At this moment, thinking about Yamamoto Hong being alone with Rukia, his heart was like a pot of mixed feelings, with all kinds of feelings flooding into his mind. Why don't you let me see Rukia? Who knows what that Yamamoto Hong guy is up to? Abarai Renji roared angrily, his eyes as big as copper bells. Burning with rage, the veins on his forehead bulged with excitement. In his heart, Yamamoto Hong has always been a superior existence with powerful strength and background, which made him unconsciously develop a sense of inferiority and jealousy. He was afraid that Yamamoto Hong would use his identity and ability to do something bad to Rukia Kukaki, and he was even more afraid that Rukia Kukaki would be hurt. "You'd better get out of my way!" Abarai Renji roared as he drew out his Zanpakuto. The blade gleamed coldly in the dim light, as if talking about the master's anger at the moment. His hands tightly gripped the hilt of the knife, his joints turned white from the force, and the muscles in his arms were tense, showing his extreme tension and anger. 0.0 Seeing this, Ichinomi's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. He also drew out his Zanpakuto without fear and said coldly, "It seems that the teachings I gave you back then have been. Isn't training enough? Abarai Renji, you'd better think clearly about what you are doing." Ichinomi's voice was low and cold, with an unquestionable majesty. His eyes revealed determination and confidence, as if telling Abarai Renji that he would never will take a half step back. Abarai Renji heard what Ichinomaki said, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. "Lesson? Do you think I'm afraid of you? I am different now than I was back then. No one can stop me today." He thought to himself, "Rukia is the most important person to me, I must not let her get hurt." Yamamoto Hong, that guy, might be saying something mean to Rukia. I can't just stand there and watch him try to take advantage of her with his sweet words. Even if it costs me my life, I have to protect her. Abarai Renji's mind kept popping up the image of Rukia Kukaki, her lovely smile, her lively eyes, and the little moments they had spent together in Rukonga. Those beautiful memories have now become his motivation to move forward. Rukia, wait for me, I will definitely come to save you. He swore silently in his heart. Humph, you think you can get past me? Ichino's Maki snorted disdainfully. You don't even consider your own strength. In my eyes, you are just a guy who doesn't know his place. Ichino's Maki said as he slowly approached. The powerful Ryotsu emanating from it made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Ichino's Maki's eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, as if Abarai Renji was just an insignificant ant in his eyes. Chapter 42. Abarai Renji felt the strong pressure from Ichino's Maki, but he did not back down. I don't care how strong you are, I must see Rukia today. He gritted his teeth and said viciously that he knew his strength might not be as good as Ichino's Maki, but for Rukia, he was willing to do his best. He kept encouraging himself in his heart, I can't be afraid. Rukia is still waiting for me. Even if I can't beat her, I have to try. The two men faced each other in this manner, the atmosphere extremely tense. The air around them seemed to freeze, making it difficult for the guards to breathe. Abarai Renji's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he could feel his palms were covered with sweat, but his eyes remained firm, staring at Ichino's Maki, with no intention of retreating. Ichino's Maki sneered, if you dare to take another step forward today, I will definitely show no mercy. There will be no captain to save you this time. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Ichino's Maki's eyes, and he raised his sword slightly, making a posture ready to attack at any time. His Ryotsu became stronger and stronger, as if forming an invisible force, pressing Abarai Renji to the point that he was a little breathless. Although Abarai Renji was a little scared, his determination remained undimmed. I won't give up. Rukia, you must wait for me, he kept repeating to himself. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and rushed towards Ichino's Maki, brandishing the Zanpakuto. I'll fight you. His voice was filled with anger, a determination to protect the one he loved at all costs. Ichino's Maki looked at the charging Abarai Renji with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He gently turned sideways, easily dodging Abarai Renji's attack. Is that all you can do? Ichino's Maki laughed and quickly fought back. The knife in his hand stabbed towards Abarai Renji like a flash of lightning. Abarai Renji quickly raised his knife to block. With a clang, the sound of metal collision rang out in front of the silent confession palace, splashing sparks. Abarai Renji's arms were numb from the overwhelming force, but he still didn't give up. I won't lose to you. Abarai Renji roared and attacked again. Although his attack was a little panic, it was full of desperate momentum. He knew that he could not lose. If he lost, he would never see Rukia again. The two fought back and forth, and the battle became more and more intense. During the battle, Abarai Renji gradually realized that the gap in strength between himself and Ichino's Maki was indeed huge. Each attack was easily parried by Ichino's Maki, but his opponent's counterattacks left him overwhelmed. Several wounds appeared on his body, and blood continued to flow, staining his clothes red. But he continued to resist stubbornly, with only one goal in mind, to see Rukia Kukaki. Am I really that useless? I don't even have the ability to protect Rukia. Abarai Renji was filled with remorse and resentment. No, I can't give up. Rukia is still waiting for me. I must find a way to break through this predicament. While fighting, he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind. He knew that he could not continue to attack blindly like this. He had to find Ichino's Maki's weakness to have a chance to break through. At this moment, Abarai Renji suddenly discovered that when Ichino's Maki attacked, there seemed to be a small flaw in the right side of his defense. He was delighted. This is an opportunity. Abarai Renji gripped the Zanpakuto tightly, concentrated all his strength, and attacked Ichinomi's right side. "Watch me!" he shouted, and this sword contained all his hope and strength. When Ichinomiya saw Abarai Renji's attack, his eyes were slightly stern. He didn't expect that Abarai Renji could actually find his flaw. But he did not panic. He quickly adjusted his posture and easily blocked Abarai Renji's attack. He said with a sneer, "Hey, do you think you can defeat me like this?" Seeing that his attack was easily blocked again, Abarai Renji's anger and unwillingness reached a peak. Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Roar, snake tail. Following Abarai Renji's roar, the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly transformed. The originally ordinary blade twisted like a living thing, and in the blink of an eye, it became the shape of a snake's belly. The segments of the blade resembled the scales of a python, gleaming with a cold luster. It could also stretch and swing freely, making hiss sounds, like a lion majesty ready to hunt at any time. "Ichinomiya, today I will let you see my true strength. Don't think you can always be so arrogant. You should also release Zanpakuto." After releasing Zabimaru, Abarai Renji was full of confidence. Seeing this, Ichinomiya curled his lips into a disdainful smile, raised his chin slightly, and said with contempt, "Just you? You're not even worthy of me liberating Zanpakuto. In my eyes, you're just struggling to survive." Abarai Renji was completely enraged by this mockery. He swung Zabimaru violently, and the blade was like a black lightning, stabbing towards Ichinomiya's throat at such a speed that the air around him made a sharp whistling sound. "Stop talking big here, look." Ichinomiya was not in a hurry. He moved his feet lightly and moved his body sideways like a ghost, easily avoiding Abarai Renji's fierce attack. "You think you can hurt me at such a slow speed? You are too naive," he teased while reaching out and accurately grasping the Zabimaru blade that Abarai Renji was stabbing at. Abarai Renji pulled hard, but found that Zabimaru was held tightly by Ichinomiya. Abarai Renji pulled out the sword with all his strength, but it didn't move at all. "Damn it, let go of my knife." His face turned red and he struggled desperately. Ichinomiya sneered, exerted a little force with his hands, and actually bent Zabimaru abruptly. "Your sword is like a toy in my hands." Abarai Renji was shocked and angry. He pulled back his sword suddenly and took advantage of Ichinomiya's unpreparedness to quickly step back a few steps to distance himself from the opponent. "Don't underestimate me!" he shouted, controlling Zabimaru, making the blade slither in the air like a snake, launching continuous attacks at Ichinomiya from different angles. Zabimaru sometimes chopped down from above, sometimes slashed from the side, and sometimes stabbed straight like a spear. Every attack was accompanied by a whistling sound, and the air seemed to be torn apart along the path of the blade. Ichinomiya still looked relaxed, his figure flashing like a dancing butterfly, moving flexibly between Abarai Renji's attacks. Every time Zabimaru was about to hit Ichinomiya, he always managed to avoid it just in time, and even Kakuzu was not touched. "Is that all the attacks? I'm really disappointed." He continued to taunt Abarai Renji while dodging. Abarai Renji was angry and anxious. He knew that if he didn't use a stronger move, he would not be able to hurt Ichinomiya. He took a deep breath and injected spiritual power into Zabimaru frantically. Zabimaru's blade instantly shone brightly, becoming thicker and stronger, and its speed of extension and contraction also became faster. "Try this, Zabimaru!" he shouted and swung Zabimaru's blade out with force. The blade was like a huge python, spinning rapidly in the air, forming a black whip shadow. Zabimaru whipped Ichinomiya with great force. Wherever the whip went, the air made a crackling sound, as if it was on fire. A trace of solemnity flashed in Ichinomiya's eyes. He realized that the power of this attack should not be underestimated, but he still did not choose to release Zanpakuto. Instead, he slammed his feet into the ground, launching himself out like a cannonball, charging towards Abarai Renji. As he approached Zabimaru, he dodged the spinning whip, nine-headed dragon flash. In an instant, it seemed as if 9 giant dragons formed by pure momentum roared out from around his body. Each dragon was lifelike, with its head raised high, its whiskers flying, and its eyes flashing with cold light. With overwhelming momentum, it pounced towards Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji was horrified when he saw this horrifying scene. He never thought that Ichino's Maki could perform such a powerful move. In a panic, he tried to use Zabimaru to resist, but the 9-headed dragon flash was too fast and too powerful, and he had no time to make an effective defense. The first dragon roared and rushed towards his chest. The powerful impact directly knocked him out, drawing an arc in the air. Immediately afterwards, the second dragon bit his left arm, its sharp fangs piercing deep into his arm, blood splattering out. The third dragon wrapped around his waist, its immense force nearly twisting his body in two. The rest of the dragons also attacked from different directions, some attacked his legs, some attacked his shoulders, and some hit him directly in the face. Ah! Abarai Renji let out a shrill scream and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His body was covered with wounds and blood kept gushing out, staining the ground beneath him red. Zabimaru also fell beside him, injured. Ichino's Maki slowly walked over to Abarai Renji and looked down at him, his eyes devoid of any mercy. This is what happens when you become my enemy. I hope you'll remember this lesson today. Don't challenge someone you can't afford to offend again. Abarai Renji lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. He wanted to get up and continue fighting, but found that his body was too badly injured to move. You, don't be so complacent, I won't give up so easily. Abarai Renji said with difficulty, gritting his teeth. Ichino's Maki sneered, with your current state, what else can you do? You'd better recognize your own strength and stop struggling in vain. Abarai Renji's heart was filled with regret. He regretted being too weak, but he did not regret challenging Ichino's Maki. Even though his opponent was Byakuya Kukaki, he still rushed up to challenge him regardless of everything for Rukia Kukaki. Rukia. I'm sorry. I don't even have the ability to protect you. A trace of despair flashed in his eyes, and tears slid down his cheeks, mixing with the blood. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong walked out of the confession palace. Seeing the scene in front of him, he frowned slightly. Maki, enough. He has already learned his lesson. There is no need to kill him again. Upon hearing what Yamamoto Hong said, Ichino's Maki bowed slightly and said, Yes, Master Hong. Then Ichino's Maki put away his Ryutsu and stood behind Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong walked over to Abarai Renji, squatted down, looked at him and said, Abarai Renji, I know you are doing this for Rukia, but your recklessness will only make things worse. I hope you can reflect on what happened today. Abarai Renji looked at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes filled with complex emotions, including resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of helplessness. Yamamoto Hong, don't think you can save Rukia, Central 46 will not let her go easily. Yamamoto Hong smiled slightly, his eyes full of confidence, don't bother with this. If I want to save her, I can definitely do it. You should take care of yourself first, take good care of your injuries, improve your strength, and don't do it again. This kind of impulsive thing. After saying this, Yamamoto Hong stood up and left the confession palace with Ichino's Maki. Abarai Renji lay on the ground, watching their backs as they left, and secretly vowed in his heart, Yamamoto Hong, Ichino's Maki, I will definitely repay you twice as much for today's humiliation. I will become stronger, rescue Rukia, and let you all know that I, Abarai Renji, am not someone to be trifled with. Abarai Renji clenched his fists. Although the wound hurt, his faith became stronger. Then he limped out of the confession palace. Although no one stopped him. He but he didn't want to see Rukia Kukiki like this. At this time, Rukia Kukiki in the confession palace had no idea what had happened, let alone that Abarai Renji had been beaten again. She wiped the corner of her mouth and prayed silently in her heart, "Master Hong, I hope you are safe. Even if you can't save me, as long as you need me, I will help you before I execute you. I am willing to help you, but what I regret most is wearing this prison uniform and not being able to be with you. I am afraid I will never be able to be your woman in this life." In the 5th Division barracks, Tosen Kaname hurriedly walked to Aizen Koyusuke, knelt on one knee, and said with a hint of anxiety, "Aizen-sama, Yamamoto Hong went to the confession palace to see Rukia Kukiki. I am worried that he will notice something is wrong. If he goes directly to Central 46 and finds that those people have been killed, our plan may be exposed." 2. Tosen Kaname raised his head slightly. Although he couldn't see his eyes, he could feel his inner uneasiness. Once the plan was exposed, all their years of planning would be wasted. Aizen Koyuja remained calm. He gently pushed his glasses, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Yes, you don't have to panic. Even if Yamamoto Hong wants to save Rukia Kukiki is no easy task. Don't forget that his father, Genryūsai Shigakuni Yamamoto, is a very old-fashioned and principled man. In his heart, the rules of soul society are above everything else. Rukia Kukiki secretly passed the power of Shinigami to humans, which was a serious violation of the rules. Central 46 ordered that she be executed. This is an order that cannot be violated, so Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni would never allow Yamamoto Hong to break the rules to save her." Tosen Kaname frowned slightly, still a little worried, and said, "But, Master Aizen, Yamamoto Hong has always been unconventional. If he really comes up with something, Aizen Koyuja waved his hand, interrupting Tosen Kaname's words, "What can he do? Is he going to openly defy his father's wishes and break out of the prison? Besides, even if he finds out, what about the situation at Central 46? We have already made preparations to deal with it. Kyōka Suigetsu's power is enough to throw him into confusion and make it difficult for him to expose our plan." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Aizen Koyuja's eyes, and the look behind the lenses revealed confidence and calculation. Tosen Kaname nodded, his worries slightly relieved. "Lord Aizen is very far-sighted. I am not thoughtful enough. However, this Yamamoto Hong is always a potential threat. We still have to proceed with caution. Yes, he is indeed not to be underestimated, but he has been hit by my Kyōka Suigetsu, so he can't make any big waves now. You can keep an eye on his every move and report to me immediately if there is any situation." "Report, but the most important thing is that everything goes according to our plan." Aizen Koyuja looked deep into the distance, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 43. 2 more days passed, and Yamamoto Hong still did not make any move to save Rukia Kukiki. He seemed to have really put the matter behind him. The next day, apart from going to the confession palace to find Rukia Kukiki to practice his bi, he spent the day leisurely in the secret base. Kurosaki Ichigo was extremely anxious when he learned that Rukia was about to be executed. Accompanied by Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora, and others, he resolutely embarked on the road to Soul Society. After many hardships, they finally broke through numerous obstacles and arrived at the gate of Soul Society. The gatekeeper, Seireitei, was tall and imposing, emitting a powerful ryutsu, blocking their way. Kurosaki Ichigo did not retreat. He gripped Zanpakuto tightly, and rushed towards Seireitei with a determined look in his eyes. After a fierce battle, Kurosaki Ichigo successfully defeated Seireitei with his tenacious will and ever-increasing strength, but just as they were about to enter Soul Society, Ichimarujin suddenly appeared. Ichimarujin had that signature smile on his face, but his eyes were cold and playful. "Want to get in? It's not that easy. Shoot him, shins." Ichimarujin's Zanpakuto shins played with his hands casually, slowly releasing the powerful Ryutsu. The shins suddenly grew longer and struck Kurosaki Ichigo's sword. 10 blows sent them flying out the door. Before the gate of Seireitei closed, Ichimaru-jin smiled and said to them, "Bye." At this time, Aizen Koyusuke learned that Kurosaki Ichigo and others had broken in. He felt that these uninvited guests might ruin his plan. After pondering for a moment, he decisively decided to advance Rukia Kukaki's execution date to 5 days later. This way, even if Kurosaki Ichigo and others could enter Seireitei, it would be too late to stop the execution. In the confession palace, Rukia Kukaki didn't know that her execution date had been moved up. Yamamoto Hong came to see her as usual. Rukia Kukaki looked at Yamamoto Hong with complicated emotions in her eyes. The past few days of getting along with Yamamoto Hong made her feelings towards this man more and more complicated. She had the expectation of his promise to save her life, and at the same time, she was also troubled by the entanglement brought about by those special experiences in the past. Yamamoto Hong looked at Rukia Kukaki, who was a little dazed, and felt a little guilty, but he knew that now was not the time to show his cards. After some intimate actions, Yamamoto Hong left the confession palace. As soon as he walked out of the confession palace gate, he noticed the strange Ryutsu fluctuations in the air. At this moment, an emergency alarm sounded in the air, notifying the entire Seireitei. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ichino's Maki and asked, "What's wrong with Maki?" Ichino's Maki quickly said, "Master Hong, a disaster has come from the sky into Seireitei." Looking up, he saw a giant bubble-shaped kid in the sky trying to penetrate the soul-blocking membrane. Yamamoto Hong was slightly stunned and said to himself, "It's the flower crane cannon. Oh, and Shiba Kyokaku is also a beauty. Although she lost one hand because of playing with fireworks, she still has a unique charm." Just as Yamamoto Hong was brainstorming, the flower crane cannon in the air was working hard to attack the soul-blocking membrane, and the entire Godi I-13 was mobilized under emergency notice. Yamamoto Hong said, "Maki, let's go over and see what's going on." "Hi." Then Yamamoto Hong took Ichino's Maki out of the confession palace. Shortly after they left the confession palace, the flower crane cannon in the air suddenly shattered, and several streams of light burst out from the middle and flew towards the 4 directions of Jingling Court. Yamamoto Hong quickly used Ryutsu to sense, and then, he sensed nothing. Except for Shihao and Yoruichi, he had never seen the other people before, so how could he sense them? He could only sense Shihao and Yoruichi's Ryutsu. As the Hanazuru cannon shattered, Shihao and Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ichigo, Shiba Ganju, Sato Yasutora, Ishida Uryu and Anu Orium split into 4 groups and rushed in 4 directions. When Shihao and Yoruichi, who had transformed into a black cat, was about to collide with Kira Izuru, who was guarding on the ground, he suddenly disappeared and used Shunpo to jump onto the rooftop next to him, thus avoiding the search of the Shinigami. "I'm alone now, but that's fine. It'll be easier to move around this way." As she spoke, Shihao and Yoruichi turned around and moved quickly across the rooftop to observe the specific situation of the Jingling Court. However, she had not run far when 2 figures suddenly came into her sight. Shihao and Yoruichi was stunned, and her cat-like pupils narrowed. The people who came were Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki, who had been following her. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "Yoruichi baby, you are going to have a big hit this time. You even broke in with the travel disaster." Ling Ting. Maki Ichino's, who was standing next to Yamamoto Hong, was stunned. He froze in place, his pupils shrinking violently due to shock. The affectionate name from Yamamoto Hong's mouth was like thunder. The cat in front of him was clearly an ordinary cat with a pitch-black body and a faded red rope tied around its neck. Yet, his young master teased him as if he were an old acquaintance. A cat's pupils shone faintly in the twilight, and Shihao and Yoruichi's tail brushed impatiently across the tiles. Maki caught the subtle movement, which inexplicably tinged it with a hint of human arrogance. "Hong, you're still the same as always, fond of making sarcastic remarks. The cat suddenly spoke in human language, his voice was hoarse but with a unique charm. Ichino's Maki stumbled back half a step, the short sword at his waist humming unconsciously. He had heard of the secret techniques circulating among the aristocracy, but he had never witnessed such a strange scene. Yamamoto Hong put one hand in his pocket and laughed even more wildly. I can't help you this time unless you tell me the location of those travelers. Shihoran Yoruichi's ears twitched, and the cat's tail suddenly wrapped around Yamamoto Hong's wrist. Ichino's Maki gripped the hilt of the knife, and his Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed back his anxiety. The young master's posture at this moment was too relaxed, and he didn't seem to be on guard against an intruder at all. Instead, he seemed to be joking with an old friend. Find a quiet place? Your little follower's eyes are about to pop out of his head. Shihoran Yoruichi glanced at Maki with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, Okay, then let's go to the secret base and chat. You haven't contacted me for over a year. Shihoran Yoruichi chuckled and said, I knew you, little scoundrel, had bad intentions. After arriving at the secret base, Yamamoto Hong casually waved his hand and said, Maki is guarding outside, don't let anyone disturb him. Ichino's Maki saluted mechanically, his fingertips trembling. He watched the man and cat disappear before him, the soft sound of the cat's paws rustling in his ears. As soon as Shihoran Yoruichi and Yamamoto Hong stepped into the secret base, a visible spiritual particle fluctuation began to emanate from her body, and the light rippled like water. The air was instantly tense as if it were ignited gunpowder. The cat's body began to expand and stretch at a strange yet inexplicably rhythmic speed. Its soft black hair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, falling off and dispersing, turning into tiny specks of light. The cat ears quickly retracted and merged into the sides of the new head. A flexible cat tail drew an arc in the air and then disappeared. In the hazy halo of the spirit particle, the outline of the human figure became clearer and clearer. When the light faded, a tall and heroic woman stood there, her waist-length purple ponytail flying freely, a few strands of hair playfully hanging beside her wheat-colored cheeks, making her eyes shine like stars. Shihoran Yoruichi had curvaceous features, exuding a wild, untamed beauty. A playful smile played at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes held a hint of anxiety. Hong, I've seen a lot of movies. Don't think you can take advantage of me this time. Yamamoto Hong chuckled, his eyes filled with a hint of teasing. Yoruichi darling, you've taken the initiative to come to me again this time, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he stepped forward and hugged Shihoran Yoruichi in his arms. Shihoran Yoruichi struggled symbolically for a few times, then stopped resisting. The two quickly fell into a deep conversation. An hour later, Shihoran leaned lazily against Yamamoto Hong and patted his chest gently, call Ichino's Maki in. There are some things you must know. Yamamoto Hong was a little surprised, but still shouted, Maki, come in. Maki Ichino's pushed open the door with an evasive look in his eyes. He was obviously embarrassed by the situation inside the house. As soon as he saw the woman, he knew it was the black cat from before. He lowered his head and knelt on one knee. Master Hong, what do you want? Shihoran Yoruichi sat up, his expression becoming serious. What I'm about to tell you may shock you. Rukia Kukaki's execution is not as simple as it seems. It's the work of one man, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Kusuk. Ichino's Maki suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. Captain Aizen? How is it possible? Why would he do this? Although he had fought Aizen Kusuk before, in Ichino's Maki's eyes, Aizen Kusuk was a good man and the most popular man in Kyoto. Shihoran Yoruichi sneered, why? His ambition is huge. Over the years, he has been secretly conducting various unspeakable experiments in an attempt to gain power beyond the limits of Shinigami. Rukia Kokaki's secret transfer of spiritual power to humans was just an opportunity he used to manipulate Central 46 to sentence Rukia Kokaki to death. It is to trigger a series of events so that his plan can go smoothly. Yamamoto Hong frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, "So, all the sages of Central 46 have been controlled by him." Shihoran Yoruichi nodded and said, "That's right, those people in Central 46, although they appear to be high and mighty on the surface, have actually become Aizen's pawns. He used Kyōka Suigetsu's abilities too. In order to make them obey his orders, those sages did not follow the normal rules when judging Rukia Kokaki. It was Aizen who was manipulating them behind the scenes." Ichino's Maki quickly said, "Kyōka Suigetsu only uses water mist to make the enemies kill each other. How can it control people? Could it be Aizen's Bankai?" Shihoran Yoruichi shook his head and said, "You have all been deceived by Aizen Koyusuke. His true ability is hypnosis 5 senses." Ichino's Maki said, "That's not too scary. Master Hong, I'll go get his head right now." Shihoran Yoruichi quickly said, "Ichino's, wait a minute, you are no match for him." Ichino's Maki was about to say something when Shihoran Yoruichi continued, "Do you think that when you fought Aizen Kosuke, he used all his strength? He was just putting on an act back then. His true strength is known to all the Seireitei. Except for Captain Yamamoto, no one can match him." Ichino's Maki was stunned and clenched his fists. "This Aizen is truly despicable. We can't just sit back and watch. Master Hong, let's go and expose his conspiracy to the captain." Yamamoto Hong said, "Maki, do you have evidence? How can we prove it without evidence? Besides, Aizen is not so easy to deal with. His Kyōka Suigetsu ability is weird. We must proceed with caution." Ichino's Maki asked, "Then what should we do?" Yamamoto Hong said, "Maki, go get a few of the first squad members you are familiar with to find those travelers. After finding them, tell them that we are Yoruichi's acquaintances, and then arrange for them to hide." Ichino's Maki obeyed the order and immediately disappeared into the secret base. Shihoran Yoruichi leaned over Yamamoto Hong and asked, "Why aren't you shocked? Did you suspect Aizen was plotting all along?" Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, "I have a spy next to Aizen." Shihoran Yoruichi was stunned. The sound was enough to make her brain lose power, and at this moment, Yamamoto Hong hugged him and continued to communicate. After leaving the secret base, Ichino's Maki quickly found 3 members of the first squadron whom he trusted, Togakushi Rikyu, Ajido Harunobu, and Yokaki Rikaki. Togakushi Rikyu, the former 3rd rank officer of the 3rd Division, whose Zanpakuto Chunchen, Shikai, transformed into a long-handled scythe, joined the 1st Division because of his admiration for Yamamoto Hong. Harunobu Ajido, former vice-captain of the 4th Division's 1st Senior Ambulance Squad, has outstanding healing abilities and joined the 1st Division because he admired Yamamoto Hong. Yuki Rikaki was the 3rd in the 6th Division. He joined the 6th Division because he admired Abarai Renji. Later, he joined the 6th Division because he admired Ichino's Maki who defeated Abarai Renji. Squadron. Togakushi Rikyu has a slender figure, and his black death suit makes him look even taller. He has neat short hair, with a few strands of hair on his forehead fluttering in the wind, and a pair of deep eyes that reveal his true feelings. Firm and sharp. Ajido Harunobu has a kind face and a slightly round figure, giving people a warm and reliable feeling. His hair is neatly tied behind his head, revealing a smooth forehead, and his eyes are always full of concern and gentleness. The death suit he was wearing was clean and tidy, with a faint fragrance of herbs on it, which was a mark left by his years of medical work. Yuki Rikaki is a sturdy man with broad shoulders that seem to be able to carry all the burdens. He has unruly long brown hair that is casually draped behind him. The hair hanging beside his resolute face added a bit of heroism, and there was a hint of stubbornness and persistence in his eyes, which was the mark left by his yearning for the strong. Ichino's Maki looked at the three of them and said seriously, "Three of you, today I have an extremely important mission for you. Now 5 people have broken into the Seireitei group. It is very important for us. Master Hong has ordered that we find them, ensure their safety, and prevent them from being discovered by other teams." Togakushi Rikyu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he tightly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist and said, "Master Ichinos. It is my honor to work for Master Hong. I will do it as quickly as possible. Find them as soon as possible and ensure the mission is completed." His voice was firm and powerful, revealing his absolute admiration for Yamamoto Hong. Ajudo Harunobu bowed slightly, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Don't worry, Master Ichinos, if I find them, I will use my ability to ensure that they are not harmed. I'm so happy to be able to contribute at this crucial moment." His tone was full of enthusiasm, and he felt extremely satisfied to be able to play for his idol. Yukiriki nodded vigorously and said loudly, "Master Ichinos, just wait and see. I used to admire Abarai Renji, but since I saw your strength, I have decided to. Thanks to you, I will definitely not let you down on this mission." His eyes were gleaming with excitement, his blood boiling at the chance to participate in such an important mission. Ichino's Maki looked at the three of them, nodded with satisfaction, and continued, "After finding them, tell them that we and Yoruichi are on the same side and will help them, and then we must take it to a secret place and hide it. We must not let anyone find it. This matter is of great importance. Once it is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous." The three of them answered in unison, "Yes, Lord Ichinos." Then, they each used their abilities and quickly searched in different directions. Togakushi Rikyu moves like lightning, using his superb shunpo to shuttle through the streets of Seireitei, his eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings, not missing any trace of suspicious Ryotsu fluctuations. "There is only one belief in my heart, that is to find Lu Huo as soon as possible and live up to Yamamoto Hong's expectations." Ajudo Harunobu, with his keen senses, carefully explored the places where the travelers might be hiding. As he walked, he prayed silently in his heart that he could find their traces as soon as possible, in order to provide them with timely help and protection. Yukiriki strode forward, his momentum was like a tiger emerging from the mountains, and wherever he went, other Shinigami couldn't help but look at him sideways. Without asking what they were doing, the three of them began searching the Seireitei with all their might, their hearts filled with excitement and pride at doing something for someone they admired. Chapter 44. In the secret base, Yamamoto Hong and Shihao and Yoruichi had an in-depth communication all night. Finally, with Shihao and Yoruichi's surrender, Yamamoto Hong acquired new skills. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryotsu, Elite Captain, 98%. White Hits, Top Captain, 71%. Kid, Captain of the Century, 82%. Slashing Technique, 100-Year Captain, 63%. Shunpo, Elite Captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades-style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, 9-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Great Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, All Delete, Fang Turning Zero, Fireborn Spirit, Twist Uzumaki, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego. Use when Ryotsu is upgraded to Top Captain, White Hits is upgraded to Centennial Captain, Shunpo is upgraded to Top Captain, Kid, and slashing techniques become twice as powerful, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon, the trump card skill of Boros, the strongest boss cannon in One Punch Man. It stores all the energy in the body and releases a huge energy wave from its mouth. The power is so strong that it can even destroy the earth. The next day, Shihao and Yoruichi woke up and began to discuss the next plan with Yamamoto Hong. They knew that a fierce match with Aizen Kuya was about to begin. At this moment, a panicked Ichinomaki ran in and said, "Master Hong, I've received intelligence that Aizen Kusuk's body was found in the East Wall just 5 minutes ago. The East University Holy Wall is also built at a very high place. The vice-captains gather regularly near here. By the way, the East University Holy Wall is not a building but a wall. The East University Holy Wall was surrounded by tall, cold white walls and a crimson corridor. The stench of blood in the empty air was nauseating." Zhou Sendao looked straight toward the scene of the incident, the summit of the East University Holy Wall. Aizen Kyūja was nailed to the wall of the Great Eastern University with a knife stuck in his chest. His eyes were still open, and his usual smile had an indescribable strangeness. The knife in his chest had long been stained red with blood. Thick blood slid down the blade and dripped onto the floor. The blood flowing from above behind him had turned deep red, as if it had been solidified for a long time. Zhou Sentao let out a scream, "Hinamori!" Kirajing Zuru came with the knife shunpo, and was stunned when he saw Aizen Kusuk's body. Hinamori Momo had tears in the corners of her eyes and her pupils were severely constricted. She covered her mouth and trembled all over, looking at her captain Aizen on the wall of the Great Wall of East University at a loss. The people who arrived later were also deeply shocked when they saw this scene. Matsumoto Ranjaku stared with his aquamarine eyes and muttered, "How is it possible? Captain Aizen?" Hinamori Momo's eyes were hollow, his eye circles were red, and there were thick bags under his eyes. It seemed that his memory was still stuck on the moment when the captain smiled at him gently last night. His broad back blocked the glaring light, reflecting only the warmth in the room. At this moment, she stumbled forward like a puppet with its strings cut, slowly reaching out her hand, trying to grab something to fill the fear in her heart. The reflection of the car showed Song Yu Aizen covered in blood. Tears kept rolling down Zhou Sentao's eyes, and she finally broke down, "Captain Aizen." At this time, Ichimaru-jin appeared in front of everyone, looked at Aizen Kyūsuk's body and said, "Wow, this is really incredible." Zhou Sentao looked at Ichimaru-jin with anger. She had heard from Hitsugaichware that Ichimaru-jin seemed to have some connection with Luo and deliberately let Luo go, so the person who killed Captain Aizen was most likely him. Zhou Sentao said, "Did you do this?" Although it was a question, Zhou Sentao's tone was full of certainty. Then Hinamori Momo pulled out his zanpakut from his belt and slashed at Ichimaru-jin, but Kira Izuru who arrived in time blocked the attack. Kira Izuru said, "Calm down, Vice Captain Zhou Sr." Hinamori Momo asked in astonishment, "Kira, why?" Kira Izuru said, "I am the Vice Captain of the 3rd Division. No matter what the reason, I will not allow anyone to point a sword at our captain. Kira, I beg you, please move aside." "I can't do that." Hinamori Momo yelled, "I told you to get out of the way, don't you understand?" Kira Izuru also responded, "I said no, don't you understand?" Hinamori Momo recited her Shikai language aloud, "Bloom, Fime." After being released, Fime is no longer in the ordinary sealed state, but has become a sword divided into 3 branches, a bit like the 7-branched sword. There is a pink halo around the blade, as if adding a layer of mysterious and dreamy gauze to the blade. The blade is shining with pink light, as if wrapped in pink flames. If you look closely, you can see a faint plum blossom pattern emerging on the surface of the blade, which echoes Fime's name and highlights its unique temperament. As the blade is released, many pink plum petals will flutter down, like a pink flower rain, decorating the surrounding space like a dream. These pink plum petals are not just simple decorations, they also contain powerful spiritual power. When attacking, they can fly towards the enemy along with the fireball, increasing the power and range of the attack. Kira Izuru said coldly, "You actually set up Zanpakut Shikai in a place like this. You are really simple-minded. Do you know what you are doing? Don't mix official and personal matters, Vice Captain Hinamori. Zo Sentao shouted, Kira, I'm telling you again, get out of my way. Can't you calm down? Then there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to treat you like an enemy. Hold your head up, Wabisuke. As Kira Aizuru recited the Shikai language, the sealed state in his hand began to change. The front end of the blade transformed into a curved hook, and the overall shape appeared to be a strange seven-shaped sword. Just as their swords were about to touch, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsuga, instantly appeared in front of them, blocked Zo Sentao's Fime with the scabbard on his back, and stepped on Kira Aizuru's Wabisuke. Hitsuga said, the game is over. Calm down, and lock them both up immediately. Matsumoto Rangiku and the 9th Division's Vice-Captain Hisagi controlled Kira Aizuru and Zo Sentao. They all understood Hinamori Momo's current mood. But Zo Sentao still refused to give in. Hitsuga-kun, why do you want to? Hitsuga said, Zo-sen, I understand your feelings, but the most important thing now is to put Captain Aizen down first. With the death of Aizen Koyusuke, the entire jingling court seemed to have fallen into a dead silence, and everyone's consciousness was very low. After listening to Ichino's Maki's report, Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, it seems Aizen is ready to take action. In order to have enough time to prove his alibi, he chose to fake his death. Shihoran Yoruichi nodded and said, Hong, you are right, but... Oops, Ichigo and the others ran into Zaraki Kenpeki. Shihoran Yoruichi suddenly sensed the Ryutsu of Zaraki Kenpeki and Kurosaki Ichigo, and Ichino's Maki quickly said, Sir Yoruichi, I'll go save him. Yamamoto Hong quickly said, Maki, it's not that I hit you, you are not a bigger opponent, and if you attack, you will expose us. Ichino's Maki asked, what should we do then? Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, don't worry, Kurosaki Ichigo will be fine. Shihoran Yoruichi asked, how can you be sure? Yamamoto Hong said, although I have never seen this guy before, but from the Ryutsu just now, I can feel that he is different from ordinary people. People like him will not die so easily. There is another sentence that Yamamoto Hong said in his heart, if the protagonist died so easily, there would be no animation for more than 300 episodes. At the foot of the Confession Palace, a ferocious-looking, tall man was confronting Kurosaki Ichigo. He had a spiky black hair tied into 10 or so buns, each tipped with a small bell that could sense spiritual energy. He also wore a black eye patch. He was wearing a sleeveless captain's haori with jagged ends and the number 11 written on the back. He wore a black death suit underneath, showing his bold and unrestrained temperament. This person is Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th Division. He carries a little girl on his back. The little girl has short pink hair that reaches her shoulders and is neatly styled. Very cute. She was wearing a black Shiba costume, with a zanpakut on her waist. The handle was in the shape of a 5-petal flower, and the scabbard was pink and tied with a loose rope. She was Kuzujishi Yachiru, the vice-captain of the 11th Division. Zaraki Kenpeki saw Kurosaki Ichigo and smiled cruelly, saying, finally, I found you. You're the one who defeated Ikeku, right? Then, come fight me, travel disaster. The moment he saw Zaraki Kenpeki, Kurosaki Ichigo's skin began to tremble unconsciously. How should he describe it? The feeling of facing this man in front of him was more like being stared at by a wild beast than a human being. Kurosaki Ichigo said to his companions behind him, Ganju, take Hanadaru and leave quickly. I will stay and stop this guy. Kurosaki Ichigo held Zangetsu tightly in both hands, looking ready for battle, staring closely at Zaraki Kenpeki in front of him, afraid that Zaraki Kenpeki would hurt Shiba Ganju. We can attack together. There's only one man on the other side. We just need to kill him. Shiba Ganju was a little skeptical. He could see that the man was the captain. Although the title of Captain Shinigami was loud, he felt that if they attacked together, there was still hope. Please give me flowers. No, this guy is different from those guys just now. Can't you feel the Ryutsu on him? Let's meet up where Rukia is being held. Let's go now. Shiba-Genju didn't hesitate, he picked up Yamada Hanadoru and ran away. Yamada Hanadoru was the 7th seat of the 4th squad. He met Rukia Kukaki while cleaning the confession palace and was moved by Rukia Kukaki's kindness. At the same time, he learned about the existence of Kurosaki Ichigo from her. Later, he accidentally met Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba-Genju, and was taken hostage by Genju. After learning the intention of Kurosaki Ichigo and others to break into Seireitei, he decided to help rescue Rukia Kukaki. Originally, Kurosaki Ichigo's body was tense, preventing the other party from chasing Shiba-Genju and the others, but who knew that Zaraki Kenpeki just stared at Ichigo and had no intention of paying attention to the two people who were running away. Zaraki Kenpeki said, "As long as they leave, you can fight me with peace of mind, right? Besides, I'm only interested in prey worth killing." Zaraki Kenpeki is only interested in fighting with the strong. As for the two scum who escaped, Zaraki Kenpeki said that these guys are dispensable. Zaraki Kenpeki smiled and said, "Well, the fight begins. If you don't come over, I'll start first." As soon as Zaraki Kenpeki finished speaking, he was already in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, and with the jagged zanpakuto in his hand, he chopped it directly at the stunned Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo held up Zangetsu with both hands and blocked the attack. The downward strike was powerful, but due to the difference in strength, the ground where Kurosaki Ichigo was standing was instantly shaken by the impact from his body, leaving spider web-like cracks. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki rushing towards him again, Kurosaki Ichigo decided to fight Zaraki Kenpeki to the death, and a fierce battle began. Half an hour later, both of them finally collapsed due to their injuries. Then Kuzujishi Yachiro carried the unconscious Zaraki Kenpeki to the top of a nearby high-rise building and waited for Unohana Retsu comes to heal Zaraki Kenpeki's injuries. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, he was taken to the secret base by Ichinos Maki, who rushed over. Because he was seriously injured and fainted, Ichinos Maki easily gave Kurosaki Ichigo to take away. After almost a day, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly woke up. What he saw were two men and one woman, whom he didn't recognize at all. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly looked for his Zangetsu, and at this moment Shihour and Yoruichi said, "Ichigo, calm down, I am Yoruichi." Kurosaki Ichigo heard Shihour and Yoruichi's words and was confused. "You said that ordinary black cat is the beauty in front of you? Are you kidding me, sir? The voice of the black cat is. Yin is obviously a man." Shihour and Yoruichi laughed and said, "You must think I'm a man, ha 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 ha." Kurosaki Ichigo slowly came back to his senses. "Yoruichi-san, regardless of gender, aren't you a cat? Can the cats of Soul Society become spirits?" Shihour and Yoruichi laughed and scolded, "Idiot, I have always been a human. When have you ever seen a cat talk?" Kurosaki Ichigo stood up, picked up the Zangetsu next to him, and said, "Yoruichi-san, I'm going to Rukia first. We can talk when we come back." At this time, Yamamoto Hong said, "Do you think you can save Rukia?" Although Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know who Yamamoto Hong was, he nodded and said, "I'm sure I can do it. After all, I just fought a captain." Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, "Fight? You mean Zaraki Kenpeki? That guy has sealed his Ryutsu, and he can't release Zanpakuto, white hits, slash. He's completely clueless about techniques, and Kid Shunpo is the only one who's better, so it's no surprise that you fought him and ended up in a draw." Shihour and Yoruichi nodded and said, "That's right, Ichigo, you should know that those who can become captains are all good at Bankai." "Bankai? What is Bankai?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked with a puzzled look. Ichinomaki said, "Let me explain, Bankai is the liberation after Shikai, and it is also the final form of Zanpakuto. It is a higher level of liberation than Shikai. Usually, under normal circumstances, Shinigami needs a long period of practice and understanding to master Bankai. Bankai can not only greatly enhance the ability of Zanpakuto, but also give Shinigami new powers and forms. So, if you don't know Bankai, you are no match for the captains." Shihoran Yoruichi said seriously to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo said, "So what? I don't have time to practice Bankai now." He was about to turn around and leave when Ichinomaki blocked him. Yamamoto Hong said, "Then you should beat Maki first. He is the fourth seat of the first team and has a. There are 3 seats, vice-captain and captain." Kurosaki Ichigo untied the cloth from Zangetsu and said, "I will not show mercy to this corpse." Chapter 45. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed towards Ichinomaki like an arrow. The Zangetsu in his hand was wrapped in a sharp wind sound, and attacked Ichinomaki like a storm. Ichinomaki had a calm expression, his eyes revealing confidence and composure. He slowly drew out his Zanpakuto, the blade gleaming with a cold luster. At the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo's attack was about to touch him, his figure flashed like a ghost, and the knife in his hand accurately blocked every attack of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo felt anxious when he saw his attack was easily blocked. He knew very well that if he couldn't break through Ichinomaki as soon as possible, it would be a pipe dream to go to Kukaki to save Rukia. So, he gritted his teeth, madly concentrated all his Ryutsu on Zangetsu, and shouted, "Get Shuga Sky Strike!" This was a skill he learned during his battle with Zaraki Kenpeki. Zanjutsu's Ryutsu instantly condensed into a light blue crescent-shaped blade. Like a bright meteor, it shot towards Ichinomaki. Wherever Crescent Moon Sky Strike passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Seeing the astonishing power of the Crescent Moon Sky Strike, Ichinomaki's eyes froze slightly, but he showed no sign of retreating. He took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu within him surged like a raging tide, his entire aura suddenly rising. He took a deep breath, pushed his feet hard against the ground, and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo like an arrow. While rushing towards Uiot Yenchong, he inserted the knife in his hand into the scabbard, and then pulled it out again. This time he performed the Tianxiang Longshan. Sky Soaring Dragon Flash. This super-fast sword-drawing technique showed amazing power in his hands. He first drew out the sword at an extremely fast speed. The airflow brought by the blade formed a powerful suction force, which instantly formed a vacuum area in the air in front. The light blue light of Crescent Moon Sky Chong was slightly deformed by this suction force. 310 Immediately afterwards, Ichinomaki used the centrifugal force of the rotation to instantly complete the second sword slash. This time the sword energy was more fierce, like a roaring dragon, rushing towards Uiot Yenchong with the momentum of a tidal wave. The sword energy of Tianxiang Longshan collided with Uiot Yenchong. In an instant, light flashed and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The air seemed to be boiled by this force, making a sizzling sound, and the surrounding ground was also shaken and cracked, with gravel flying everywhere. In this fierce collision, the pale blue light of Uiot Yenchong was gradually suppressed by Tianxiang Longshan's sword energy, and finally completely dissipated. However, the sword energy that contained powerful force did not lose its momentum, and it shot straight towards Kurosaki Ichigo like a sharp spear. Kurosaki Ichigo had no time to dodge, and the sword energy hit him directly in the chest. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was hit hard by a sledgehammer. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall in the distance heavily. The wall instantly collapsed under the powerful impact, sending up a cloud of dust. Kurosaki Ichigo spat out blood, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. He never expected that the Crescent Moon Sky Strike that he used all his strength to perform would be broken so easily by Ichinomaki, and he was also seriously injured. Cough cough. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to stand up, but found that his body seemed to have been drained of all strength, and every movement was accompanied by piercing pain. He looked at Ichino's Maki, his eyes filled with complex emotions, anger, unwillingness, and a hint of admiration. You are so strong. Ichino's Maki slowly put away his Zanpakuto and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo without a trace of pride in his eyes. He shook his head slightly and said, Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't want to be your enemy, but if you rush to save someone like this, you're undoubtedly courting death. You don't even know how to Bankai, and you have no chance of winning against so many powerful captains. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. Rukia is my friend, I can't just watch her get killed. Even if I die, I'll try. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice was full of determination. Although his body was seriously injured, his eyes were still as firm as iron, as if at this moment, the belief in his heart turned into an invisible force that supported him. Yamamoto Hong watched this scene from the side. He admired Kurosaki Ichigo's courage, but he also knew that his current strength was far from enough. Yamamoto Hong said, Kurosaki Ichigo, your courage is commendable, but in the face of absolute strength, courage is far from enough. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yamamoto Hong and asked, what should I do then? I don't have time. Rukia's execution date is getting closer. His eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and helplessness. At this moment, he was like a person who had lost his way in the darkness and needed a ray of light to guide him. Shihoran Yoruichi said, I have a method that will allow you to master Bankai in 3 days, but if you can't learn Bankai in 3 days, you will have no chance in the future. Do you dare to try, Ichigo? Kurosaki Ichigo nodded without hesitation and said, I can. No matter how difficult it is, I will learn Bankai and save Rukia. Shihoran Yoruichi nodded, took out a pill from his pocket and dropped it on the ground. When the pill touched the ground, a puff of white smoke came out. After the white smoke dissipated, a white human-shaped device appeared in front of everyone. This item is a Tenshintai, a tool invented by Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of Godei 13th Division 12. It can force the Zanpakuto's true form to be buried and materialized, making it an essential tool for quick Bankai. It works like a special virtual reality training system, creating a realistic environment that allows Shinigami to actually battle with their own Zanpakuto, accelerating the Bankai learning process. Shihoran Yoruichi spoke up, Ichigo, this is the Shintai, which allows you to see your Zanpakuto true form and learn Bankai within 3 days. Then Shihoran Yoruichi used the Tenshintai on Kurosaki Ichigo, and the next second a man in a black coat and white shirt, with long hair and a beard and wearing translucent sunglasses appeared. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that this uncle was his Zangetsu. It was he who taught him Getsuga Tensho when he was fighting with Zaraki Kenpeki. But Yamamoto Hong knows who this guy is. He is the power of the Quincy in Ichigo's inner world. In order to protect Kurosaki Ichigo away from battles and dangers, he does not want Kurosaki Ichigo to die in his hands. He disguised himself as the materialized Zanpakuto and became the opponent's power core. When teaching Kurosaki Ichigo how to use Zanpakuto, he always guided him to borrow the power of Hollow, thereby suppressing Ichigo's growing strength to prevent him from becoming a Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to say something when Uncle Zangetsu spoke up, Ichigo, I know you want to learn Bankai. If you can find the real Zangetsu among these swords, I will teach you. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Zangetsu waved his hand, and the next second hundreds of Zangetsu appeared on the ground. Yamamoto Hong clapped his hands and said, this magic is pretty good. Uncle Zangetsu ignored Yamamoto Hong and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, Ichigo, start. Kurosaki Ichigo just picked up a knife at random, and then Uncle Zangetsu rushed over and broke the knife in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand with a wave of his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo realized that this was not Zangetsu, so he picked up another one, but Uncle Zangetsu interrupted him again, and then this scene was repeated n times. Yamamoto Hong felt a little bored and said directly to Ichino's Maki, "Maki, take your time to watch. I will take Yoruichi to the back to soak in the hot springs and drink." Ichino's Maki said, "Hi." Next, Yamamoto Hong took Shihao and Yoruichi to the hot spring, where they soaked in the hot spring, ate delicious food, and drank some wine, completely ignoring Kurosaki Ichigo who was exhausted in front of them. On the day of Rukia Kukaki's execution, Yamamoto Hong looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji who were still practicing Bankai, yawned, and said, "You two are so slow. I won't wait for you and will leave first." After being defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo again, Abarai Renji decided to save Rukia Kukaki with his own hands. So 2 days ago, according to Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu, he came to the secret base and trained with Kurosaki Ichigo. Seireitei has been in a state of chaos these days. First, Aizen Koyusuke died suddenly, and then Zaraki Kenpeki was defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo. Captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, was defeated by the Quincy Ishida Uryu. Although he is fine, he needs to recuperate for a while. Therefore, Yamamoto decided to personally arrest all the troublemakers after executing Rukia Kukaki today. Unbeknownst to Yamamoto, Zaraki Kenpeki led Kuzujishi Yachiru, Madarame Ikeku, Ayasukawa Yumichika, and Aramaki to assist Inu Orium in destroying the underground cell of the General Aid Clinic and rescued Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora, and Shiba Ganju who were imprisoned at the time. Just as Zaraki Kenpeki was about to lead them to the Double Pole Hill, they were stopped by Squad 9 Captain Tosen Kaname, Squad 7 Captain Komamura Seijin, Squad 9 Vice Captain Suzuki Suzuki, and Squad 7 Vice Captain Seiman Yasuo. Zaraki Kenpeki has to deal with Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin by himself, and lets Madarame Ikeku and the others go first, but Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika don't want to leave. So Aramaki was asked to leave with Inu Orium, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora, and Shiba Ganju, while Zaraki Kenpeki dealt with Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin, Madarame Ikeku dealt with Shiba Zaman, and Ayasukawa Yumichika dealt with Hisagi Shuei. Soon the time for execution arrived, and Rukia Kukaki was taken to the Bipolar Hill. Surrounding her were Captain General Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, Captain of the 2nd Division Sui-Feng, Captain of the 6th Division Byakuya Kukaki, Captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu, Captain of the 8th Division Kurako Shunsui, and the Vice Captains of the divisions to which the captains present belonged. Captain Genryūsai Shigakuni Yamamoto stood on the execution platform, looking down at Rukia and saying, "Rukia Kukaki, do you have anything else to say?" "Captain, I have one last wish. All the travel disasters were caused by me. I hope that after the execution, I can send them back to the real world and put an end to them." Rukia Kukaki's expression calmed down. "Okay, I promise you." Yamamoto Yu and Ryūsai Shigakuni agreed to Rukia Kukaki on the surface. After hearing what Yamamoto said, a tall goddess beside Unohana Retsu said with pity, "It's too much." The captain didn't even think about letting those travelers return alive. Unohana Retsu said, "This is actually a good thing. It lets the dying person know that her wish can be fulfilled, leaving her with no regrets. Liberate the 2 poles." Yamamoto Yu and Ryūsai Shigakuni directly ordered Sui-Feng and Acting Kid. "Yes, liberate the bipolar." Normally, the bipolar looks like a super long sword that is tens of meters long. The blade is only 2 or 3 meters long. Although it is very long compared to ordinary weapons, it is obviously disproportionate to the handle. Normally, it is tightly sealed, with layers of sealing ropes bound on the hilt. When it is activated, it must not only be charged in advance, but also the kid crowd must remove the seals before it is officially used. The execution team of the secret mobile team must complete the adjustment. The hill of the 2 pole consists of a spear and a rack, which will pierce the guilty during execution. The executioner begins to form hand seals as instructed, and the ropes that seal the 2 poles are all broken, and blue Ryutsu rises into the sky, At this moment, the Shinigami in Seireitei all felt the pressure from the bipolar, and the fiery red Ryutsu wrapped. Look at the bipolar spear, and gradually spread out, slowly forming a giant flaming bird in the air. King Huiji, this is the true form of the spear of the two extremes. It is also the final executor of the ultimate punishment. Captain Yamamoto explained slowly. Rukia Kukaki looked at the giant flaming bird, and all her fears disappeared. She recalled every detail of the past, and she did not feel any regret. The only thing she regretted was, "It's Yamamoto Hong." Rukia Kukaki said to herself, "Master Hong, I'm sorry, I can't help you in the future." The giant flaming bird slowly opened its eyes, flapped its flaming wings, and flew towards Rukia. Watching this scene, Byakuya Kukaki clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms and blood flowing out. Bright red blood. Rukia Kukaki closed her eyes. Goodbye, brother, Renji, Ichigo, Hanadaru, Captain Jushiro, and Master Hong. 11. However, the pain she imagined did not come for a long time. Rukia Kukaki opened her eyes and saw Yamamoto Hong blocking her way, and Yamamoto Hong's Zanpakuto was holding up the flames. The giant bird prevented it from advancing any further. Master Hong. Yamamoto Hong grinned and said, "Yo. Rukia, I'm here to save you. I've made up my mind. There's no need to save me. Just go away. Don't waste your future on someone like me." Rukia Kukaki shouted. The vice-captains below were shocked. Is that Master Hong? He actually blocked a force with the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. Why did Seireitei save Kukaki Ming? The captains were also puzzled by Yamamoto Hong's behavior. Kurako Shunsui smiled and whispered, "Hey, it looks like the junior brother is just like me and Jushiro." Sui-Feng gnashed his teeth. That BD, he actually robbed the execution ground for this woman. Is he really bewitched by this woman as the rumors say? Byakuya Kukaki was relieved to see Rukia Kukaki rescued, and said to himself, "Yamamoto Hong, you are really amazing. You dare to do things that I dare not do." Yamamoto was furious and said, "You rebellious son, what are you going to do? Are you going to rob the execution ground? Where did you put my teachings to you? For a woman, you are going to violate the Central 40th. The verdict of Room 6? Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Don't be angry, Lao Duo. You are very old. It is not worth it to get yourself hurt by anger. I have my reasons for what I do." The giant flaming bird cried out to the sky and slowly retreated, preparing for a second attack. Rukia Kukaki shouted, "Master Hong, run away." Yamamoto Hong lowered his body slightly, and the aura around him suddenly changed. A heart-pounding sense of oppression spread out, and the next moment 10 deep voices rang out, "Tian Xiang! Dragon Flash!" Everyone only felt a flash of silver light before their eyes. Yamamoto Hong was like a bright meteor. He kicked out with his left foot first and drew his sword at an ultimate speed. The sword light even turned the place where the sword was swung into a vacuum. Due to the huge difference in air pressure, a whistling sound is emitted. The moment he drew his sword, his speed broke through the limit, so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air that was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. This was the unique horror of the super divine sword drawing technique. Speed. Before the sword light came close, the sharp sword energy was already raging like a substance, passing it to the giant flaming bird. Yamamoto Hong's Zanpakuto even drew a dazzling half-moon of silver, as if to cover the sky. The room is split apart. In a flash, everything returned to calm. Yamamoto Hong stood firmly in place, with his sword sheathed and his breath steady, as if the earth-shattering move just now was not performed by him. The giant flaming bird, which was said to have the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, was instantly destroyed and turned into a ball of flames. Chapter 46. The vice-captains in the audience were all stunned when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the bipolar with the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto was destroyed just like that. Yes, bipolar does possess the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, but that power refers to the sealed state, not those Zanpakuto that can be released. If it were a Zanpakuto that can be released, basically no one would be able to withstand the power. Forget Bankai, with the power of 1,000,000 Shikai Zanpakut, even Aizen Kusuk who has fused with Hagyaku, or the omniscient and omnipotent Waiwak would die, not to mention the current Yamamoto Hong. The reason why the bipolar is sacred is not because of its power, but because it is a symbol of the soul society's system that has lasted for thousands of years. It is used to punish those who commit crimes within the soul society. Its existence maintains the order of the soul society, embodies the judgment authority of Central 46, and represents the rules and regulations that Shinigami must abide by. The destruction of the bipolar pole symbolizes the destruction of the stability and peace of the soul society, while the establishment of the new bipolar pole means the formation of new rules and order, and the soul society regains stability. Yamamoto was furious when he saw his bipolar disorder was destroyed. The son he had personally taught had now destroyed his bipolar disorder. This was clearly a slap in his face. Yamamoto Uenliazai Shigakuni pointed at Yamamoto Hong and said, "Rebellious son, are you planning to defect? Get down here now, admit your mistakes and accept your punishment." Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I don't think I did anything wrong." Yamamoto Hong destroyed the bipolar frame with a punch and held Rukia Kukaki in his hand. Rukia Kukaki said with emotion, "Thank you, Master Hong." Yamamoto Hong smiled. At this time, there were two people who were extremely angry. One was Yamamoto Uenliazai Shigakuni, and the other was Sui-Feng who saw Yamamoto Hong flirting with Rukia Kukaki. Sui-Feng rushed directly towards Yamamoto Hong, her speed exceeded her limit. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air in the air, and a swift figure suddenly crashed into Sui-Feng. He knocked her off the cliff and then jumped down with Sui-Feng. Yamamoto was about to do it himself, but at this moment Jaishur Yukatake, who was holding the Shihoran family's divine weapon, finally felt it. Yamamoto saw Jaishur Yukatake's look and knew that Jaishur Yukatake also planned to disrupt the execution. At this time, Kurako Shunsui came to Jaishur Yukatake and said, "This handsome guy is really something I've been waiting for. Fortunately, my junior brother has solved his bipolar disorder." Jaishur Yukatake smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Yamamoto was furious. "Hong, Chun Shui, Shishi Long, the three of you." Yamamoto Uenliazai Shigakuni's face was very gloomy. Yamamoto Hong was his son, and Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were his most proud disciples. They were also the captains of the jingling court for 100 years, yet they would do such a thing. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake looked at each other, and then asked Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni to leave Shuangji Hill. Their fight here would affect innocent people. Besides, Yamamoto Hong actually solved Shuangji, so they would have to bear the consequences of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni's stick. Unohana Retsu left with Katetsu Aizen. At this time, Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just learned Bankai, arrived late. At this time, Ichino's Maki appeared next to Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong directly ordered, "Maki, take Rukia and those two idiots away." Ichino's Maki nodded, and then took Rukia Kukaki, Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo away from Bipolar Hill. Although Kurosaki Ichigo himself was unwilling, he agreed under the threat of Ichino's Maki. Chijur Sasakaibe and Byakuya Kukaki planned to chase the two, but Yamamoto Hong appeared in front of them, blocking their way. "Uncle Sasakaibe, please give me some face and let it go," Yamamoto Hong said with a smile. Chijur Sasakaibe said, "Master Hong, you have made a big mistake this time." Yamamoto Hong shook his head, looked at Byakuya Kukaki and said, "Byakuya, have you forgotten your promise to your wife? Are you going to throw away the promise of the one you love for the so-called noble glory?" Byakuya Kokaki's stern expression finally showed a slight ripple, but he quickly returned to normal. He drew his Zanpakuto and said, "If you want to save Rukia, you must defeat me first." Yamamoto Hong shook his head. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. On the other side, Shihour and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng finally reunited. Sui-Feng looked at Shihour and Yoruichi and said through gritted teeth, "Long time no see, yet." Shihour and Yoruichi teased, "Sui-Feng, you have grown into a big girl now, but you are still so old-fashioned, so your man will find a second one." Sui-Feng was furious, "What did you say?" Shihour and Yoruichi spun around in front of Sui-Feng, as if showing off her figure, and said with a smile, "You know, Hong can't get enough of me." Sui-Feng lost his mind and said, "UBD, you actually fell so low as to seduce my man. I will kill you and kill all your enemies, Suzumibaki." As Sui-Feng chanted the Shikai language, the Zanpakuto in her hand transformed into a golden finger ring shaped like the needle of a queen bee's tail, and was put on Sui-Feng's finger. Not only that, Sui-Feng also directly activated the instant roar and rushed towards Shihour and Yoruichi. Sui-Feng was going to understand their new and old grudges today. On the other side, Yamamoto, Kurako Shunsui, Jaisher Yukatake, and the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Ise Nanao, came to an open space. The crutch in Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni's hand suddenly exploded, and a Zanpakuto appeared in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying Ryutsu emerged. This terrifying Ryutsu made even a captain-level strongman feel a little uncomfortable. Ise Nanao fell to her knees, and Yamamoto said, "Get out of here, little brat. I don't have time to teach you how to breathe." Kurako Shunsui quickly used his Ryutsu to send Ise Nanao away, then pulled his hat and said, "Jushiro, it looks like I'm going to get beaten up by that old man in the mountains." Jaisher Yukatake nodded and said, "Yes, it's been a while since we've fought against the teacher." Yamamoto snorted and said, "Everything will turn to ashes, Region Jaka." Yamamoto slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto, blazing flames erupting from his body. An ancient, vicissitudes of life heat instantly filled an area several kilometers in radius. Even Kurako Shunsui and Jaisher Yukatake, standing nearby, found it difficult to breathe. This was the fire-type Zanpakuto, Region Jaka, wielded by the strongest Shinigami of the millennium. Kurako Shunsui put away his cynical attitude, replaced by a serious look, and drew his twin swords, Hanakaziran, Flower God's Hoof, Tenkaziran, Heaven's Demon's Laughter, Kaiten Kaikotsu. After Kurako Shunsui's two Zanpakuto were liberated, they became two large curved swords, one long and one short, with black blades and white blades. The handles may also have some decorative decorations. 014709024123482370. Jaisher Yukatake also drew his own Zanpakuto, all flowing waves, transform into my shield, all lightning, transform into my blade, Pisces carp. After Jaisher Yukatake's twin carp was liberated, the original sword split into two, becoming fin-shaped. The blade had a protruding edge, shaped like two fish swimming in the water. The handles were connected, and 5 tags were hung on the thin rope connecting the handles. Now, except for Unohana Retsu, Kuratsuka Mayuri, Ichimaru Jin, Hitsuga Ichware, and Aizen Koyusuke, the remaining captains of Seireitei have begun fighting. Tosen Kaname Komamura Seijin Zaraki Kenpei Byakuya Kokakichjur Seisakabe Yamamoto Sui-Feng Shihour and Yoruichi Kurako Shunsui Jaisher Yukatake Yamamoto. However, the first to leave the battlefield was Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname activated Bankai to counter Zaraki Kenpei. Tosen Kaname's Bankai Suzumushi final form Yanma Cricket using the Lizang released by Zanpakuto to transform into a huge ellipsoidal barrier that enveloped Tosen Kaname and the enemy. Except for the person who touches the handle of Suzumushi, the hearing, vision, smell, and Ryutsu sense of others in the barrier will completely disappear, leaving only the sense of touch to feel the pain of being slaughtered by Tosen Kaname. But Zaraki Kenpei is a wall hanger, even in the Suzumushi final in cricket he still defeated Tosen Kaname. In the end Komamura Seijin let Tosen Kaname go to heal his wounds, and he dealt with Zaraki Kenpeiga himself. The second match was between Shihoran Yoruichi and Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng's instant move was not as proficient as Shihoran Yoruichi's. Shihoran Yoruichi took some effort and finally defeated Sui-Feng. The defeated Sui-Feng cried like a young wife. Shihoran Yoruichi hugged Sui-Feng and said, "Sui-Feng, let me tell you, that Gai Hong." Hearing Shihoran Yoruichi's words, Sui-Feng's face immediately turned red, and a lot of steam came out of his head. After a while, Sui-Feng murmured, "Are you serious? Hong is so strong, and you still lost to him?" Shihoran Yoruichi nodded and said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can both attack later. I'll go first, and if I lose, you'll make up for it. I can handle your family rules." Sui-Feng nodded. The Shihoran clan was the master of their Feng family. Forget about the family rules, they could even burn them and write a new one. The next battle was decided by Yamamoto Hong. Chijur Sasuke released the sea, but was knocked unconscious by Yamamoto Hong with one punch. As for Byakuya Kukaki, he was in Shikai state and was no match for Yamamoto Hong. Byakuya Kukaki stared at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes revealing determination, and slowly said, "It seems that without this trick, I can't defeat you." As soon as he finished speaking, Byakuya Kukaki's Ryutsu suddenly erupted, and a chilling chill spread outward from him. The Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to its master's will. Byakuya Kukaki hollered loudly, "Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi." As soon as he finished speaking, Byakuya Kukaki suddenly turned over the Senbonzakura he had been holding in his hand, then released his hand, allowing Senbonzakura to fall upright and slowly to the ground. When Senbonzakura touched the ground, it did not penetrate into the ground, but sank into the ripples on the ground. At the moment when Senbonzakura was completely immersed in the ripples on the ground, rows of ripples suddenly appeared on the ground on both sides of Byakuya Kukaki. At the same time, gigantic Senbonzakura blades rose from the ripples, and there seemed to be dozens or even hundreds of them. Those huge Senbonzakura blades were like giant guards, exuding a cold and solemn aura. Just by looking at them with the naked eye, Song could feel the indescribable pressure. Scattered falls Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Then, the giant Senbonzakura blades scattered instantly, turning into hundreds of millions of sharp blades. In the refraction of light, they looked like a sea of pink petals, surrounding Yamamoto Hong in an instant. Each pink petal contains powerful spiritual power. They shuttle through the air, making a buzzing sound, as if it is a death movement played by Shinigami. The power of Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi lies not only in its large number, but also in its terrifying attack power and exquisite control. These petal-shaped blades can also be adjusted according to Byakuya Kukaki's wishes. It can change its shape and attack method at will, forming various deadly attack moves. Some blades shoot straight at Yamamoto Hong like sharp arrows, while others circle in the air, forming a defensive barrier to prevent Yamamoto Hong from escaping. Yamamoto Hong felt this powerful pressure. He did not dare to be careless, quickly used the Diamond Dragon's strong city breaking, the golden dragon scales instantly covered his entire body, providing him with powerful defense. The blades of Senbonzakura came like a rainstorm. Yamamoto Hong flashed and used his superb shrinking technique to shuttle through the rain of swords. Every time he dodged, there was a sharp sound of the blades cutting through the air. Sound. If you are not careful, you will be cut by these sharp blades, but Yamamoto Hong successfully avoided the attacks time and time again with his agility and strong reaction ability. However, Kukaki Byamoth did not intend to give Yamamoto Hong any chance to breathe. He waved his hands, and the power of Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi increased again. The originally scattered blades began to converge. Together, they formed a huge silver dragon. The dragon roared to the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Yamamoto Hong. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong's eyes shone. He took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly. Underworld-style sword drawing technique, Abyss, Underworld Black Refining Slash. Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly, and the sealed state in his hand burst out a black light from the 9 netherworld, turning into a black sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth. The power of decay in the sword energy was like black lightning. It moved like a dragonfly, heading towards the giant silver dragon. The black sword energy and the silver dragon collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The powerful energy wave 927 spread out from the two people as the center, and the surrounding ground was. The clouds were cracked and broken, and gravel was flying everywhere. Under the impact of this powerful force, Senbonzakura's blades shattered one after another, and the silver dragon gradually dissipated, but the power of the underworld black refining slash was also greatly weakened. Byakuya was a little surprised when he saw that his Senbonzakura Kage Yoji was cracked by Yamamoto Hong, but his eyes still showed determination. He attacked again, and Senbonzakura Kage Yoji's blades regrouped to form a huge sword formation. Countless blades in the sword formation rotated at high speed and crushed towards Yamamoto Hong. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly appeared in front of the sword formation. With his hands tightly grasped in the sealed state, he unleashed the 9-headed dragon flash. 9 giant dragons formed from pure aura roared out from his blade. With overwhelming momentum, he rushed towards the doctor with sword formation. The sword formations of Jutio Longshan and Senbonzakura Kage Yoji collided, and a dazzling light burst out. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this light, making it impossible to look directly at it. In the light, there was a faint sound of metal clashing and Ryutsu exploding. Meanwhile, Hitsugaichware noticed that Rukia Kukaki's execution was moved forward again, and he and Matsumoto Ranjaku investigated and discovered that the people in the central 46 blocks had been brutally murdered. He also saw Hinamori Momo lying on the ground with Aizen Kusuk stabbing her in the chest. Bankai attacked Aizen Kusuk in anger, but was defeated by Aizen Kusuk with a single blow. At this time, Unohana Retsu came here with Katetsu Yang, and Unohana Retsu said, "Captain Aizen, no, the extremely evil Aizen Koyusuk, this is your purpose." Aizen Koyuja held his eyes and said with a smile, as expected of Captain Unohana, "It seems he has seen through my weakness." Unohana Retsu said, "Your stand-in puppet is indeed exquisite, but I still feel something is wrong. Can you answer me?" "That's my Zanpakuto ability. My ability is the Hypnosis 5 Senses." Aizen Koyusuk said. "But isn't Kyōka Suigetsu a water-based Zanpakuto? It uses the random reflections of mist and water to confuse the enemy and make them kill each other." Katetsu Aizen asked his doubts. "So that's how it is. Are we all infected with hypnosis?" Unohana understood. "Anyone who has seen my Shikai will be trapped in the technique forever," Aizen Koyusuk said with a smile. "See." Unohana thought of someone who wouldn't be affected by hypnosis, but who didn't expose Aizen. "That's right, Tosen Kaname has been my subordinate from the beginning. Finally, I still want to praise you, Captain Unohana, for being able to discover the abnormality of the corpse under complete hypnosis. Farewell, everyone," Aizen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Ichimaru-jin took out a long white towel and gradually spun around them. Then, the two of them disappeared on the spot. At the double pole hill, Ichinos Maki, Abarai Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Rukia Kukaki were stunned. 1 second they were on their way to escape, and the next second they were suddenly. The appearance of Tosen Kaname brings us back to the original starting point. Welcome. Ichinos-kun, Amasa, and the Travel Bane Boy, just put Rukia Kukaki down and you can go. Chapter 47. Yamamoto Hong's 9-headed dragon flash and Byakuya Kukaki's Senbonzakura Kage Yoji sword formation collided, erupting in a dazzling light that enveloped the entire battlefield, making it impossible to look directly at it. Within the light, the sound of metal clashing and the explosion of Ryutsu could be heard faintly. When the light gradually faded, Byakuya Kukaki was seen kneeling on one knee. His death trousers were damaged in many places, his hair was a little messy, and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in his hand also became dull at this moment, and cracks appeared on the blade, as if telling of the cruelty of the fierce battle just now. Yamamoto Hong stood not far away, breathing heavily, his face slightly pale. He had just used so many powerful skills in succession, which consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. But Yamamoto Hong's eyes remained firm, staring at Byakuya Kukaki, ready to deal with Byakuya Kukaki's possible attack again at any time. Byakuya Kukaki slowly raised his head and looked at Yamamoto Hong, with a complex look in his eyes, including reluctance, admiration, and a hint of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, "Yamamoto Hong, you win. I lost this battle wholeheartedly. I give up the execution of Rukia." After that, he endured the pain in his body, slowly stood up, and with a flash of his body, he used Shunpo to disappear from the spot and went to find a place to heal his wounds. Yamamoto Hong looked at the direction where Byakuya Kukaki left and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although the battle had come to an end for the time being, there would definitely be a lot of trouble afterwards. He turned around and found a relatively quiet corner, ready to sit down and recover his spiritual power. At this time, his body was exhausted and his spiritual power was almost gone. He needed to recover as soon as possible to deal with what might happen next. Not long after, Aizen Kusuke, Ichimaru Jin, Ichinos Maki, Abarai Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Rukia Kukaki all arrived at the bipolar hill. Abarai Renji heard what Aizen Koyusuke said, and saw Aizen Koyusuke who was already dead, and his brain froze. "Captain Aizen! Captain Ichimaru, what on earth?" Abarai Renji broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, all the people of Seireitei heard the voice of Kitetsu Aizen, Black and White Luo, 22 bridges, 66 crown belts, footprints, distant thunder, peaks, back to the ground. Night hide, sea of clouds, azure formations, fill the Tein and soar into the sky. Bakudes 77 sky strong. Godei 13 captains, vice captains, and fellow travelers, I am Kitetsu Aizen, vice captain of the 4th division, and what I am about to say is absolutely true. Everyone was shocked by Aizen's century-long plot, and even more angry at his arbitrary manipulation of other people's fate. Abarai Renji finally understood the terrifying person in front of him. But he would never watch Rukia Kukaki being taken away. So Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo started the Bankai they had just learned. Bankai, Lion King Zabimaru. Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. After Bankai, the body of the Tensho crescent blade is reduced in size, the blade is completely black, the handle is black and red, and there is a small iron chain at the end of the handle. Kurosaki Ichigo will wear a black robe with a red background, and the overall image is more cold and powerful. After Bankai, Abarai Renji, covered with light yellow fur, Zabimaru turned into a huge strange snake, with a large snake skeleton at the front and countless beige snake bone joints at the back. The joints are connected by Renji's spiritual power and can be freely separated and reorganized to form various attack forms. The huge snake head has yellow eyes, covered with bright red fur, and its mouth can be opened to a maximum of nearly 3 meters. Seeing the two men from Bankai, Aizen Koyusuke smiled and said, "Abarai, as my former subordinate, you'd better not be so stubborn. You know, it's very difficult to control the strength to step on an ant without killing it. And, traveling boy, if you don't want to die, get out of here." Aizen tried to persuade him gently, but his words were full of arrogance. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't stand it, because he had learned Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo instantly came in front of Aizen Koyusuke and slashed at him with a knife. Aizen Koyusuke raised his left hand to receive his attack, and then swung his right hand holding the knife quickly. A large amount of blood suddenly burst out of Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, and Kurosaki Ichigo fell down. Abarai Renji quickly attacked with the Baboon King Zabimaru. The huge monster snake rushed towards Aizen Koyusuke. Aizen Koyusuke smiled slightly, stretched out his left hand to grab the snake's head, and then his left hand burst out Ryutsu, and the Baboon King Zabimaru was instantly torn into pieces. Aizen Koyusuke smiled and said, Abarai, now you see the gap between us, hand over Rukia Kukaki to me and leave here. I refuse, Captain Aizen. Aizen said helplessly as he slowly walked towards Renji. You're really stubborn, Abarai. I just want you to put Rukia Kukaki down and leave. If you don't agree, then there's nothing I can do. I'll oblige you and leave your arm behind too. Abarai Renji's eyes suddenly opened and he quickly retreated, but he was still hit on the arm by Aizen Koyusuke, who appeared in an instant, and trickles of blood flowed down his arm. Aizen Koyusuke slashed down with a simple sword, and Abarai Renji's Bankai disintegrated instantly, the broken blade scattered all over the ground, and blood spurted out of Abarai Renji's shoulder. He was seriously injured and fell to his knees. When Aizen Koyusuke was about to walk towards Rukia Kukaki, Ichinos Maki stood in front of him and said, Aizen, don't think that your plan can be completed. Ichinos Maki was shocked when he saw Aizen Koyusuke easily defeat Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo. Although he could defeat these two people, he couldn't do it so easily. It seemed that Aizen Koyusuke had indeed released the sea to fight him back then. Aizen Koyusuke chuckled and said, Ichinos-kun, I was planning to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. If you do this, I won't be polite. Don't think I'll be like those two idiots. Nine-headed dragon flash. Ichinos Maki performed the nine-headed dragon flash, and 9 giant dragons attacked Aizen Koyusuke from 9 different directions. Aizen Koyusuke stood in place with a playful smile on his face, and his white haori fluttered in the wind. Facing the menacing 9-headed dragon, he calmly raised the Zanpakuto Kyōka Suigetsu, a strange light flowing on the blade. Aizen Koyusuke swung his sword lightly, and a slash burst out. The slash seemed gentle, but it contained the power to destroy the world. The 9-headed dragon was instantly torn apart by the slash, turning into starlight and dissipating in the air. Aizen Koyusuke's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ichinos Maki like a ghost. Before Ichinos could react, Aizen Koyusuke's knife had already passed by his cheek, and the cold blade left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Ichinos Maki stumbled back, blood dripping down his shoulder and staining his shirt. He looked at Aizen in disbelief, his immense strength filling her with despair. However, his inner stubbornness made him clench his Zanpakuto tightly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undimmed. Aizen Koyuja slowly retracted his sword, his eyes full of disdain. Too weak, your attack is not even worthy of my seriousness. His voice was calm and cold, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Ichinos Maki's heart hard. Ichinos Maki gritted his teeth, stood up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and sneered, this is just the beginning, Aizen, don't be too proud too soon. At this moment, Komamura Seijin fell from the sky and appeared behind Aizen Koyusuke, roaring and slashing at Aizen Koyusuke with the Zanpakuto in his hand. There was a loud bang, the ground shattered, and a cloud of dust rose up. Aizen Koyusuke jumped out of the smoke, grabbing Rukia Kukaki. Then Komamura Seijin appeared and shouted, Aizen, Tosen, Ichimaru, you dared to deceive us for so long. This is unforgivable. Aizen Koyuja chuckled and said, Captain Komamura, you finally dare to reveal your true colors, but you have no right to question me. Komamura Seijin belongs to the werewolf clan and usually wears a helmet, but just now his helmet was broken by Zaraki Kenpeki, so his true face was revealed. Komamura Seijin raised his Zanpakuto, Aizen, Dai, Bankai. Before Komamura Seijin could finish his words, Aizen Koyusuke suddenly appeared in front of Komamura Seijin. Komamura Seijin widened his eyes in surprise. Head number 90, Black Coffin. Between smiles, Aizen Koyusuke directly killed Komamura Seijin instantly with a Kyōban head that abandoned chanting. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, Kyōban had abandoned chanting can still have such a strong power. Captain Aizen is really terrifying. Aizen Koyusuk smiled and said, it's less than a third of its original power. Then Aizen put on a green glove and took the Hugyaku out of Rukia Kukaki's body. Aizen looked at the light blue Hugyaku and exclaimed, what a beautiful color. Aizen Koyusuk said to Ichimaru Jin, kill Rukia Kukaki. Ichimaru Jin immediately released Shins, Abarai Renji, and Kurosaki Ichigo shouted no, and just when Shins was about to hit Rukia Kukaki, a figure picked up Rukia Kukaki and blocked Shins with his body. Rukia Kukaki was stunned when she saw the person coming, Byakuya brother. The person who came was Byakuya Kukaki. Aizen Koyusuk said with a smile, Captain Kukaki, this time you will not play the role of the head of the nobles, but will instead play the role of saving your sister. Byakuya Kukaki didn't answer. He had been hit by Yamamoto Hong's skill and now by Ichimaru Jin's shins. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have fallen to the ground. Just as Ichimaru Jin was about to kill Rukia Kukaki, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor and headed straight for the bipolar hill. Where the light dissipated, Yamamoto Hong stood proudly, his whole body emitting a powerful and restrained Ryutsu, as if slightly distorting the surrounding space. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were cold, shooting towards Aizen Koyusuk like a sharp blade, and he walked towards him step by step. Each step was steady and powerful, with an unquestionable majesty. When Maki Ichinos saw Yamamoto Hong appear, excitement suddenly burst out in his eyes. His eyes, which had been a little dim due to injury, were now full of hope. He clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand. The pain in his body seemed to no longer matter at that moment. His inner excitement made his voice tremble slightly, Master Hong, I knew you would come. In his heart, Yamamoto Hong has always been an omnipotent existence. As long as Yamamoto Hong is there, Aizen Koyusuk's conspiracy will never succeed. Although Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji were seriously injured and their bodies were shaky, they both cheered up when they saw Yamamoto Hong appear. Kurosaki Ichigo murmured softly, can this guy really do it? Although he was not fully aware of Yamamoto Hong's strength, at this moment in desperation, Xi could only place all his hopes on Yamamoto Hong. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth and said firmly, no matter what, we can't let Aizen succeed. Aizen Koyusuk frowned slightly when he saw Yamamoto Hong appear, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his calm expression, with that signature sneer still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Hong, are you going to stop me too? There was a hint of teasing in his voice, as if he didn't take Yamamoto Hong seriously at all. Yamamoto Hong laughed, his laughter full of confidence and disdain, and responded coldly, Aizen, I'm here to kill you. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were filled with determination, as if he was declaring an unchangeable fact. Aizen Koyuja couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard it, and his laughter echoed in the empty bipolar hill. Swing! Just you? You can't even do anything to Shikai, and you've been hit by my Kyōka Suigetsu, how can you possibly be my opponent? Aizen Koyuja said as he slowly raised his sickle flower water moon, a strange light flows on the blade, instantly creating an intelligent body. He came to Yamamoto Hong in an instant like a ghost, and slashed at Yamamoto Hong without hesitation. This knife, with his powerful Ryutsu, cut through the air and made a sharp cry. Whistling. Yamamoto Hong was calm and composed, with no fear in his eyes. Just when Aizen Koyuja's knife was about to hit him, he quickly blocked the sharp attack with his sealed state. The sound of metal clashing echoed all around, and sparks flashed in the dim light. Yamamoto Hong still had a calm smile on his face, his eyes full of disdain for Aizen. When did you have the illusion that I was under your Kyōka Suigetsu? As he spoke, he exerted a little force to push away Aizen Koyusuk's sword, took a small step back, and took advantage of the situation to fight. Yamamoto Hong's aura became increasingly powerful, as if blending into the chaotic surroundings, yet standing out from the crowd. He was the core of this victory, calm and powerful. People can't ignore it. Aizen Kyōka showed a puzzled look on his face. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, I am a bit lazy, so I created a substitute kid Mingjing Shisui, so I never seen your Shikai. Aizen Kyōka frowned slightly, humph, whether you have been hit by Kyōka Suigetsu or not, you can't stop me today. Yamamoto Hong's Ryutsu surged wildly, and his momentum instantly reached its peak. The powerful Ryutsu was like an invisible force that distorted the air around him. Tiny cracks also began to appear. Aizen Kyōka felt the strong pressure from Yamamoto Hong, but he did not panic. Just you? You don't even have Shikai, what can you use to fight me? Shrink the earth! Yamamoto Hong shouted in a low voice, and his figure flashed like a ghost and disappeared in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for people, Zhao, to catch his figure. Yamamoto Hong instantly appeared behind Aizen Kyōka, underworld-style sword drawing technique Abyss Underworld Black Refining Slash. Yamamoto Hong shouted. The sealed state in his hand emitted a black light from the netherworld. This light was like a black sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth. The power of decay in the sword energy was like a black lightning winding through the sky. Wandering around, with the momentum to destroy everything, he swept towards Aizen Kyōka. Aizen Kyōka quickly cast, Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. A transparent wall made of Ryutsu appeared in front of Aizen Kyōka, trying to block the advance of the black sword energy. The black sword energy collided with the illusory wall and made a sound. A deafening roar. The powerful energy wave spread out from the two people as the center, and the surrounding ground was cracked and rubble flew everywhere. Everyone retreated to avoid this powerful wave. Strength. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji were knocked to the ground by the force, but they still got up tenaciously and looked at the battlefield. Hey, is that all you can do? Nine-headed dragon flash. Yamamoto snorted coldly, but his attack did not stop there. Yamamoto Hunkin then unleashed the nine-headed dragon flash, and 9 giant dragons formed from pure aura roared out from his blade. Each dragon was lifelike, with its head held high, its whiskers dancing, its eyes flashing with icy cold light, and it rushed towards Aizen with overwhelming momentum. Head number 88, Flying Dragon Strike the Thief with Thunder Cannon. A giant blue dragon flew out from Aizen Kyōka's hand and collided with Yamamoto Hong's 9-headed dragon flash. 11 giant dragons entangled with each other in the air, roaring loudly, and the two streams of Ryutsu light intertwined, illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight. Powerful energy fluctuations continuously impacted everything around it. The ground of Bipolar Hill began to collapse on a large scale, and the surrounding buildings were reduced to dust under the impact of this force. After the 11 dragons dissipated, Aizen Kyōka looked at Yamamoto Hong and said, Yamamoto Hong, you are indeed strong without being able to release Zanpakuto, but you are still no match for me. Chapter 48. Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, Really? That means you haven't seen my Ultra Ego yet. Aizen was stunned for a moment and said, What is Ultra Ego? As soon as Yamamoto Hong finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, and a powerful and violent Ryutsu surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption. This Ryutsu seemed to have substance, with purple-black flames surging wildly and spreading outwards with him as the center. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be twisted by an invisible giant hand, making a sizzling sound, as if it could not withstand the impact of this powerful force and groaned in pain. The sky was instantly dyed a strange deep purple, and thick dark clouds quickly gathered together, pressing down layer by layer, as if to swallow up the entire Bipolar Hill. The ground shook violently, cracks spreading rapidly like spider webs, and the hard spiritual rock blocks collapsed one after another, turning into powder and flying in the air. A fierce wind swept over with a roar, making everyone's clothes rustle. Some weaker Shinigami couldn't even stand steadily and were blown back repeatedly. Under the effect of Ryutsu, Yamamoto Hong's hair instantly turned into a dazzling purple, his brow bones lowered, his eyebrows disappeared, the magenta irises at the corners of his eyes were particularly eye-catching, and his eyes revealed a terrifying majesty and determination. His muscles bulged slightly, each one filled with explosive power. A faint purple electric current flowed under his skin, making crackling sounds. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong was like a demon descending from hell, exuding a terrifying aura. He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice resounding through the heavens and earth like a bell, as if to shatter all the constraints in this world. Amidst the howling, an opaque flame-like aura ignited around his body. This aura was a deep purple, like a burning cosmic star, containing endless destructive power. Ultra Ego! Yamamoto Hong roared. These 3 words seemed to contain infinite power. As the sound spread, the surrounding space shook violently again, and visible ripples spread out from him. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Yamamoto Hong flashed and instantly appeared in front of Aizen Kyōsuk, so fast that Aizen Kyōsuk had no time to react. The sealed state in Yamamoto Hong's hand flashed with a cold light, and he slashed towards Aizen Kyōsuk with an indomitable momentum. This knife contained the terrifying power of the Ultra Ego state. Wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to be cut by the sharp blade, making a hissing sound, and a black crack was cut into the space, as if leading to an endless abyss. Aizen Kyōsuk's face changed drastically. He never thought that Yamamoto Hong had such a powerful transformation form. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate him. He quickly condensed Ryutsu, and the Kyōka Suigetsu in his hand bloomed with a strange light, trying to resist Yamamoto's attack. Dang! The sound of metal collision rang out like thunder, and the powerful impact force spread out in all directions with the 2 people as the center, forming a powerful energy storm, raising dust several meters high on the surrounding ground. Under the impact of this force, the bipolar hill completely collapsed and turned into ruins. Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji, and the others gazed upon Yamamoto Hong in his ultra ego state, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. They knew that at this moment, Yamamoto Hong had truly displayed his terrifying power, and that the battle with Aizen Kyōsuk would become even more intense and unpredictable due to Yamamoto Hong's transformation. Aizen Kyōsuk tried his best to block Yamamoto Hong's sword. His arm trembled slightly due to the huge impact, but he still pretended to be calm on his face. "Humph, don't think you can make me surrender like this." Yamamoto Hong raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly pushed the sealed state forward with force. The stalemate between Kyōka Suigetsu and the sealed state was instantly broken. Aizen's arm was numb from the shock, and his feet took several steps back uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong put the sealed state back into the sheath, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and his eyes were full of playfulness. "It seems too much to bully you with a knife. I will fight you with my bare hands." As soon as these words came out, everyone around them gasped. Kurosaki Ichigo widened his eyes and muttered, "This guy is too crazy." Even though Abarai Renji was seriously injured, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is so arrogant." Ichino's Maki and Rukia Kukaki's eyes were full of admiration, as expected of Master Hong. "Really hacky. You are worthy of being my Rukia's man." Aizen Kyōsuk's face flushed crimson, veins popping out on his forehead. He glared at Yamamoto Hong and roared, "Yamamoto Hong, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you can humiliate me like this? Today I will make you realize how foolish it is to underestimate me." After saying that, Aizen suddenly felt Ryutsu surging wildly around him, the blade of Kyōka Suigetsu glowed brightly, and a strange power swirled around him. Yamamoto Hong, however, looked relaxed. He flexed his wrist and challenged, "Then go ahead and use it. I want to see what other tricks you have now that you've lost Kyōka Suigetsu's hypnosis." Aizen Kyōsuk was completely enraged, and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong like a ghost, with the Kyōka Suigetsu in his hand carrying a sharp blade wind, piercing Yamamoto Hong's chest. Yamamoto Hong didn't dodge or evade. At the moment when the knife was about to pierce him, he slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the fatal blow. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and hit Aizen's abdomen with tremendous force. Aizen Kyōja also reacted very quickly and blocked the punch with his left arm, but Aizen Kyōja was still shocked by the punch and his blood was surging. Is this the extent of your attack's power? It's not good enough. Yamamoto Hong laughed. Aizen Kyōsuk gritted his teeth, with the crazy light flashing in his eyes. He launched a series of dazzling attacks, with flashing swords that were too dazzling to watch. However, Yamamoto Hong moved flexibly among the sword lights as if he was strolling in the garden, and he was able to avoid the attacks just right every time. You can't touch me at all. Yamamoto Hong dodged while continuing to provoke Aizen Kyōsuk. Aizen Kyōsuk's anger burned to the extreme. He launched a more powerful attack regardless of everything, and Ryutsu continued to rise like a surging tide. Yamamoto Hong saw the right moment and rushed forward during the gap between Aizen's attacks. He grabbed Aizen's knife-holding wrist with his left hand and twisted it hard. Aizen felt pain and Kyōka Suigetsu almost dropped out of his hand. Then, Yamamoto Hong hit Aizen's abdomen with his right knee. Aizen spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Yamamoto Hong stood where he was, looking at Aizen Kyōsuk coldly. Aizen Kyōja struggled to stand up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said bitterly, Yamamoto Hong, don't be so complacent, I won't be defeated so easily. Yamamoto Hong smiled nonchalantly, then continue, let's see how long you can hold on. After hearing what Yamamoto Hong said, Aizen Kyōsuk was filled with anger that almost consumed him. He knew that if he didn't use all his strength, he would not be able to escape unscathed today, let alone realize his grand plan. So, he took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu around him began to rise at a crazy rate. The already powerful Ryutsu was now like a supernova about to explode, constantly expanding and emitting a terrifying aura. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname saw such a crazy Aizen, looked at each other, thought to themselves that something was wrong, and quickly performed shunpo and hid far away. They knew that Aizen was about to use his real killer move. Under such a powerful attack, if they were not careful and were caught in it, they would be shattered to pieces. Aizen Kyōsuk raised the Kyōka Suigetsu high and began to chant the forbidden had, a faint, turbid emblem reveals a rebellious and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling princess of steel, the self-mutilating clay doll, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The head-breaking Kaihu Taguka Kurojiro. As Aizen Kyōsuk's chanting sounded, the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, and a huge black cube slowly emerged from the void, surrounding Yamamoto Hong with endless oppression. Above the black coffin, mysterious runes flickered with eerie light, as if telling a prophecy of death. Every wall of the coffin exuded a power that could devour everything. The surrounding space seemed to be twisted into a dough twist by this power, making a sizzling sound. Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji, and others' faces changed drastically when they saw this. They knew very well the terrifying power of this move and couldn't help but worry for Yamamoto Hong. Can this be blocked? Kurosaki Ichigo murmured to himself, his eyes full of worry. Ichino's Maki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Although he was seriously injured, he wanted to rush up to help. However, Yamamoto Hong was not afraid at all. He stood in place, the purple aura around him became more and more vigorous, and his eyes were full of determination and disdain. When Black Coffin came at him like a mountain, he didn't dodge or evade. The immense force of Black Coffin instantly enveloped him. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to form a giant uzumaki, sweeping the gravel and dust on the ground into the air and then ruthlessly crushing them into dust. Everyone thought that Yamamoto Hong was doomed this time, but when the light of Black Coffin dissipated, a shocking scene appeared. Yamamoto Hong was standing there unharmed, and his aura not only did not weaken, but became even stronger. The ultra-ego in him seemed to be stimulated by Black Coffin's attack, madly absorbing this powerful force of pain and converting it into his own energy. His hair became more dazzling, golden light flickered in his purple aura, his muscles became more tense, and every inch of his skin exuded terrifying power. With this little ability, you still think you can defeat me? Yamamoto Hong sneered, his voice full of confidence and contempt. Your attack is just sending me energy. Aizen Kyōka saw this scene, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that the had 90, which he exerted with all his strength, had no effect on Yamamoto Hong, but made him stronger. How is this possible? Aizen Kyōka muttered to himself, with an unprecedented fear surging in his heart. Aizen Kyōka's face was full of disbelief, and his heart was filled with unprecedented fear, but Yamamoto Hong would not give Aizen Kyōka any chance to breathe. Yamamoto Hong suddenly jumped up, and the whole person rushed into the sky like a cannonball. The powerful reaction force created a deep pit on the ground, and dust flew up. He hovered in the air, a purple-black aura emanating from his body, his eyes filled with determination and rage. He shouted to the people below, "Run away! This place is about to become a ruin." Yamamoto Hong's voice resounded like a huge bell around the bipolar hill, reaching everyone's ears with unquestionable majesty. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Although Ichino's Maki, Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji, and others were still concerned about the battle, they also knew the intention of Yamamoto Hong's move. They knew that staying here would not only be of no help, but might also become a burden to Yamamoto Hong. So, they supported each other, endured the pain in their bodies, and began to evacuate Bipolar Hill quickly. Seeing everyone start to move, Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly. He focused all his attention on Aizen Kyōka. Although Aizen Kyōka was in a mess, his eyes still revealed a hint of unwillingness and madness. This made Yamamoto Hong dare not be careless. Yamamoto Hong decided to use all his strength to completely end this battle. Yamamoto Hong raised his right hand high. The muscles on his arms bulged high, each one filled with explosive power, and purple electricity crackled under his skin. Yamamoto Hong unleashed the fist bone impact by first madly injecting his own Ryutsu into his right fist. The Ryutsu was like a surging tide, constantly gathering and compressing. The air around the right fist seemed unable to withstand this powerful force and began to twist and deform, making a sizzling sound. "Try this, Aizen, fist bone impact!" Yamamoto Hong roared. Like an angry beast, with an indomitable momentum, he swung his right fist towards the direction where Aizen Kyōka was. A layer of golden Ryutsu light instantly appeared around his fist. This light was like a substance, constantly rotating and spreading, forming a huge shadow, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. The fist shadow, with overwhelming force, smashed towards Aizen like a meteorite. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly compressed, forming a huge sonic boom cloud. There was a deafening roar. The rocks and dust on the ground were lifted up by this powerful force, forming a huge uzumaki that spread out in all directions. Aizen Kyōka looked at the terrifying punch coming at him, his heart filled with despair, but he was a hero after all, and even if he was in a desperate situation, he would never be willing to be defeated. Aizen Kyōka gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and released all the remaining Ryutsu, trying to resist Yamamoto Hong's attack. I saw a bright light on the blade of Kyōka Suigetsu, and a layer of transparent Ryutsu shield appeared in front of Aizen Kyōka. The shield kept flashing with strange light, as if it contained endless mysteries. However, the impact of Yamamoto Hong's fist bone was too powerful, and the huge fist shadow instantly hit Aizen Kyōka's Ryutsu shield, making a loud noise like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. The powerful impact caused the entire bipolar hill to tremble violently. The bipolar hill, which had been almost destroyed, could no longer withstand this force and began to collapse and disintegrate. Huge rocks fell from the sky and hit the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, and the entire area seemed to be in the end of the world. Aizen Koyusuk's Ryutsu shield was as fragile as paper under the attack of fist-bone impact. It only lasted for a moment before it shattered with a crack, turning into countless spirit particles that floated in the air. Immediately afterwards, the fist shadow directly hit Aizen Koyusuk's body. Aizen Koyusuk only felt an irresistible force coming at him, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. During the flight, Aizen Koyuja's body suffered a huge impact. His hands were instantly smashed by the powerful force, his bones were broken, and his flesh was bloody. The meat is on the sides of the body. There was not a single piece of intact skin on his body. His clothes were torn into pieces by the powerful force, revealing his body covered with wounds. Blood continued to flow out of the wounds, forming blood circles in the air. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname were hiding in the distance. When they saw this scene, they both gasped. They had never thought that Yamamoto Hong would be so powerful that Aizen Koyusukijian was unable to fight back. Ichimarujin's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. He muttered to himself, How is this possible? Captain Aizen actually. Although Tosen Kaname was blind, he could imagine the tragic scene at the moment through Ryutsu's perception. A trace of fear and worry appeared on his face, and he secretly thanked himself for hiding far enough away. During the evacuation process, Ichinos Maki, Kurosaki Ichigo, Aburai Renji, and others were also affected by this powerful force. They all turned around and saw that the bipolar hill was completely shattered by Yamamoto Hong's attack, and Aizen Koyusuk fell to the ground seriously injured. Their hearts were filled with shock and awe. Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth wide, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, marveling at Yamamoto Hong's immense strength and lamenting the outcome of the battle. This guy is truly incredible. Ichinos Maki clenched his fists and vowed to himself, I must become stronger, as powerful as Master Hong. Kokaki said, so handsome. Aburai Renji said unhappily, damn it. Chapter 49. Yamamoto Hong slowly landed on the ground and looked at Aizen Kusuk lying in the ruins without any mercy in his eyes. He walked towards Aizen step by step, each step was firm and powerful, and the ground trembled slightly under his feet. Aizen, your conspiracy ends here. Yamamoto Hong said coldly, his voice full of majesty and determination. Aizen Koyuja raised his head with difficulty, looking at Yamamoto Hong who was approaching step by step, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Yamamoto Hong, don't be so complacent, I won't fail so easily. Aizen Koyusuk's voice was weak and hoarse, and it seemed as if he used up all his strength to say each word. Yamamoto Hong sneered, you're still stubborn now? Look at your current state, do you think you still have a chance to turn things around? He stood in front of Aizen Koyusuk, looking down at him as if he were looking at an ant. Aizen Koyusuk gritted his teeth and tried to struggle to stand up, but his body had been severely injured and he was unable to move at all. His heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had underestimated Yamamoto Hong and regretted that his plan was ruined by this unexpected Cheng Yaojin. But there was still a trace of unwillingness in his heart. He was unwilling to fail like this and unwilling to see his ambitions shattered. Aizen Koyusuk shouted, I don't accept it. If I had the time to fuse Hagyaku, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, anyway, you are the loser now, but I am very curious about the material of your glasses. They are not broken. I have to say Aizen Koyusuk's black-framed glasses are of excellent quality. He fought with Yamamoto Hong for such a long time and even took a punch to the bone, but they didn't break at all. Just when Aizen was about to say something, swoosh, swoosh, two figures appeared beside Aizen, each grabbed one of Aizen's hands, and at the same time put a short sword on Aizen's neck. Well done, Sui-Feng. Shihao and Yoruichi grabbed one of Aizen's arms and spoke to Sui-Feng who was next to Aizen. Sui-Feng still had a serious expression on his face, and his right hand was tightly holding a short sword, which was placed across Aizen Koyusuk's neck. If Aizen Koyuja made any unusual moves, Sui-Feng would take action immediately, but when she heard Yoruichi's words, it was obvious that there was a hint of shame in her eyes. Shihoran Yoruichi smiled and said, "Don't move, if you dare to move." Sui-Feng said coldly, "You are dead." Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Wow, that's a good posture. I can try it some other day." Aizen Kyōja chuckled and said, "Long time no see, Shihoran Yoruichi." Just as Ichimarujin was about to make a move, Matsumoto Rangiku appeared behind him and grabbed his hand. Ichimarujin smiled and said, "Sorry, Captain Aizen, I've been caught." Ichimarujin spoke with a completely innocent tone, shaking his hand that was held by Yamamoto Rangiku helplessly, speaking with confidence. Tosen Kaname pulled out his Zanpakuto, and at this moment, Komamura Seijin, who had woken up at some point, blocked Tosen Kaname, "Don't try to save Aizen." At this time, a huge figure fell from the sky. As the huge figure fell, a huge cloud of dust was stirred up. Looking closely, it was Shiba Konghe riding a Seiden Fong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes lit up when he saw Shiba Konghe. She had long black hair divided into two bunches, which looked neat and flowing. She had olive green eyes, which were sharp and full of heroic spirit. The curled eyelashes on her lower eyelids added a bit of charm. The red short top has the Shiba family crest of falling sky and collapsing vortex in the center, and the slit white long skirt shows off her proud figure to the fullest. As for the prosthetic limb on her right hand, you can ignore it. Less than 10 seconds after Shiba Sora arrived, the others also arrived, Godi I-13's captain, Yamamoto Borasai, the captain of the small squad, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 10th squad, Jun Takeshi, the captain of the 4th squad, Unohana Retsu, and their vice-captains. Yamamoto said, "Aizen, your plot has failed." Shihoran Yoruichi smiled and said, "Aizen, that's enough." Aizen Kyōja chuckled and said, "That's what I wanted to say." Kurako Shunsui pulled at his bamboo hat and said with a smile, "Oh, Captain Aizen, do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables? Not to mention that you're seriously injured by your junior brother, even if you were intact, you wouldn't be able to do anything against a lineup like ours." Aizen Kyōsuk chuckled and said, "Captain Kurako is right. I'm no match for your lineup right now, but that doesn't mean I don't have a way to escape." As Aizen Kyōsuk finished speaking, the sky suddenly became turbid, as if the water in a pond that was originally calm was suddenly being slowly stirred up. Shihoran Yoruichi, who noticed this, suddenly yelled at Sui-Feng, "Get out of here!" Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng obviously had not yet realized the change in the sky, but she completely believed Shihoran Yoruichi's words. At the moment when a golden beam of light suddenly emerged from the sky and cast down, Sui-Feng and Shihoran Yoruichi simultaneously released their restraints on Aizen Kyōsuk and left the coverage of negation. Negation's beam of light hit the ground, and the surrounding dust began to float in all directions with the sudden arrival of this power. At this time, everyone was staring at the sky. There was a 1-meter wide hole there, and from inside it came the aura that Shinigami hated the most. A cold sweat ran down Jaishur Yukate's forehead. No way! The hole in the sky began to expand, and a pale hand reached out, followed by another hand. Then, the two hands opened the hole one above and one below, and a familiar face appeared. As the hole got bigger and bigger, another huge pale hand finally appeared, expanding the hole even further. Two negation enveloped Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname respectively. Seeing more and more Jillian appearing at the cave entrance, Madame Arakiyo revealed a look of disgust and disbelief and said, "Are these Jillians? How many are there?" Ichimarujin kept his hands raised high and said calmly, "It's really a pity. If only you had held on tighter, it would have been better. Goodbye, Guju." The ground beneath the feet of Aizen, Kusuk, and the other two, which was also covered by a column of light, began to rise into the air. This scene shocked the Shinigami present who had rarely seen young people. Ichinos Maki shouted, "Aizen, do you want to escape?" As Ichino's Maki was about to strike negation with his sword, Yamamoto Shigekuni quickly said, "Stop. That light is called negation. It was used by Minos Grande to save his people. Once enveloped by that light, the inside and outside of the light become a completely isolated and inaccessible world. Anyone who has dealt with Minos Grande knows that from the moment that light descended, no one can touch Aizen anymore." Komamura Seijin roared, "Get down here, Tosen. Didn't you become a Shinigami for your dead friends? Didn't you do it to enforce justice?" Hearing Komamura's angry question, Tosen Kaname replied with a serious face, "I have already said it, Komamura, my eyes have always only seen the path with the least bloodshed. Justice is always there. The path I take is justice." Jaishur Yukatake said to Aizen, "It's actually come to the point of teaming up with Minos Grande, Aizen, what's the reason for this?" Aizen Koyusuk replied, "To pursue a higher realm." Jaishur Yukatake showed a disappointed look and said, "Have you fallen to this point, Aizen?" Aizen Koyuja said, "You are arrogant, Jushiro. In the beginning, no one stood in the sky, not you, not me, not even God, but..." Aizen Koyusuk slowly removed his black-framed glasses, then casually brushed back his hair from his eyes with his left hand, crushing the glasses in his left hand. "But this unbearable vacancy on the heavenly throne is about to end. Next, I will stand at the top." Yamamoto Hong was stunned when he saw this scene. He had no idea how this worked. He had just broken both of Aizen's hands, but now they could be used again. Moreover, the glasses that he had been trying to break for a long time were broken by Aizen with just a slight pinch. Aizen Koyusuk looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Goodbye, fellow Shinigami, Yamamoto Hong. The next time we meet, it will be time for me to fuse with Hagyaku. Your ultra ego will be useless to me the next time we meet." Aizen, Koyusuk, and the other two quickly disappeared in front of everyone. As the three left, Jillian retreated and the cracks in the sky automatically repaired themselves. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong released Ultra Ego and lay directly on the ground. This lie made everyone tremble with fear. "Master Hong! Honger! Flood! Junior brother!" A bunch of people rushed over, worried that something had happened to Yamamoto Hong, but when Unohana Retsu diagnosed him, several black lines appeared on his head. "Captain, don't worry, your son is just tired and fell asleep." Unohana Retsu's words put everyone at ease, so Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Shigekuni arranged for someone to bring Yamamoto Hong back to the first squad's barracks, and then asked the fourth squad to rescue the injured. At night, Yamamoto Hong woke up, twisted his neck, stretched his body, and said with a smile, "Dad actually brought me back." At this moment, a female voice sounded faintly behind him, "Hey, are you awake?" Sui-Feng leaned against Yamamoto Hong's door, his arms folded across his chest, his posture relaxed. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Hey, Sui-Feng, you're here." Sui-Feng looked at Yamamoto Hong and said, "You actually did that with your Yuaki-sama decades ago, and you didn't even tell me." Yamamoto Hong turned his head and said, "It seems useless to tell you. After all, you still hated your Yuaki at that time. Wouldn't it be better for you to resolve your knot now?" Snort. Sui-Feng snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. At this time, Yamamoto Hong smiled slightly. Shihao and Yoruichi had told him before that although one person was no match for Yamamoto Hong, several people could take on him. Yamamoto Hong immediately pulled Sui-Feng over and said with a smile, "Sui-Feng, don't worry, you're just late, not absent. Please give me flowers." Sui-Feng's youthful and graceful curves were exposed in front of Yamamoto Hong, but Sui-Feng was not afraid. She said, "Lord Yoruichi said you are very powerful. I want to see how powerful you are. If you say so, then I won't show mercy just because it's our first time. Come if you can." 2 hours later, Sui-Feng said with difficulty, "I give up." Yamamoto Hong looked at Sui-Feng, who was no longer able to fight, and smiled. At the same time, he received the voice of the system in his mind, and he gained new skills. Phoenix Magic Fist, from Saint Seiya, one of the protagonist's Iki's spiritual attack skills, can directly destroy the opponent's mental will and make their soul fly away. It can not only disperse the enemy's fear, but also attack the opponent's nervous system to intensify the fear deep inside the opponent dozens of times and release it to produce terrible hallucinations. In addition, it can see through the enemy's inner secrets, but it cannot control the enemy like the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist and turn it into a killing puppet. This move is very powerful. When the enemy is hit by this move, his nerves will be suddenly hit hard, and his mind will be disturbed. It will grab the knot in his heart and make him fall into contradictory and painful. Therefore, the enemy will inevitably lose their fighting ability due to torture, and even their spirit will be destroyed, and eventually fall to the ground. Only those with strong microcosmic thoughts can survive. The most important thing is that Iki usually does not defeat the enemy by force, but uses this move to see through the enemy's inner secrets. Iki can point out the other party's mind through a sincere word. Weaknesses, allowing the enemy to understand their true selves, complete their own spiritual redemption, and surrender without a fight. Even Garland fell for this trick and revealed the secret of how he deceived the gods. After that, Garland became completely incapable of fighting. Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself, "It's no wonder that this is my first time, I've acquired such a powerful skill." At this time, the door opened and Shihoran Yoruichi walked in. He saw Yamamoto Hong with a smirk on his face and Sui-Feng lying beside him. Shihoran Yoruichi rushed directly towards Yamamoto Hong and said with a smile, "Now it's my turn." Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "Let's play relay, I'm not afraid, Yoruichi. Come on then." Ha 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 ha. An hour later. I haven't lost yet. Then continue. While Yamamoto Hong was having fun, in the Hueco Mundo Palace, Aizen Kyōja was leaning on the throne. Now all his injuries had been healed. Aizen Kyōja muttered to himself, "Yamamoto Hong, Ultra Ego, resisted Black Coffin without getting hurt, what a terrifying ability." The next day, Yamamoto announced that Rukia Kukaki was acquitted, and Kurosaki Ichigo and other relatives were also acquitted, with Kurosaki Ichigo becoming the Shinigami agent. Shihoran Yoruichi, Yura Harakisuke, Hirako Shinji, Saragaki Hiri, Yadomaru Lisa, Hachigen, Maguruma Kensei, Love Akawa, Kuna Mashiro, Torabashi RJR 10 people. The original charges were dropped, and the case could be brought back against Soul Society and Seireitei. After announcing these things, Yamamoto and Liuzai Shigakuni looked at Yamamoto Hong and asked, "Honger, Shihoran Yoruichi told me that she had told you when Luo invaded Seireitei. Aizen is plotting something, why don't you report it?" Yamamoto Hong said, "Dad, even though I say that, I still need to verify it. If I report it without any evidence, will you believe it?" Yamamoto and Liuzai Kongwo shook his head. It was true that what Yamamoto Hong said was right. Without any evidence, no one would believe him, let alone Jushiro. People would do such heinous things. Yamamoto and Liuzai Shigakuni said, "Due to the defection of 3 captains, I have decided to appoint Yamamoto Hong as the acting captain of the 5th Division and manage the 5th Division." Yamamoto Hong heard this and quickly shook his head, "I don't want it. I'd rather use my time to practice. I don't want to be a captain. It's too much trouble." Yamamoto said, "It's just temporary. When the right person comes along, I'll transfer you back to the 1st Division." Yamamoto and Liuzai Shigakuni made the final judgment without giving Yamamoto Hong any chance to refute. Yamamoto Hong snorted and left. When Yamamoto Hong returned to his residence, he saw Shihoran Yoruichi still sleeping and woke him up. Shihoran Yoruichi hit him and said, "UBD. Isn't it enough to spend a whole night with me?" Yamamoto Hong said, "It was Sui-Feng's first time yesterday, and he even got up early in the morning. Shihoran Yoruichi said, "That's because she has to handle team affairs as the captain. Otherwise, why do you think I don't want to be the captain again?" As he spoke, Shihoran Yoruichi put his finger on his lips, and then placed his other hand on the upper right side of Yamamoto Hong's foot. Yamamoto Hong was furious. "You dead cat demon, you are really not afraid of death, you actually dare to tease me, today I will teach you how to write the word fear." Chapter 50. In the 4th Division's barracks, Rukia Kukaki came to Shiba Ganju's ward. After Shiba Kyan died, Rukia Kukaki had not met with the Shiba family. First, Shiba Kyan is the object of Rukia Kukaki's admiration. She is particularly caring towards her and personally teaches her how to fight. However, after Shiba Kyan was devoured by the hollow, he lost his mind. In order to stop him, Rukia Kukaki had to kill Shiba Kyan with her own hands. This plunged Rukia Kukaki into endless regret and self-blame. She felt that her incompetence had led to Shiba Kyan's death and she was ashamed to face the Shiba family. After the death of the second Shiba Kyan, the Shiba family suffered many misfortunes, fell into poverty, was stripped of their noble status, and was forbidden to enter or leave Seireitei. Rukia Kukaki believed that she was the indirect cause of the Shiba family's miserable situation, and that going to apologize might be seen as a disturbance or harm, which would increase the Shiba family's pain, so she did not dare to go there easily. Third, Rukia Kukaki herself is introverted and used to blaming herself for all the pain and responsibility. She is afraid to face Shiba's family. "I didn't know how to express my apology. I was worried that my presence would bring back painful memories for Shiba's family. I was also afraid to see their pain and resentment. I didn't know how to bear that kind of scene and pressure." Shiba Ganju saw Rukia Kukaki coming to his hospital room and said, "Hey, Kukaki, how are you?" Rukia Kukaki said, "Thank you for your concern, I am not seriously injured. How are you?" Shiba Yanji said nonchalantly, "I'm fine. I'm a man of the Shiba family. I don't care about this little injury." Rukia Kukaki bit her lip, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, her voice trembling slightly, "Ganju, actually. I came here today to tell you something. This matter has been in my heart for a long time, and I have never known how to face you and the Shiba family." She paused, took a deep breath, and seemed to muster up great courage. 83 Back then, I was the one who killed Vice Captain Kyan with my own hands. After saying that, Rukia Kukaki slowly lowered her head, not daring to look at Shiba Ganju's expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Shiba Ganju was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand gently and said, "I already knew. Ever since I heard your name is Rukia Kukaki, I knew it. Back then, Big Brother often mentioned you to us as his excellent subordinate." Rukia Kukaki was surprised that Shiba Kyan would actually tell his family about her situation. Rukia Kukaki apologized again, "I'm so sorry." Shiba Ganju said, "Kukaki, don't take this to heart. I know everything that happened back then. My sister-in-law was killed by a hollow, and my brother went to face that hollow alone, but was devoured. He had already lost his mind. You killed him so that his soul could rest in peace. You did the right thing, and you don't need to apologize to me." Rukia Kukaki raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Iwanju-kun, these years, I have lived in self-blame and pain every day. I feel that I have harmed Lord Kyan and the Shiba family." Shiba Ganju stood up, walked over to Rukia Kukaki, and gently patted her shoulder. "Silly girl, how can you be blamed for this? You're doing this for Big Brother's own good. If Big Brother were still conscious, he certainly wouldn't want to end up like that and hurt others. The changes in the Shiba family are caused by many factors. It's not your fault alone. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself." Rukia Kukaki wiped her tears and choked up, saying, "But I still feel guilty. I really want to do something for the Shiba family to make up for my mistake." Shiba Yanji smiled and said, Big Brother in heaven will surely be pleased that you think this way, but you don't have to feel any burden. The fact that you are well now is the greatest comfort to Big Brother. Besides, we in the Shiba family aren't that fragile. We've been through this and we've gotten through it all. Rukia Kukaki nodded solemnly, a determined glint in her eyes. Ganju-kun, thank you. Your words have made me feel much better. I will definitely be good from now on and will do my best to help the Shiba family. Shiba Ganju laughed and said, Okay, then I'll come to you if I need anything next time. Rukia Kukaki burst into laughter. Although there were still some traces of tears in that smile, it was full of warmth and hope. The atmosphere in the ward also became relaxed at this moment. The sound of conversation between the two people could be heard from time to time, as if the haze of many years had disappeared at this moment. At this moment, Shiba Konghe appeared at the door and coughed twice. Shiba Ganju saw this and quickly said, Sister, this is the person Ichigo and the others want to save. Before Shiba Ganju could finish his words, Shiba Kyokaku spoke up, I know who it is, Rukia Kukaki, the Shinigami besides the eldest brother. Rukia Kukaki shuddered slightly upon hearing this, and the tears that had just faded from her eyes quickly gathered again. She hurried forward a few steps, bowed deeply to Shiba Kaku, and said in a tearful voice, Ms. Shiba Kaku, I'm truly sorry. It was me who killed Vice Captain Kyan. I've been living with guilt all these years. You can punish me however you want. Shiba Konghe looked at the girl in front of him with tear marks on her face and full of guilt, and sighed slightly, but there was no resentment on her face. She walked over, gently helped Rukia Kukaki up, and said, Okay, I forgive you. Rukia Kukaki was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. She had thought she would be met with anger and accusations, but she didn't expect to be forgiven so easily. She raised her head, her eyes full of shock and confusion, staring straight at Shiba Konghe, her lips trembling slightly, and she was speechless for a long time. Shiba Kuro seemed to see through her thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, I've always planned to forgive you as long as you apologize. Captain Jushiro has already told us about Big Brother's situation, and we all understand. It wasn't your fault. Big Brother was devoured by the hollow and lost his mind. If you hadn't intervened, who knows how many people would have been hurt. Although you ended his painful state at the time, you have endured too much over the years. Rukia Kukaki's tears could no longer be controlled and flowed down violently. She never expected that Shiba Kaku and Shiba Ganju would be so understanding and let go of such a deep hatred so easily. Rukia Kukaki bowed again and said, Ms. Shiba, you and Ganju-kun have been so kind to me. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Shiba Kaku gently patted Rukia Kukaki's shoulder and comforted her, don't say that. We in the Shiba family are clear about our grudges. We all see your respect for your elder brother and your self-blame. Let the past be the past. We will be friends from now on. Shiba Ganju also echoed, yes, Kukaki, if you have any problems in the future, just speak up. Don't treat us as outsiders. Rukia Kukaki nodded vigorously, choking back tears as she said, thank you for your understanding and forgiveness. From now on, I will definitely treat the Shiba family as my own. If you need me for anything, please feel free to ask. Shiba Kaku smiled and said, okay, just saying that is enough. In fact, we have been looking for an opportunity to talk to you and ask you to stop taking this matter to heart. Today is the perfect time. Let's talk it out and be happy from now on. As the three were talking, Yamamoto Hong suddenly walked in. He was slightly startled when he saw the scene inside the house, then smiled and said, wow, it seems that the atmosphere is very good, I came at the right time. Shiba Kaku saw Yamamoto Hong, raised an eyebrow, and said, are you the Yamamoto Hong who destroyed the bipolar hill and severely injured Aizen? Yamamoto Hong smiled and nodded, it's me, I didn't expect Miss Konghe to remember me. Shiba Kaku looked Yamamoto Hong up and down, his eyes scrutinizing him. I didn't believe Yoruichi when he told me you were strong, but I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Yamamoto Hong raised his lips slightly, revealing a confident smile. That was just a small test. If you are willing to communicate with me in depth, you will understand my stronger side. When these words came out, Shiba Yanji's eyes widened. He never thought that Yamamoto Hong would dare to flirt with his sister so blatantly. You know, those who tried to flirt with her sister in the past were ruthlessly beaten into the hospital by her. He looked at Shibakaku nervously, fearing that she would attack him in the next second. However, Shibakonghi was not angry, but laughed at Yamamoto Hong's words. It was not that she did not like being teased, but most of those people were weak and could not catch her eye at all. The powerful Yamamoto Hong in front of her did indeed pique her interest. Shibakuro asked with a half-smile, "Aren't you afraid of Yoruichi and Sui-Feng?" Yamamoto Hong laughed, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "Now they probably want more people to join, otherwise they can't stand me." Shibakaku couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. She crossed her arms and looked at Yamamoto Hong with interest. "You seem so confident, so why don't you play a match with me? If you can beat me, maybe I'll consider your proposal." Yamamoto Hong responded without hesitation, "Just beating you is enough?" "Okay, no problem." Shibakonghi said without saying much, "Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Shibakonghi used Shunpo and disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and also used shrinking the earth to chase after him. Shibaganjo looked at the direction the two men left, then turned to Rukia Kukaki and said, "Rukia, let's follow them and see. I'm a little worried about Big Sister." Although Yamamoto Hong is indeed powerful, Big Sister is not someone to be trifled with. Rukia Kukaki nodded. Even if Shibaganjo didn't call her, she would have gone with him. After all, there was an inexplicable relationship between her and Yamamoto Hong, and she cared a little about Yamamoto Hong's affairs. The two used Shunpo to chase after Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Kyokaku. Soon, they came to an open field. Shiba Kyokaku and Yamamoto Hong stood facing each other. There was a tension in the air. "Are you ready?" Shibakahi's eyes were filled with excitement. She was full of anticipation for this battle. She wanted to see how strong Yamamoto Hong was. "I'm at your service anytime." Yamamoto Hong looked relaxed, with that confident smile still on his face. He moved his wrist, and Ryutsu surged slightly around his body, ready for battle. Shibakaku took the lead in attacking. Her body was as fast as lightning, and a short sword appeared in her hand at some point, stabbing towards Yamamoto Hong. The knife was extremely fast, with a whistling sound and the blade flashing with cold light. Yamamoto Hong was not in a hurry and dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways. Yamamoto Hong laughed and jokingly said, "This speed is not good enough." Shibakonghi snorted coldly, stepped lightly and moved quickly around Yamamoto Hong, constantly changing the angle of the short sword in his hand, stabbing, picking, and slashing. Each move was sharp and dazzling, but Yamamoto Hong was like strolling in the garden, moving freely among Shibakonghi's attacks. While Yamamoto Hong was dodging, he continued to tease Shiba Kyokaku, "With just this little bit of attack, I can't take it seriously." Shibakaku was a little annoyed. She didn't expect Yamamoto Hong to be so relaxed. She took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu around her suddenly burst out, and the light on the short sword became brighter. "See how you can. How to hide." Shibakonghi shouted, unleashing a powerful slash, and a huge Ryutsu blade swept towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes glared, and he finally put away his smile. He clenched his fists, and his inner Ryutsu surged wildly. The diamond dragon's stronghold is shattered. In an instant, the golden dragon energy covered his entire body, and Yamamoto Hong rushed forward to meet the sword light. Boom! The blade light collided with the dragon scales, making a loud noise. The powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. Shiba Yanji and Rukia Kukaki felt this wave from a distance. The power was so great that everyone was shocked. Shiba Kaku was shocked and angry when she saw that the powerful slash she had used all her strength was easily blocked by Yamamoto Hong. She knew very well that the person in front of her was much stronger than her, but the stubbornness in her bones made her unwilling to admit defeat easily. After a brief moment of daze, Shiba Konghe quickly adjusted his state, stood firmly on his feet, stretched out his real hand, and began to chant loudly, beast bones scattered everywhere. Spire. Red crystal, the wheels of steel, moving like the wind, still like the sky. The sound of spears clashing resounded throughout the city. Had S63 fiery lightning howl. As the chanting sounded, the world seemed to be stirred by a powerful force. Countless dark blue lightnings quickly gathered in front of her, intertwining and entwining with each other, forming It became a huge thunder cannon. The power contained in the thunder cannon made the surrounding air emit a sizzling sound, as if it would be torn apart by this terrifying force at any time. Then, fiery lightning howl sent out a thick column of lightning, like a roaring dragon, blasting towards Yamamoto Hong quickly. Wherever the lightning column passed, a series of eye-catching lines appeared on the ground. Shocking cracks. Upon seeing this, Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He knew very well that the power of this move should not be underestimated. If he dealt with it normally, he would probably get hurt. At that moment, he took a deep breath, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly. The muscles all over his body tensed up, and every inch of his skin exuded a powerful sense of strength. Red Lotus exploding thunder blade. Yamamoto Hong shouted. At the same time, his hands danced quickly, the right hand formed a flame blade from the fire dragon's flame, and the left hand formed a thunder blade from the thunder dragon's thunder, merging into a dual attribute in the rotation. A whirlwind of fire formed, and rushed towards fiery lightning howl. The moment the flame whirlwind collided with the lightning column, a 5.6 magnitude earth-shattering roar erupted, and a powerful energy wave spread out from Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Kyokaku to the surrounding areas. A terrible storm came. Wherever the storm went, rocks on the ground were lifted up, trees were uprooted, and turned into dust and scattered in the air. Shiba Yanju and Rukia Kukaki were affected by this force in the distance. The two men's faces changed drastically, and they immediately tried their best to resist. Shiba Ganju's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Rukia Kukaki was also frightened and her face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. What a powerful kid! Shiba Konghe watched helplessly as his fiery lightning howl was broken apart bit by Yamamoto Hong's Red Lotus explosion blade, his heart filled with shock and despair. She knew that the gap between herself and Yamamoto Hong was too big. Under the pressure of that powerful force, she closed her eyes and waited for the attack of the Red Lotus Thunder Blade to come. However, the imagined pain did not come. After a long time, Shiba Konghe slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his sight was Yamamoto Hong with a smirk on his face. Yamamoto Hong looked at her with a hint of teasing in his eyes. How could I hurt such a beautiful woman like you? As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong's eyes unconsciously fell on Shiba Konghe's chest. Shiba Konghe reacted instantly and her face turned red. She was embarrassed and annoyed, but she didn't know what to do. How it happens? You, where are you looking? Shiba Konghe said coquettishly. But the anger in her tone was gone. At this moment, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Originally, she was just curious and tentative about Yamamoto Hong. But that battle just now. She saw the powerful strength of Yamamoto Hong. In front of that destructive force, she felt her own insignificance. However, Yamamoto Hong showed mercy at the critical moment. A complex mix of emotions made her develop a special feeling for Yamamoto Hong. Chapter 51. I give up. Shiba Konghe gritted his teeth and whispered, but if you can't satisfy me, I will run away. After saying this, Shiba Konghee's face turned even redder, and her heart was beating like a little rabbit in her chest. She didn't understand why she said such a thing, as if she was driven by an expectation deep in her heart. When Yamamoto Hong heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Without saying a word, he picked up Shiba Konghee. Shiba Konghee exclaimed and subconsciously hugged Yamamoto Hong's neck. Her heart beat faster. Feeling the warmth coming from Yamamoto Hong's body, her mind went blank. Then let's give it a try. Yamamoto Hong said, and used the shrinking technique to disappear on the spot in an instant. The moment Yamamoto Hong picked her up, Shiba Konghee felt mixed emotions. She had never thought that she would have such feelings for a man. She thought those who pursued her in the past were weak and incompetent, but Yamamoto Hong was completely different. He was strong, confident, and had an irresistible charm. In Yamamoto Hong's arms, Shiba Konghee felt an unprecedented sense of security, as if no matter what happened, he could protect her from the wind and rain. Where is he taking me? Shiba Konghee thought to herself, the blush on her face never fading. She secretly glanced at Yamamoto Hong and saw his determined eyes and handsome face, and her heart beat faster and faster. Could it be that I really like him? This thought flashed through her mind, making her both shy and expectant. She didn't know what would happen next, but she knew that she had already fallen deeply in love with Yamamoto Hong. As for Shiba Ganju and Rukia Kukaki, they were just stunned there. They both felt that their presence was unnecessary. Rukia Kukaki said, "Iwanju-kun, please go back to the hospital first." Shiba Ganju nodded and left, while Rukia Kukaki murmured to herself, "Sure enough, you only like plump ones." Shiba Konghee never expected that Yamamoto Hong would be so bold and carry her back to his residence before she could fully react. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Shihaoer and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng sleeping under the covers. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Even though she was inexperienced, she instantly understood what was going on. What are you doing?" Shiba Konghee was shocked and angry. She wanted to break free from Yamamoto Hong's arms, but Yamamoto Hong's arms were like iron clamps and she couldn't move at all. Yamamoto Hong didn't care about her struggle at all. With a sly smile on his face, he said, "Didn't I say I'd show you my stronger side? Now's your chance. Are you ready?" Shiba Konghee felt ashamed and angry, but her inner stubbornness made her unwilling to show weakness. She said arrogantly, "Come on if you can." Having said that, Shiba Kaku's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably and her cheeks became hot. After she finished speaking, she subconsciously pulled her clothes, trying to make herself look calmer. However, Yamamoto Hong did not give her more time to think. He directly took off his Death Hater suit. This sudden action made Shiba Konghee's eyes widen. Her brain went blank in an instant and her whole body froze. You've gone too far." Shiba Konghee stuttered, his voice trembling slightly, not sure if it was because of anger or nervousness. Her eyes wandered around in panic, not daring to look at Yamamoto Hong, but she couldn't help but secretly glance at him out of the corner of her eye and found that Yamamoto Hong did have a good figure. At this moment, she was very conflicted. On the one hand, she was shocked and angry at Yamamoto Hong's behavior. She had never experienced such a scene and was completely at a loss. On the other hand, she had to admit it. The powerful strength that Yamamoto Hong had just displayed in the battle had aroused a different feeling deep in her heart, a feeling that was both strange and exciting. "What? Are you scared? I didn't see you so timid when I provoked you just now." Yamamoto Hong teased, his eyes full of mockery. Who is scared?" Shiba Konghee said stubbornly, but her slightly red ears betrayed her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, trying to regain the courage she had in the battle just now. "Don't underestimate me. Even if it is, today, I will not lose to you." She secretly encouraged herself in her heart, but her heart beat faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Yamamoto Hong found her expression very amusing. He took a step forward, approached Shiba Kuriko, and said softly, "Then I won't be polite." Yamamoto Hong's voice was low and magnetic, causing Shiba Konghe's body to tremble slightly. Shiba Konghe subconsciously took a step back, but bumped into the table behind him, causing the items on the table to make a noise. She was panicking, feeling trapped in an inescapable predicament. But she didn't want to give up so easily. She gritted her teeth, looked Yamamoto Hong straight in the eye, and said, "Come on, I want to see how good you are. Don't be a real man for 5 seconds." Although Shiba Kaku's tone was still firm, her eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. At this moment, Shihao and Yoruichi on the bed seemed to be awakened by the noise. She opened her eyes in a daze and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. Then Shihao and Yoruichi's mouth curled up into a smile. "Hey, what's going on? Hong, you hooked up with someone again? This person is Kyōka again." Sui-Feng was also woken up. Seeing the appearance of Shiba Konghe and Yamamoto Hong, he first frowned, then snorted, "Yamamoto Hong, you are really capable." Shiba's face flushed red when she heard what they said. She felt embarrassed and anxious, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Yoruichi, Sui-Feng, you, stop talking nonsense." She tried to explain, but found that her voice was trembling. Yamamoto Hong smiled and looked at Shihao and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng, saying, "My two darlings, I'm worried that you'll be lonely. It's more fun to be together." Shihao and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng looked at each other and laughed. Shihao and Yoruichi said, "You are quite capable, but please don't neglect us." Sui-Feng also nodded slightly, with a different light flashing in his eyes. "Humph, let's see how you end today." Shiba Konghe looked at the three people, feeling angry and ashamed, but at this moment, she found herself actually looking forward to what would happen next. She bit her lip and thought to herself, "Today I'll see what you're capable of. At worst, we'll just have to fight." Although Shiba Sora remained stubborn on the surface, her inner tension and shyness grew stronger. Her hands unconsciously clenched, her nails digging into her palms, and she could not take her eyes off Yamamoto Hong. In this complex interweaving of emotions, she waited for unknown developments. Yamamoto Hong laughed and then started to act. Shihao and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng also helped. Shiba Konghe did not expect that his good friend Shihao and Yoruichi would sell him out at such a critical moment. Then Shiba Kaku began the most important turning point in her life, from a girl from the Shiba family to Yamamoto Hong's woman. After all, it was Shiba Kaku's first time, and after 2 hours, he fell asleep in bliss. Next up were Shihao and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng. I have to say that Shiba Kaku is really strong-willed. Both Shihao and Yoruichi and Sui-Feng gave in under the attack of Yamamoto Hong the first time, but Shiba Kaku did not. Instead, he tried to turn the tables. Although he did not succeed, he still made Yamamoto Hong admire him. 6 hours later, Yamamoto Hong sat on the tatami and lit Shiba Kuzuru's pipe. He took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, and said with a smile, "Kukuru is really powerful. She is even more powerful when paired with Yoruichi. It's just that Sui-Feng is not so good or she is too shy." If Sui-Feng hadn't fallen asleep, he would have punched him in the face and yelled, "Do you think everyone is as bold as these two?" Yamamoto Hong opened his personal template. When Shiba Konghe admitted defeat, he had already acquired new skills, but he was preoccupied at that time and was in a hurry to get back to work, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now he can take a good look at it. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryutsu, top captain, 13%. White hits, centennial captain, 3%. Kid, captain of the century, 82%. Slashing technique, 100-year captain, 63%. Shunpo, elite captain, 32%. Skills: 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon's Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High Level Attachment, Absorbing Incantation, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blade, Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, Delete All, Fang Turning Zero, Fireborn Spirit, Twist Uzumaki, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego. Use after Ryutsu upgrades to Centennial Captain, White Hits upgrades Shunpo upgrades to Top Captain, White Hits, Kid, and doubles the power of slashing techniques, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon, Phoenix Phantom Fist, Galaxy Starburst. Galaxy Starburst, the strongest secret move from Saga, the Gemini Gold Saint in Saint Seiya. It is known as the essence of Gemini's skills and is also the most powerful secret move of all the Gemini Gold Saints in history. As the name suggests, it has supreme power that can even shatter the stars in the Milky Way. The principle of this move is to release one's own microcosm to the limit and concentrate the energy on the opponent. Its power is enough to rival the supernova explosion that destroys the Milky Way. It can also perform cross-border long-range attacks with a huge range that is impossible to dodge. It is one of the physical skills with the highest damage among all the Gold Saints. This move is also the only move in the Saint Seiya encyclopedia that is described as having the power to destroy the stars in the galaxy. In the Saint Seiya special supplement Cosmo Special, it is even said that the person who is hit by the move can be turned into cosmic dust without leaving a single atom. Yamamoto Hong chuckled and said, "I never thought I'd get this skill, Aizen Koyusuke. Although my Ryutsu isn't as strong as yours, when I activate the Ultra Ego state, coupled with this physically powerful Galaxy Starburst, even you will be seriously injured." 3 days passed quickly, and Yamamoto Hong felt quite comfortable during these 3 days. Shihaoran Yoruichi, Sui-Feng, and Shiba Sora he knew that they were no match for Yamamoto Hong in a one-on-one fight, so they joined forces to drain Yamamoto Hong dry, using all kinds of postures. Although Yamamoto Hong was not drained dry, as the postures were unlocked, Yamamoto Hong felt more and more comfortable. Yamamoto Hong was happy, but Yamamoto Uenliuzai Kongwo who lived not far away was unhappy. He felt that Yamamoto Hong should practice hard at this time, and how could he hang out with women every day? So Yamamoto began to order Sui-Feng to go back to the 2nd Division to handle team affairs, while Shihaoran Yoruichi returned to the human world to pay attention to the movements of the hollows and see if Aizen Koyusuke had given them any orders. It just so happened that the injuries of Kurosaki Ichigo and others were almost healed, so they returned to the human world together. In front of the world crossing gate, Yamamoto Hong waved goodbye to Shihaoran Yoruichi, and then took Shiba Kurosaku and Ichino's Maki back to his secret base. The Shiba family has been stripped of their nobility status, and now has no Shinigami family members. According to the rules, they are not allowed to stay in Seireitei. But now the new Central 46 has not been established, who has the time to manage it? Moreover, don't forget who Yamamoto Hong is. He is the strongest 2nd generation of Soul Society. With Yamamoto Uenliuzai Shigakuni supporting him from behind, you mere 287 Central 40 SIXS are nothing. After a fierce battle, Shiba Kyokaku leaned on Yamamoto Hong's chest. Yamamoto Hong said, "Kyokaku, there is something I want to tell you, but you have to be mentally prepared." Shiba Kaku said, "You tell me." Yamamoto Hong picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then said, "Your elder brother Shiba Kaiyan may not be dead." "What did you say?" Shiba Kai's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Yamamoto Hong touched Shiba Kai's head and said, "I placed a hidden man next to Aizen. He told me that." Shiba Konghe quickly asked, "My elder brother is not dead, so where is he? Where is he?" Yamamoto Hong patted Shiba Konghe on the shoulder and said, "Calm down, you should know how your elder brother died." Shibakaku nodded and said, in order to kill the hollow that devoured my sister-in-law, he fought alone, was eventually devoured by that hollow, and then let Rukia kill him. Yamamoto Hong said, indeed, the hollow that devoured your elder sister-in-law and elder brother is called metastasia. It is an experimental subject created by Aizen. It is a hollow with the ability to fuse. After devouring your elder sister-in-law Shiba, it fought with your elder brother Shiba Kyan. Your elder brother was unfortunately devoured and assimilated by it. Later, Kyan voluntarily ran into Rukia's Zanpakut and was killed by Rukia. This is what you know, but my spy told me that metastasia and the fused spirit of Kyan were sent back to Hueco Mundo for reconstruction. Shibakaku said, that means Big Brother is in Hueco Mundo now. Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, you can say yes, and you can also say no, because I'm not sure if that person is still your eldest brother. Shiba Konghi said loudly, then explain to me clearly, what's going on. Yamamoto Hong said, Aizen created an Arrancar named Araniro Arururi. He devoured metastasia and fused with Kyan's spirit. According to that dark child, he can now take on Kyan's appearance and release Kyan's Zanpakut. Shibakaku became increasingly excited upon hearing this. She suspected her eldest brother wasn't dead at all. Yamamoto Hong continued, according to what that guy said, after devouring the dead metastasia, he gained Stasha's infinite fusion evolution ability and obtained Shiba Kyan's spirit and memories, so he could transform into Kyan's appearance and possess Kyan's abilities and experiences. However, according to the original Araniro Arururi, he was very afraid of sunlight. But since he became Kyan, he's no longer afraid of sunlight. So I suspect that Kyans will defeated Araniro Arururi and replaced this hollow. After hearing this, Shibakaku nodded repeatedly and said, that must be the case. Big Brother is the head of the Shiba family. His will is definitely stronger than those hollows. Chapter 52. Yamamoto Hong's information was provided by Ichimaru Jin. At first, Ichimaru Jin said that a hollow had turned into the appearance of Shiba Kyan. Yamamoto Hong did not agree with it, after all, he had read the original work. Of course, he knew about Araniro Arururi's abilities, but what Ichimaru Jin said afterwards made Yamamoto Hong begin to have some doubts. According to the original work and the information provided by Ichimaru Jin, the Araniro Arururi created by Aizen Kusuk is very afraid of sunlight. In the original work, Rukia Kukaki revealed his flaws when he was exposed to sunlight. However, according to Ichimaru Jin, Araniro Arururi is not afraid of the sun at all now, but rather enjoys sunbathing in the sun, and his current fighting style is basically based on the Shinigami's fighting style, using the sword first, then Kid and Zanpakut after liberation, and never using Zero. And the most important point is that in the original work, Araniro Arururi devoured 33,650 hollows and possessed the strength of more than 30,000 troops, so in the battle with Rukia Kukaki, he was able to show an overwhelming advantage for a time. However, according to Ichimaru Jin, Araniro Arururi has only devoured over 28,000 hollows so far, which is far from the number in the original story. Moreover, since he became the Shiba Kyan, he stopped devouring hollows and instead preferred to kill them with Zanpakut. This made Yamamoto Hong suspect that Shiba Kyan might not really be dead. Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Kyan had a pretty good relationship. When Shiba Kyan got married before, although Yamamoto Hong did not go, he privately invited Shiba Kyan to drink. In order to save money, Yamamoto Hong did not give a red envelope. Instead, he used a high-level attachment to attach a personality with super strong willpower to Shiba Kyan. So Yamamoto Hong suspected that when Shiba Kyan was swallowed, the personality with super strong willpower was triggered, so he did not really die. After hearing what Yamamoto Hong said, Shiba Konghi's eyes instantly filled with tears. She clenched Yamamoto Hong's hand tightly, and her knuckles turned white due to the force. Looking at her like this, Yamamoto Hong reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Shiba Konghi's eyes. "Konghi baby, I'm not sure what his current situation is, but some hope is better than no hope. As soon as she finished speaking, Shiba Konghe suddenly leaned over and kissed Yamamoto Hong forcefully on the lips. This kiss was filled with all her gratitude and joy, hot and eager. After a long time, she finally let go of Yamamoto Hong, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Hong. If it weren't for you, I might never have known this news. Yamamoto Hong was a little surprised by her initiative, then he smiled dotingly and hugged her in his arms. Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me? As long as you are happy, that's all. Shibakuro leaned against his chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, her heart filled with warmth and hope. She had never thought that she would have news of her elder brother still being alive in her lifetime. At this moment, her feelings for Yamamoto Hong increased a little more. If it weren't for the man in front of her, she might never know the truth. If my elder brother is not dead, I will definitely thank him when I find him. She murmured to herself, with a happy smile on her face. Yamamoto Hong stroked her hair gently and said, Don't worry, we will definitely find him. When the time comes, I will accompany you to bring him back. Shiba raised his head, looked at Yamamoto Hong with a firm gaze, and kissed him lightly on the cheek. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. At this moment, her heart is full of strength and she has more expectations for the future, and this hope is what Yamamoto Hong brought her. Half a month passed, and Shiba Kaku returned to Rukonga with Shiba Genja 7 days ago. She told Yamamoto Hong that she also had to practice hard, although Shiba Kyan might not be dead. But if Shiba Kyan is really dead, then she will seek revenge on Araniro Urururi who devoured Shiba Kyan and Aizen Koyusuk who created Araniro Urururi. However, on the last night before Shiba Kaku returned to Rukonga, she tried her best to please Yamamoto Hong, so as a reward, Yamamoto Hong taught Shiba Kaku the Red Lotus Explosion Thunder Blade and the Demonic Lightning Killing Cannon. Of course, Yamamoto Hong used the high-level additional teaching, after all, she was his woman. In the remaining 8 days, Yamamoto Hong tried to fuse his skills. He had tried before to use King Kong Dragon's strong city shattering with Lost Paradise and Six Kings Spear. Now he wanted to try to fuse the killing technique. For example, skills with inherent attributes such as Thunderbolt Flash and Twist Uzumaki can be combined with Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, and Fang Turning Zero type to use. Therefore, during this period, Yamamoto Hong did not see any guests, not even Sui-Feng, which comforted Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Zongguo Lao and made him finally understand how to practice. This made Hitsugayichwir, who had come to Yamamoto Hong several times, very unhappy. After learning that Yamamoto Hong had seriously injured Aizen Koyusuk, Hitsugayichwir wanted to learn Yamamoto Hong's ultra ego. You know, even with Bankai activated, he was still killed instantly by Aizen Koyusuk, but Yamamoto Hong's ultra ego was able to seriously injure Aizen Koyusuk. Doesn't this mean that ultra ego is much stronger than his own Bankai, and ultra ego can be learned? He couldn't let anyone else do the revenge for himself and Aizen Kusuk, he had to avenge himself. With this idea in mind, Hitsugayichwir came to the base to find Yamamoto Hong almost every day, but was stopped by Ichino's Maki every time. When Shiba Kaku was around, Ichino's Maki didn't want the fight between Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Kaku to be disturbed. After Shiba Kaku left, Ichino's Maki didn't want Yamamoto Hong, who was thinking about his moves, to be disturbed even more. Hitsugayichwir was stopped by Ichino's Maki more than a dozen times, and he finally couldn't help but explode. You know, Hitsugayichwir was successful at a young age and always thought he was great until he was taught a lesson by Aizen Kusuk. But now he still thinks he is very strong. After all, he is a genius and the captain. Now he is blocked by a mere 4th place player like Maki Ichinos, and he has been blocked for more than 10 days. Hitsugayichwir said, Ichinos Shize, you'd better get out of my way. I need to go see Yamamoto Hongju. Ichino's Maki said disdainfully, Captain Hitsugaya, Master Hong is busy now and is not seeing guests. You should go back to your 10th division. Hitsugayichware said, I've already told you that I have something important to tell you. Don't stop me, or I'll be rude. As Hitsugayichware said this, he placed his hand on the hilt of the zanpakut behind his back. Ichinomaki snorted. He was not afraid of Hitsugayichware. If he wanted to be the captain, he would have competed with Hitsugayichware back then, and Hitsugayichware was no match for him back then. Although Hitsugayichware's strength has certainly improved over the years, Ichinomi's own strength has become even stronger. Ichinomaki said coldly, Captain Hitsugaya, I don't want to accidentally kill you, but if you continue to make noise, although I don't want to, I will still kill you. Hitsugayichware was furious and said, then you come and try it. As he spoke, Hitsugayichware pulled out his zanpakut. Ichinomaki also pulled out his zanpakut and said, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Hitsugayichware slashed at Ichinomaki with a knife, but was blocked by Ichinomaki. A hint of surprise flashed in Hitsugayichware's eyes. He didn't expect that his sharp sword would be blocked so easily by Ichinomaki. In his opinion, as the captain of the 10th division, his strength is the best among Godi 13. Even if this blow didn't injure Ichinomaki, it would have at least made him panic. However, the situation before him was far beyond his expectations. Humph, quite interesting. Hitsugayichware snorted coldly, his eyes becoming more serious. Then let me show you my true strength. With that, he moved like lightning, launching a series of attacks in an instant. The knife in his hand carried a biting cold wind, and each swing brought a flash of ice-blue blade light. Wherever the sword flashed, the air seemed to be frozen, and traces of frost spread across the ground. However, Ichinomaki seemed to be at ease. He walked lightly and moved like a ghost, moving between Hitsugayichware's attacks. He was able to avoid the attacks just right every time, and at the same time he could find the gaps in Hitsugayichware's attacks to counterattack. Is this all you can do? Bankai, otherwise you are no match for me. Ichinomaki challenged him while easily blocking the attack. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, Hitsugayichware could not pose any threat to him unless he used Bankai. Upon hearing this, Hitsugayichware's face darkened, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He had a very high opinion of himself and was a highly regarded genius in Seoul society. Now that he was looked down upon by Ichinomaki, how could he not be angry? I don't even need Bankai to deal with you. Hitsugayichware responded loudly to Ichinomaki, with unquestionable confidence in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Hitsugayichware suddenly raised the zanpakut in his hand and shouted, Sit upright in the frost sky, Harinmaru. In an instant, a majestic and cold Ryotsu erupted wildly with him as the center. This Ryotsu seemed to carry the breath of winter. Wherever it went, the temperature dropped sharply. The surrounding air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, sparkling brightly under the sunlight. The originally ordinary zanpakut underwent an astonishing transformation. A thick iron chain grew out of the end of the knife, and at the end of the chain was a crescent-shaped blade. The blade looked like the tail of an ice dragon, emitting a chilling light. The entire knife seemed to come alive, wisps of cold air emanating from the blade, swirling in the air. Immediately afterwards, the space around Hitsugayichware began to distort, and a huge ice dragon appeared out of thin air. The ice dragon roared to the sky with a deafening sound, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. Its body is made of crystal clear ice, and every scale sparkles with a mysterious luster. The cold air on the ice dragon's body continues to spread outward, covering the surrounding ground with a thick layer of ice, and sharp ice spikes continue to grow on the ice. With the appearance of the ice dragon, the sky also changed. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Blue lightning flashed in the dark clouds, accompanied by bursts of roaring. Snowflakes fluttered down, and the whole world seemed to have entered a cold picture. Ichinomaki felt the might of Ryotsu and Harinmaru, and a hint of solemnity finally flashed in his eyes. He knew that Hitsugayichware in front of him had greatly increased in strength after Shikai, and was no longer the opponent he could easily deal with before. But the fighting spirit in Ichinomi's heart was also completely ignited. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. "Well, you came. Let me see how powerful you, the so-called strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow type, are." Hitsugayichware controlled the ice dragon and pounced towards Ichinomaki. The ice dragon waved its huge claws, bringing up gusts of cold wind, and everything was frozen wherever it passed. Ichinomaki flashed and performed superb shunpo, instantly disappearing from the spot and avoiding the attack of Hitsugayichware's ice dragon. "Want to hide? Not that easy." Hitsugayichware's eyes flashed, and he controlled the ice dragon to turn around and chase after Ichinomaki again. The ice dragon was extremely fast, its body drew a long trail in the air, leaving a white ice marks. Ichinomaki knew that Hiranmaru's attack range was extremely wide. If he just kept dodging, he would get into trouble sooner or later. He decided to take the initiative to attack. He kicked the ground with both feet. A man rushed towards Hitsugayichware like a cannonball. As he rushed towards Hitsugayichware, the Zanpakuto in his hand glowed faintly, and he used his signature move, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash. 9 giant dragons formed by pure momentum roared out from his blade, and with overwhelming momentum, they rushed towards Hitsugayichware and his ice dragon. When Chilang saw this horrific attack, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. "Humph, a mere trifle." Hitsugayichware snorted coldly, controlling the ice dragon to face the nine-headed dragon flash. The ice dragon opened its huge mouth and collided with Ichinomi's nine-headed dragon flash, making a deafening sound. The powerful energy wave spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The sound spread out, cracking the surrounding ground and sending debris flying. The two completely different forces intertwined crazily, forming a huge energy uzumaki. The fierce momentum of the nine-headed dragon flash and the powerful freezing power of the ice dragon competed with each other. For a moment, it was difficult to tell which was better. The light at the collision point between the dragon and the ice dragon was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The surrounding air seemed to be boiled by this force, making a sizzling sound, and the space began to distort slightly, bearing tremendous pressure. In this fierce confrontation, each attack of Ichinomi's nine-headed dragon carried a powerful impact, trying to break through the ice dragon's defense. Hitsugayichware's ice dragon was not to be outdone, using its rock-solid ice body and powerful freezing power to resist the attacks of the nine-headed dragon time and time again. A huge dragon suddenly hit the ice dragon's head, but the ice dragon did not dodge. It used its huge dragon horns to meet the attack. There was a crack sound, and the huge dragon was. The impact caused cracks to appear on the ice dragon's horns, but the ice dragon's freezing power instantly spread to the dragon, freezing part of its body. The other dragon swerved from the side and tried to attack the ice dragon's flank. The ice dragon reacted quickly, waving its huge tail and sweeping a powerful icy wind towards the dragon. Dragon! The dragon was hit by this force and its body was instantly frozen, unable to move. However, at the last moment, it struggled with all its might and shattered the ice on its body, and continued to move towards the ice dragon. Rush forward! In this way, the 9 dragons and the ice dragon started a thrilling battle. Both sides fought back and forth, neither side gave in. Every collision caused a huge energy fluctuation. Cracks began to appear on the ground. The sky was also dyed a chaotic color by this force, with blue ice light and black dragon shadows intertwined together, like a doomsday painting. As time went on, the strength of both sides was constantly depleted, the 9-headed dragon's momentum gradually weakened, and more cracks appeared on the ice dragon's body. Finally, after a violent collision, the 9-headed dragon and the ice dragon wailed at the same time, turning into countless rays of light and dissipating in the air. A powerful energy shockwave exploded between the two. The gunshot opened, raising a thick cloud of dust that completely enveloped the two figures. After the smoke cleared, Ichinomaki and Hitsugaichware were both breathing heavily, their bodies bearing traces of battle. Ichinomaki's clothes were torn by the power of the ice dragon, and a few strands of blood oozed from his arms. Hitsugaichware's hair was a little messy, and his forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes remained firm. The two men stared at each other, neither speaking. There was a heavy atmosphere in the air, indicating that the battle was far from over. In this fierce collision, Hitsugaichware felt the opponent's powerful strength. He knew that this battle would be a tough contest. Dare to show any contempt again. Chapter 53. Ichinomaki and Hitsugaichware were facing each other, the air was filled with tension, and their ryutsu collided with each other, making a sizzling sound. Ichinomaki looked at Hitsugaichware, breathing heavily, and said, "Your shikai is quite powerful. It can even offset my 9-headed dragon flash. You are worthy of being the captain of the 10th division." Hitsugaichware tilted his head slightly, a confident smile on his lips, and responded, "Humph, this is just the beginning." "Then why don't you try this, the bird icicle?" Following Hitsugaichware's command, the Zanpakuto Haranmaru in his hand shone brightly, and he swung the sword violently, and countless ice bullets shot out from the blade. These ice bullets flew towards Ichinomaki like flocks of birds. Wherever the ice bullets passed, the air seemed to be frozen, leaving behind white traces. Ichinomi's eyes flashed, not wanting to be careless. He quickly gathered his ryutsu at his feet and unleashed Shunpo, moving like a ghost between the ice bullets. Each ice bomb carries a powerful impact force, and one can be hit if not careful, but Ichinomaki skillfully avoids wave after wave of attacks with his superb body skills. Ichinomaki was also constantly waving the Zanpakuto in his hand, shattering the ice bullets that were approaching him. The moment the ice bullets were shattered, ice chips flew everywhere. "You think you can hurt me with just this little attack?" Ichinomaki mocked loudly while dodging. However, Hitsugaichware was not discouraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately launched his next move. Ice Dragon's Tail! Hitsugaichware shouted, leaping high into the air and slashing the Haranmaru in his hand swiftly forward. A huge ice dragon emerged from the blade, and the tail of the ice dragon was like a huge sharp blade, carrying a powerful freezing force, sweeping towards Ichinomaki. The ground was instantly frozen, turning into a world of ice and snow, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Ichinomaki felt the powerful force of this move, and he knew that he couldn't take it head-on. At the moment when the ice dragon's tail was about to sweep him, he used Shunpo again and instantly retreated backwards. Wherever the ice dragon's tail swept, a deep ice mark appeared on the ground, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen, but Hitsugaichware's attack did not end there. He took advantage of the gap when Ichinomaki dodged and launched his second move. Ice Dragon's Tail, Absolute Sky! Hitsugaichware roared. He swung the Haranmaru in his hand again, and the direction where the ice dragon's tail had just passed was instantly frozen again. An even larger icicle chased towards Ichinomaki, with an overwhelming momentum, as if it wanted to freeze Ichinomaki completely. Ichinomi's face was solemn. He knew that if he was hit by this move, he would be seriously injured. At this critical moment, he took a deep breath and gathered all the pressure in his body into Zanpakuto. Soaring Dragon Flash! Ichinomaki shouted loudly, and his momentum instantly reached its peak. His figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. Then, at the moment when the icicle was about to hit him, he appeared above the icicle. The Zanpakuto in his hand was swung at a speed beyond the imagination of ordinary people, instantly bringing out several sharp sword energies. These sword energies were like giant dragons, carrying powerful force, and slashed towards the icicle fiercely. Boom! The sword energy collided with the icicle, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the two people in all directions, causing the surrounding ground to crack and raise a cloud of dust. The icicle shattered instantly under the attack of the sword energy, turning into countless ice cubes that scattered all over the ground. Hitsuga saw that his ice dragon's whirltail absolute sky was easily broken by Ichino's Maki, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to have such strength," Hitsuga said with a hint of admiration in his tone. Ichino's Maki landed on the ground, took a moment to adjust his breathing, looked at Hitsuga and said, "You're not bad either, but the battle isn't over yet." As he spoke, Ichino's Maki tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto in his hand again, the Ryutsu around him surged again, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Hitsuga was not to be outdone. He held Harinmaru horizontally in front of him, and the Ryutsu on his body continued to rise. "In that case, I'd like to see how long you can withstand my Bankai, Daiguren Harinmaru," Hitsuga said with a firm determination in his eyes. The Harinmaru in Hitsuga hand burst into an unprecedented light. The dazzling ice blue light instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. The surrounding air seemed to be frozen by this light, making a sizzling sound. As Bankai was completed, a giant frost dragon slowly emerged from behind him. The dragon was huge, and its scales gleamed with cold light, each one like a sharp blade. Its wings, when spread out, were tens of meters long. With a slight wave, it stirred up a biting cold wind. Wherever it passed, the ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, which was extremely hard. The giant dragon roared towards the sky, the sound was deafening, and the sound waves turned into ice blades, spreading out in all directions, ruthlessly shattering everything it touched. Looking at Hitsuga again, his appearance has also changed dramatically. His originally childish face has become more resolute, safe, and his eyes reveal a chilling determination. His white hair fluttered wildly, as if blending into the surrounding ice and snow. His body is covered with various parts made of ice, like an ice armor, which not only provides powerful defense, but also adds a bit of mystery. Ice wings stretched out from his back, crystal clear and emitting a charming luster. With a gentle flap, he could control the power of ice and snow around him. At this time, Hitsuga has become the master of ice and snow. Every movement he makes can cause drastic changes in the surrounding environment. He raised his hand gently, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. These snowflakes were not ordinary snow. Each one contained powerful Ryutsu, which would freeze the enemy instantly once it touched them. The 3 lotus flowers and 12 icy petals behind him were slowly withering as the battle progressed. With each petal that disappeared, Daiguren Harinmaru's power grew stronger, as if accumulating the final fatal blow. Feeling this breathtakingly powerful Ryutsu, Ichino's Maki also unleashed his own Zanpakuto, Shine. Nijigashumi. The Nijigashumi in Maki Ichino's hand emitted a dazzling light, and his own Ryutsu also rose several times higher when he released Zanpakuto. Hitsuga said, "Are you finally willing to release Zanpakuto?" Ichino's Maki smiled and said, "Since you have deployed Bankai, I must liberate Zanpakuto, otherwise I will not be your opponent." Hitsuga asked, "I heard that when you faced Aizen, he didn't kill you instantly." Ichino's Maki nodded and said, "That's right, it will take Aizen at least 2 moves to defeat me. Then let me see the gap between us, Long Xianjia." Hitsuga shouted. Hitsuga flapped his icy wings behind him, bringing up a gust of biting cold wind. He rushed towards Ichino's Maki like lightning. The Harinmaru in his hand flashed with a cold light. It stabbed straight at Ichino's Maki, so fast that people had almost no time to react. Ichino's Maki's eyes flashed, knowing the power of this move, and he immediately shouted, "Shining rays of light, crush Nijigashumi." Instantly, a strong Ryutsu erupted from his body, and his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. Infinite light emanated from his body, eliminating and swallowing all the shadows around him. The swallowed light was highly compressed and disappeared. The scene was very spectacular. In the state of Nijigashumi, Ichino's Maki's momentum reached its peak and he shouted, "Sky-soaring dragon flash!" Ichino's Maki's figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning, and then appeared in front of Hitsugayichware at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, bringing out several sharp sword energies, and collided with Hitsugayichware in his attack. When the tip of Hitsugayichware's Harinmera was about to touch Ichino's Maki's sword energy collided with the long Shanjia, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy fluctuations spread outward from the two people as the center, cracking the surrounding ground, sending debris flying and raising a cloud of dust. The cross-shaped ice block on the dragon halberd had just formed when it was shattered by the sword energy of Ichino's Maki. Hitsugayichware had not expected that his powerful close-range attack skill could be broken so easily. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down, and a spirit of not admitting defeat surged in his heart. Humph, quite interesting. But, this is not over yet. Hitsugayichware snorted coldly, and the ice wings behind him flapped again. He controlled the power of ice and snow around him, and countless snowflakes flew towards Ichino's Maki. Each of these snowflakes contains powerful Ryutsu that freezes enemies upon contact. Maki Ichino's figure flashed, and he nimbly moved among the snowflakes. With the help of the high speed brought by Nijigashumi, he easily avoided most of the snowflakes, but some snowflakes still brushed against his body, leaving traces of frost on his clothes. Want to trap me with these snowflakes? Not that easy. Ichino's Maki shouted. Ichino's Maki swung the Zanpakuto in his hand again, and sword energy slashed out, shattering the approaching snowflakes one after another. The shattered snowflakes turned into ice chips, sparkling with crystal light under the illumination. Seeing this, Hitsugayichware's eyes fixed, and he grasped Harinmera with both hands, injecting his own Ryutsu into it. Ice Dragon's Tail, Absolute Sky! He roared, and an ice dragon, even larger and more solid than before, emerged from the Zanpakuto in his hand. The ice dragon's tail swept towards Ichino's Maki with overwhelming force and powerful freezing power. The power of this move was several times stronger than Shikai's previous ice dragon tail, Absolute Sky. Wherever it went, the air seemed to solidify, and the ground was instantly frozen into a thick layer of ice, with sharp ice spikes growing on the ice. Ichino's Maki felt the immense threat of this move and didn't dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his energy into Zanpakuto. His entire aura was heightened once again. "Shine, Nijigashumi!" he shouted, and the light on Zanpakuto shone brightly. Countless rays of light shot out from the blade, and these rays of light rushed towards the ice dragon's tail with powerful impact. The light collided with the ice dragon's tail, making a series of violent explosions. The powerful energies collided with each other, forming a huge energy uzumaki, which engulfed the surrounding ice, snow, and ground. The ice dragon's tail cracked under the impact of the light, and Ichino's Maki was also shocked by the ice dragon's power and took a few steps back, his arms trembling slightly. "It's not over yet." A fierce look flashed in Hitsugayichware's eyes. The frost dragon behind him roared to the sky, and a huge ice ball condensed in the dragon's mouth. This ice ball contained extremely powerful Ryutsu, and the air around it was distorted by its existence. Hitsugayichware controlled the ice ball and launched it towards Ichino's Maki. During the flight, the ice ball continuously absorbed the power of the surrounding ice and snow, becoming larger and larger, and its speed became faster and faster. Ichino's Maki looked at the flying ice ball. There was no fear in his eyes, but he was full of fighting spirit. Nijigashumi Shield. Maki Ichino's released Ryutsu outside his body, forming a shield made of light to protect himself. The ice ball hit the shield with a deafening roar. The powerful impact caused the shield to tremble violently, and the light began to flicker. Ichino's Maki gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the stability of the shield. Under the impact of the ice ball, a huge hole appeaed on the ground, and the surrounding ice was shattered and turned into countless ice chips flew out. "Break it for me!" Ichinomaki shouted, and increased the Ryutsu in his body to the limit. The light on the shield suddenly lit up, pushing the ice ball away carefully. Then, he flashed and threw it again. Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Double Slash. As he rushed towards Hitsugayichware, he used Sky Soaring Dragon Flash continuously, and sharp sword energy rushed towards Hitsugayichware like a violent storm. Shiro attacked. Hitsugayichware's eyes were solemn. He waved Harinmaru and cast an ice defense wall to protect himself, and the sword energy hit the defense wall. With a bang-bang sound, cracks appeared on the defense wall, but Hitsugayichware relied on the powerful Ryutsu to always maintain the integrity of the defense wall. "Your attack is good, but not enough to defeat me," said Hitsugayichware. Of the 3 lotus flowers behind him, only the last petal was left. He knew it was time to unleash his strongest attack. "Daiguren Harinmaru, come on!" he shouted, and the Ryutsu on his body surged wildly. The frost dragon behind him merged with him. A huge the ice array. Countless ice blue rays shot out from the ice array, and these rays converged to form a huge ice dragon. The dragon exuded a chilling aura, as if it contains the power to destroy everything. Ichinomaki looked at Hitsugayichware's strongest attack, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. "Shine, holy light Nijigashumi!" Ichinomaki raised Zanpakuto high, and released all the Ryutsu in his body without reservation, forming a huge ball of light. The sphere continued to expand, enveloping both him and Hitsugayichware. The ice dragon collided with the sphere of light, and the whole world seemed to stop breathing. A dazzling light flashed over and covered an area of edge acres. Powerful energy fluctuations swept across the entire battlefield, completely destroying the surrounding buildings, raising the ground, and dyeing the sky a chaotic color by this force. After the smoke cleared, Ichinomaki and Hitsugayichware fell to the ground, gasping for breath. They were both seriously injured, their clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from their wounds. "Cut off the outflow." But there was a hint of relief in the eyes of both of them. "This battle made them grow a lot. You are very strong, Ichinomaki," Hitsugayichware said with a smile on his face. "A smile? You're not bad either, Captain Hitsugaya. I enjoyed this battle very much," Ichinomaki responded with a smile. Hitsugayichware and Ichinomaki smiled at each other. After this fierce battle, the hostility between them disappeared and was replaced by love for each other. At this time, Yamamoto Hong heard the noise of fighting and came out. Seeing the 2 men, he shook his head helplessly. "You 2 are really capable of making trouble." Hitsugayichware stood up and said to Yamamoto Hong, "Sir Yamamoto Hong, I have a favor to ask of you. I want to learn Ultra Ego. Please agree to this." Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but you simply can't learn it. Your Bankai is still immature, and you rely too much on your Zanpakuto. You have no ability, and you are not qualified to learn Ultra Ego at all." After that, Yamamoto Hong walked back into his base. He knew about Hitsugayichware's request, but he deliberately let Ichinomaki stop Hitsugaya. Lang just doesn't want to teach. After all, this Ultra Ego is one of his trump cards. About 5 days later, Team 13 suddenly mobilized the kids to help close the gate, so Ichinomaki quickly reported this to Yamamoto Hong.